Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I really hope you're all having a fantastic day. Today, we're diving into a brand new story, a fanfic called Euphoria Boosted. It's pretty wild, and I think you're going to love it. Let's get into it!
Chapter 1. Damn, she's sexy. The room was dark. Just the pale glow of a monitor and the slow RGB pulse of a PC tower. 16-year-old Jordan James sat back in his chair, headphones clamped on, a blunt burning between two fingers. Watching episode 1 of Euphoria at IT was dramatic. Entertaining. He liked it. Then he saw Maddie Perez. Damn, she's sexy. He got hard. One thing led to another. And while he was leaning back, the chair slipped and his head caught the corner of the nightstand on the way down, and that was that. Jordan Bennett. I woke up in a bed I did not recognize, in a room I had never seen. Then the yelling started downstairs. Jordan, Rue's home. She came back. Shoo, keep it down. You know he came home late last night. I sat up. Two voices. An older woman and a younger girl. Mom, he would want to know. His twin sister just got back. After everything. Twin sister. I stood. I was taller than I expected, maybe 6 feet 1 inch or 6 feet 2 inches. The room had tools stacked in the corner, a basketball against the baseboard, and a beat machine on the desk. The monitor showed a folder labeled Boosted J, WTF. I went downstairs. The girl at the bottom looked exactly like Zendaya. No. Not Zendaya. The second I thought it, a pressure split open behind my eyes and I dropped to one knee on the bottom step. One hand braced against the wall that IT hit like a wave. 2 lifetimes of memory rushing into the same skull. Jordan James. Jordan Bennett. Crashing together until they settled into one person. Me. Jordan, oh my god, are you alright? Mom was already at my side. Sorry. Migraine. Probably did not sleep enough. Did you take your pills? I do not know if migraines are even a symptom of ADHD. It's a symptom of being human. I stood, steadied myself, and crossed to Rue. I leaned in close and kept my voice low. I told you to stop fucking with that stuff. She looked up at me, tired and half smiling. You're one to talk. She hugged me. I let her. After a second I said, all right. I'm going back to my room. I sat at the desk and opened the Boosted J folder. His Instagram handle. His rap name, even though he had never put anything out. My rap name now, I guess. The double life sorted itself out pretty fast. After school, Jordan Bennett worked as a mechanic's apprentice for a man named Zen. In reality, he ran drops, did not ask what was in them, did not need to, and got paid in cash, car parts, and time under the hood of a turbocharged LS-swapped 350Z that kept getting cleaner with every job. This guy was living a whole double life. I guess I'm living a double life now. While I was at the desk, Rue must have slipped out. A knock came at the door. Come in. Gia opened it and leaned against the frame. She had something on her mind. How come you and Rue are not closer? I feel like I was more excited about her coming home than her own twin. I turned the chair to face her. We are close. Rue just does not do the emotional thing. Neither do I. She looked at me like she wanted to push back. I kept going. Look, Gia. We have got stuff going on up here. I tapped my temple. Rue's is heavier than mine. So do not push her, do not smother her. Just pay attention. Learn when she needs space and when it is okay to be the annoying little sister. I'm not annoying. I laughed. Not all the time. But a lot. She rolled her eyes and walked out. I put my headphones back on and hit play on the most recent file. IT was a freestyle. Mixed, not professional, but for a 17-year-old with a bedroom setup it was genuinely good. Good enough to put out. Every time I thought about actually doing that though, something in my chest tightened a little. The file had no title. I typed freestyle and left it.my phone buzzed. Zen. Got a job. $300 for wheels off a junked car. Come through. Be there soon. I told Mom I would be back, went outside and started the car. The exhaust was quiet. I had a cutout valve for a reason. Some nights you wanted to be heard. Most nights you wanted to be invisible. I saw Maddie on the way. She was on the sidewalk and I made myself look away before I could stare too long. Damn. Sexier in person. The pickup was quick. I did not ask what was in the bag. Plausible deniability or something like that. The drop was to Fesco. What up, Fez? He glanced up from behind the counter, easy as always. My guy, what's up? Got a drop for you. I set it down. He handed me the cash. I counted it, got back in the car and drove. Easy money. At the shop, I looked over the wheels Zen had pulled. I thought you said these were off a junked car. Engine blew, Zen said. Fixing it would have cost more than buying a new one. He paid me and we got to work. Pulled the old tires, mounted them on the new rims, put them on the 350Z. I stood back when we were done. It looked better every time. Every job it got a little sexier. Driving home, I spotted Rue on her bike. She walked through the front door a few minutes before I did. By the time I was inside, the yelling had already started. Drug test. Apparently, she found me upstairs. Pee for me. Does weed show up in those things? She stared at me. Does cough medicine show up? Probably not, but let's not risk it. She climbed out the window. I went back to the desk. I opened the audio file, freestyle. Still untitled, technically. But it was something. It was a start point too. Chapter 2, Drugs, Sex, Money and Parties. I sat in my room with my headphones on, tweaking the EQ on the freestyle, trying to get the low end to sit right without muddying the vocals. The house was quiet except for the faint sounds of Mom moving around downstairs and Gia's TV bleeding through the wall. Rue was probably at Lexi's right now, asking her to pee in a nasal spray bottle. That's what happened in the show. Weird to call it that when you're living in it. I'll just say what I saw. I pulled one side of the headphones off and listened. The front door opened and closed. Footsteps down the hall. Rue was back. About 30 minutes later, she yelled from the hallway. Mom, I have to pee. I pulled my headphones off, pushed back from the desk and walked out of my room. Does the whole world have to know? I leaned against the doorframe. Anyway, I'm hungry. You guys want anything to eat? Mom looked you. Pee from the kitchen counter. A burger would be nice. Rue, already halfway to the bathroom with the cup in her hand, called back without turning around. Fries. Gia didn't even look up from her phone. A combo from In-N-Out. In-N-Out it is. Gia's face lit up. Yes. She was already grabbing her shoes. Ruevo, my brother had this thing where he'd act annoyed about everything, but then immediately do something nice. Like pick a lane. We walked to my car. The 350Z sat low in the driveway, catching the last of the evening light across its hood. I started it and let it idle. The exhaust valve was closed, so it just hummed, barely louder than a refrigerator. Gia climbed in and immediately went to her phone. I watched her for a second, then pulled out of the driveway. You would always be honest with me, right, Gia? She looked up. Of course. Listen to this. I plugged my phone into the AUX and hit play on Let Me Know I Wonder Why freestyle. The beat dropped first, a rolling 808 with a chopped vocal sample underneath. Then my voice came in, running over the top of it with a confidence that surprised even me. It wasn't forced, but it wasn't quite natural either, more like the sound of someone who hadn't slept enough and had been running on leanness and adrenaline. I kept my eyes on the road, but I was watching her in my peripheral. Her head started bobbing almost immediately. When the hook hit, she smiled, the song played out. The last beat faded. She turned to me. Wow. That's really good. She looked genuinely surprised. I didn't know you made songs. Song. Singular. I've only made one. But plenty of beats. She stared at me for a second, like she was making a decision. Post it. What do you mean post it? Put it on SoundCloud. Post it to your Instagram. Post it. She said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ruevo, I didn't know my brother could rap. Which in fairness, neither did he until like a week ago. But Gia believed in it, and if there's one person in this family whose instincts you should trust, it's the 13-year-old. Which says a lot about the rest of us. While we sat in the In-N-Out drive-thru waiting for our order, I did it. I uploaded the track to SoundCloud with a black cover, white text, let me know. Simple. I linked it to the Boosted J Instagram page and posted it to my story. Gia watched me do it, nodding like a manager who had just closed a deal that we drove home with the windows down and the food warming our laps. Gia ate half her fries before we pulled into the driveway. A few days passed. I did another run for Zen. Picked up a bag, didn't ask what was in it, drove it across town and dropped it off. The money showed up in my hand the way it always did, quick and clean, and then I was back in the car heading home. McKay was throwing a party tonight. End of summer. Everyone was going. Before I started getting ready, I checked SoundCloud. 1,000 plays, probably everyone I knew and most of the school. Still, 1,000 people pressed play on something I made. My phone buzzed. A text in the group chat from my boy Xavier, who played point guard on the basketball team. Xavier, why didn't you tell us you made music? Ron, yeah, that shit was kinda gas. NGL, I typed back. Gia forced me to post it, that's the only reason it's up. Y'all hitting this party? Xavier, nah, practice. TMRW. Unofficial returning players thing. Ron, same. We always got work. SMH, everyone had a plan to make it out. Basketball for them. Music maybe for me. Hopefully they'd succeed. But it meant tonight I was going alone. Ruevo, the thing about Jordan and Gia is they had this whole dynamic I wasn't part of. Not in a jealous way. More like they spoke a language I never learned. The dialect of people who are actually trying. A few hours later I was getting dressed. Black jeans, a clean white tee, a chain. I checked myself in the mirror and left it at that. Rue was already gone. Mom was at work, pulling a late shift. I knocked on Gia's door. She was lying in bed, scrolling her phone, the blue light washing out her face. Be good, all right? Right, she said, not looking up. Lock the door behind me. I mean it. I know, Jordan. I headed out. The second I cleared our street, I flipped the exhaust cutout. The 350Z woke up, that deep LS rumble bouncing off the houses and rolling down the road. I could feel the rear end get light over a bump, wanting to slide. I let it, just for a second, just enough to feel the tires catch again. Some nights you wanted to be invisible. Tonight wasn't one of them. Ruevo, Jordan showed up to McKay's party the way he shows up to everything. Alone on purpose, like he's got somewhere better to be but hasn't figured out where yet. McKay's place was already packed by the time I pulled up. Cars lined both sides of the street. Bass thudded through the walls. People spilled out onto the lawn with red cups and cigarettes, their voices overlapping into one long noise. I parked a block down, killed the engine and walked. Dapped up a few people on the way in. Someone I half recognized from gym class said, "Yo, Boosted J, that track was hard." I nodded, kept moving. Inside it was exactly what I expected. Hot. Loud. The smell of cheap liquor and weed and perfume and sweat all mixed into something that wasn't quite unpleasant but wasn't good either. Music shook the walls. Bodies pressed together on the makeshift dance floor in the living room. I found a spot on the stairs and posted up. From there I could see most of the first floor. McKay and Cassie were sitting together in the kitchen, close, their knees touching. She said something I couldn't hear and he laughed. They were in their own world. After a while they disappeared down the hallway toward his room. Out by the pool, Maddie was in the water with some college-looking dude, her legs wrapped around him while the rest of the party pretended not to watch. A few kids had their phones out, filming on the low. Damn. Sexier in person. Even from here I looked away before I could stare too long. Across the yard, through the sliding glass doors, I could see Rue lying on a pool chair next to Fesco. They were sharing a joint, talking. She looked calm. As calm as Rue ever looked anyway, which was about a 6 out of 10 on a normal person scale. I hit a B. Lunt. Someone passed me and leaned back against the railing. Then the energy shifted. I felt it before I saw it. The music didn't stop, but the voices near the kitchen got louder, tighter. People started moving, not away exactly, but rearranging the way a crowd does when it senses something is about to happen. Nate Jacobs was at the liquor table, shirtless, jaw clenched, radiating the kind of drunk aggression that turns a room into a cage. And standing across from him in a pink wig and torn fishnets was Jules. He was in her face. Loud. Saying things I could hear even over the music. Things I won't repeat because they don't deserve the air. Here it comes. I knew what was about to happen. I'd seen it play out on a screen in a dark room in another life. But watching it in person was different. The volume was real. The fear on people's faces was real. The way Jules' hand shook when she grabbed the kitchen knife off the counter next to a cut-up lime, that was real. The party erupted. Screams. People shoving toward the exits. Nate backed up fast, his hands out, suddenly sober. Jules wasn't looking at him anymore. She was looking at her own arm. She cut herself. Deep enough to bleed. The blood ran down her forearm and dripped off her fingers onto the tile. "I'm fucking invincible," she screamed. The room went dead quiet except for the music still pumping through the speakers like nothing had happened. She threw the knife in the sink. Walked through the crowd. Nobody touched her. The blood trailed behind her like a signature. The door she turned. By the way, I'm Jules. And I just moved here. I stayed on the stairs, blunt still burning between my fingers. I took a hit and exhaled slow, exactly like the show. Except I could smell the blood. Ruevo, I didn't see my brother during the knife thing. But knowing Jordan, he was probably somewhere in the back, smoking, watching the whole room lose its mind and not moving. That's his whole thing. He doesn't flinch. Which, honestly, sometimes scares me more than the people who do. The party didn't die after that, but it changed. People talked in lower voices. The music got turned down a notch. Some left. Most stayed because that's what teenagers do. They process trauma by pretending it didn't happen and pouring another drink. I looked for Rue. She was gone. I figured she'd followed Jules out, which is exactly what happened in the show. I decided to leave. On my way out, I passed through the front hall and saw Lexi sitting on the porch steps, her phone in her lap, her eyes on the street. You, Lexi. What's up, baby? She turned. Jordan. A pause. You keep calling me that. I looked at her. You don't like it? She smiled. Didn't answer. What do you want? She asked. Just checking on you. That was a lot in there. Yeah. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. How have you been? Good. We looked at each other for a second longer than necessary. Then Cassie came out through the front door looking for her sister. Lex, you ready? Lexi stood up, brushed off her jeans. She gave me one more look, something between a smile and a question, and then walked out with Cassie. Ruevo, Jordan flirted with Lexi the way guys flirt when they actually like someone but don't want anyone to know, including themselves. It was painful to watch. And I say that as someone who was not there and heard about it secondhand from Lexi, who also did not know she was being flirted with. The drive home was quiet. Exhaust valve closed. Windows up. Just the hum of the engine and the empty road. Gia was asleep when I got in. The house was dark. I locked the front door, went upstairs, and sat at the desk. I opened SoundCloud and started reading the comments. East Highland got a rapper now. Fire, another comment read. Keep going, bro, Jordan, this shit is gas. I smiled. Then I leaned back, opened the cabinet beside my desk, and pulled out a bottle of promethazine and a 2-liter of Sprite. I cracked the seal, poured slow, watched the purple syrup sink and swirl through the clear soda like smoke underwater. Dropped a Jolly Rancher in. Let it sit. I took a sip. The sweetness hit first, then the warmth behind it, spreading through my chest and down into my arms. I set the cup down and started scrolling through beats. Just another Tuesday in East Highland. Ruevo, my brother had this theory that he was different from me. That his stuff was recreational. Manageable. That he could ride the line and never cross it, and maybe he could, but I had the same theory once and I was wrong. Chapter 3, Stuntin' like my daddy. I pulled into the East Highland parking lot during third period. First 2 periods were free, which meant most mornings I slept in or worked on beats. Today I did both. The hallways had that first week of school energy, loud and restless, everyone still performing their summer selves before the routine ground them down. I walked through it with my bag over one shoulder and my headphones around my neck. Near the main corridor I spotted Rue and Jules walking together, shoulder to shoulder, Jules talking with her hands while Rue listened with that half-smile she wore when she was actually paying attention. A few steps behind them Maddie led her crew, Kat, Cassie, and BB the groupie. Maddie walked like the hallway was a runway and everyone else was just furniture. I lifted my chin. They waved back. Rue gave me a look, the one that said, I see you. Technically they were my friends too. Rue's twin brother gets an automatic pass into most social circles. But I was a loner and I liked it that way. I moved through groups without sticking to any of them. Easier to observe. Easier to disappear when you needed to. Ruevo, my brother had this ability to be cool with literally everyone and close with almost no one. It wasn't that people didn't like him. They did. It's that Jordan operated on a frequency that only let in like 2 or 3 people at a time. And honestly, I wasn't always one of them. My first class of the day was English. The teacher, Mr. Howard, was one of those guys who thought he was inspiring but mostly just assigned things and hoped for the best. Today's assignment: write a short story. Any subject. Any style. Turn it in by the end of the period. I stared at the blank page for a minute. Then I start. Writing. The story was about a boy who gained everything he ever wanted. Not through magic or luck, but through sheer force of will. He climbed and took until there was nothing left to reach for. And then, standing at the top with the whole world at his feet, he realized the thing he'd been chasing wasn't a thing at all. It was a feeling. And the feeling was already gone. King Midas, basically. But without the gold. Just the consequences. I titled it, The Weight of Everything, and turned it in, probably too personal. Whatever. Revo. I never read any of Jordan's writing, but Gia told me he wrote a short story in English that made his teacher stop him after class. She said the teacher told him it was one of the best things a student had turned in. Jordan apparently just said, "Cool," and walked out, which is very on brand. After school, the house was quiet. It usually is when everyone is off doing their own thing. Rue was at her meeting. One of those NA sessions where people sit in a circle and introduce themselves as the worst version of who they've been. I didn't know the details. She didn't share them. But I knew she was going, and that was something. Gia was in her room with a friend, the two of them giggling behind a closed door, the sound carrying down the hallway, proof that at least one person in this family was having a normal adolescence. And I had a job. Zen's text had come in during 6th period. Short and clean, the way they always were. Package. $500. Address incoming. I drove home, changed into something plain, dark jeans, a black hoodie, nothing memorable, and went to the shop. The package was on the workbench. Heavier than usual. I didn't look inside. I never did. That was the arrangement, and the arrangement is what kept me clean on the legal side of things. Plausible deniability. Or something close to it. I set the package in the passenger seat, buckled the seatbelt over it out of habit, and punched the address into my phone. 30 minutes east. An apartment complex I'd never been to, new address. New rules. I opened the center console and pulled out the piece. A Glock 19 with a round in the chamber. I checked it, flicked the safety, and slid it into my waistband at the small of my back that I didn't like carrying. Every time I touched it, something in my chest got tight, like my body was trying to remind me that this wasn't a game. And it wasn't. But I'd made a decision a while back. If it ever came down to my life or my freedom, I'd choose both. The gun was the insurance policy. Hopefully I'd never have to file a claim. Last, I pulled on my mask. A white bandana tied across the lower half of my face and a pair of blue-tinted sunglasses that sat heavy on the bridge of my nose. This was the rule for unknown addresses. Zen never said it explicitly, but the first time I'd gone barefaced to a new spot, he'd looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "You want them to know your face," he'd said. That was enough. The drive was 30 minutes of straight highway turning into side streets, turning into a part of town where the buildings got shorter and the streetlights got fewer. The apartment complex sat at the end of a dead-end road, 3 stories of faded brown brick with iron railings and a parking lot that was half empty. I parked away from the entrance, killed the engine, and sat for a minute. Watched the windows. Counted the cars. Looked for anything that didn't fit. 2 cars near the stairwell. Curtains drawn on the 2nd floor. No movement. I grabbed the package, locked the car, and walked. The stairwell smelled like concrete and cigarette smoke. 2nd floor. Unit 214. I knocked twice, paused, and knocked once more. That was the pattern Zen had texted. The door opened about 4 inches. A chain still on. A pair of eyes looked me up and down, then dropped to the package. "Zen sent me," I said. The chain slid off. The door opened. The man on the other side was older, maybe 40, with a shaved head and a calm expression that didn't match the tension in his shoulders. He took the package without a word. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a folded envelope. I took it. Didn't count it in front of him. That would have been disrespectful, and disrespect at a stranger's door is how situations escalate. "Tell Zen we're good," he said. "Will do." He closed the door. The chain slid back on. I was already walking. Revo. There's this thing about my brother that I've never been able to figure out. He's not reckless. He's not dumb. He makes good decisions like 90% of the time. But that other 10%, the stuff he does when no one's watching, it's like he's playing a completely different game than the rest of us. One where the stakes are real and he's decided he's okay with that, and I don't know if that makes him brave or just a different kind of fucked up. Back in the car, I pulled off the bandana and sunglasses and tossed them in the console. I sat there for a second with the engine off, letting the quiet settle. I opened the envelope. 10 hundreds, crisp and flat. I folded them into my wallet. $500 for 30 minutes and a little bit of fear. That's the math. That's always the math. I started the car and headed home. The exhaust valve stayed closed. Quiet ride. Windows down. The night air coming in warm and heavy with the smell of cut grass and asphalt. On the way, I texted Zen, done. Dropped in the spot. We're good. He replied with a thumbs up emoji. That was the whole debrief. The house was dark when I got back. Gia's friend must have left. Her light was off. Rue wasn't home yet. I put the gun back in the console, went upstairs and sat at the desk. The beat machine screen glowed in the dark like it had been waiting for me. I opened a new project file and started building. A hi-hat pattern first, crisp and tight, then a kick drum that hit low enough to feel in your chest. I layered a sample underneath, something chopped from a soul record, pitched down until the voice sounded like it was singing from the bottom of a well. I worked on it for an hour. Maybe 2. When I finally pulled my headphones off, the house was still quiet. But Rue's light was on down the hall, a thin strip of yellow under her door. She made it home. Good. I saved the project, leaned back and cracked my knuckles. The beat wasn't due any yet. But it was something. Revo that night, I came home from my meeting and the house was quiet. Jordan's light was on. He was making music. Gia was asleep. Mom was working late, and for like 5 seconds, standing in the hallway between their doors, everything felt almost normal. Almost, which in this family is about the best you can hope for. 3-4. Chapter 4. Bad Decisions and the Internet. I was sitting in 4th period, half listening to the lecture, when the whispers started. It moved through the rows the way gossip always does in high school, not loud, just persistent. Phones angled under desks. Elbows nudging. That kind of quiet where everyone is talking about the same thing and pretending they're not. Cat sex tape. I already knew about it. Not because someone told me, but because I remembered. The other version of this world, the one I carried around in my head like a second set of memories, had shown me all of this. The tape. The fallout. Troy and Roy. The principal's office. Cat turning the whole thing into a power play. The strange part wasn't knowing. The strange part was watching it unfold in real time and feeling the gap between what I remembered and what was actually happening. In my memories it all moved fast, compressed into scenes. Here it dragged. The rumor had been building for days. Kids were still debating whether it was really her. The embarrassment was slower, heavier, more human than anything I'd seen on a screen. These are real people. Not characters. Real people living through real shit. And yet, even thinking that, I couldn't stop my brain from doing what it always did, running the angles, mapping the timeline, calculating where things were headed. If the tape is circulating, that means Kat's about to flip the script. She's about to become someone new. Someone bolder, and then, before I could stop it, another thought. Maybe I should fuck Kat. It landed in my head, fully formed, casual and sharp, the way bad ideas always do. Not a plan. Not a fantasy. Just a possibility that appeared. The bell rang before I could argue with myself about it. Revo. Here's the thing about my brother. Jordan's not a bad person. He's just someone who makes decisions the way most people change lanes on the freeway. Quick. And committed. I found Kat at her locker. She was pulling books out with that tight-jawed expression people wear when they're trying to look unbothered. Her jaw was set. Her eyes were a little too focused on the locker's contents. She was pretending to be normal for an audience she hoped wasn't watching. I leaned against the locker next to hers. That's not you, right? She didn't look at me. Of course not. I studied her face for a second. The defiance in it. The way her chin tilted up, daring me to push further. Yeah, I said. I figured. You'd fuck way better than that. That made her turn. She looked at me and something shifted behind her eyes. The tightness in her jaw loosened. Not a smile, not yet, but the architecture of one. Yup, she said. I would. I held her gaze. You down to prove that? Now she smiled. It was quick and sharp and a little reckless, the smile of someone who had been waiting for permission to be the version of themselves they'd been rehearsing in their head. Maybe, meet me after school. I'll be in the parking lot. She closed her locker. Turned the lock. Looked at me one more time. Maybe. Revo. Now, I didn't know about any of this at the time. But looking back, I think this was the moment where Jordan stopped just watching things happen and started making them happen. Which, in my experience, is usually where the problems begin. She showed up. I was leaning against the 350Z, scrolling my phone, the afternoon sun throwing long shadows across the parking lot. Most of the cars were gone. A few stragglers hung around the front steps. The buses had already pulled out. Kat walked toward me with her bag over one shoulder, trying to look casual. She was wearing a black top and jeans that hugged her hips. Her hair was down. She didn't say anything. Just stopped in front of me and raised an eyebrow. "Get in," I said. She got in. The drive was short. 5 minutes. I kept the music low, something with a heavy bass line that filled the silence without making it awkward. She looked out the window. I looked at the road. "Where are we going?" she asked. "My place. Nobody's home." She nodded. Didn't ask any follow-up questions. I liked that about her. Kat wasn't the type to pretend she didn't know what was happening. I unlocked the front door and let her in. The house was empty. Mom was at work. Gia was at a friend's house. Rue was wherever Rue goes when she disappears for the afternoon. Kat looked around the living room like she was cataloging it. The family photos on the wall. Gia's shoes by the door. The faint smell of whatever Mom had cooked that morning. "You live here with Rue?" "And Gia." "And my mom." She turned back to me. So. I stepped forward and kissed her. She kissed me back harder than I expected. Her hands went to my chest, gripping the fabric of my shirt. I pulled her closer, one hand on her waist, the other sliding to the back of her neck. She made a small sound against my mouth, something between a gasp and a hum. I moved to her neck. Kissed it. Sucked on the skin below her ear until she tilted her head and let out a soft moan. My hand dropped to her ass and squeezed. She pressed into me. I slid my other hand down the front of her jeans, over the fabric, and ran a finger across her pussy. The heat came through the denim. "Oh," I said. "You're wet." She giggled. It was nervous and genuine, and it made her seem, for just a second, like exactly who she was, a girl doing something for the second time and wanting badly to look like she'd done it 100 times before. Then she dropped to her knees. She unbuckled my belt and pulled me out. Looked up at me. "Wow." Her eyes widened. "You're big." "Not too big." She smiled. "Not too big." And took me in her mouth. She started slow. Her lips were warm and wet, and she was genuinely trying, to be good at it. Halfway down she gagged, pulled back, tried again. I let her set the pace for a minute, watching the way her cheeks hollowed and her eyelashes fluttered when she went deeper.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
And I put my hand on the back of her head. "I thought you were a slut." She looked up at me with watery eyes and something that might have been a challenge. She went deeper. Wetter. Her tongue pressed flat against the underside, and she found a rhythm, sloppy and deliberate, the kind of effort that came from wanting to prove something. I let her work. When I pulled out of her mouth, a string of spit connected her lips to me. She wiped it with the back of her hand, breathing hard. I turned her around. She braced her hands on the edge of my bed, arching her back as I pulled her jeans down to her thighs. No hesitation. She wanted this. She'd been wanting this, maybe not with me specifically, but this, the act of it, the feeling of being wanted hard enough that someone would take her to an empty house on a Tuesday afternoon. I pushed into her. She moaned. Loud. Louder than I expected, a full-throated sound that filled the room and bounced off the walls. It made me harder. I grabbed her hip with one hand and slapped her ass with the other. She yelped. Then she started pushing back into me, rolling her hips, twerking on it like she was trying to prove a point. Her fingers gripped the sheets. Harder, she said. I gave her harder. Harder. I fucked her until the bed frame knocked against the wall and her moans broke apart into short, breathless sounds that didn't have words in them anymore. Her back arched deeper. Her thighs shook. I pulled out and came on her back. The warmth spread across her skin and she stayed bent over for a second, catching her breath, her face half buried in the sheets. She sat up. grabbed a tissue from the nightstand and cleaned herself off. I pulled my jeans back up and sat on the edge of the bed. The room was quiet. The kind of quiet that follows something loud. "Not bad for your second time," I said. She looked at me. Something flickered across her face, surprise, then defiance, then the faintest crack of vulnerability before she sealed it back up. "Who said it was my second time?" I just smiled. "I can tell." She held my gaze for a long second. Then she laughed. Not a nervous laugh. A real one. Like she'd been caught and was deciding whether to be embarrassed or relieved and had landed on something in between. "Whatever," she said. She fixed her hair in the mirror on the back of my door. Pulled her top back into place. Checked her neck for marks. "You left a hickey." "My bad." "No, it's fine." She covered it with her hair. Looked at herself one more time. "I'll just say it was someone from St. Mary's." I walked her to the door. She stopped on the porch and turned around. "So is this like a thing now?" "It can be whatever you want it to be." She thought about it. "Friends with benefits?" "Works for me." "Cool." She pulled out her phone and started walking. Didn't look back. I watched her until she turned the corner, then closed the door. Revo. I don't know who Jordan was hooking up with at this point, and honestly I didn't care enough to ask. But I noticed he started closing his door more. Which, for a 17-year-old boy, could mean literally anything. But with Jordan, it usually meant he was keeping a secret. And Jordan's secrets always had a way of getting complicated. The house was still empty. I went back to my room and sat at the desk. The sheets were still wrinkled. The room smelled like sweat and her perfume, something vanilla and synthetic. I should have felt something. Guilt, maybe. Or at least the awareness that what I'd just done was calculated in a way that most people would find fucked up if they knew the full context. I knew Kat's insecurities. I knew her arc. I knew that she was in the middle of reinventing herself, and I'd walked into that moment and used it. But the thing is, I didn't feel calculated. Not while it was happening. While it was happening, it just felt like two people who wanted to fuck, and did. That's the thing about knowing the future. It doesn't make you smarter. It just gives you better timing. I pulled up the beat I'd been working on the night before. Put my headphones on. And let the music fill the space where the thinking was. Revo. Here's what I've learned about boys. They will do the worst shit imaginable and then go make a sandwich. Or in Jordan's case, go make a beat. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm saying that the line between a bad person and a person who does bad things is thinner than anyone wants to admit. And most of the time you don't even know which side you're standing on. 4-5. Chapter 5, A Normal Day. I woke up deciding to take Gia out. I don't know why. I just felt like it. Rue had been in whatever orbit she was in lately, and Gia always ended up orbiting around her, waiting for her to be okay. I figured she needed a break from that. Honestly, I did too. My phone buzzed before I even got out of bed. 9:14 a.m. Kat. I sat there for a second looking at the screen. Kat was like that. She'd send you something and never say a word about it, like she already knew what you were gonna think. Maybe that's why she kept sending them to me. I didn't overthink it. I just reacted. She told me things I knew she didn't tell anybody else. I don't know if it was because she trusted me or because she just needed somewhere to put it. Maybe both. I never asked. I figured she'd stop if she wanted to. I sent a hard eyes and put the phone face down. Gia was ready before I was, which wasn't surprising. She was sitting on the couch in her jacket when I came downstairs, looking at her phone. "Where are we going?" "Movies." "You eat already?" "No." "Cool, we'll get food there." She hopped up and followed me out to the Z. I let her pick the auxiliary. She put on SZA. I didn't argue. We were about 10 minutes into the drive when she looked over at me. "Are you making more music?" I glanced at her. "Why?" I showed my friends. They liked it. I checked my phone at the next light. The video I'd uploaded 2 weeks ago was sitting at 10,200 views. I put the phone back down. "Thank you," I said. She shrugged like it was nothing. "Of course." Then she went back to her phone. I kept driving. We were 45 minutes early, so we just walked around for a while. The mall was half dead. It gets like that on a weekday. The stores were open but not really busy. I wish Rue would come out so. "Me times," I said. Gia didn't look up from her phone right away. Then she said, "Yeah. She's a little shy." I laughed. "Just once." "Short. Shy." "Yeah." Gia looked up at me for a second and then looked back down. She knew what I meant. She didn't push it. We ended up at Panda Express. I got a plate, she got a bowl, and we found a table near the window where you could see the parking structure and the gray December sky sitting on top of it. She talked about school. Teachers she liked, teachers she didn't. Some project she had to do with a partner who kept canceling on her. Normal stuff. I ate and listened, then she looked up at me with this expression like she'd been holding something back. Can I ask you something? Shoot, who do you like at school? I leaned back. I think Maddie Perez is fire. Gia laughed out loud, like she actually wasn't expecting that one. Yeah. So do most boys. Then she asked, what about Lexi Howard? Lexi? She's funny. Pretty funny. Low-key pretty. Gia tilted her head. You like Lexi? I don't know. Maybe I'm a whore. She cracked up. The full thing, head down, shoulders shaking. Don't say that. You'll figure it out. I looked at her. She was still half smiling. Yeah. Maybe. We finished eating and threw our trash away, and I stood there watching the parking lot for a second while Gia fixed her jacket. We saw Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. I didn't know what to expect. The animation was doing something I hadn't seen before, like someone took a comic book and figured out how to make it move the right way instead of just copying what live action already did. Miles Morales was a kid from Brooklyn who made beats in his room and had a dad who embarrassed him and still became something. Inspiring. I didn't say any of that out loud though. I just watched. Gia cried a little at the end. She'd deny it if you asked her. On the way home she had the AUX again. She sang quietly to herself, just underneath the music, not performing, just existing in it. I kept the windows up and let it ride. The song ended and there was a gap before the next one loaded. I end that gap. She asked me, do you think Rue is going to kill herself? Or get herself killed? I turned the volume down. I thought about it. Not for long but for real. I hope not, I said. Not if I can help it. Gia nodded and looked back out the window. The next song came on. She didn't sing to this one. 5-6. Chapter 6, Made You Look Part 1. Zen hit me the night before. 11:48 p.m. Zenkum through TMRW. Got something to show you on the tune side. What time delivered Zen after 2. Slow morning. Betreed 11:49 p.m. I left around 1:30 so I could take the long way. I liked driving the Z when I didn't have to rush it. Let the boost build. Hear what it was doing. I had plans for more power, but I didn't want to blow the motor chasing it blind, which is exactly why I needed Zen. I was somewhere on the east side when I saw them, Rue and Jules on the sidewalk with their bikes. Jules was talking, hands moving, telling some story. Rue had her chin down a little the way she did when she was actually listening to something instead of just waiting for her turn to talk. Then Jules said whatever the punchline was and Rue laughed, the real one, the short surprised one that came out before she could decide if she meant to let it. She looked left, clocked the Z. Something shifted in her face. Not bad. Just caught. I rolled the window down. Hey sis. Hey Jules. Jules waved like she'd known me longer than she had. Easy. No weirdness. Rue said hey back. She looked embarrassed about something but I didn't know what and it wasn't my business. They had their bikes so I couldn't do anything there. I figured they were heading to Jules's place. I said bye and kept moving. Zen's shop sat between a muffler place and a check cashing spot, the kind of strip you drove past 100 times without looking at it twice. Inside was different. Lifts, a dyno in the back, diagnostic equipment that cost more than most people's cars. Clean floors. Labels on everything. The other workers thought I was his nephew. That was the story and it was old enough now that nobody questioned it. I walked in, he dapped me and got right to work. You want more power, he said, not a question. So first you need to understand what the stock tune is actually doing and why. He walked me through it from the beginning. How the factory calibration was built around liability and emissions, not performance. How the boost was being cut before it needed to be. How the ignition timing was leaving power on the table. He talked about air-fuel ratios like they were common sense and waited when I had questions and answered them without making me feel stupid for asking. I'd been around cars my whole life in this body. I knew the basics. But there was a difference between knowing how something worked and knowing how to make it work better, and Zen was somewhere past both of those. 5 hours went by. I didn't notice until my stomach did. I drove home with the windows down, running back through everything he'd said, trying to hold on to all of it. Nobody home. I stood in the kitchen and listened to the quiet for a second. Then I reached up above the fridge in a cabinet and got what was left of the cough syrup. Last of it. I poured it slow into a Sprite from the fridge, watched the color sink in, buried the empty bottle under stuff in the trash, took the cup to my room. I pulled the mini fridge out from under the desk and set the cup on top of it. Opened the laptop. The session was still there from 2 nights ago, the beat sitting unfinished, everything roughed in but not done. I put the headphones on and listened back from the top. The bones were right. That low, slow roll underneath everything, almost like the beat was exhaling. I just had to finish building around it and then figure out where my voice fit in. The song was about falling for women who didn't know you. Not a sad song. Just an honest one. The version of that feeling that didn't dress itself up. You see someone. You think about her. She's never thought about you once. That's not a tragedy, that's just Tuesday. I wanted to write it straight. What I didn't say out loud, not to anyone, was that the song already existed. Different timeline. I'd carried it here the way you carry something you memorized a long time ago. The words were in me. The beat I had to rebuild from scratch, just from the memory of how it felt, and that part was hard in a way I hadn't expected. You think you remember something until you try to reconstruct it note by note. I sipped the cup and let it start to work. First take was a mess. I was thinking about the words instead of being inside them, and you could hear it on the playback, stiff, like I was reading out loud. I punched out, sat down, read through everything again. The lean was doing what it does by then. Not heavy, just enough. That thing where your relationship to the room loosens a little and confidence stops feeling like something you have to manufacture. I went back in and started on the hook. Let it come up from somewhere real instead of reaching for it. Making love to the beat so slow, making love to the beat, girl, it sounds so slow. Those first lines were about the music itself, the way a slow beat could feel like something physical, and once I stopped trying to perform that and just said it, it landed. The first verse was about visibility. About being someone nobody had looked at yet. No, you don't know my name, lately all these bitches want is my fame. The irony in it was intentional. He was singing about being unknown but singing it like someone who expected to be heard. That tension was the whole thing. I kept the delivery dry. Didn't push it. I punched in and out through the verse maybe 6 times before I had it. The second verse got more specific and that's where it opened up. Girl, I got a thing for you. Hustle with them dealers when it's time to get that bling for you. Lines about wanting to provide, wanting to be chosen, the whole thing wrapped in a question the girl never actually answers. Can we get past all these one-word discussions? I need to know, girl, I need to know something. I said that last line 3 times before I got the right amount of wanting in it without crossing into begging. Then the bridge. That's where I felt it. Girl, it's obvious you got some problems, it's obvious you got some issues. What if God sent me all in your life and it's obvious I'm here to fix you? I didn't know who I was singing that to when I wrote it. I knew who I was thinking about when I said it out loud. More than one person, honestly. Maybe that's why it hit. When I can't go no longer, I need someone stronger to hold on to get through. I rode that section until the take was right and then I stopped. Listen back. It was a song. A real one. I stayed in the session doing post-production until sometime after 4. EQ on the vocals, compression, sitting the hook above everything else where it belonged, cleaning up the low end so the bass and the kick weren't fighting each other. Small things. Necessary things. When I finally saved the bounce, I just sat there for a minute with the headphones around my neck. School was at 10. I set an alarm, closed everything and laid back. Song NAME by Tory Lanez. 6-7. Chapter 7, Made You Look, Part 2. I walked out of my room and stopped in the hallway. Gia's door was open. Rue was lying on the bed next to her, both of them facing Gia's laptop, watching some show. Gia was under the covers. Rue was on top of them with her shoes still on because she's disgusting like that. They were laughing at something. It looked like how things used to be. Before the overdose. Before rehab. Before all of it. Just 2 sisters watching TV and not thinking about anything. Part of me wanted to walk in. Sit on the floor. Be part of it, but they needed this without me. I walked past. Rue, Gia and I were watching this dumb reality show about people who flip houses. I don't know why we liked it. We just did. And I saw Jordan walk past the door. He slowed down for a second like he was gonna come in. But he didn't. I think he thought we needed sister time or whatever. And maybe we did. But I wouldn't have minded if he stayed. Back in my room. Headphones on. I spent another hour on the mix for NAME, just small stuff. Bringing the vocals up a hair. Tightening the reverb on the hook. Making sure the 808 wasn't clipping on the low end. When it was done, I sat back and listened to it all the way through one more time. Yeah. That's it. That's the one that I decided to make a YouTube channel. Boosted J. Music and car content. I'd been thinking about it for a while and there was no reason to keep waiting. Set up the account, picked a profile picture, black background with the name in white. Simple. Wrote a bio, music. Cars. East Highland, but I wasn't posting the song yet. Not before Gia heard it. Rules are rules. I called Kat on FaceTime. She picked up and she was wearing a cat mask, like a full cat mask. Ears and everything. Just sitting in her room with a ring light behind her. What the fuck? Calm down, she said. She could see my face. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. Your eyebrows said it. She pulled the mask up to the top of her head and told me about it. The camming. The money. How she'd started doing it after the tape thing. How guys online would pay just to watch her sit there in a mask and talk to them. How some of them paid more for less. How it made her feel powerful. I listened. I think she was maybe halfway expecting me to judge her. Tell her it was fucked up. Tell her she was better than that or whatever guys are supposed to say that I didn't. Get your money, I said. She smiled. Not the sharp one she used at school. A real one. Ruevo, Jordan and Kat had this weird friendship that I didn't fully understand. Like they weren't in the same friend group. They didn't really hang out at school. But every now and then I'd see his phone light up with her name and he'd take the call in his room with the door closed, which again, could mean anything. Tell me about Maddie and Nate, I said. And Cassie. And she did. She told me Nate and Maddie were back together, which I already knew, but hearing the details was different. How he bought her a present to make up for the party. How Maddie told everyone she blacked out that night so nobody would ask about the college guy in the pool. How she was already posting couple pics again like nothing happened. It's toxic as fuck, Kat said. But she's happy. Or she thinks she's happy. Which I guess is the same thing. Is it though? Don't get deep on me right now, Jordan. She told me Cassie and McKay were basically a thing now. He drove down from college every weekend to see her. Susie, Cassie's mom, loved him. Lexi tolerated him. Cassie was floating on it. Cassie's always floating on something, Kat said. It's either a guy or a breakdown. No in between. I laughed. She wasn't wrong. We talked for like an hour. About everything and nothing. School. People. Bullshit. She was easy to talk to when it was just us. No audience. No performance. Just Kat being Kat. She might actually be my closest friend right now. Weird how that happened. I told her about the YouTube channel. She followed it immediately. First subscriber, she said. Remember me when you're famous. You'll be my manager. I'd be a terrible manager. Yeah, probably. A beat. Then I said it. I wanna fuck you again soon. She didn't flinch. I'm down. But I wanna try something new. Like what? I don't know yet. I'll think about it. She paused. Also, I met this guy. He paid for my lunch today. Paid for your lunch? Yeah. I couldn't afford a grapefruit and he just bought it. Didn't even ask. Just did it. Sounds like he's trying. Yeah. It was kinda sweet. She shrugged. Anyway, I gotta go. Ring light's calling. Aight. Be safe. Always. She hung up. I stared at the ceiling for a second. Friends with benefits who actually talk. That's either the best setup in the world or the dumbest. I texted Gia. Come to my room for a sec. She showed up a minute later in her pajamas, phone in hand, still on FaceTime with her friend. I could hear the friend's voice tinny and small from the speaker. I didn't say anything. Just turned my chair around, pulled up the file and hit play. NAME filled the room. It was different from Let Me Know. Softer. More R&B than rap. The beat floated and my voice sat inside it instead of on top, melodic and smooth, riding the rhythm like a slow drive. The lyrics were about wanting someone. Not in a desperate way. In that quiet way where you just want them to see you. To know your name. Gia's eyes went wide about 10 seconds in. She looked at me. Then at her phone. Then back at me. Oh my God. She put the phone closer to the speaker. Jordan, is that you? I just smiled from the phone, her friend's voice. Jordan, you're 2 for 2. Gia was grinning now. Full grin. The kind she used to give when she was little and Mom brought home ice cream. Play it again. I played it again. She stood there the whole time, swaying a little, holding her phone so her friend could hear. When it ended, she looked at me with this expression that was part proud and part something else. Something like, I knew you could do this. Post it, she said. Same as last time. Same confidence. Same tone. So I did, uploaded NAME to SoundCloud and YouTube. Same black cover, white text. Simple. Let the song speak. Gia watched me do it, nodded, and walked back to her room. Still on FaceTime. I could hear her telling her friend, my brother's about to blow up. I'm telling you. Ruevo. Gia told me the next morning that Jordan dropped a new song. She played it for me at the kitchen table while I was eating cereal. And I'm not gonna lie, it was good. Like actually good. The kind of good where you forget for a second that it's your brother and you just hear the song. I told her it was cool. She looked at me like I'd insulted her entire bloodline. Cool? It's not cool, Rue. It's fire. Okay. Fire. Whatever. It was fire. 7-8. Chapter 8, Made You Look, Part 3. Rue V.O. I don't know what Jordan does most of the time. That's not me being dramatic, that's just the truth. He moves through the world like he already knows how it ends and he's just filling in the time between. But every once in a while he does something that reminds me there's a whole version of him running underneath the surface that I can't see. I ran on 4 hours of sleep and got to school looking presentable enough not to get asked about it. Walked into bio and stopped. Kat was sitting in the second row in fishnet stockings and a skirt and platform boots with red lips. And she looked like she'd decided overnight to stop giving anyone a reason to come for her. The new outfit wasn't a costume. It was more like she found herself or something that made her feel better than anything before. I slid into the seat next to her. Not my assigned seat. Didn't matter. Hey, pretty. She looked around the room fast, then back at me. Shoo, I laughed. Quiet. 5 minutes before class started. The room was still filling in. I put my hand on her thigh, just resting it there, and watched her face. Her jaw didn't move but her breathing did, just slightly, and I could feel her body react before she made any decision about it. I moved my hand up slow. She was wet through the fabric. She put her hand over mine. Didn't move it. Didn't say anything. Just held it there for a second. She was deciding something, and then she shifted just enough. 3 minutes. She got close to coming. Didn't get there. The bell was going to ring and I wasn't trying to make her finish in the middle of a classroom, so I moved my hand, stood up easy, and went to the back of the room. She looked straight ahead. Chest still up a little. Not looking at me. I sat in the back and paid just enough attention to keep my seat. Then Ethan walked in and took the seat I'd left. Kat looked back at me once. I just smiled. She turned around and started talking to him. Good for both of them. Rue V.O. I don't know what Fesco told Jordan. I don't know what Jordan did with that information. What I know is that somewhere between Fesco's door and Ali's diner I wasn't alone, even though I thought I was. I was home after school when Fesco called. He didn't say much. Just that Rue had been at his door and he hadn't let her in and she'd left. He didn't know where she went. I was outside and in the Z before he finished the sentence. The thing about Rue is she doesn't make great decisions when everything is fine. When she's going through it, the math gets worse. She could be anywhere. She could be doing anything. East Highland at night isn't the kind of place where that ends well if nobody knows where you are. I drove slow. Windows down. Looking. An hour of nothing. Side streets, the alley behind Fesco's, the block near Jules's place. I came back around and widened the loop, and that's when I saw the diner light. I slowed down and looked through the window. Rue's curly hair. A booth near the back. A stack of pancakes in front of her and some older dude sitting across, talking to her. Not a creep situation from what I could read. He looked like somebody who had seen some things and wasn't trying to make her feel bad about anything. She was actually talking back, not just waiting for it to stop. I parked across the street and cut the engine. I sat there the whole time. Didn't go in. She didn't need me in there, she needed to be in there without me. But I wasn't leaving either. About 40 minutes later she walked out. I hit the horn once. Soft. She looked up, found the Z, stood there for a second. Then she walked over, looked at the passenger seat, looked at me, and got in. We didn't say anything the whole ride. Not one word. The radio was off. Just the engine and the road and whatever both of us were carrying. When I pulled into the driveway, I put it in park and left it running. I turned and looked at her. She was looking straight ahead. I love you, I said. Please be better. She didn't say anything for a second. Then she nodded once, got out, and went inside. I sat in the car for another few minutes. Then I went in too. Rue I want to say something about that night and about Jordan specifically. Most people, when they find out someone they love is struggling, they either panic or they disappear. Jordan did neither. He just showed up and stayed close enough to matter without making it about himself. I don't know if he knows how rare that is. I don't think he thinks about it like that. I think he just does it. A week later was the carnival. I got dressed. Red hoodie, black jeans, Bred 11s. Looked in the mirror once and went downstairs. Empty house, those motherfuckers left without me. I got in the Z and drove. The carnival was the kind of loud before you could see it. The carnival was filled with music, generators, children screaming from rides, a distinct smell of fried food and freshly cut grass, and an electric atmosphere permeating the air. I found parking, walked in, and spotted Rue and Jules almost immediately. Jules had her arms around Rue, spinning her a little. Rue was laughing for real. The awkward thing between them from a few weeks back had healed over somehow. Whatever they'd figured out, it was working. I kept moving. Lexi was standing by herself near the Gravitron entrance, looking at her phone with the energy of someone who had realized too late that they weren't really needed where they were. I walked up behind her and put my arm around her shoulders. Hey, baby. She turned and looked up at me. When I get a boyfriend, you're going to have to stop doing that. Yeah, I said. Maybe. She shook her head, but she was almost smiling. I kept walking, found Kat a little while later near the slushie stand. Ethan was next to her, close, the two of them laughing about something. She had a white cherry slushie and she looked relaxed in a way she usually wasn't at school. I didn't interrupt. I just clocked it and moved on. Good for her. For real. Rue found me near the back of the carnival, moving fast. Gia's not answering her phone. How long? Like an hour. I looked at her. She was trying not to show how scared she was and doing a bad job of it. Split up, I said. Text me if you find her. She went left. I went right. 20 minutes of nothing. I looped back toward the Gravitron and kept going past it, out to where the carnival lights started to thin and it got darker. There was a section of fence that had been caved in. A field beyond it. I heard them before I saw them. Loud laughter. Then a firework went off and lit up the silhouettes of a group of kids out in the grass, smoke sitting above them like a low cloud. Then I heard Rue's voice. I stopped at the fence line and watched. She'd found Gia. Gia was clearly stoned, sitting between two boys I recognized, twins, Roy and Troy, from around the neighborhood. Rue was trying to get her up and Gia was being dramatic about it. She felt fine and Rue was acting like it wasn't fine. The twins were egging it on. Finding it funny, then one of them said it. I heard it clear across the field. Was it after you owed? I watched Rue go still. The way she does when something lands somewhere deep and she's deciding whether to let it show. Gia's face changed too. She said stop, quiet, and took Rue's hand, and the two of them started walking away. I was already through the fence. The twin who'd said it was leaning back against the hood of somebody's car, still grinning a little as his brother said something to him. I walked up fast and he registered me about half a second too late. I hit him clean. He came off the hood and went down hard. I hit him 5 more times on the ground. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I got up. Looked at him. His brother was already moving to help him and not moving toward me, which told me everything I needed to know about how this was going to get handled. It wasn't going to get handled. Not publicly. You don't go around telling people you got dropped at the carnival for talking shit about a girl's OD. That's not a story anyone tells. I straightened my hoodie and walked back into the lights. Jordan V.OI found out later what happened at the lake that night. With Jules and Tyler and what Tyler turned out to be. She climbed through Rue's window and Rue held her, and that was the night everything shifted between them. I didn't know any of that when it was happening. I just knew that when everybody came home, something in the house felt different. Like the air pressure had changed. I got home after Rue and GIA.my right hand was swollen across the knuckles, not bad but enough. I stood over the sink and ran cold water over it for a while. The pain was the dull kind and I didn't have any lean. Checked twice. I rolled a blunt instead, sat on the edge of the bed, smoked half of it, and let the carnival noise drain out of my head. The music from outside had stopped. The house was quiet. I put what was left in the ashtray and laid back, was asleep before the room stopped moving. 8-9. Chapter 9, Content is King. 8 a.m. Looked at the clock, looked at the ceiling. Got up, showered. Ate whatever was in the cabine. The house was quiet in that specific Saturday morning way where you feel like the only person on earth who decided to do something about it. I drove to Best Buy. I'd watched enough YouTube to know roughly what I needed. Car content that was actually popping had two things going for it: audio that caught engine sound the way it felt in person, and camera angles that put you inside the drive instead of watching it from the sidewalk. 2 mics, 2 GoPros, extra mounts, SD cards, cable ties. The dude at the register looked at the pile and didn't say anything. I swiped and left, sat in the driveway for an hour figuring out placement. 1 mic taped to the front bumper, 1 to the rear. The turbo spool and the exhaust pop-on decel were the whole point, so I wanted both covered. 1 GoPro on the hood pointing back at the windshield, 1 on the trunk lip angled down toward the exhaust tip. I'd watch the footage back, see which mic was cleaner, which camera angle hit harder. Or run all 4 simultaneously and cut between them. That actually sounded cool. Like a real production instead of just a phone propped against the dash. Started the car and let it idle. Turbo whispered at low RPM. Exhaust had that low burble. Even sitting still it sounded like something I pulled out. East Highland gets busier on weekends. More traffic, more corners, more room to work. I started small. Tagged a couple on the way out, just feeling how the rear end wanted to step, how much throttle it took to hold it there. Tires chirped. Turbo spooled. Exhaust cracked on every lift, the hood GoPro was rolling. I could see it in my peripheral just sitting there. I found the roundabout near the park, came in hot, threw it sideways, fed throttle in a circle. The rear tracked out wide and the car rotated around itself. Smoke off the tires. Exhaust barking every time I modulated the gas. Held it maybe 8 seconds, which feels like a long time when you're committed to something like that. Straightened out and kept going. That was going to look insane on camera. 2 blocks later I saw Maddie and Cassie on the sidewalk. Maddie had sunglasses on and a coffee, talking with her hands. Cassie nodding along. Normal Saturday morning. I came around the corner, found the gap, and put the car sideways. Full donut right in front of them. Tire smoke, exhaust popping on every throttle blip, the whole thing. For seconds maybe, then I straightened up and drove off without looking back. Didn't need to. I knew what that looked like. Nobody out here was calling anybody. Wasn't that kind of place. A car doing donuts was just a car doing donuts. Not anybody's problem. I drove for another hour, the spool. The backfire on decel, that sharp crack that bounced off buildings. The rear stepping out on corner entry and catching itself. 3rd gear, hard on the throttle, the boost slamming in, sober. Full sober. No lean, no weed, nothing. Most fun I'd had clean since I got here. Pulled back into the driveway and sat with the engine ticking down. Grabbed both SD cards and went inside. The hood GoPro was exactly what I thought it would be. Road rushing under the front bumper. Nose pushing through corners. The donut in front of Maddie and Cassie came through clean. You could see the smoke rising, the road surface spinning underneath, the car rotating around its own center like it was on a string. Rear mic caught the exhaust better than the front. More crack. More pop. The sound that doesn't translate through a phone speaker but hits right through headphones. I clipped about 4 minutes of the best stuff. Title card. No music, just the raw audio from the car. Let it breathe. 4:17 p.m. Katwacha doin' editing footage delivered cat off what Lolds did donuts in front of Maddie and Cassie LMAOO read 4:19 p.m. cat WHE loudly crying face OMG they say anything I just drove off check boosted J later delivered couture so stupid I swear skull okay ill watch face with tears of joy read 4:21 p.m. I exported it and uploaded it to YouTube. Boosted J. Second video. No voiceover, no title cards, just the car. Put the laptop on the desk and lay back on the bed with the headphones in, listening to the raw audio one more time. The spool. The boost coming on. The exhaust cracking on decel that I fell asleep listening to it. 9:10. Chapter 10, 03 Bonnie and Clyde, Part 1 We were in my mom's room. Gia was on the bed with Rue, head close to hers, talking about Jules. Playing with her hair like it was nothing. My mom was on her side of the bed half listening, half reading. I was on the floor with my phone, not really doing anything. Mom looked up. Jules stayed over? Yeah, Rue said. Are you two in a relationship? Rue thought about it. Yeah, kind of. I looked up from my phone. So we can have girlfriends over? Mom gave me a look. As long as I meet them. I looked back down. Okay then. Gia laughed. Rue laughed. Mom shook her head. It was a good morning. There were cops at school. 2 cruisers in the lot and a couple of plainclothes guys walking the halls slow, trying to look like they belonged. Everybody knew what it was about. Maddie was in a hoodie, long sleeves, head down. I stayed out of her way. Second period I got called to the office. The principal sat across from me with his hands folded and asked if I'd seen or heard anything about Nate and Maddie. I looked at him. No. I stay far from both of them. I waited a second. Can I leave? He held my eyes like he was reading something. Then he nodded. I walked out. Lexi and Cassie were by the lockers. Hello, cuties. They both laughed too easy. I always appreciated that, Lexi said. I actually have to go, but text me, Jordan. You don't really do that anymore. I will. She left. I looked at Cassie. She still had that faraway thing going on, the McKay situation sitting somewhere behind her eyes. You still with that loser? She looked at me. I don't know. Yes. Like she wasn't sure which one was true. I put a hand on her shoulder. Talk to me sometime. She nodded like she might actually mean it. Party at 6. I pulled up and it was already going, usual setup. Porch smokers, music out the front door, somebody's older brother's car in the way. I found the crew out back. We were smoking, they were drinking. Rue and Jules were over near the fence in their own world. Second rotation I was on. Maddie, Kat, Lexi, and Cassie came through the back door together like they had a plan. Maddie said, "We heard your music. You should freestyle for everyone." I looked at Kat. She gave me this small frown mouth shrug like don't put this on me. What do I get out of it? Exposure, Maddie said. The ability to show your talent to people who actually matter. I didn't move. She glanced sideways. And Cassie will kiss you. Cassie's face did something. Not a no but not a yes. She'd agreed to either. I stood up. Well, that's intriguing. Word moved fast. By the time I got to the living room there were at least 20 people along the walls and more backed into the hallway. Rue and Jules had made it inside. Rue was near the back. I caught her eye. She waved, 2 fingers. I connected my phone to the speaker. Scrolled through beats until I found one with the right amount of room in it. Something a party could breathe inside. Let it play for a few bars. Before I start, I said, there's a little rap cap. People laughed. They didn't know what it meant yet. I let the beat run and came in. Before I put it in I smack her ass, pull out my iFeezy, hit record, turn on the flash. Somebody in the back yelled. A few people started moving. We gon' make a movie like Ray J and Kim Kardashian. Put her on the block list, that's if that pussy trash. Kat covered her mouth. Cassie looked at the floor. I'm young Jay stressing who? It ain't a bitch that I can't smash. Proly fucked her too. It ain't a bitch that I ain't had. Man, this shit is nothing. You the type to hit and brag. Run your mouth too much. I'm starting to think you niggas fags. The room locked in. People were nodding. Hard for me to slow down. I got used to living fast. Bitch, I love the gang on granny. I'ma give them boys my last. Only be with shooters. You can't hang if you don't blast. Please don't try me like Dej Loaf. I put them killers on your ass. Someone near the front said, ooh, at that last line like it meant something personal. Always shouting out my block 'cause bitch, that's where I started. Ahead of my class, yeah, I always been the smartest. Ain't no competition even though they try they hardest. I know they be hating, but I'm in my bag regardless. I paused on the beat. Gave it a bar of space. Give this shit a year or two, let's see who get the farthest. Don't play in these streets before you turn into a target. Maddie had her arms crossed, head tilted. Watching. Not giving anything away. That ARB shooting, I call it G-Unit 'cause you know that bitch stay with .50. Hair trigger, just tap it, don't pull it. Ain't saving no bullets, I shoot till it's empty. The room got louder. Somebody in the back was recording on their phone. Like a yoga trainer, we be stretching shit. We come through with TECs, sending messages. Ain't no talk it out, police chalk him out. Lexi grabbed Cassie's arm. Cassie had stopped trying not to smile. Had to cancel my old bitch she was choosing. I ain't tripping, I don't miss her 'cause a thought gon' be a thought. Niggas from the other side dissing my homies, I ain't tripping, just gon' kill him 'cause a op gon' be a op. Feel like Jordan versus Utah, I'm deadly with that last shot. Back to poking niggas if I lose everything that I got. Lexi yelled at the name drop. A few people turned around and I been teed since I got that news my homie dead. Caught your homie lacking, bop, knocked off his dreads, the energy shifted. Something harder in the room now. People still moving but listening different. Show no mercy for the enemy, nobody getting spared. Man, you niggas bitches, why the fuck would I be scared? 30 shots up in my bomber, mama told me be prepared. Rue was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Jules had a hand on her arm. Rue had that expression where she was trying to look neutral and wasn't fully pulling it off. Did I found the pocket again and let the cadence carry me out. Heard the streets been talking, I know what they said. Boost been grindin', shorty gon' get to that bread. Ballin' like I'm Bryant, nah not Kobe bitch lil ass more noise. People going, see you could stay on the sideline, I'ma run it up instead, let it trail into the beat. Stepped back, the room went up before it remembered it was a party. Kat came over first. Okay, she said. Just that. But her eyes were doing more than her mouth was. Maddie came next. She looked at me for a moment like she was deciding how much to give. Not bad, Jordan. Coming from Maddie, that was a standing ovation. Lexi grabbed my arm. I didn't know you could actually do that. I told you to check the channel. I know. I looked around for Cassie. She was a few feet away but already looking at me. She broke away from whoever she was talking to and walked over. Stopped in front of me. Looked up. I raised my eyebrows. She rolled her eyes a little, then leaned up and kissed me. Not quick. Long enough that people nearby noticed. She pulled back. Face a little flushed. There, she said. Thank you. She laughed and walked away. I watched her go. Across the room, Rue was looking at me. That expression I didn't have a word for. Not mad. Not amused. Somewhere right in the middle of both. I pointed at her. She pointed back, then she turned back to Jules and I went to find another drink. 10-11. Chapter 11, 03-foot Bonnie and Clyde, Part 2. I woke up to a phone that wouldn't stop. Notifications on top of notifications. Instagram, YouTube, SoundCloud, all of it moving at the same time. I sat up and went through it slow. The guy recording at the party had 60,000 followers. He posted the freestyle, tagged me, and people clicked through to my bio, found the other songs, subscribed. Even the car video jumped to 15,000 views overnight. Felt lovely. I'm not going to lie, it felt lovely, but honest? It didn't feel like my audience yet. They came because somebody else pushed them. I'd take it, I wasn't turning down numbers, but I knew what borrowed attention felt like. I'd have to earn the ones that stayed. I got up and went to school. Nate Jacobs was doing the walk of shame. Head down, jaw tight, moving through the hall like if he kept moving fast enough nobody would see him. Half the school was seeing him. I laughed. Out loud. I don't think he noticed. Didn't matter. Some shit is just funny. Zen called after school. Delivery. 2 hours out, client hands me 3,000, I keep one. Standard. I gassed up on the way out. Pulled into the station and saw Cassie and Kat at the next pump. I waved them over. Cassie came up with that small smile. Hey Jordan. I'm still thinking about that freestyle. Good. I'm thinking about doing one every Friday and posting it. That sounds actually cool. I looked at Kat for a second, then back at Cassie. So you've been hanging with that weirdo Daniel but ducking me? That's cold, Cass. She looked at me straight. I'm not ducking you. I have a boyfriend. McKay. Remember? She walked back to the pump. I got in the car and started it. I pulled out. 0.2 hours to Oakland is a good drive when the car is right and the freeway opens up. I kept a comfortable pace, not stupid about it, just moving. Playlist on. Nothing to think about. Just the road and the boost sitting ready whenever I wanted it. 0.5 minutes out, I pulled off and parked. Mask. Glasses. Hoodie up. Package checked. I patted the pocket where the piece sat under the fabric, made sure the zipper was flat. Then I drove to the address. Quiet residential street. Small house. Grass that needed cutting. I parked half a block down, walked up, knocked. The door opened. Old white man. Nothing but his underwear, standing there like it was the most normal thing. He looked at me, held out his hand. I passed the package. He put money in my palm and closed the door. I walked back to the car. Sat down. Counted it. 2,500. Counted it again. Still 25. I sat there. Then I pulled the gloves out of the center console, put them on, got out, and walked back. I knocked hard. The kind of knock that doesn't ask. On a quiet street at night in a neighborhood like this, the last thing he wanted was more of that. He cracked the door. I pushed it open, stepped in, closed it. You're short. I punched him. Not a conversation opener, just a fact made physical. And don't say it was an accident. He got his hands up. I'm sorry, I just couldn't afford it, my medicine costs and… I slapped him before he finished the sentence. Did I know how that reads? Didn't care then, don't care now. The people who buy from Zen are all liars, degenerates, and addicts. Every single one. Maybe the medicine thing was even true, probably was, but he knew the price when he ordered. He opened the door in his underwear at 9 o'clock at night thinking I'd just eat the difference and drive 2 hours home. That was a choice he made. I walked past him to the bedroom. Nightstand drawer. Envelope. 5,000 in it, rubber banded neat like he'd been saving it. I took 1,500. The math was 3,000 owed plus the extra work of coming back to the door, so 1,500 on top of what he'd already handed me put me right. Maybe a little under right, honestly. He was lucky I was keeping track and not just cleaning him out. I left 3,500 in the envelope and put it back. He was sitting on the couch when I came back through. Hand on his face. Not looking at me. I walked out and closed the door. Counted everything in the car. 3,000 even on my end, mask off. Glasses off. I sat there for a second, then I got on the freeway and drove home. The Z sounded good at night with nothing around it. I turned the music up and didn't think about the old man at all. He had 3,500 left and a lesson he probably needed. 11-12. Chapter 12, the next episode Halloween. I went as Ghostface. Full mask, black robe, the whole thing. It made sense. Nobody knows who you are, nobody expects anything from you, and if you need to disappear into a crowd, it's the easiest costume on earth to do it in. I drove to the party and walked in alone. First person I spotted was Lexi, Bob Ross. Full costume, afro wig, paint palette, the little PBS painter beard. I stood there for a second just looking at her. She was so lame sometimes. In the most specific, genuine, completely her way. I kind of loved it. I was about to go say something when I saw her and Rue move fast toward the back of the party. That look people get when something's wrong. I'm nosy. I followed them. Gia. And that twin from the carnival, Rue had him by the tie, pulling him through the kitchen. Lexi right behind her. They pushed into a room and the door closed. I waited. Couple minutes later the door opened and he came out looking like he'd just gotten a lecture from God. Pale. Eyes a little red. I let him get about 4 steps down the hall before I grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the room. I closed the door behind us. He turned around and clocked the ghost face mask looking back at him. You think I'm a pussy, nigga? I punched him in the stomach. Not trying to knock him out, just enough that he felt it in his whole body, enough that he folded forward a little and had to grab his own knees. Stay away from my sister. While he was still hunched I slapped him. Open hand across the back of his head. Then I walked back out into the party like none of it happened. Ghostface does what Ghostface does. I found everyone I knew spread across the party. Kat with Ethan somewhere. Cassie in her Alabama Worley costume looking like she was dealing with 3 things at once. Maddie watching the room. Somebody asked if I was going to rap. Yeah. Maybe. 30 minutes later I was in the living room. I'd picked a beat while I was waiting. Something harder than the last party. More locked in. The kind of beat where the bass sits low and there's no softness in it anywhere. People crowded in fast. Word had moved from the last time. I pulled the mask up just enough to get the mic close, let the beat run 2 bars and came in. Aye bitch, what up? They block, it's time to slide, fuck him up. More people moving. Someone near the back was already recording. Lil bro walking up, masked up, suited up. Catch him by the store, up the pole, shoot it up. Switch up on a Glock, make him hop, double Dutch. Lil bro over cold, he got 2 poles, doubled up. The energy in the room was different from the last time. Harder. People weren't just listening, they were in it. Somebody in the front was bouncing on every bar. Glizzy, that's my dog, he'll catch you, bite you up. Treat the ops like blunts, hit a CU. Light him up. I hit the pocket and slowed down just enough to let it breathe. Don't hype him up cause he'll die. Have your whole block cry, his balloons in the sky. A few people went quiet at that one. The room didn't stop but something shifted. The difference between party energy and something realer. Now the ops want me dead so I tell him come try. But I slide first, all they hear is fa, that's that nigga, somebody yelled from the side. The crowd was loud now, filling in between bars. Like a track star, I'm on my block really running shit. I do this shit in real life, boy this shit is not a skit. I caught a glimpse of Lexi through the crowd. She wasn't bouncing. She was just watching me with that still expression she had sometimes, the one where you couldn't tell if she was impressed or worried or both. 'Member putting tape up on the mag just to make it fit? I remember sliding every day. I wasn't at the park. I ain't have a lighter, but I really had to make a spark. Keep that iron on me like my real name was Tony Stark. People lost it at that line. A few people repeated it. All you see is spark, spark, spark. I'm trying to leave a mark. Nigga, that I came back to the hook, and this time when I hit it, the whole room was already there. "Aye, bitch, what up?" They yelled it back. Loud. Like they'd been rehearsing. They say they on they block. It's time to slide. Fuck him up. The room repeated the second half of every line on its own now. I didn't have to cue them. By the time I hit the final hook, they were running it back with me word for word, 20 people shouting it like they'd known it their whole lives. I treat the ops like blunts, hit a cut, light him up. I let the beat play out and stepped back. The room went up. I pulled the mask back down. People were slapping my back, saying stuff, asking questions. I gave one-word answers and moved through it. I wasn't trying to perform. After the performance, I found a spot near the wall and stood there with a drink. Across the room I saw Lexi still looking at me. When I looked back, she didn't look away. She just gave me this small thing, not quite a smile, more like an acknowledgement. Like she was filing something away. I raised my cup at her. She shook her head a little and went back to watching the party. I stayed until things started winding down, then I found my keys and walked out, still in the mask. TWELVE song What Up PGF Nook Polo G13. Chapter 13, Hellcat, 4 a.m. Zen's text came in while I was still half asleep. I read it twice before I sat up. Big job. 8,000. Old man in Long Beach had a Hellcat Charger sitting in his driveway, hadn't moved in days. Probably on vacation. Zen needed it at a chop shop by 9 a.m. He had a tool that could pop any car in under 5 seconds. He'd get it to me in the morning. I put the phone face down on the mattress. A Hellcat. That was a different category of thing entirely. I went back to sleep. Woke up at 7. Made food, grabbed an energy drink. Checked on Gia and Rue, checked on Mom. Everyone was good. I drove to Zen's. The tool looked like a satellite dish mounted to a backpack frame. He walked me through it. Pointed at the door handle, pressed the button, it cycles frequencies until it finds the match. Modern dodges took about 3 seconds. He said go at night but be at the shop by 9. I said okay and drove home. Parked the Z, ordered an Uber to Long Beach. Found a motel 20 minutes from the address. Cash only, no ID. The place had seen everything and remembered nothing. Checked in. Set an alarm for 8 p.m. At 9 I ordered another Uber to the McDonald's 3 minutes from the house. The driver was maybe 50, talkative. He looked at the backpack in my lap. "What's in there if you don't mind me asking?" "Science fair project. Meeting my lab partner for the last part." "That's cool. I always wished I was better at science." I nodded and let him talk the rest of the way. He dropped me at McDonald's. I went in, ordered a large coffee, sat by the window for 10 minutes and watched the street. Quiet. Residential. Nothing moving. I put my headphones in. Nipsey. Rap niggas. Pulled my hood up and walked out. 0.3 minutes from the McDonald's, GPS in my ear, mask folded in my pocket. I walked at a normal pace. Nobody on the street. Porch lights on here and there, a dog somewhere a few blocks over. Then I saw it, yellow and black Hellcat Charger. Sitting in the driveway, wide body, dual exhaust. It did not belong in front of that house and it knew it. I walked past without stopping. Camera mounted between his house and the neighbors, pointed straight at the car. Motion detection. The second I touched the door handle, it was going to push an alert to his phone. He'd see me on the feed or he'd see the car gone. Either way, the clock started the moment I moved. I turned the corner, got everything ready. Mask on, hood tight, backpack unzipped, tool in my right hand, then I ran. Driver's side door. I jammed the tool against the handle and hit the button. 1, 2, 3. The locks popped, the camera flash fired the same instant. Motion light above the garage came on full white. I yanked the door, threw myself in, backpack onto the passenger seat. The push button start read the clone signal and the engine turned over. The sound hit me before I was fully seated. 6.2 liter supercharged Hemi at idle. Not loud, not aggressive, just enormous. A low dense rumble that came up through the seat and into your sternum and stayed there. I put it in reverse and backed out clean. Kept it under 40 all the way to the end of the block. 2 minutes out, steady, I heard sirens. Distant. Multiple units, converging from different directions. He checked his phone fast. I found the on-ramp and got on the freeway. 4:05 at night. 3 lanes, light traffic. I merged into the center and held 70. Normal speed. Nothing to see. The sirens were still behind me, working the surface streets. Not on the freeway yet. I gave it 30 seconds. Then I moved left and put my foot down. The supercharger whined and the car went. Not gradually, not building. It just went. 70 to 90 to 110, and the engine wasn't working hard, wasn't straining. It was barely getting started. The speedometer kept climbing and the Hellcat kept pulling, and there was no drama in it at all, just raw displacement doing exactly what it was built to do. 120. Lane markers strobing white under the headlights. A silver sedan doing 65 appeared ahead. I went around it on the right. The gap opened and closed in under a second. The wind buffet rocked me when I cleared it. 130. The freeway curved left and the Hellcat tracked through it, wide body planted, rear tires holding, all that weight working in my favor for once. I eased off just enough through the apex and came out still climbing. No pursuit. The sirens had disappeared completely. Either they never made the freeway or they lost me in the first minute. I held it at 120 for another mile, then let off and coasted back to 80. Moved into the center lane. Breathed. My hands were steady on the wheel. The engine dropped back to that low idle rumble and sat there, unbothered. I thought about the Z for a second. What Zen could do with a platform and an engine this size. Then I let the thought go. Not my car. Job to finish. I set the GPS for the shop and drove the rest of the way clean. Pulled in at 8:47 a.m. 2 guys came out before I had the door open. One of them walked a slow circle around the Hellcat and ran his hand along the hood without saying anything. I left the fob on the seat, grabbed the backpack and called Zen. It's there. Good. You good? Yeah. Ubered back to the motel, grabbed my stuff, took another one home, walked in the front door at 10. The house was quiet. I put the backpack in my closet, sat on the edge of my bed and took my shoes off, lay back. The supercharger was still going in my head. I closed my eyes and laughed like a child, pure joy. 13:14. Chapter 14. Bad Bitches and Depression. I woke up happy. No reason in particular. Sun hit the blinds different, or the Hellcat was still doing laps in my head, or my brain just decided to give me one for free. Either way, I was up before my alarm, 8, and out the door before anyone else in the house was moving. I needed a Hellcat. My own. I was going to figure out how. Saw Cassie in the hallway before first period. She looked better than she had earlier in the week. Still a little behind her eyes, the way people look when something heavy just happened and they're deciding whether to carry it or put it down. But she was dressed, hair done, moving through the hall like she remembered how I fell and stepped next to her. Hey, sexy. She looked over and smiled. Real one. Hey, Jordan. Let's hang Saturday. She slowed a little. That hesitation where someone's weighing something you can't see. I'll let you know, she said. That works. I let her go. Didn't push it. Tried to keep an eye on Maddie the rest of the day too, emphasis on tried. Maddie was in a mode I couldn't read. Not sad, not performing, not anything I had a name for. Just present in a deliberate way, like she was conserving energy. Every time I thought I had a read on her, she shifted. I let it go. Some people you watch from a distance and that's the whole relationship. Came home and Rue was in bed. Mom said she had the flu. I didn't say anything to that. Gia came into my room around 8, sat on the floor with her back against my bed, and we talked about nothing for an hour. School drama, dumb videos, some girl in her class with a grudge from a sleepover 2 months back. I didn't have to track it hard. I just had to be there. That was a Gia thing. Sometimes she just needed a room that wasn't tense. Few days later Cassie texted, Cassie, okay, I'm down. What were you thinking me, whatever it takes 3 dots. Then, Cassie, LOL okay. Pick me up at 7. She came out in a crop top, tight pants, sneakers. Hair down. She looked good and she knew it and she wasn't doing anything special about it, which made it better. You're sexy ASF, I told her when she got in. She laughed and looked out the window. Shut up. We hit the arcade first. She was competitive in a way I didn't expect. Got genuinely upset when she lost at air hockey, demanded 2 rematches, won the second one and didn't let me forget it. We ate after, a spot downtown, nothing fancy, just good. Then I took her to the mall and told her to pick something. She looked at me. You don't have to do that. I know. I was tricking, no question. But I was young and I had money, and watching her light up in a store was more interesting than whatever else I would have spent it on. She smiled the whole time. Not the performed smile she used at school. Something smaller and more real. We were eating in the food court when she brought it up, just dropped it in between bites. Casual, like she'd been carrying it for a while and finally found somewhere to set it down. I had a pregnancy scare. I looked at her. That's insane. Yeah, McKay? Yeah. She poked at her food. He freaked out. Like, understandably, but also. How bad? Bad enough. She shrugged. He kept saying he wasn't ready. Like I was asking him to sign something. You okay? She considered that for a second. I think so. I just wanted to dream about it for a minute, you know? I wasn't even saying I wanted to keep it. I just wanted a minute. I nodded. Didn't say anything else. Let her talk, she was actually smart. Like, moved through the world smart, the kind that doesn't need a classroom to work. She noticed things. Read people well. It was sad in a specific way how nobody had ever really pushed her to do anything with it except be pretty and available. But that wasn't my problem to solve. It wasn't my job. We were parked outside her place when she kissed me. No lead up. Just turned and kissed me slow, one hand on the side of my face. I kissed her back. She tasted like the cherry coke she'd had at dinner, and she was warm. Her hand moved down. Found me through my jeans and held that I was already getting hard. She felt it and kept her hand there and looked at me, not asking permission exactly, just checking that I pulled her onto my lap. She laughed a little, the car being what it was. Low bucket seat, center console in the way, not exactly built for this. You know this is a small car, I said, between her mouth and mine. She didn't answer that. Just reached down, worked my zipper and pulled her pants to the side, and then she shifted her hips and found the N.G.L.E. and sank down slow, and both of us went quiet. Fuck, I said, her eyes closed. She had one hand braced on the headrest behind me, and she just moved, unhurried, doing exactly what she wanted. Not performing. Not thinking about me, honestly, which was fine. She was somewhere else and I was just there, hands on her hips, engine ticking as it cooled down outside. She came with her forehead pressed against mine, quiet, just a sharp breath, and then her whole body going still for a second. Then she sat back. Fixed her pants. Pushed her hair out of her face, looked at me like nothing had happened and said, "Thanks for tonight." Anytime. She got out of the car. I watched her go inside and then sat there for a minute in the dark. I got home late. First thing I saw was the bowl of cereal still sitting outside Rue's door. Same one I'd put there that morning. Untouched. I picked it up and took it to the kitchen and stood at the sink. Then I heard it, from the hallway. Soft at first, then not. Rue on the floor of her room crying. Not the kind you do when something specific happened. The other kind. The kind that comes from somewhere underneath everything, the kind that's been waiting. I set the bowl down. I went and sat on the floor in the hallway with my back against her door and didn't say anything. Didn't go in. Just put myself there so she'd know she wasn't alone on the other side of it. She cried for a while. I stayed until it stopped. 14:15. Chapter 15. Drinking and dancing. 2 weeks later, Rue and Jules made up. I didn't ask what happened. Rue didn't say. Jules was just back and the two of them were good again, or good enough. That was the whole story as far as I needed it. It was the week before winter formal. So naturally another party. Basement spot. Older cousin, no questions, enough people to fill every corner. I grabbed a drink and found a wall. Cassie and Maddie had been going since before they got there. You could tell. Not messy, just in that zone where everything feels a little easier than usual. They were dancing together, and at first it was just dancing, and then Cassie did something with her hips and her hands went above her head and she looked over her shoulder at nobody in particular, and the whole thing changed. Maddie watched her for maybe 2 seconds. Then Maddie smiled. That Maddie smile, the one that meant she was about to do something and she already knew she was going to win. She stepped in close and matched Cassie move for move, and then went a little further, rolled her body slow, hands sliding down her own waist, and Cassie laughed and pushed her, and they grabbed each other and kept going. Back and forth like that. Cassie would do something and Maddie would one-up it, and Cassie would laugh and come right back. They were having the best time. That was the thing. They weren't performing for the room. They were performing for each other and the room just got to watch. I was the only guy anywhere near them that I did not move. I did not speak. I held my cup and I watched and I was very grateful for God's mercy. Then I caught Kat off to the side. Phone out. Horizontal. Steady. I made a mental note. Next morning I found them separately and asked the same thing. That video from last night. I want to use it for a music video. Maddie raised an eyebrow. What song? One I haven't made yet. She looked at me for a second like she was deciding something. Then, send it to me when it's done. Cassie didn't even hesitate. Yeah, obviously send it. I texted Kat.me, send me that video from last night, Kat. Which one? LOL me, you know which one, Kat. LMAO okay, but you owe me 40 minutes later. It was in my camera roll. 47 seconds. I watched it once, locked my phone and started working. 3 days straight I needed the beat to feel like they looked. Something slow and heavy on the bottom, the kind that gets into you before you decide to let it. I worked it until it was right, then laid the vocals down the morning of the formal. 3 takes. Used the second one. Mixed it, synced it to the video, watched it back once, done. They were all at Kat's getting ready. I wasn't going to formal. I texted Rue I was coming through. Rue, why me? I made something, Rue. Okay, weirdo, come. I walked in and the place was loud. Dresses on every surface, 2 curling irons plugged in, someone's playlist going. Jules was doing Lexi's hair. Kat was on her phone on the couch. Rue was floating around in a bathrobe eating a granola bar like she lived there, which at this point she basically did. Maddie was already fully dressed, leaning against the wall looking like she always looks. Like she already knows how tonight ends and it goes her way. She had a cup in her hand and she was just watching everything, that half smile she does. Cassie was at the mirror still working on her hair. She had on this dress, deep neckline, fit like it was made for her. She saw me in the mirror when I walked in, gave me a look, went back to what she was doing. Okay, what is it? Rue said. Get everybody in the same room. She yelled. People moved. It worked. Kat on the arm of the couch. Lexi on the ottoman. Jules standing near the kitchen. Maddie still against the wall. Cassie had turned from the mirror and crossed her arms, waiting. Rue next to me with her granola bar. I hit play. Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come tip her, she's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her, she's feeling all the liquor. The beat dropped and right on time there they were on the screen. Cassie and Maddie. That basement. Cassie's hands up, head back, hips rolling. Maddie right there with her, smiling, body moving slow. Maddie pushed off the wall. She walked over, took my phone right out of my hand and watched it up close. Didn't say anything for a second. Just watched herself on the screen while the beat ran. I'm a pothead. True enough, at your ex's crib and you're booed up. Take it slow, baby. We in no rush. Oh my God, Lexi said. Cassie made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. Her hand came up over her mouth and she was staring at the phone in Maddie's hand. Believe me, I'm out here, you see me in action, catchin' round blunts like a hot potato and you dancin' on the table, gushin' like volcano. Jordan, Rue said. Quiet, trying not to laugh. I know. Jules had her hand over her mouth too, but she was fully smiling behind it. Kat was watching over Maddie's shoulder now, tilting her head at her own camera work. Okay, the angle is really good. Kat, you literally recorded us, Cassie said. And I did a great job. Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come tip her, she's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her, she's feeling all the liquor. Maddie looked up from the phone. Looked right at me. You made this beat? Yeah, this whole song. 3 days. She looked back at the screen for one more second. Then she turned to the room and said it flat and final. This goes crazy. Thank you, I said. I want credit when it blows up. You're in the video. Verbal credit. Say my name. You got girls in here? I'm recruitin'. I've been sippin' on Patron and wine. I'm just trying to have a good fucking time. Cassie had walked over now. She was standing next to Maddie looking at the screen, her arms still crossed, bottom lip between her teeth. Then she looked at me. You were just standing there watching us the whole time. I mean, yeah. She uncrossed her arms. Post it. Already planning on it. Baby girl, if you fucking with me then we gettin' bands. How you movin'? You deserve a couple racks. Maddie handed me my phone back, and then without making a big thing of it she just started moving. Right there in the middle of Kat's living room. Not a full performance, just her body doing what it does when a beat is good enough. Slow and easy, one hand on her hip, the other holding her cup out to the side. She looked at Cassie. Cassie looked back at her. Then Cassie laughed and started dancing too. They just picked up where they left off the night before, just the two of them, in a living room now instead of a basement, dresses on instead of whatever they wore to the party, and it didn't matter. They were doing their thing. Laughing, hyping each other up, Maddie doing a little dip and Cassie losing it. Lexi was smiling watching them. Jules too. Rue looked at me and shook her head like she couldn't believe I existed. Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper, somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper, somebody come tip her, she's dancing like a stripper, somebody come get her, she's feeling all. The liquor song ended. Maddie reached past me and hit replay. Nobody stopped her. FIFTEN song come get her. Ray Shremmerd 16. Chapter 16. Insomnia. Everyone was at the winter formal. I was at my desk, not in a sad way. I just didn't want to go and I had things to think about. I opened my notes app and looked at the number. 15,000. That's what I had saved. Between the Zen jobs, the channel starting to move, the Hellcat money. $15,000 sitting in two different accounts with my name on them. I needed a Scat Pack. A Challenger Scat Pack 392, 485 horsepower, wide body if I could get one, something I could actually build on. New off the lot was 3540. That wasn't happening. But there were other ways. I opened Facebook Marketplace. First one I found was in Las Vegas. Clean title, 2019, low miles, listed at 10,000. The price was wrong for what it was. Way too low. I looked at the photos. Looked at the VIN in the windshield picture. Looked at the seller profile, which was 3 weeks old and had no other listings, stolen. Obviously. I kept scrolling. Second one was local. 2020 wrecked, front end gone, airbags deployed. 5,000. The chassis was straight in the photos, which was the part that mattered. Engine looked untouched. I sat back. A stolen clean car and a wrecked local one. Swap the VINs. The wrecked one's plates and paperwork go on the Vegas car. Suddenly you have a clean, drivable Scat Pack with a legitimate looking title for 15,000 all in, maybe less if I could talk the local guy down. I looked at flights to Vegas. 30 minutes. $112 round trip if I booked 2 days out. I put the laptop down and looked at the ceiling. Day after tomorrow, Vegas. Tomorrow, set everything up on the local end. Find a shop that wouldn't ask questions, line up the paperwork, figure out transport. I had a plan. That's when the sleep stopped working. I was tired. I knew I was tired. My eyes were heavy and I kept losing the thread of whatever I was thinking, which should have meant I was about to go out. But every time I got close something else came up. A detail about the VIN swap. A question about the flight. Whether the local seller would negotiate. My brain just kept going, topic to topic, and sleep stayed right at the edge and wouldn't come. An hour passed. Then another. I got up and got a glass of water. Came back. Lay down. Stared at the ceiling. The house was completely quiet. Everyone still out. I took a Xan. It hit after about 20 minutes. That warm, heavy feeling coming up from the back of my neck, my shoulders dropping, everything going a little slow. Sleep was right there. I could feel it, and then my brain found something else to think about. I don't even know what it was. Something small. Something that didn't matter. But it was enough to keep the door open, and I lay there wobbly and tired and awake for another hour, the Xan doing its thing but not quite enough to shut everything down. I gave up. Got up, opened YouTube, put something on. Watched for 3 hours. Nothing specific. Just whatever came up next. My eyes were open but I wasn't really watching. Somewhere around 3 a.m. I opened the laptop. I had a beat I'd started a few weeks back and never finished. Slow, stripped down, not much to it. I'd left it sitting because I didn't know what it was supposed to be yet. I looked at it for a minute. Then I reached under my bed and pulled out the guitar. I hadn't touched it in months. The low E was slightly flat. I tuned it by ear, which took a few minutes, and then I just started playing over the beat. Nothing specific. Just whatever my hands found, and then I started singing. I don't know where it came from. I wasn't thinking about any girl exactly, or maybe she was life, just that specific feeling of giving something to someone and not getting the same thing back. Of wondering afterward if you were worth what you put in. I'd been carrying that for a while without a place to put it. I played and sang and let it go where it went. Then I stopped and went back to the laptop and started building the song around what I'd just done. Pulled the tempo down. Stripped out 2 of the drum layers. Brought the guitar in where it fit. Worked on it for 2 hours straight, which I didn't notice until I looked up and it was light outside. 6 a.m. I was finally tired enough that I could actually feel it in my bones, that deep worn-out feeling where your body stops asking and just tells you. But I had to hear the final version first. I hit play and leaned back in my chair with my eyes closed and listened. Can't seem to find someone's shoulder, will I rely on when it's over? Took a chance with you, it made me colder better on my own when it's all over, so when I'm weak, who do I call? My God, it hurts, I can't be calm, what do? Do I run? Tired of hate, tired of love. Ivy dug my nails into my arms, she turned and left with all my scars. What is my worth? What is my worth? Gave my love a piece of me, she put my heart beneath her feet, she turned and left the question, what's my worth? Gave my love a piece of me, she put my heart beneath her feet, she turned and left the question, what's my worth? My worth, my worth. I kept my eyes closed after it ended. Didn't move for a minute. Then I closed the laptop and lay down on my bed with my shoes still on, and I was asleep before I could think of one more thing. 16-17. Chapter 17. How? Woke up at noon and got straight to work. I texted Zen first. Me, I need someone who does clean vins. Local Zen, give me an hour. He sent an address 40 minutes later. No name, no context. Just an address in Compton and a thumbs up. Good enough. I called the local seller before I did anything else. Guy had a 2020 Scat Pack sitting wrecked in his driveway, front end caved in, airbags gone. He'd been asking $6,000. I told him I'd give him $4,000 cash today and I could tow it myself so he didn't have to deal with it. He sat on that for about 30 seconds and said fine. $4,000. I'd already done the math. Vegas car plus this one plus the shop work plus wrap and paint came out to just under 14. I had 15. It was tight but it worked. I booked the flight. Next morning, 7 a.m., McCarran and back same day. Then I spent the rest of the afternoon getting everything pre-staged. Called Zen's shop and told them what was coming and when. Bought wrap, primer, a few cans of touch-up. The car was going to have to look different fast. Color, plates, anything visible from the street. You don't drive something hot looking exactly like it looked when it disappeared. Vegas was an in and out. I Ubered from the airport to a McDonald's 2 blocks from the address, same move as the Hellcat job. Walked over. The car was sitting in a driveway exactly where the listing said it would be. 2019 Scat Pack, Destroyer Gray, low miles, looked clean. The seller came out. Late 30s maybe, big guy, friendly, he talked a lot. He walked me around the car like he was proud of it. Pointed out the tires. Opened the hood and gestured at the engine like I wouldn't know what I was looking at. I kept my face neutral and let him talk. The whole time I was running through it. If he was a cop, this whole thing ended here. I was a minor. I could play dumb. Ignorant kid who saw a deal online, came to look, didn't know anything about any title issue. That was a defensible position as long as I hadn't touched paperwork yet, but the longer he talked the more I doubted it. A cop running this kind of sting would be tighter. Better story, less rambling, more pressure. This guy was either completely clean and just selling a stolen car he didn't know was stolen, which happened, or he was the most relaxed undercover in the history of law enforcement. I went with option 1. I handed him the cash. He handed me the keys and the title. We shook hands. He went back inside. I got in and drove to the airport and turned the car in at the rental lot next door, which wasn't a rental lot, it was just an empty row where I'd arranged for Zen's guy to pick it up on a flatbed that afternoon. Ubered back. Flew home. Wheels down by 4 p.m. The shop worked fast. VIN plates swapped front to back, wrecked cars documentation transferred over, numbers filed where they needed to be filed. Zen's guy knew what he was doing and didn't need me to explain anything twice. While they worked the mechanical side, I handled the cosmetics. Pulled the Destroyer Gray wrap off and laid down a matte black over 2 days. Swapped the stock wheels for a set of staggered 20s I'd been holding onto. Tinted the windows a shade darker. By day 3 it didn't look like the same car. Day 4 I drove it to the DMV. Sat in the waiting room for 40 minutes watching a woman try to explain her situation to a clerk who had clearly stopped caring sometime in 2014. When my number came up I walked to the window, put the paperwork down, answered 3 questions, paid the fee, walked out with a registration sticker. I sat in the Scat Pack in the DMV parking lot for a minute. 485 horsepower, wide body, matte black, legal on paper. Mine. I started it up. The 392 sounded completely different from the 350Z. Deeper, heavier, more chest than throat. The Z was loud and sharp and wanted you to know it. The scat pack just sat there at idle and rumbled like it was bored and could wait as long as it needed to. I pulled out of the lot and drove home the long way. Mom was in the kitchen when I came through the door. She looked at me. Looked out the window at the driveway. Looked back at me. There are 2 cars in my driveway. Yeah, Jordan. Mom. She put down whatever she was holding. How do you make so much money? I had the answer ready. I had been sitting on it for a while actually, waiting for this exact conversation. You know how shops quote people for repairs and parts and the labor is like half the total? Okay, I do the same work for half what they charge. I buy the parts myself so the customer pays me directly, no markup on parts. Just labor at half rate. I shrugged. Word gets around. People refer their people. It adds up. She looked at me for a long moment. Trying to find the hole in it, there wasn't one. It was a real thing people did. It was exactly the kind of hustle that sounded right coming out of my mouth. Plausible, practical, something she could picture me doing. You need to be reporting that income, she said finally. I know. I will. I mean it. I hear you, Mom. She looked out the window at the scat pack one more time. Then she picked up what she was holding and went back to what she was doing. I went to my room, lay back on my bed. 2 cars in the driveway. I closed my eyes and let that sit for a second. 1718. Chapter 18, Cassie and Complications. Zen had another job the next day, industrial. Some kind of machine. I did not ask what it did or where it was going. I picked it up, made the drop, collected $5,000, and drove home. I sat in the driveway and looked at the money for a second. Then I ordered the parts. Cold air intake, catback exhaust, performance tune, upgraded intercooler. Everything bolt-on. Parts came over 2 days and I spent the weekend in the driveway working through it. Last thing was the mid-muffler delete. I was under the car finishing the second cut when I heard footsteps on the sidewalk slow down and stopped. I slid out. Cassie. Standing at the end of the driveway in sweats, hands in her pockets, looking at the car and then at me. You busy today? She said. Give me an hour. I expected her to leave and come back. Instead, she sat down on the curb and started talking. Something about Lexi, something about her mom, something at the mall. I was back under the car within 2 minutes. I caught maybe half of what she said. She did not seem to need me to catch all of it. She just needed somewhere to put it. I finished the cut, tightened everything down, slid out, wiped my hands, started the car. The exhaust hit different now. Deeper, louder, a low raspy growl at idle that climbed into something mean when I blipped the throttle. Sound bounced off the house across the street and came back. Cassie stood up off the curb. Her mouth was open a little. Oh my God. Yeah. She walked closer, looked at the car, then at me. That is your car. That is my car. She was smiling. I said come in. She followed me inside. House was empty. Mom working, Rue and Gia both out. Cassie sat on the kitchen counter while I washed my hands. Still going on to McKay now, about how nobody ever just listened without waiting for their turn. You always listen to me, she said. Even when you don't care. Listening is free. She laughed a little. That is such a you answer. Then she asked about the music. I told her the channel was averaging 10,000 streams a month. Pretty much everyone at East Highland had heard something by now. She wanted to know where the songs came from and I said most of it was just whatever was in my head, which was true enough. She hopped off the counter and came to stand next to me while I dried my hands. Then she was a half step away looking up at me. You are filthy, she said. I need a shower. She did not move. I took her hand and she followed me down the hallway. I grabbed clothes from my room. She stood in the doorway while I turned the water on. I undressed. She watched for a second then did the same. I handed her boxers and a shirt for after. She set them on the counter. We kissed and I lifted her and the water came on over both of us. Here is the thing about Cassie that I do not think anybody ever really sat with long enough to get. She was not stupid. She was not shallow. She was a girl who figured out early that being wanted was the closest thing to being safe, and she had been running that equation ever since. Every guy she let in, she gave everything because halfway never made anyone stay. She had learned that enough times that it was not even a decision anymore. It was just how she moved. Jordan was easy for her because he did not ask for anything. He listened without needing her to be a specific version of herself. With him it was simple. And simple was the most dangerous thing for someone like Cassie, because simple felt like enough, and enough had a way of becoming everything before you noticed that I lifted her onto my shoulders with her back against the tile. She put her hands flat on the wall. I took my time. She came with her thighs locked around my head and both hands at the back of my neck. I laughed and set her down. She washed my back after without saying anything. Then we got out and she put on the boxers and the shirt and fixed her hair in the mirror. Walked home like nothing happened. I ate a bowl of cereal and didn't think too hard about it. My phone buzzed an hour later. Gia, she was already talking when I picked up, voice tight the way she got when she was scared and trying not to sound it. There is this guy. He is not leaving us alone. We told him no and he just keeps going. Where are you? She gave me the address. 2 streets from her friend place. Stay where you are. Do not move. I am coming. I was in the scat pack before she finished saying okay. Found them on the corner. Gia and her friend backed against a wall, some guy in front of them not touching anything, just not moving. 17, 18. Big enough that he thought that was its own argument. That I parked and got out. Gia. Turn around. She looked at me. Turned around. Her friend too. The guy looked at me. Who are you? I hit him before he finished asking. He went into the wall and I grabbed his collar and hit him again and he went down. I crouched next to him. When a girl tells you no, I said, that is the end of the conversation. You understand that? He did not answer. I hit him once more, not hard, just enough. Do you understand that? He just looked at me. I hit him again. Yeah. Good. I stood up, told Gia and her friend to get in the car and drove them home. She did not say anything the whole ride. When I pulled up she got out and stopped at the open door and looked back at me. Thanks, she said. Do not thank me for that. She went inside. That I was diagnosed with a lot of things growing up. Depression, anxiety, a couple other labels doctors use when what they mean is that you have something that is not invisible enough to ignore. I was never good at hiding what was wrong with me. Jordan was. Jordan could look completely fine on the outside while something else ran underneath. That is not something you are born with. It is something you build when you have to, when you grow up watching what happens to the people who do not have it. The violence was part of that. Not anger exactly. More like a setting. Something needed to happen, he turned it on, it happened, he drove home. No processing, no aftermath. Just done. I used to think that was terrifying. I still do a little. But I also know what it meant that he was in that car the second he heard her voice go tight. Some people protect you with words. Jordan protected you with whatever the situation required. In East Highland that was sometimes the only kind that held. 1819. Chapter 19, MILF. A few hours later Gia knocked on my door. Apparently her friend had told her mom what happened on the corner. The mom wanted to thank me. I told Gia to tell her no need. She insists, Gia said. She baked you brownies. Brownies? Brownies. I grabbed my keys. Gia laughed. I had dropped Gia off at her friend's place plenty of times. Never once saw the mom. I knocked. The door opened and it was Seven, Gia's friend, small and bright-eyed, looking up at me. Hey, Jordan. Hey, Seven. I heard there are brownies. Come in. I followed her inside and that is when I saw her mom. She was in the kitchen, drying her hands on a dish towel when she turned around, and I had to work to keep my face neutral. Tall, thick, caramel skin, clear and smooth, the kind of woman who looked like she had always looked exactly like this and always would. She smiled when she saw me and it hit different than it should have. Hey, Jordan. I wanted to thank you. Hey, Miss Savannah, she said. 7 disappeared down the hallway to her room. We talked for about an hour. She asked about the whole thing, how I got there so fast, what happened when I did. I kept it vague on the details and she did not push. Then we were just talking about Gia, about the neighborhood, about nothing specific. She was easy to be around. Relaxed. She laughed at the right moments and listened when I said something and did not perform either one. I could tell by the way she looked at me. Not constantly, not obvious. Just every so often, a half-second longer than it needed to be. I filed that away and kept talking. She asked if I smoked. I said sometimes. We went outside. That was when I saw the Durango in the driveway. Base model, older but clean. I looked at it for a second. You like the car, she said. It is a good car. You have any issues with it? Sometimes when I am driving I hear this grinding noise. Not always, just sometimes. Is it unlocked? She clicked the fob. I popped the hood and checked the oil. The dipstick came out dry. Not low. Dry. I laughed a little and showed it to her. You need oil. Oh. I will get some tomorrow. I looked at her. She was not going to get some tomorrow. I had been around enough to know what tomorrow meant when someone said it like that. Let us go to the store now, I said. Takes 10 minutes. She got in my passenger seat and I started the car. Ooh, she said. Nice car. Thank you. She asked about it the whole drive over. How long I had it, what I did to it, what that sound was when I accelerated. I answered everything. She actually listened to the answers, not just waiting for me to stop talking. At the store I grabbed full synthetic, a new filter, a drain pan. She reached for her wallet when we got to the register. I put my hand over hers and stopped her and paid cash. I did not make a thing of it. Just set the bills on the counter and picked up the bag. She looked at me the whole walk back to the car. Jordan is not evil. I want to be clear about that. He is not out here trying to manipulate anybody. He just understands that doing something for someone, doing it well and without making them feel small about needing it, puts you somewhere in their head. He has always known that. He was born knowing it, I think. Whether that makes him generous or calculated, honestly, both things can be true at the same time. Thank you, she said when we got back. You really did not have to. I was not doing anything. She smiled. Then she said, I am making burgers and fries if you want to eat before you go. Yeah. After I changed the oil. She went back inside and I got to work. Drained it, swapped the filter, poured in the new oil, checked the level. 20 minutes, maybe less. I wiped my hands and knocked on the front door. Done, I said when she answered. She looked past me at the car, then back at me. Day 1 and I am already cooking for you. I smiled. I was going to say the same thing. She laughed and let me in. We ate at the kitchen table. 7 sat across from me, asking questions about the scat pack, about cars in general, about whether I could teach her to drive. Savannah kept refilling my plate without asking. The food was good. Burgers thick, fries seasoned right, everything hot felt like a home. The kind that runs on routine and effort and somebody who actually gives a damn about the people in it. When I stood up to leave, Savannah walked me to the door. Come by whenever, she said. Seriously. I might take you up on that. Probably more than you expect. She looked at me with that look again. That is fine with me. I gave her my number. She typed it in right there, did not say she would add it later. I walked to the scat pack and pulled off. Here is something I noticed about Jordan early on, before I even had the language for it. He has never in his life been indifferent to a woman. Not in a disrespectful way. More like he just cannot help paying attention. He notices everything. How someone moves, how they talk, what they are not saying. He collects people. He always has. I think it started because he had to. Growing up in this house, in this family, watching Mom hold everything together, watching me fall apart and come back together, watching Gia figure out who she was, he learned to read women the way some kids learn to read weather. You pay attention or you get caught off guard. Somewhere along the way paying attention became something else. Something that got him into a lot of rooms and a lot of situations he probably could have avoided. I do not think he would change it. Chapter 20, YouTube video #1 woke up thinking about the future, not in a vague way. Specific. I had Savannah, who was definitely going to happen, I just had not made the move yet. But first I was going to make a video. I put the cars side by side on the empty stretch past the industrial park. Candy red Z on the left, matte black Charger on the right. Stood back and looked at them for a second before I hit record. The Z was deep glossy red with a carbon hood, wide-body fenders flared out over chrome mesh wheels, sitting slammed to the ground. The Charger next to it was all matte black, flat and heavy, wide-body arches, murdered-out wheels, no shine anywhere. Two completely different things. I walked the camera around the Z first. Popped the carbon hood .350Z. LS swap. 5.3 liter out of a Silverado, single 76mm turbo, custom manifold, external wastegate, front mount intercooler. Around 480 wheel on 15 pounds of boost. Have not turned it up yet. On the street this car steers with the rear. You use the throttle to tell it where to go. It is loud, the AC barely works, it is not comfortable. What it does is go sideways on command and sound like something illegal. That is the point. Then the Charger walked it the same way, the matte black eating the light flat with no reflection. Charger SRD 392 widebody. 6.4-liter Hemi, 485 factory. Intake exhaust tune. Around 510 at the wheel now. 305s in the rear, Brembos up front. All black everything. Where the Z is built to go sideways, this car is built to go straight. That is the whole conversation. I mounted cameras on both dashes and ran the 0-60s back-to-back. Z first. Clutch drop at 4,500, rear stepped out, caught it, turbo screaming through second and third. Hit 60 around 3.5, Charger. Launch control let go, all four biting, that Hemi roaring and the front going light under the pole. 60 in 3.4. It barely felt like it was working. 0.2 runs each. Done. I sat on the hood of the Z, locks hanging, and looked at the camera one more time. 0.2 philosophies. The Z is art. The Charger is a statement. I like both. Speed is speed. How you get there is personal. I drove the Charger home, locked it up, and Ubered back to the road to get the Z. Sat in the Z for a second with the engine running. Then I drove to Savannah's. I am not going to pretend I did not know what I was doing. I knew exactly what I was doing. I wanted to get her hooked on the idea of me, then I would start showering her with material things she would be useful. That I knocked. 0.7 answered, looked past me at the Z in the driveway, and her eyes went wide. She got her mom. Savannah came to the door in a tank top and sweats, hair loose, and she stopped when she saw the car. She looked at it for a long moment. Then she looked at me. You drove that here to show me. I came to see if you wanted to go for a drive. She looked at the car again. Then back at me. Then she said give her 5 minutes and went back inside. She came back in 7. Hair still loose, but she had changed into jeans and a fitted top, and she smelled like she had put something on. She locked the front door and walked to the passenger side and got in. I started the engine. The 5.3 fired up and she felt it through the seat and said nothing, just put her hand on the door and looked straight ahead. I pulled off slow. Then I got on the freeway and I did not pull off slow anymore. She grabbed the door handle at about 80 and laughed and said, "Oh my God," and I kept going. The turbo was singing and the candy red hood was shaking and she had one hand braced on the dash and she was still laughing. We drove for 40 minutes. She asked me things about the car and I answered them. She had the window down and her hair was everywhere and she did not care. At one point she looked over at me and just shook her head like she was still deciding something. I took the surface streets back. When I pulled up to her house she sat there for a second after I cut the engine. That was the best car I have ever been in. I smiled. Come over and tell me that again sometime. She looked at me. Okay. She got out and went inside. I sat there for a second. Then I drove home. I want to be real about this because Jordan would not beat. He showed up at that woman's house in a car that looked like that on purpose. He knew what it would do. Jordan has understood since he was young that how you arrive somewhere tells people a story before you open your mouth, and he has always been very deliberate about the story he tells. Some people call that charm. Some people call it manipulation. The honest answer is it is both at the same time, and he has never lost sleep over which one it was. The thing is, he also genuinely liked her. That is the complicated part. It was never purely calculated. He just did not see any reason not to use every tool he had while also genuinely showing up. Whether that makes him a good person or not, I honestly could not tell you. He is my brother. I stopped trying to sort that out a long time ago. 2021. Chapter 21. Editing and Ethics. I spent the morning editing the video. To avoid copyright issues, and for any kind of exposure I used my own beats under all the footage. It worked better than I thought it would. The song I put under the Z run matched the turbo note on the pole like I had planned it that way. I watched the full cut twice, made 2 small trims and uploaded it. Good video. Clean, simple, did not require too much of me. I closed the laptop and went to get something to eat. Rue and Jules were on the couch. Jules had her feet tucked under her and Rue was half against the armrest with her eyes mostly closed, some show running on the TV that neither of them was really watching. They looked settled. Like the thing between them had actually smoothed out. I told Rue I was heading out. She raised one hand without looking up. Jules said bye. I grabbed my keys. 0.7 was not home. Savannah answered the door in booty shorts and a tank top, hair loose. She looked at me the way she had been looking at me every time since the first time, that half second longer than necessary, and then she stepped back and said, "Come in." The house was different without Seven in it. Quieter. Like a different room in the same building. We sat and talked for a few minutes and then I said, "Do you want to go to the mall?" She looked at me. "Yeah," she said. "Give me a minute." I took her to downtown LA. She did not expect that. I could tell by the way she went quiet when we came off the freeway and she recognized where we were. She looked out the window and then looked at me and did not say anything. I had $5,000 on me. I planned to spend about half. We went store to store and I let her lead. She would stop in front of something and I would say get it and she would say no and I would say get it again and she would get it. That was the whole rhythm. She kept thanking me, voice going softer each time, like she was trying to figure out how to hold it. After the third store she stopped and turned to me and said, "Nobody has ever done anything like this for me." I smiled. I thought maybe I am not a completely good person. I also thought that was probably true of most people if they were honest. I said, "Well, now somebody has." She laughed and we kept walking. I spent $2,500 on her before we left. I drove her home. It was just past 2. She said Seven had dance practice until 6. I put the car in park and sat there for a second. Then I said, "You know how old I am, right?" She said, "Of course." She said it the way you say something you already knew and already made your peace with. Like the question itself was a little unnecessary. I had to hold back a laugh. I stopped feeling bad about anything. We went inside. I kissed her and she kissed me back without hesitating, her hand coming up to my jaw, and then she was pulling me toward the couch and sitting back and pulling me down with her. She ground up into my lap slow, her hips working, saying my name low enough that it felt like it was just for the room and not for anyone else. I had both hands on her, squeezing, and she kept going and then she slid down off the couch onto her knees and looked up at me. She had experience. That was clear from the first 30 seconds. Not in a mechanical way. In a she actually knew what she was doing way, comfortable and unhurried, like she had decided exactly how this was going to go and she was right about it. She smoked every girl I had ever been with. It was not even close. Then she climbed back up, swung a leg over and settled onto my lap and started riding me slow with her hands on my chest and her mouth on my neck. She was warm and full and real and she took her time and she kept saying my name between breaths and I kept my hands on her hips and just let her do what she was doing. She did not stop until she was done. After, she sat back and fixed her hair and we stayed there for a few minutes not saying much. Then she got up and got us both water and we sat on the couch and talked until it was close to 6. I left before 7 got home. Drove back slow with the windows down. I am not going to say much about this one, she is a grown woman. He was 17, make no mistake about that. Both of them knew exactly what they were doing and both of them walked into it on purpose. What I will say is that Jordan came home that night and sat at the kitchen table and got a glass of water and stared at it for about 5 minutes without touching it. I came in and asked if he was okay. He said yeah. He meant it. He was fine. He was just somewhere else for a little while. Some people do that to you. Leave you sitting at your own kitchen table thinking about them without deciding to. 20-122. Chapter 22, Song Wars, Part 1. It was a Thursday night and I had nothing going on. Rue was in her room. Mom was at work. Gia was downstairs watching something loud enough that I could hear the bass through the floor every few minutes. I was on my bed with my laptop open, going through YouTube the way you do when you are not really looking for anything, just clicking until something catches. I landed on a channel I had seen before but never paid attention to. Big channel. Real setup. Camera team. Judges. Sponsors. The title said Song Wars. I clicked it. The concept was simple. Artists applied. The channel picked contestants. Everybody who got in received a random topic. Then you had 1 week to write, record, and submit a song based on that topic. No genre rules. No real length rules. Just the topic and whatever you could make out of it. Then they put the prizes on screen. Third place, $2,000, second place, $5,000, first place, $8,000. I sat up a little. $8,000 for a song was crazy. Not industry crazy. Real life crazy. Bedroom producer crazy. Then they explained the rest. Half the score came from viewers. Half came from a panel of judges. Previous winners had made everything from sad guitar songs to drill tracks to weird pop shit. The channel did not really care what style you used. They cared if the song hit. That part 1 liked. I watched the latest episode all the way through. 12 contestants. Bracket style. The winner was this lo-fi R&B song about growing up somewhere that never loved you right. It was good. Real good actually, but not unbeatable. I watched it again, then I went to the application page. The form was straightforward. Artist name, location, link to your music, short bio, one paragraph about why you wanted to compete. I typed in Boosted J, East Highland, California. For the link I used the channel. The stripper song was on there. The car video. A few other songs that were decent enough that they would know I was not just making shit up. The bio took me longer than it should have. I did not want it sounding fake deep. I also did not want it sounding stupid. I finally wrote, 17. Self-produced. I write and record everything myself. Been building my sound out of my bedroom and whatever the house is quiet enough to give me. That worked. Then the last box. Why do you want to compete? I typed, because I want the money. Looked at it, deleted it. Typed, I have been making music for a while and I want to see what it does in a real competition. The money matters. So does proving I can make something good on command. I read it twice, left it, then I checked everything again. Name, link, bio, paragraph. All of it looked right. I hit submit and the page refreshed to a confirmation message saying they would reach out within 5 to 7 business days if I got selected. 5 to 7 business days. Alright. I closed the laptop and laid back on my bed. I was already thinking about what kind of topic they might send. Love, family, Addie, tie-in, summer, fear, some random word like that. Something broad enough to trap people who were not actually good. That part sounded fun. My phone buzzed. It was Savannah. You busy? I looked at the message for a second then typed back. Not really, come by if you wants. Even here though. I smiled a little. Be there in 20. I took the Z. Mostly because I always wanted to drive it. Part of it was also that I liked how people looked when they heard it coming. When I pulled up outside Savannah's house, the TV was on inside and the front light was already on. 7 opened the door before I knocked all the way. She looked at me, then past me at the car, then back at me. Gia said you were home. I was. Now you here. Looks like it. She stepped back and let me in like this was normal now, which I guess it kind of was. Savannah was in the kitchen in leggings and a fitted t-shirt, doing something with a pan on the stove. She looked up when I walked in and smiled in that small way she had started doing whenever it was me at the door. Hey, she said. Hey. 7 was already watching both of us, not because she knew anything. She did not. But 13-year-olds notice things. They notice patterns. They notice when somebody is suddenly around more than they used to be. Gia was the same way. Savannah asked if I wanted something to drink. I said water was fine. 7 asked if I brought food. I brought myself, I said. That's unfortunate. I laughed once. You always this nice? Only to people at my house too much. Savannah looked at her. 7. What? I'm just saying. I took the water and leaned on the counter. She's not wrong. Savannah shook her head and went back to the stove. 7 kept looking at me like she was building a case. I sat at the table while Savannah finished cooking and 7 drifted between the kitchen and living room with her phone in her hand the whole time. Every few minutes she would say something from nowhere. Savannah put food on 3 plates and set them down. Chicken, rice, some vegetables. 7 clearly was not going to touch unless somebody made her. I stayed because Savannah told me to. Also because I wanted to. Dinner was easy. 7 talked the most. Savannah kept pretending she was annoyed when really she liked hearing her talk. I mostly listened and answered when I had to. A normal dinner if you ignored the fact that I had been in her the day before and now I was sitting at her table drinking Sprite while her daughter argued about whether she should be allowed to get highlights. That was the strange part. Not guilty exactly. Just strange. After we ate, 7 finally looked at me and asked the thing she had obviously been holding all night. Why are you always here now? Savannah went still for half a second. Barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. I looked at 7. I'm not always here. You kind of are. Compared to what? Compared to never. That was fair. Savannah picked up her plate. Jordan helped with the Durango and he stops by. It is not that deep. 7 looked at her mom, then at me. I didn't say it was deep. The way she said it made it clear she absolutely thought it was deep. I smiled a little. Your mom's cool. I like hanging out here. That's a weird answer. It is also the answer. 7 frowned like she wanted more than that but did not have the exact words for it. Then she pointed at me with her fork. If you get weird and make it weird, Gia's gonna hear about it. Savannah almost choked on her drink. I looked down so I would not laugh in her face. What does that even mean? Savannah said. It means if he's being weird, I'm telling. I'm not being weird, I said. Yet. I laughed that time. 7 grinned like she had won something. After dinner, Savannah told 7 to go shower because she still had to finish homework. 7 argued for maybe 30 seconds, lost, and disappeared down the hall with her plate in one hand and her phone in the other. The second the bathroom door shut, the house felt different, quieter. Savannah picked up a napkin and wiped the counter even though it did not need wiping. Sorry, she said. She notices everything. Gia does too. That's because they're friends. Yeah. She looked at me and smiled a little. You handled that better than I thought you would. Handled what? Her interrogation. That wasn't an interrogation. That was a warning. Savannah laughed under her breath and looked down. I stepped a little closer, not close enough to be stupid. Just enough that she noticed. She doesn't know anything, I said. I know. But she knows I'm here a lot. Savannah let out a breath. I know that too. For a second neither of us said anything, then she touched the front of my shirt just with 2 fingers like she was checking if I was real. I probably should not have texted you to come over, she said. Maybe she smiled at that because it was true. The bathroom was still running down the hall. Water through the pipes. Cabinet opening and shutting, normal house sounds. Savannah looked over toward the hallway, then back at me. You submitted that music thing? Yeah. The competition? Yeah. Good. You think so? I do. I leaned back against the counter. Might not get picked. I think you will. You don't even know who applied. So I believe in you. That landed a little harder than it should have. I looked at her for a second, and she looked back like she knew exactly what she had done. Should you? I asked. She shrugged. I don't know. Then 7 yelled from the hallway, Mom, where's my blue shirt? Savannah stepped back so fast it almost made me laugh. In the dryer, she called. She looked at me again and this time we both smiled. 7 came back out in sweats and a giant t-shirt and dropped onto the couch like she had survived something difficult. I'm hungry again, she said. You just ate, Savannah told her. That was dinner hungry. This is dessert hungry. I looked at 7. You ever stop? No. Respect. She brightened immediately. Can we get an In-N-Out later? You want an In-N-Out for dessert? No, for later. Like in an hour. Savannah groaned. Absolutely not. 7 looked at me instead of her mom. That was the move now. I could tell this had already become a thing for her. Jordan. No, you didn't even let me ask. I know what he question was. She stared at me for a second. Wow. Fake nice. I bought you food last time. Exactly. Do that again. Savannah was laughing now. I pulled out my wallet and took out a 20. This is as far as our friendship goes tonight. 7 snatched it and looked at Savannah. Can I order something later? Savannah sighed. We'll see. That's basically yes. It absolutely is not. 7 looked back at me. See. That's why you're my favorite guest. I'm not a guest. She blinked. That's even worse. Savannah put a hand over her face. I laughed and stood up. I should go before this gets any dumber. Savannah walked me to the door while 7 was still talking from the couch about milkshakes and how nobody in the house respected her. At the door, Savannah lowered her voice. Text me when you get home. Why? Because I said so. All right. We stood there for a second too long again. Then 7 yelled from inside, Mom, if he's leaving, tell him I said thanks for the 20. I heard you, I said. Good. Savannah smiled and looked down. I stepped outside and pulled the door shut behind me. I sat in the Z with the engine off for a minute before I started it. The competition was still on my mind. So was Savannah, not in the same way. Not really. One was money and music and whether I could turn something in my room into something real. The other was a grown woman with a daughter down the hall and a kitchen table I had started to feel too comfortable sitting at. Both felt like things I should maybe be more careful with than I was. I started the car. On the drive home I thought about topics. What if they gave me something I actually cared about? What if they gave me something soft? What if they gave me some bullshit and I still had to make it work? By the time I pulled into the driveway I was already hearing drums in my head. I went inside. The house was mostly dark. Rue was at the kitchen table with a bowl of cereal, half awake. You go out? She asked. Yeah. She looked at me for a second and then back at her bowl. Cool. I grabbed a water and stood there for a minute. Then I went upstairs and opened FL Studio before I even changed clothes. If they picked me, I wanted to be ready. If they didn't, I still wanted the next song done. Point 23. Chapter 23. Song Wars Part 2. It took about a week before anything happened with Song Wars. I tried not to go to Savannah's house too much during that time. Showing up every day would start to look strange, especially with Seven around. She was Gia's friend, which meant she already knew me. It also meant she paid attention. So I stayed home more that week. Most nights I was in my room with my laptop open, YouTube playing in the background while I messed around in FL Studio. One night, I was laying on my bed watching random videos when my phone buzzed. I almost ignored it. Then I saw the subject line, Song Wars Selection. I opened it. Congratulations. You have been selected. Your first prompt is a remix of any song you choose. I smiled immediately. That was probably the easiest prompt they could have given me. I opened my playlist and started digging through music, 90s R&B, early 2000s. Songs with real melodies and strong hooks. I spent hours just listening. Eventually I grabbed my keys and went for a drive. The Z always helped me think. Windows down. Music loud. Just driving and letting songs play. I listened to everything from the Isley Brothers to Destiny's Child. I was looking for something with space in it. Something I could flip into something new. While I was out driving, Zen called. I answered on speaker. He asked if I was busy. I told him I was just driving. He said he had a quick run for me. 45 minutes. Small box. I asked what the pay was. He said 5.5 thousand. I told him to send the address. Easy money was still easy money. I made the delivery and drove back home thinking about the competition the whole time. Music on one side of my brain. Crime on the other. When I got back to the house I already knew what I wanted to do. I was not making one song, I was making two. The first beat started with a sample from the Isley Brothers. Contagious. The groove was already strong so I rebuilt the drums around it and added bass underneath. It took about 2 days to finish. The second track started with Destiny's Child. Say My Name. I chopped the vocals differently and stretched the hook. Then I layered heavier drums under it. This one felt bigger, more emotional. I kept playing them back to back on the speakers. I had 1 day left before the submission deadline. The competition required everyone to join a Discord call when the songs went live, webcam on, mic on. Judges watching everything. So before I locked in my decision I sent both tracks out. Gia got them first, then Savannah, then Cassie and Kat. I leaned back in my chair and waited. Kat texted first. She said both were good but the Destiny's Child remix made you feel something. Savannah replied next. She told me I knew what I was doing with that music and picked the same song. Cassie said the same thing. Gia agreed with them. I looked at the messages for a moment. 4 votes. All the same choice. That answered it. I played the final track one more time and leaned back in my chair. The drums hit. The sample rolled in. The hook landed exactly where it needed to. For a moment I pictured the live stream, the judges listening, the chat scrolling, people voting. $8,000. A week ago this was just a random video I clicked on. Now I was actually part of it. My brother had a strange ability to move between worlds without slowing down. One day he was running deliveries for people who should not exist in normal life. The next day he was in his bedroom trying to win a music competition on the internet. To him both of those things felt normal. That was the part that scared me. I exported the final file and saved it in the submission folder. Tomorrow morning I would upload it and join the Discord call. I closed the laptop and looked around my room. The keyboard. The monitors. Cables everywhere. IT was messy but it worked. My phone buzzed again. IT was Savannah. You better win that. I smiled and set the phone down. We would see. Chapter 24. Almost time. I woke up earlier than usual the morning of the competition. I didn't set an alarm or anything. My brain just decided we weren't sleeping anymore. For a minute I laid there staring at the ceiling thinking about the Discord call later. 4 rounds. 4 songs eventually. And right now everybody in the bracket was about to meet each other for the first time. I rolled out of bed and looked around my room. It was messy in the normal way. Clothes on the chair. Cables around the desk. Empty water bottles near the speakers. If people were about to see my room on camera, it probably shouldn't look like a raccoon lived in it. I cleaned up a little, nothing crazy. Just stacked some clothes, wiped the desk, and pushed the random junk out of frame. The computer setup looked good though. Keyboard. Studio monitors. Microphone. It looked like somebody who actually made music worked there. After that I opened my closet and started thinking about what I should wear. Most people in the competition were probably sitting at their desks in hoodies. I wanted to look like I belonged there. I ended up going with chrome hearts jeans, a black Louis Vuitton sweater, and black cats. Simple. Calm. Expensive without screaming about it. I was halfway through brushing my teeth when Discord rang. I rinsed my mouth and answered it on my computer. A girl popped up on the screen. Blonde. Probably early 20s. Headset on. Sitting in what looked like a bedroom with LED lights behind her. She smiled when the camera connected. Hey, is this Boosted J? Yeah, hi. I'm one of the mods for the channel. Before the competition starts we ask contestants a few questions so we can play them during the stream. Like an intro thing? Exactly. I leaned back in my chair and looked at her for a second. She was kind of cute. So I said the first thing that came to mind. Do you get paid for this, or does the YouTuber just keep you around because you're cute? For a few seconds she just stared at me. I realized immediately that might have sounded worse out loud than it did in my head. Shit, I said. Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. She started laughing. It's okay, she said. People say way worse things during these. Good. Now I just need you to answer a couple questions. She clicked something on her screen. First one. Where are you from? East Highland, California. How long have you been making music? About 2 years. And what made you start? I shrugged. Mostly boredom. She smiled again and typed something. The questions kept going. What kind of music inspired you? What DAW I used? Whether I thought I would win. I answered most of them honestly. When she asked the last one I leaned forward a little. You think you're winning this? She asked. I didn't join to lose, I said. She raised an eyebrow. Confident. Realistic. She laughed quietly and wrote something down again. After the questions she explained how the call would work. All the contestants would join the main Discord room. They would play our songs live on stream. Judges would talk about them for a minute. Then the audience would vote. Half the score came from viewers, half from judges. I nodded while she explained it, even though she probably couldn't see the difference between nodding and breathing on camera. Before she ended the call she looked at my screen again. Your setup looks good, she said. Thanks. Some people are literally using laptop microphones. Damn, yeah. She smiled again. Good luck tonight. You rooting for anybody? Not allowed, she said. But I like confident people. Then you're rooting for me. She laughed and ended the call. Jordan has always been weirdly comfortable in rooms he probably should not be comfortable in. It doesn't matter if it's a drug dealer's car, a teacher's office, or a live stream watched by thousands of strangers. He walks in like he already belongs there. Most of the time people just accept it. Confidence is a strange kind of camouflage. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the monitor after the call ended. The competition would start later that night. Until then there was nothing to do but wait. I opened the folder with my remix and played it again. The drums hit. The sample came in. Yeah, I smiled a little. Tonight was going to be interesting. Point 25. Chapter 25. SMN competition started that night. I was sitting in my room when the Discord call came through. I clicked join and the screen filled with tiny video boxes. 64 contestants were sitting in the queue. Some people looked nervous. Some looked like they had been waiting their whole life for something like this. I leaned back in my chair and adjusted the camera a little so my mic and keyboard were visible. After a minute the stream host joined and the bracket popped up on screen. 64 names. 4 rounds. Eventually 4 songs. My name was 8th in the order. That meant I had time to watch the first few matchups. The first few contestants played their remixes. Some were crazy good. Some were just decent. None of them were terrible. A lot of people flipped old pop songs or classic R&B hooks. Every time a song played the chat would explode with comments and emojis. Fire emojis. Skull emojis. Random people arguing about drums. I kept the chat open on my second monitor and just watched. It was weird hearing people talk about music like this live. Then the host said my name. My opponent was a woman who looked older than most of the contestants, maybe 25. Dark skin, curly hair, sitting in front of a keyboard setup that looked expensive. They flipped a coin to see who would go first. I called heads. It landed tails. She decided to go first. Her remix used a sample from Keisha Cole. Should have cheated. The beat was smooth and her drums hit clean. The chat liked it. I nodded while listening. It was good, but I still didn't think it was better than mine. Then the host said my name, they pressed play. My beat came in through the stream, and for a second the room felt quiet even though thousands of people were watching. I leaned back and watched the chat scroll while the song played. I called you on your phone, you ain't runnin', I kaye. Do you on your phone when no one is around you say baby I love you if you ain't runnin' game say my name you actin' kinda shady ain't callin' me baby with a sudden change. The hook rolled through the speakers while the drums hit underneath it. People in the chat started spamming fire emojis almost immediately. The remix kept building. Where you at and who you with? Open up, I'm at your crib girl, better tell me where you are girl, I know you lying, say my name. I watched the chat instead of my camera. Messages were flying past faster than I could read. Fire, this one crazy bro flipped Destiny's Child. I smiled a little but tried not to react too much on camera. The song ended and the chat somehow started moving even faster. The judges talked for a minute. They liked the drums. They liked how the hook still sounded familiar but different. One of them said the remix felt modern without losing the original energy. I nodded while they talked even though my mic was muted. Then the voting started. The results popped up after a minute. I won every judge vote, and the fan vote was 80-20. The chat exploded again. People typing W after W. The host congratulated me and moved the bracket forward. That meant I was moving to the next round. My brother doesn't really celebrate when things go right. He just moves on to the next thing. Most people would have been jumping around after winning in front of thousands of strangers. Jordan just leaned back in his chair like it was another Tuesday. That was always the strange thing about him. Winning never surprised him. The stream kept going after my round and I stayed in the call and watched the rest of the contestants. Some songs were wild, some were forgettable, but now I was actually in the bracket, and that meant I had 1 week to make another song. Song SMN Tory Lanez 26. Chapter 26, Week 2. There's a version of my brother that never existed before East Highland. That version was soft. Careful. The kind of person who thought twice before he did anything. I don't know what happened to him. I think Zen ate him alive and left something sharper behind. The Week 2 prompt came through on a Tuesday. Storytelling. Jordan read it twice, put his phone face down on the desk, and went back to the beat he had half built on his laptop. He didn't think it was hard. Every song he'd reconstructed so far was storytelling. The prompt was basically just, be good. He could do that in his sleep. He was mid-loop on a sample when Zen called. He picked up on the second ring. That was already a habit he hadn't meant to build. Got something tonight, Zen said. No greeting. Woman. She's been held up somewhere she doesn't want to be. You pick her up, you drive her back here. That's the whole job. Jordan was quiet for a second. Held up how? The kind of held up where you don't ask more questions. He set the headphones around his neck. Stared at the wall. Give me time to think. 30,000, Zen said. 1 hour. Then I find somebody else. The call ended. Jordan sat there with the phone in his hand. Here's the thing about Jordan that people don't get. He's not reckless. He's never been reckless. Every stupid thing he's ever done he thought about first. Which is maybe worse. Because he can't blame impulse. He can't blame not knowing. He always knows exactly what he's doing. He got up, walked out of his room, down the hall, through the kitchen which still smelled like the dinner Mom had thrown together before her double shift started, something with rice and a can of something else, whatever she could make work. He stood in the doorway of the living room. Gia was on the floor with her legs crossed, watching something on the tablet with headphones in. Rue was on the couch in that specific position she got into sometimes, not asleep but not all the way present either, eyes half closed, some show running that she wasn't really watching. He stood there for a minute. Neither of them looked up. I don't know what I looked like from the couch. I wasn't really watching him. I was in that thing where you're aware of everything but you're too tired to react to any of it. But I remember he was just standing there in the doorway for a long time. And I remember thinking, even through the fog, something's wrong with him tonight. Mom had been on overtime for 3 weeks straight. The AC had been running every day because the heat wouldn't break, and electricity was expensive, and Jordan knew the math on that even if nobody talked about it out loud. Gia needed new shoes. He'd noticed without being asked. He noticed everything without being asked. That was the problem with being him. He went back to his room. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the floor for a long time. The thing he didn't want to do was pretend he didn't know what the job was. He wasn't stupid. A woman being held somewhere she didn't want to be, and Zen needed a driver who wouldn't ask questions. He knew what that was adjacent to. He knew exactly what world that sentence lived in. He also knew $30,000. He thought about his mom's face when she got home from doubles. The way she moved around the kitchen at midnight, slow and deliberate, conserving energy because she didn't have any left. She never complained. That was the part that got him. She just absorbed it and kept going and never once made him feel like the weight of the house was on him too. But it was. The thing about money when you don't have enough of it is that it turns every decision into a math problem. And once you're doing the math, you're already halfway to yes. Jordan knew that. He's smarter than people give him credit for. He was doing the math and he knew he was doing it and he did it anyway. He picked up his phone, texted Zen, "I'm in." Then he put the phone in his pocket, picked his headphones back up, and went back to the beat. He had a song to finish. I used to think that the worst thing you could do was make a bad choice without knowing it. Like stumble into something. But Jordan never stumbles. He walks into things with his eyes open and his hands steady, and that used to make me feel safe. Now I'm not sure what it makes me feel. Maybe that's the part one don't want to think about. Fuck. Time was dragging. I kept messing with the beat, trying to find ARHYTHM, but my head wasn't in the music. I was too wired. Then the screen lit up, Zen. The location was 20 minutes out. "My people are handling the heavy lifting," the message read. "They'll clear a path for her. She's going straight to your car. You move the second she's inside. What are you driving? I need to tell her what to look for." "Charger," I replied. "It's low profile and it's fast." The clock hit 9 p.m. No more talking. I moved through the room, grabbing my keys and getting dressed as the adrenaline finally started to kick in. I was headed for the door when the final confirmation flashed. 30 minutes. Be there, 27. Chapter 27, Drive. I don't know a lot about what my brother did during that time. I know some of it. I know enough that I wish I knew less. But there's this thing about secrets, they don't disappear just because nobody says them out loud. They just sit there, taking up space, changing the shape of everything around them. I got to the address 10 minutes early. Old house. Not abandoned, just tired looking, the kind of place that used to be something and wasn't anymore. 4 Escalades in the driveway, all of them dark. I parked across the street in the Scat Pack with the engine off and watched. I'd ended up under a dead streetlight without thinking about it. That kind of thing was starting to happen automatically. I didn't know exactly what I'd shown up to. I had my guesses. I watched the front door. Here's what Jordan doesn't talk about, the part where he sits and watches. He always does that. He'll take it all in before he does anything, like he's running calculations. Looking for the version of events where everything goes fine. I used to think that was him being careful. Now I think it's just the way his brain works when it's scared. The girl came out first, young, maybe 21, Hispanic. She moved fast, not quite running, scanning the street. The second she cleared the door, her eyes found the car and she ran. She was in the passenger seat before I'd fully processed that she was coming. I drove. Then the gunfire started. I didn't flinch. That surprised me more than the shots did. I just accelerated, hands steady, eyes on the road. I didn't look back. I asked him once, way later, when I already knew some of this, what he thought about during that drive. He said he thought about traffic. Running the route in his head, calculating whether he'd hit the light on Garfield or make it through. He said he wasn't scared. I don't know if I believe that. I think he was scared and just didn't have a word for what scared felt like anymore. The girl stared at me the whole way. I had my mask on. I always wore it on jobs. That was the rule I'd made for myself, and I didn't take it off. Maybe it scared her. I thought about saying something. Couldn't think of what. So I kept my eyes on the road and didn't say anything at all. Zen's shop was 15 minutes out. It felt longer. Only Zen was there when I pulled up. He stepped out from the bay before I had the car fully in park. The girl was out the door and across the lot and had her arms around him before I even cut the engine. Zen let her. He held her for a second with one hand flat on the back of her head, practiced, like he'd done it before. That told me something. Then he walked over to my window. "Good shit, kid." He said it level, without much behind it. Looked at me for a beat longer than necessary. Then told me to come inside. The shop smelled like oil and cold metal and something else I couldn't name. Zen sat across from me at a workbench, 2 folding chairs between us like it was a conference room. "Full time," he said. "The thing you've been doing stays the thing you do. But I need a driver on call. Weekly pay. You stay masked, you stay unknown. And when you want to leave, you can leave. I looked at him. Leave? You're a kid, he said. Not condescending. Just a fact. But if things start getting told, things only you'd know, I'd hate to be forced to clean that up. I don't snitch. Then we wouldn't have any problems. He reached behind him and set a piece of cloth on the bench between us. Orange. Folded like it meant something. Welcome to FTM. I picked it up. I have to carry a flag? Only on missions. So we know who's with us. For the money. That's what it stood for. He found that out later. I found it out later still, through a way I'm not going to get into. And I remember thinking, at least it's honest. At least it doesn't dress itself up as something else. Some crews have names that sound like family, like something worth believing in. FTM just says what it is. Jordan probably appreciated that I took the flag home in my jacket pocket. I got to my room, closed the door, sat on the floor with my back against the bed, and then I screamed into my hands, not long. Just once. Quick and muffled and gone. I sat there for a while after that, staring at the carpet, the orange cloth folded on the floor next to me. My brain was already doing the thing where it sorts itself out, filing what happened into the parts one could live with, the parts I'd deal with later, and the parts one was just going to put somewhere dark and leave there. I'd said yes. I wasn't sure why that surprised me. I'd known for a while if I was ever asked I would say yes. There was a version of this where I could have walked away after the drive, taken the 30,000, called it a day and went home. That version had existed. I'd killed it myself. I put the flag in the bottom of my sock drawer, under stuff I never wore anymore. Then I sat back down at my desk, put my headphones on and opened the laptop. I had a song due. The thing about Jordan is he always finds a way to keep going. I used to admire that. I used to think it meant he was strong. I still think that, kind of. But I've started to understand that sometimes the people who never stop moving are running from something. And the scary part isn't the running. The scary part is they're so good at it they don't even feel the distance they've covered until they're somewhere they never meant to be. I don't know how far he was from himself by then. I don't think he did either. Point 28. Chapter 28. Can I live? Jordan has always been good at knowing when a room is watching him. Most people get self-conscious under that kind of attention. He gets still. Like some. Everything inside him quiets down and what's left is just the performance. I used to watch him do it in the hallway at school back in middle school and he was already doing it then. Just turning on. Like a switch. I waited almost an hour. 32 people left in the tournament and the bracket was moving slow. I sat at my desk with the Discord call pulled up in the background, muted, camera off, watching the other rounds run while I finished tweaking levels on a beat I'd been sitting on for 3 days. I wasn't nervous. I'd listened to my song twice that morning and couldn't find anything to fix. That feeling doesn't come often. When it does, you just trust it. The host dropped me a ping when it was time. They moved us into the stage channel. 6 tiles on screen, me, the other competitor, 2 judges, and the host in the center. I turned my camera on and leaned back in my chair. Kept my face neutral. The other guy was already on, nodding his head a little, trying too hard to look relaxed, and I knew my people were in the stream. Kat had texted me 20 minutes ago. We set up FR. I hadn't asked who he was. I figured I'd find out later. The host ran through the format. Coin toss. Other guy won, took first. I always preferred second anyway. Let them set the ceiling, then decide what to do with it. His song was about his dad. Dead, clearly. It had a hook that genuinely hit and some bars that got specific in a way I respected. I watched his face while it played. He was feeling it, eyes closed for part of it, jaw tight. The judges were nodding. One of them unmuted briefly to say damn before catching herself and going back on mute. It was good. I gave it that. Then the host said, "All right, Boosted J. You're up." I waited as they pressed play. Yeah, pussy my passion, never been a fan of flashin', probably 'cause I never could, said if I had it, never would I watch the tiles. One of the judges tilted her head slightly, recalibrating. The host's expression shifted, not a big change, just the eyebrows, just a fraction. I swear, yo, I'm like Huey mixed with Riley Thursday. I be trying to save the world and then on Friday, I hit the club hopin' that my dick get rubbed by some fat asses. Other guy's mouth moved. Something like damn. He didn't know his camera was still on. My mama told me to speak like you got a college degree. See, I can. But I won't 'cause I'm saying what I want, plus this slang that I speak don't change that I'm deepy. Kept my own face still. I'd practiced that, not performing while the song performed for me. Just existing in the frame. Letting it breathe. Like HOV said it, can I live? Hey dear Lord, can I live? One of the judges unmuted. Okay. Then muted herself again. That I can't do no 9 to 5, told my mama. Sorry, I can't do no suit and tie, no, I want the glory. If you knew me, know my life is like a movie starring me. Pardon me if it seems that I'm following my dreams. Ain't reading off the script that they picked for meth. Host was nodding now. Slow, unconscious. The kind of nodding people don't know they're doing. Will I live or will I die before they get to know me? If I go, I know the ones that's pourin' liquor for me, but oh no Lord, you see I'm smarter than they know, so hold on Lord, 'cause I ain't quite ready to go. Third verse came in, every tile went still. Somebody told me that it's only one shot, so I'll be goddamned if I'm ever gone. Stop, promise to my mama I'ma make it to the top, so I'ma keep climbing till my heartbeat drop like the phone when she heard the news. Her sister on the other line talking to her shoes. Your only son, what a thing to lose. One of the judges put her hand over her mouth. Poor dude, he was young, like 21, straight up out that city that I'm from, a real smart nigga, but his niggas, they was dumb, ain't even get a chance to run for it. Landed in his lung. God, breathe, nigga. His partner screaming, don't you fucking leave, nigga. Took off his shirt. Trying to stop the bleeding, nigga, don't you go, but his life fading slow. I watched the other guy on his tile. His head was down. I couldn't see his face. Did I tell my mom I love her? Do she know? Did I tell my baby sorry from before? Won't get to see my son grow. Lord, I ain't ready to go. Can I live? Can I live? Dear Lord, can I live? Can I live? Yeah, the song ended. Nobody unmuted. For a long moment the call just sat there in silence, 6 faces on screen, nobody moving. The host looked like she was collecting herself. One judge was shaking her head slowly, not in disagreement, just that thing people do when something lands somewhere deep and they don't have words fast enough. The other guy finally looked back up at his camera. He said, bro. That's crazy. He meant it. I could tell he meant it. I nodded once. Didn't say anything. I found out later what was happening in the watch-along stream while all of that was going on. Kat had pulled in Rue, Gia, and apparently Maddie, who was already at Kat's. Kat said the third verse hit and Rue went completely quiet and wouldn't look at the screen. Gia apparently cried, which she would be embarrassed about for weeks afterward. Maddie had leaned forward with her elbows on her knees and just stared like she was trying to figure something out. I don't know what any of their faces looked like. I was watching 6 tiles on a Discord call, but I thought about it later. That they were somewhere listening. That the song had reached them the same way it reached the room. That was the thing about putting real words down, you couldn't control where they landed. They called the vote. I won by a lot. I turned my camera off, closed the call, and sat at my desk in the quiet. I had work to do. I heard the whole thing live and I didn't say anything after. Not to Kat, not to Gia, not to Maddie. I just sat there while everybody else was reacting and I kept my mouth shut because I didn't have the right words and I didn't want to use the wrong ones. The third verse. The kid who didn't make it. I know Jordan well enough to know he pulled that from somewhere real. And I know him well enough to know he was also talking about himself, the version of himself that was possible. The version he was maybe closer to than any of us knew. He won. He was always going to win. But I sat in that room after the call ended and I thought about my brother in his room alone. Presson. G play on a song about not being ready to die, and I thought about everything I didn't know about what he was doing out there at night, and I couldn't make those two things sit next to each other comfortably. I still can't. Song, Can I Live? J. Cole 29. Chapter 29. Oh my God, Jordan, I woke up early on Saturday, not because I had somewhere to be. Just because I'd been up since 5 thinking about this and I needed to do it before I talked myself into waiting longer. I went downstairs and knocked on my mom's door. She opened it in her robe, half asleep, already reading my face, trying to figure out if something was wrong. I told her to sit down. She sat on the edge of her bed and I pulled the envelope out of my hoodie pocket and set it on the comforter between us. $20,000, I said. It's yours. She looked at the envelope. Then at me. Then at the envelope again. Jordan. Her voice came out different. Not loud. Just compressed, like she was trying to keep something inside it. What is this? I saved it. I've been working. Producing, doing jobs, saving. This is yours. I want you to use it on bills, whatever you need, so you can work less. So you can breathe a little. She picked up the envelope and held it and didn't say anything for a second. Then she put her hand over her mouth. Oh my God, Jordan. And then she was hugging me hard. I let her. I held on and didn't say anything because there wasn't anything to say, and because I knew if I started talking, I might say something that made it complicated that it wasn't enough to retire her. I knew that. She'd still be working, still be doing doubles sometimes. But it was enough to matter. Enough to make the next few months breathe different. That was worth something that I told her to go back to sleep. She didn't argue. That I woke up Rue first because she was harder. She rolled over when I knocked and looked at me through one eye. I told her to get up. We were going out. She said where? I said shopping. She stared at me for a long moment, then sat up. Gia was easier. She was already half awake and the word shopping had her out of bed before I finished the sentence. Mom wanted to sleep in. I told her we'd be back. She was already drifting off again when I closed her door. Gia first because that part was simple. I'd thought about it before our last birthdays, what I'd gotten each of them, which was nothing, because things were the way they were and I hadn't had it. I'd been thinking about this since before I started working for Zen. Gia liked almost everything. She didn't have preferences that were hard to meet. She just wanted things and appreciated them genuinely and moved on. So I got her a phone, a real one, not whatever cracked hand-me-down she'd been using, and I told her if she ever needed anything she could just ask me. Her face when she opened the box was worth more than the phone cost. She screamed. She grabbed my arm with both hands and shook it. I told her to stop. She didn't stop. Rue was harder because Rue is always harder. I'd been thinking about what to get her for longer than I wanted to admit. The honest version of the problem was this: Rue didn't really want things. She wanted one thing, and it was the thing I wasn't going to give her, and anything else was just filling space around that absence. She'd liked motorcycles since we were kids, always had, but I didn't trust her on one yet. Not the way things were. She was doing better, genuinely better, but better and stable enough to be trusted with a motorcycle at 60+ miles an hour were two different things. And cash was out. I wasn't going to hand my sister a stack of money and watch her have one bad afternoon. So I'd found something in the middle. The electric bike was black, low profile, nothing flashy. Capped at 40 miles an hour. Helmet came with it, full face, actually rated for something. I'd thought about the ceiling for a while. 40 felt like the line between fun and me calling hospitals. She could still crash it. I knew that. But I'd decided that was a risk I could live with in a way I couldn't live with the other options. She stood there looking at it for a long moment. It's electric, she said. Yeah, so it's quiet. Mostly. Another beat. Then she looked at me and I couldn't fully read her face, which was normal for Rue, and she said, "It goes 40? Tops." She nodded slowly like she was doing math. Then she picked up the helmet and turned it over in her hands, checking the construction the way I'd shown her to check things when we were kids, looking for where it was built cheap, where it would fail. It held up. I'd made sure of that. Okay, she said, not excited. Not the way Gia was excited. But Rue's okay landed different. It meant she'd accepted something, which was its own thing. I'd take it. I put the helmet on her head and adjusted the strap. She let me. We stopped for food on the way back. Sat in a booth, the three of us, and Gia spent 20 minutes setting up her new phone while Rue and I ate and didn't say much. At some point Rue looked up and said, "Where'd you actually get $50,000, Jordan?" Not a question exactly. More like something she was saying out loud that she'd already been thinking. I picked up my drink. Producing. Shows. I've been stacking for a while. She looked at me for a second. I looked back. We'd been doing that our whole lives, having conversations in silence, and I watched her decide something and then let it go. Okay, she said. Same word as before. Different meaning. Gia looked up from her phone. Can you get me AirPods too? No, I said. What about, no? She went back to her phone. Rue almost smiled. I finished my food. We drove home in the afternoon light with the bike in the back of the car, and I kept my eyes on the road, and I didn't think about where the money had come from. I was good at that by now. I'd gotten good at a lot of things I hadn't meant to. He gave my mom $20,000 and told her he'd been saving. She believed him. I almost believed him too, which is the part that scared me. Not that he lied, I expected that. But that he was so good at it. So steady. So completely ordinary looking while he said it. I looked at him across the table at lunch and I wanted to ask him the real question. Not where did the money come from, but what are you doing out there, Jordan, eh? ND, is it going to catch up to you, and are you okay? Are you actually okay? But I didn't. I let it go like I always let it go because asking would have meant having the answer, and I wasn't sure I was ready for that. He adjusted my helmet strap. He'd always done stuff like that. Little things. Checking the construction so it wouldn't fail. Making sure I'd be okay, that I just kept hoping he was doing the same for himself. 30. Chapter 30, Trick and Treat. It was 8 o'clock when I pulled up to Savannah's place. That I'd stopped for In-N-Out on the way, double and fries, Seven's usual, because Seven had a talent for being exactly where you didn't want her to be, and the food was easier than whatever the alternative was. I knocked and Seven opened the door. She looked at me, looked at the bag and said, "Hey." Nicer than before. Progress. I handed her the food. She took it, said thank you, and was gone up the stairs before I had my hand back. Savannah was on the couch. She was in her 30s and she wore it like it was nothing, like she'd made peace with every year of it and come out the other side comfortable. There was something about that. Something that a girl my age didn't have yet and probably couldn't fake. I'd thought about that more than once and never landed anywhere useful, so I'd stopped thinking about it. I said, "Hey, sexy." She said, "Hey, baby." Still did something to me. Every time. "I have something for you." She sat up. "A surprise?" I went back to the car and came back with the LV bag. I'd had it in the trunk under a blanket for 3 days because I kept waiting for the right moment and eventually decided there was no right moment. "Just do it," she screamed. "Save." I looked at the ceiling. Seven is literally upstairs. She wasn't processing any of that. She crossed the room and had her arms around me before I could say anything else, kissing me, and I put my hands on her and let it happen. "I love it," she said between the kissing. "I love it, I love it. You haven't even opened it." "I don't care, I love it." We settled eventually. She had the bag in her lap, turning it over, running her thumb along the stitching. I sat next to her with my arm behind her and watched her be happy about it. I'd come over because of the text. I'd been thinking about it since she sent it. "The text," I said. "About the girlfriend thing. What did you mean?" She set the bag down and looked at me. Her face went very clear, not cold, just direct. Like she'd already had this conversation in her head a few times and knew exactly where it was going. "I'm not stupid," she said. "You're young. We can't do this publicly, and even if we could, you should be with someone your own age eventually. Someone who makes sense on paper." I started to say something. She kept going. "So here's what I think. You date a girl your age when the time comes. And whatever this is stays what it is. I'll be here. Maybe with somebody, maybe not. And if she ever gets curious about me, I've got something ready." "What lie?" I said. She almost smiled. "I'm going to tell her I'm your mentor. That I run a music production program through the city and you were one of my students a couple years back." She asks why we still talk. I say I stay connected with kids who've got real talent because that's just how I do things. Make it sound boring and official and like there's nothing to look at. I thought about that. That's actually good. I know. Seven won't contradict it. Seven doesn't know enough to contradict anything. All she knows is you come around sometimes and you bring her food. She picked the bag back up. Which, by the way, is a very smart play. I'm a strategic person. "You are," she said. Not teasing. Like she meant it and had thought about it before. I looked at her for a second. This woman who had Seven at 16 and raised her alone and built something that looked like a life and still sat here on a Saturday night looking like that, talking like that, making plans that protected both of us without being asked. "You don't have a problem with this setup," I said. "I didn't say that." She ran her thumb along the bag's handle. "I said it made sense. Those aren't the same thing. I didn't have anything for that." She wasn't asking for anything. Upstairs, Seven's TV came on. Some cartoon muffled through the ceiling. Savannah leaned back into me and I put my arm around her properly and we stayed like that, the bag in her lap, the cartoon going faintly overhead, the room quiet and close. I didn't say anything else about it. Neither did she. Some things you just let be what they are. 31. Chapter 31, Love Songs. The round 3 email came in at 7:14 a.m. I read it half awake. Love. The topic was love. I put my phone face down on the mattress and stared at the ceiling for a minute, then picked it back up and read it again like the topic might have changed. It hadn't. I lay there thinking about it. Love was trickier than the other topics, not because I didn't have anything to say, but because everybody had something to say about it and most of it sounded the same. The safe version was a relationship song, something with a hook that made people feel good about themselves. But that wasn't what won rounds. I knew I wanted to sing for this one. I'd been sitting on that idea since round 2, something about switching it up, showing range, not just rapping every time. I'd figure out the song later. Right now I texted Cassie, "You free today 8:02 a.m. Cassie, yes. Why eyes 8:04 aim pick you up at 11, 8:05 a.m. Cassie, okay, slightly smiling face 8:06 a.m. I took the charger. Cassie came out in jeans and a white top, hair down, looking like she always looked, like she was trying a little but not enough that you could call her on it. She got in and smiled at me, and I thought briefly about what the baggage situation actually was. Nate. The whole Nate thing. The way that whole story had a weight to it that sometimes just sat in the car with us even when we weren't talking about it. I didn't bring it up. Neither did she. We went bowling. She was bad at it and leaned into being bad at it, which I respected. She wasn't pretending to be worse than she was genuinely just not coordinated and found it funny. I beat her by 60 points in the first game and she demanded a rematch and lost by more. She said the lane was uneven. I told her all the lanes were the same. She said mine was easier. I let her have it. We ate after. She talked mostly. She had a way of talking where she moved through things fast, surface to surface, and never quite landed on anything for too long. I listened and responded, and it was easy. Cassie was easy. That was the honest thing about her. She didn't require anything complicated from me, which was also the thing that made me not sure about her. But I kept that to myself. I dropped her off at 3. She touched my arm when she said bye. I drove home thinking about the song. I had 20,000 new subscribers. I checked after round 2 went up and then tried not to check again and failed. 20,000. The number didn't feel real yet. It sat in my head like something from someone else's life that I was just borrowing until the actual owner came back for it. I'd gained most of them in the 48 hours after the battle posted. The comments were still going. People were tagging the channel and stuff, reposting the battle clip, asking when new music was dropping. Even if I lost round 3, it was worth it. I knew that already. I sat at the desk and opened the laptop and started pulling love songs. Not to sample, just to sit in. I needed to feel the shape of the thing before I could do anything with it. Marvin Gaye. Al Green. Stevie. Some newer stuff. I listened for about an hour with my eyes closed, not taking notes, just absorbing. The beats started forming somewhere in the back of my head the way they always did, a low thing, something slow, something that left space in it for a voice to move around. 2 days. I had 2 days. I was halfway into building the progression when I got restless in a different way. I texted Savannah, need it. 6:48 p.m. Savannah, sorry babe, not home, pensive face. 6:51 p.m. I put the phone down and I lay back on the bed and thought about Kat, who was at some family thing tonight. Her parents liked me, which was its own complicated thing, and I thought about Cassie, who came with the whole Nate situation still attached to her like something she couldn't put down yet. Neither option was simple. Neither option was available. I was still lying there when Zen's text came in. Zen got a run. Package drop, 10-minute out. Bring back what they give you. 7:03 p.m. Zen 3K. 7:03 p.m. I stared at the ceiling for a second. $3,000. 10-minute drive. Drop something off, bring something back. I knew what bring something back meant. I'd learned not to ask exactly what the something was on these short runs. That was the deal. That was always the deal. You moved the thing and you didn't catalog it and you didn't think about it too hard on the way home. I sat up. Put on my jacket. Grabbed my keys. The beat could wait an hour. The drop was clean. In and out in 9 minutes. The guy at the door didn't say anything except the address of where I was bringing the return package, and I nodded and didn't ask anything and drove. On the way back to Zen's I had the windows down and Marvin Gaye on low, and I thought about love songs. About what I was actually going to write. About whether love even made sense as a topic for someone who had what I had, Savannah when she felt like it, Cassie with her complications, Kat who was always a little bit somewhere else. None of it was love exactly. I knew that, but maybe that was the song. Maybe that was what I had to say about it. I dropped the package at Zen's, collected the 3,000, and drove home. I sat back down at the desk and opened the laptop. The beat was still waiting. 32. Chapter 32. She said there's a version of my brother where none of this happens. Where he just makes music and fixes cars and gets into and out of the small kinds of trouble that don't follow you home. I think about that version sometimes. I think Jordan does too, even if he'd never say it out loud. An hour before the live, Gia and Rue told me they were going to Cats to watch with Cassie, Maddie, and Lexi. I didn't say anything. It felt weird, all of them together, watching me on a screen and me not being there to see their faces. I filed it away and went to handle something first. I needed a snack run anyway. I pulled up to Fesco's store, grabbed a Gatorade and a honey bun, and was on my way to the register when Fez called me over from behind the counter. He had this look on his face, not quite amused, not quite serious. The one he used when he was about to tell you something he already knew the answer to. Ashtray was leaning against the wall next to him, arms crossed, looking at me like he always looked at everybody, which was like he'd already decided something. WTF? I said. I looked at what was on the counter. Then back at him, Ashtray said, yup. We came up on it. It's legal. No body on it. Could be yours for 8,000. I looked at it for a second. An APC 9 Pro. Integral suppressor. The kind of thing that didn't end up in a corner store by accident. That's more than it cost brand new, I said. Fez shrugged. How else would you get one? He and Ashtray looked at each other. Some conversation passing between them that I wasn't part of. I thought about it for exactly as long as it took me to think about everything that had happened in the last month. The drive. The girl. The orange flag in my sock drawer. Zen's voice saying things only you'd know. I smiled. Fuck it. Nice doing business with you, they said at the same time. I put it in the trunk under the blanket I kept back there, drove home, and hid it in my closet until I could figure out a better solution. Then I washed my hands, sat down at my desk, and pulled up Discord. I had a tournament round in 45 minutes. I was in the second group. My opponent was already on when they moved us into the stage channel. Cute girl, green hair, black lipstick, camera frame tight. She introduced herself as Lyric, which I thought was either perfect or a stage name, and her energy was good. Warm. The kind of person who was comfortable being watched. She went first. Her song was about self-love, genuinely well-written, melody was strong, she had a real voice. The judges were nodding. I watched her face while it played and she was living in it, eyes closed for the hook, completely present. IT was good. I respected IT. IT was also on a YouTube beat with a mix that fell apart in the second verse. She probably didn't hear it any more. You stop hearing your own mix after a while. But the judges would hear it. I heard it. The host said, "Boosted J, you're up." I reached over and pressed play. Yeah, she said, you ain't no good, but you feel so good, hey. Lyric's expression shifted. Just slightly, eyebrows up, head tilting. Recalibrating, she said, what if I could, but I gotta leave you alone, she said. I gotta leave you alone. Ione judge leaned back in her chair. The other one had her chin in her hand. She said, I know you bad, but I want you bad, hey, she said. Makes me so sad that I gotta leave you alone, she said. I gotta leave you alone. I kept my face still. Watch the tiles. This was the part I'd learned. You let the song be the thing in the room. You don't perform on top of it. I got my mind on my money. All I need is a bad bitch that I can run through the city, spend this cash with, that I can ride through this city, spend this cash on, wake up in the morning, get my smash on. Lyric was nodding now. Slow. Involuntary. She didn't look like she was losing, she looked like she was listening to something she wanted to hear more of, and that was its own kind of compliment. I don't want much baby egg whites, keep your stomach and your thighs and your legs right while I'm out here focused, getting this bread right. If the head right, I be there every night, wake up in the morning and I'm still here, wake up in the morning and I ain't gone, all I ask. Let me just do me and maybe just me and you can get along, had the mother. Bitches mad when they seen us, had to match our Rolexes, baby, team us, yeah, the earth is our turf, we can share the world, maybe even go half on a baby girl. A host had his elbows on the desk. Fully locked in. Let me be your mind reader, let me read your mind, and when I'm done with the front, hit it from behind, love and loyalty, never cross the line, just hit a nigger up when I cross your mind, show you how to get your own, you won't be watching mine, put you up on G, show you to shine, and maybe we can kick it when I got the time, be my backbone, every nigga need a spine, gotta know you ride with me if I'm right or wrong. Right or wrong, case I wake up in the morning and it's all gone. Best believe I'ma get it right back, it's the hustler in me, I know you like that, you probably think I'm with a different broad every night, when I think about it, shit man, you're probably right, and more I think about it, shit, you're probably wrong, cause what you didn't think about it, that I probably grown. One of the judges unmuted. Just said, okay. Then went back on mute. She said she wished she never met me cause she just can't help but let me go ahead and do whatever the hell I want. She said she hate how much she need me turn around and say she don't need me, always talking about she gonna leave me, but she don't, she never do though. But maybe this time might be different cause she shed so many tears she'll remind me all the dumb shit that I've done over the years, as she don't be tripping in the mornings. I got her legs up by her ears, but as soon as we get done, I swear this is all I hear. A song ran back into the hook and then it was done. Lyric looked at her camera for a second. Then she looked at mine. She said, "Your mix is clean as hell." "Thank you." "Like actually, what do you use?" I told her. She nodded, wrote something down off screen. The judges were talking to each other, muted, heads together. The host was grinning. They called the vote. I won. I found out later what was happening at Kat's during all of that. Kat said the hook came on and Maddie sat up straight like someone had touched her shoulder. Cassie apparently kept saying, "Wait, wait," every time a new section started, like she needed everyone to pause so she could catch up. Lexi was quiet the whole time, which Kat said was her version of being completely gone on something. Gia had her phone out recording the screen, which she would absolutely post everywhere, and Rue. Kat said Rue listened to the whole thing with her arms crossed and her jaw set, and when it ended she just said, "He's so stupid," and then didn't explain what she meant by that. I thought about that on the drive home. The gun in my trunk. The flag in my drawer. The song about a woman who knows she should leave and stays anyway. I didn't know which part Rue meant. Maybe all of it. He's so stupid. I meant all of it. Song, Leave You Alone. Jeezy 33. Chapter 33, Lying Again. I was still riding the high of winning. I liked winning even if I didn't show it much. Maybe it was a validation thing. I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about why. What I was thinking about was the Charger. I'd been sitting on the decision for a week. The Z and the Charger were both tied to me. Anybody who knew me knew those cars. Which meant anybody who might eventually be looking for me knew those cars too. The Z I was keeping. But I needed the Charger to stop being officially mine while still being practically mine. There's a difference. I understood that difference better than I used to. So I did the logical thing. I posted it on Facebook Marketplace. Looking to sell or trade. Uploaded clean photos, priced it to sit, and then opened a separate tab and started shopping for motorcycles. I wanted one anyway. That part was completely real. And it was exactly the kind of thing people who knew me would believe without pulling on it. Jordan selling a car to get a bike? Yeah, that tracks. That's him. The cover worked because it wasn't entirely a cover. I scrolled through listings for 2 days. Cruisers and street bikes both. I liked both, but I had a specific vision, and the vision said cruiser, something I could strip down and rebuild, something that would feel like mine by the time I was finished with it. I found one 2 cities over, a guy asking 1,000, clearly just wanted it gone. I offered 800. He took it without thinking about it. I paid him and offered him 200 more to drop it off since I didn't have a truck. He said yeah. It showed up in the driveway 4 days later, leaking from 2 places and missing the mirrors, exactly how I wanted it. I marked the Charger as sold on Marketplace the same afternoon. Mom came home that night and OD in the driveway looking at the bike for a long moment. Still in her work shoes. Bag on her shoulder. I could see her running the math. "I sold the Charger," I said. "Got this to flip. Should make something on it." She looked at me. The specific look she used when she was deciding how much to push. "Okay," she said. "Just please always be careful." "Of course," I said. She went inside. I stayed in the driveway a minute longer and then followed her. The Charger was in a storage unit 2 miles away. I'd rented it the week before under a name that wasn't going anywhere. The red wrap I'd ordered was coming Thursday. Deep, not loud, the kind of red that reads almost black depending on the light. New tint the same day. After that it would stop being identifiable as mine and start being identifiable as nothing. That was the whole point. The message from Virgil came in on Wednesday that he was throwing a New Year's party. He'd heard about the tournament, heard about the shows, wanted to know if I could perform. 2 weeks out. I read it twice. Thought about it for about 30 seconds. I said YESIT was a lot to be running at once: the bike, the competition, jobs for Zen, and now a live set on New Year's Eve. But that was just my life now. Everything moving in different directions at the same time and me threading through all of it without letting any one piece touch the others. I was getting good at that. Better than I'd expected to be. The week went like this. Mornings I worked on the bike in the driveway with the radio going. It was coming together faster than I expected. I had a feel for what it needed and I liked the work, liked having something physical to put my hands on. Gia came out once and asked what I was doing. I told her fixing it to sell. She said cool and went back inside. Afternoons I was on the music. Final bracket of the competition, 2 rounds left. I was thinking through what to play, running the catalog, pulling songs and putting them back. The right song for the right room. That was always the game. Nights I was thinking. The gun had been sitting in my closet since I bought it from Fez and Ashtray, and that wasn't a long-term solution. So I spent an afternoon in the storage unit with the charger sitting under the tarp, waiting for its wrap, looking like nobody's car, and I built a space inside the driver's seat. Not obvious. You wouldn't find it unless you knew exactly where it was and what you were feeling for. It took patience and a specific understanding of how the seat was constructed, which I had because I'd taken apart the same model twice before on a different car for a different reason. When I was done, I sat in the driver's seat and looked at the storage unit wall for a minute. Easy access if you knew where to look. Nothing if you didn't. I got out, locked up, drove home in the Z.2 weeks until New Year's. I had work to do. I found out about the motorcycle before I found out about anything else that was happening. He told Mom and me he was flipping it, and I believed him, which is the thing, he doesn't lie to you outright. He gives you the part of the truth that closes the conversation and lets you walk away satisfied. The bike was real. The plan to flip it was probably real. Everything underneath it was something I wasn't going to find out about until later. That's the thing about Jordan's version of lying. You don't catch it in the moment. You catch it after, when you're looking back at something and you realize the shape of it was always wrong. You just didn't have the angle to see it yet. I didn't have the angle yet. Point 34. Chapter 34, WTF Country. My brother has a specific relationship with panic. He doesn't show it the way most people do. No visible spiral, no catastrophizing out loud. He just gets quiet and starts moving. Like if he can stay in motion long enough, the answer will meet him somewhere on the road. I've watched him do it his whole life. I used to think it meant he wasn't scared. Now I know it means he's scared and just refuses to let it park. I got the notification on a Tuesday. Genre bent. My genre, country. I said fuck out loud to nobody in particular, closed the laptop and went for a drive. I put on the most streamed country songs and just let them run. I wasn't looking to become a fan. I was looking for the architecture, what held these songs up, what they were made of underneath the twang and the trucks and the small-town nostalgia. And when I actually listened past all of that, I could hear it. The specificity. The way the best ones planted you somewhere real, a particular exit, a particular season, a particular mother's face, and made you feel the weight of it without explaining it. That was the thing. Country at its best was just storytelling with geography. I could work with that. I just didn't know from where yet. I ended up at Savannah's. I don't always know I'm going somewhere until I'm pulling up. My brain routes me to where I need to be and fills me in after. 7 was at her grandma's. Savannah came to the door in an oversized shirt and reading glasses she took off when she saw it was me, tucking them into her shirt pocket like she'd been caught doing something. She probably had a book going. She always had a book going. She looked at my face and stepped aside without asking. That was the thing about Savannah that you couldn't explain to somebody who hadn't been around her. She didn't make a production of caring. She just did it, moved out of the way, made room, waited. She'd learned how to read a person's face the same way she'd learned to read Seven's face when Seven was too little to have words for what was wrong. You watch long enough, you stop needing the words. I sat on the couch. She sat next to me, close, and waited. I told her about the prompt. She said, "Oh." Slow, letting it land. Not laughing at me. Just acknowledging the full size of the problem the way a person does when they understand exactly how hard something is and they're not going to minimize it to make you feel better. I put my head on her shoulder. She brought her hand up and tapped my face twice with her palm, gentle, grounding. It worked on me the same way it probably worked on Seven. I didn't know how to feel about that, and I also didn't care. I looked at her. She looked back. I kissed her. She kissed me back, and I felt her exhale, slow, like she'd been carrying mething all day and had finally found somewhere to set it down. I dropped to my knees in front of her and lifted her legs and took my time with her, thorough, unhurried, paying attention to every sound she made until she wrapped her legs around my head and said, "Jordan, baby, fuck," and then came loud, the way she only let herself be loud when Seven wasn't home, like she'd been saving it, like she'd earned it. Then she looked at me. She wasn't finished, and I smiled and turned her around and arched her back. We cleaned up. She washed her hands at the kitchen sink and then started moving around the kitchen like she'd already decided what was happening next, pulling things from the cabinet without consulting me, checking what she had. That was the mom thing. The specific mom thing that I'd noticed the first time I came over and couldn't stop noticing. She asked if I was hungry, which is really just a courtesy. I said yeah. She put me to work cutting something while she handled the stove, which I also noticed she didn't treat the kitchen like her territory, she treated it like a shared project. We moved around each other without bumping. It was comfortable in a way that caught me off guard sometimes. How comfortable it was. At some point she brought up Maddie. This was a thing she did occasionally, gave me advice on pulling girls my own age, completely unprompted, in this calm and practical tone, like she was a guidance counselor and not the woman I'd just been with on the couch. I never totally understood it. I think she genuinely wanted me to have something she couldn't be for me. I think it also turned her on a little, though she would never say that. I didn't bring it up. We ate. She sat across from me at her small table and asked what I was going to do about the prompt. Only thing I can do, I said. Try. She nodded once, the way she nodded when an answer was correct, not because it was smart but because it was honest. Then she said, you can sleep here. Seven's not back until tomorrow night. I stayed. I woke up in the morning with it already there. Our grandma lived in Vermont. She was the country music person in our family, not the new stuff, the real old stuff, the kind where somebody was standing somewhere specific feeling something specific and had the decency to just say so. We used to go up summers when we were kids and she'd have it playing in every room at the same volume, just underneath everything else, like a second temperature in the house. I hadn't thought about her place in a while. I didn't know why I was thinking about it now, except that I'd been looking for a door into the genre all day, and apparently my brain had found one while I was asleep. I kissed Savannah on the temple before I left. She made a small sound and didn't open her eyes. I drove home with the windows down. I went to my room, pulled the guitar out of the corner, and wrote point 2 days before the final round. It was enough. Day of the round, Kat's place again. Rue and Gia were already deep in a conversation about it when I got the notification to join Rue, explaining something about the history of country music to Gia, who was listening with the patient expression she wore when she was humoring Rue, but also actually interested. Rue does that when she's nervous. Finds the subject adjacent to the thing and talks about that instead, so she doesn't have to sit in the feeling directly. I was in the first pair. My opponent's choice, they put me on first. Somebody pressed play, the song opened on just guitar. As you promised me that I was more than all the miles combined, you must have had yourself a change of heart. Like halfway through the drive, my opponent had been fidgeting with her headphones since we opened the call. She went completely still. 'Cause your voice trailed off exactly as you passed my exit sign. You kept on driving straight and left our future to the right. One judge set her pen down. The other leaned back in her chair slowly, like she needed more room to take it in. Now I am stuck between my anger and the blame that I can't face. Memories are something even smoke and weed does not replace. I am terrified of weather 'cause I see you when it rains. Doc told me to travel, but there's COVID on the plains at Kat's. Gia grabbed Rue's arm. Rue didn't shake her off. And I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom. She forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault. But I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes, I'm split in half. But that'll have to do. A host had gone completely still. Arms crossed, chin down, the posture of someone who has stopped preparing what to say next and is just listening to. So I thought that if I piled something good on all my bad that I could cancel out the darkness I inherited from Dad. No, I am no longer funny, 'cause I miss the way you laugh. You once called me forever, now you still can't call me back. And I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom. She forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes, I'm split in half, but that'll have to do. Oh, that'll have to do. Me other half was you. I hope this pain's just passing through. I doubt it. I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom. She forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes, I'm split in half, but that'll have to do. Silence. Long enough that I thought something had frozen on their end. Then one of the judges unmuted. You wrote that? Not a question. Yes, ma'am. In 2 days. Yes, ma'am. She exhaled through her nose and went back on mute and shook her head at whoever was beside her. Off-screened my opponent looked at her camera for a long moment. Then at mine. I genuinely don't know how to fall low. That. Your song was good, I said. Mine was fine, she said. That was something else. They called the vote. I won. Everyone said they were surprised how good it was. I was tooted. I picked up the guitar and played through the song one more time, just for myself, no track underneath it. Just the words and the chords in the room. It sounded smaller that way. More like what it actually was, something I'd pulled from a memory of an old woman with country music playing low in every room of a house in Vermont, summer after summer, and me never once thinking to ask her why it was always on. Did I put the guitar back in the corner? One round left. There's a line in that song about piling good on bad and hoping it cancels out. About inheriting darkness from your dad. He sang it like it was just a fact, like he'd already made his peace with it, and I sat at Kat's with Gia's hand on my arm and I thought, he hasn't made peace with it. He's just gotten very good at making it look like he has. That's not the same thing. I know it isn't. I just don't know what to do with the difference. 35. Chapter 35, New Year's. Jordan showed up to Virgil's before anybody else that night. I found that out later. He was already there setting up while the rest of us were still getting dressed, still arguing about who was driving, still doing all the things you do when you don't know the night is going to matter. He always knew before we did. That's the thing about him. He showed up prepared for the version of the night that hadn't happened yet. I got there early because I had to. Virgil needed the setup done before the first guests arrived. Speakers positioned, levels checked, the AUX situation sorted. I'd brought my own cable because I didn't trust whatever was going to be at a house party. I was right not to. I spent 40 minutes making it work, and by the time I was done I was a drink in and the place was starting to fill. I had a new song ready. If people wanted something they knew I'd do requests, but I wanted to open with the new one. I'd been sitting on it for 2 weeks and I needed to hear it in a room. I was standing near the back nursing my second drink when I saw Maddie walk out of the bathroom. She had some guy with her. Tall, decent looking, the kind of guy who knew he was decent looking and had built a whole personality around it. He had his hand at the small of her back and was saying something close to her ear, and she was half smiling at it. Not the full smile. Just enough to be polite. I watched that for about 3 seconds. I was a little drunk. I walked over. Sorry, my nigga. I looked at him, not unfriendly, just clear. She owes me a dance and I don't want her getting tired from wasting it on you. He looked at me. Chuckled. What? There are other girls, I said. Go to them. I don't feel like beating your ass right now. He looked at Maddie. She looked at me. He made the smart decision and stepped back into the party. I looked at Maddie. She already knew about the crush. She'd known for a while, the way Maddie always knows things people haven't said yet. She just loved somebody else, had for as long as I could remember, and I'd made my peace with carrying it quietly. That didn't stop me from acting on it when the moment showed up. I put my hands on her waist. She let me. We started moving and I leaned down and said close to her ear, "Long time coming." She laughed. The real one. We danced and I moved my hand down to her ass and she didn't move it. Just kept dancing, looking at me like she was deciding something. I looked back and didn't push it further than that. Some things you let sit. When we finished I worked the room, Kat near the kitchen. Lexi in the corner deep in conversation with Fez, which I filed away to think about later. Cassie near the speakers, already a little drunk and in a good mood about it. I talked to people I knew and a few I didn't. At some point I pulled Maddie to me, and she settled against me easy, no resistance, like it was the obvious place to be. I had my arm around her and we were just existing in the party together, not making it a thing. Then I felt the room shift the way it does when someone is looking at you with a particular kind of energy. Nate. Across the room. Jaw tight, controlled, deciding how much of it to let show. Maddie felt it before I said anything. She glanced over, clocked his expression, looked back at me, then she kissed me, not small. Real. Her hand on the side of my face and I kissed her back, and I was aware that Nate was watching and I did not give a single fuck. Whatever she needed from the moment she could have it. Whatever Nate was feeling was his problem entirely. When she pulled back she looked at me with that expression she gets sometimes. A little amused, a little serious, genuinely interested in what comes next. I didn't say anything. Just stayed where I was. It was almost 11:30. Time to set up. A few days before the party I'd asked Cassie and Maddie separately to record 2 things into a voice memo and send it to me. Told them it was for a project, nothing more. I'd chopped both recordings into the song, their voices trading off every single line the whole way through. 2 people who had no idea they were part of the same thing, woven together all the way to the end. Now I was about to perform it in a room where both of them were standing. I stepped into the middle of the living room. Virgil killed the main music. The room noticed. I gave him the nod and he started the track. 11:52. Can I baby? Can I baby? Cassie, yeah, can I baby? Can I baby? Maddie, I watched their faces from across the room. Cassie's brow furrowed slightly, recognizing her own voice, not placing it yet. Maddie went completely still. Can I bring you to the 6 where I really stay, baby? Cassie, show you why I am the way I am. Can I tell you what I think my biggest flaw is, baby? Maddie, I try to be consistent, but I can't. Can I have an honest moment with you right now, baby? Cassie, tell me who the fuck you wanna be. Can I get an honest answer from you right now, baby? Maddie, 'cause all we ever talk about is Mech and I. Before I turn the lights out, Cassie. For I turn the lights out, tell me who the fuck you wanna beta. Room was locked in. Conversations fully dead. I was aware of Maddie in my peripheral, arms crossed, she. And up, not moving. Can I call instead of text you on the hotline? Maddie, sometimes a nigga wanna hear your voice. Can I see you right now? I know the sun is up, baby. Cassie, sorry, you don't really have a choice. Can I ever make you feel like I'm down for you, baby? Maddie, you do so much more than that for Mech and I. Finally take the time and open up to you, baby? Cassie, 'cause that's the side you never get to see. Can I before I turn the lights out? Maddie, for I turn the lights out, tell me who the fuck you wanna be. Cassie had figured it out. I could see it on her face. She was looking at me with something between flattered and something she hadn't named yet. Can I, baby? Cassie, can I before I turn the lights out? Maddie, can I, baby? Cassie, can I, baby? Maddie, can I, baby? Cassie, can I, baby? Maddie, can I before I turn the lights out? Cassie, tell me who the fuck you wanna be. Can I? Maddie, can I, baby? Cassie, can I, baby? Maddie, can I, baby? Cassie, can I? Before I turn the lights out. Maddie, one more time, tell me who the fuck you wanna be. Cassie, before I turn the lights out. The track faded. The room held for a second. Then Virgil started the countdown. 10, 9, 8, the room pulling together the way it does at midnight, all the separate corners folding into one thing. I was stepping back toward the edge of the room when I heard it. The sound of something hitting hard, people clearing space, Cassie screaming Fesco's name over the countdown. I turned. Fez had Nate on the floor, beating his ass. Ashtray was already moving. The countdown dissolved into chaos. Happy New Year. I watched it from where I was and didn't move toward it. Whatever had been building between those two had been building for a long time, and it wasn't mine to be in the middle of. I waited until Ashtray pulled Fez back and the crowd reshuffled, and then I finished my drink. I grabbed my cable from the speaker setup, said goodbye to Virgil, and went out the side door into the cold. The year had started. 36. Chapter 36, Meeting. There are things Jordan did that I found out about in pieces, months after the fact. This was one of them. I didn't know about the meeting. I didn't know about DRO. I didn't know about any of it until later, and by then he was already so far into it that knowing didn't change anything. That's the thing about secrets that are already in motion. You can't stop them by learning about them. You can only watch where they land. The text came in at 5 o'clock. Zen, meeting today at 8 p.m. Come in. Bring a mask and your flag. I read it twice. I said fuck out loud to nobody and put the phone in my pocket. I did not want to meet these people. I'd been operating on the edges of this thing for months, and I'd kept it clean specifically because I'd kept it limited. Me and Zen. Me and the jobs. No faces, no names, no crew dynamic to navigate. This felt like the edge of something I couldn't uncross. Once I crossed it, I texted back. What kind of mask? He said. One that hides your identity. Everyone wears one. Only I know the members. I stared at that for a second. What the fuck type of secret society bullshit? I got in the Z and drove to a mom-and-pop costume shop. I found a mask that covered my face and a pair of goggles that would handle the rest. Paid cash. Drove home, put everything in my backpack with the orange flag, and sat on the edge of my bed for a minute. Then I got up and went to the storage unit. I took the charger. That was the point of it. I drove with the mask off until I was 5 minutes out from the address Zen had sent. Then I pulled over, put the mask on, adjusted the goggles, checked myself in the rear view. Nothing recognizable. That was the point of that too. The location was a warehouse on the east side of a block that didn't have a lot going on after dark. I parked, got out, walked in. At least 50 people. They were all masked. Different masks, different styles, but none of them were playing around about it. You couldn't have picked any of them out of a lineup based on what was visible. I found a spot near the back and stood and waited. Zen stepped up front. Standing there, he looked different than he did at the shop. Not bigger exactly, just more settled. Like the shop was the performance and this was the real thing. He said, "Listen. In 3 days we're hitting a Compton dealer. There's a safe house and there will be a car with a driver. The driver stays in the car. Everyone else is either on the guns or carrying out valuables. You move fast. You move clean. You do not improvise." Two guys came out from the side carrying storage crates. Inside each one was a row of phones, identical, sealed in plastic. 1 phone per person. They moved through the room distributing them quickly and without a lot of ceremony. Zen said, "On missions you call me DRO." I held the phone in my hand and looked at it and thought, I do not have time for this. I had the competition finale coming. I had the bike half finished in the driveway. I had Savannah and the song and Virgil still texting me about the New Year's set. I had a whole other life running parallel to this one, and I was standing in a warehouse in a mask at 8 o'clock at night waiting to talk to my crew leader about a raid on a Compton dealer. I assumed I was the driver. That was what I did. I was good at it. People were filtering in and out of a back room. Short conversations, quick. Nobody was in there long. When it was my turn, I walked in. Zen was sitting. He looked at me and said, "Take off your mask." I did that. He looked at me for a second like he was confirming something he already knew. Then he said, "This is your first mission. What do you want to be called?" I thought about it for a second. Not long. I didn't really give a fuck what they called me. I just needed something that wasn't my name and wasn't Boosted J and wasn't anything that connected to either of those things. "Hemi," I said. He nodded. "Let me see the phone." I handed it to him. There was a number on the back, 33. He read down a list, found the slot, added the contact, handed it back. "Be ready," he said. "Cool," I said. I put my mask back on and walked out. I drove home in the Charger with the mask off the second I was out of the lot, goggles on the passenger seat, phone in the cup holder. I got home, put the backpack in the close T and sat at my desk. Opened my laptop. I had a beat I needed to finish before the finale and I was behind on it, and this night had not helped. I put my headphones on and got to work. He called himself Hemi. I know that because I found the phone eventually, long after everything, buried in a box in his closet with the number 33 on the back and a contact list I didn't recognize and couldn't decode. I sat with it in my hands for a long time before I put it back. Hemi. Like the engine. Of course, that's Jordan all over. Even when he's hiding, he can't help leaving something of himself in the thing. Some little detail that only makes sense if you already know him. I don't know if that's careless or if it's something else. Maybe he always wanted someone to find it. Maybe that's the only way he knew how to ask for help. I don't know. I put the phone back and I closed the box and I didn't say anything to anyone. I still haven't. 37. Chapter 37, Stay Down. Rue Bennett. We were at Kat's. Jordan was at home, last round. Finale. The whole competition had been building to tonight and we were watching it from Kat's bedroom with the laptop on her desk and the volume up and too many bodies in a room that wasn't built for this many people. Maddie was there. I'd been watching her for a few weeks now. Trying to figure out if what I think is happening is actually happening. She'd been showing up to these streams more than she needed to. Coming around more in general. And when Jordan's name came up in conversation, she had this thing she did, this tiny recalibration, like she was making sure her face was doing the right thing before anyone could clock what it was doing naturally. Maddie had a crush on my brother. She would never say that. Not to me, not to Cassie, not to herself at 2 in the morning when those things tend to surface. Maddie doesn't do that. She'd rather decide she doesn't feel something than sit with the feeling and figure out what it means. So I watched it and said nothing and waited to see what she was going to do with it. His opponent went first. A girl with a clear voice and a song about growing up without being loved right. It was good. Really good. The room went quiet for it. Even BB stopped moving. The kind of quiet that happens when something true is being said out loud and everyone in the room can feel it even if it's not their truth. Then the host announced Jordan and I sat up before I could stop myself. His face came up on the stream. Same as always. Settled. Like whatever was about to happen was already done inside him, and this was just the part where other people got to see it. The beat came in. Something warm. Easy. Not what I expected, and then he sang, not rapped. Sang. I heard Kat make a sound next to me. Soft. Like something caught in her throat. I didn't look at her. I was already looking at Maddie. Your eyes like the sunshine on my facete's a good night. How your smells nice on my pillowcase. Maddie went still. not tense. Still. There's a difference. Tense is bracing for something. Still is when something has already reached you and you haven't decided what to do about it yet. And I light all up when I see you walking by. I know that life ain't perfect, but you make it all right. I was thinking about Jordan in his room right now. What he looked like sitting in front of his setup, singing this alone. Whether he'd practiced it 100 times or whether it was coming out of him the same way he built his beats, by instinct, trusting himself to find it. I know that life ain't perfect, but you make it all right. That's a real thing to say. That's not a flex. That's not showing out. That's just someone telling another person exactly what they mean out loud on camera in the finale of a competition. Jordan has never once struck me as someone who does things he doesn't mean. Which means he means this. Which means somewhere there is a person this song is for and they may or may not be watching right now, and either way he said it. Oh, I see you coming, got my heart jumping like Jordan's, play me like Spalding, do it all for me girl, you're the vision of what I like and I promise I'll be yours. BB whispered oh my god so quietly it was almost nothing. Nobody shushed her. I don't think anyone heard her except me. I looked at Maddie again. She had her arms crossed but not tight. Tell me your joys and your problems, I'll be more than the man for you, I'll be your friend, I'll be your friend. That's the line that got me. Not the romantic parts. That one. Because Jordan means it in a way that most people don't when they say it. He shows up. He's shown up for me in ways I don't always say out loud. And the idea of him saying that to someone, saying I'll be more than what you need, I'll also just be the person who's there, and meaning every word of it, that's the line. Call me, I'll be right away, I'll be there girl, stay right there. Tell me if you're gonna stay down, will you stay down? I'll be waiting night and day, I'll be waiting night and day, but only if you're gonna stay down, stay down, stay down. The chorus sat in the room heavy. Only if you're gonna stay down. He's not begging. He's not desperate. He's just saying, I'm all the way in, but I need to know you are too. Tell me if you're going to be here. I'll wait. But only if you're actually going to be here. That's Jordan's whole thing. He gives a lot, but he doesn't give it to people who aren't going to stay. He's always known the difference. Maddie uncrossed her arms. I noticed. I don't think she did. Your lips feel like sweet silk on my skin and fate's real. It's a great feelin' how you suck me in, oh you suck me in. And I tossed all my fears to the wind when I touched your hand. I know God must have really loved me to give me a chance. I know God must have really loved me to give me a chance. I sat with that one. Jordan doesn't talk about God. Not to me. Not at dinner. Not ever really. But he put it in a song, which means he thought it. Which means at some point he looked at whoever this person is and had a moment of genuine gratitude that felt that large. Large enough to put God in it. I don't know who she is. I've been trying to figure it out since the first verse and I still don't know. It could be someone I've never met. It could be someone sitting in this room. It could be someone he hasn't told me about because Jordan doesn't. Tell me things, not really, but he told her. Whoever she is. He told her in a song and played it for everyone, and the honesty of it was almost uncomfortable to be in the room with. Oh, I see you coming, got my heart jumping like Jordan's, play me like Spalding, do it all for me girl, you're the vision of what I like, I promise I'll be yours, tell me your joys and your problems, I'll be more than the man for you, I'll be your friend, call me, and I'll be right there. Second time through and his voice was warmer. Like he'd settled into it. Like the first verse was him finding the room and now he was just in it. I looked at Maddie. She was looking at the screen and her face had done something I didn't have a word for. Not soft exactly. More like the thing underneath the face was showing through just slightly. Just enough. The version of Maddie that exists before she decides who she's going to be in a given moment. She looked young. That's the only way I can put it. She looked her actual age for once. Call me, I'll be right away, I'll be there girl, stay right there. Tell me if you're gonna stay down, will you stay down? I'll be waiting night and day, I'll be waiting night and day, but only if you're gonna stay down. The second chorus hit different from the first. The first time you hear a thing you're still registering it. The second time you already know it's coming and you feel it before it arrives. Tell me if you're gonna stay down. Maddie's jaw moved. Just slightly. Like she swallowed something. I looked away. Call me, I'll be right away, tell me if you're gonna stay down, I'll be waiting night and day, only if you're gonna stay down. When it ended the room was quiet in a way that felt deliberate. Like everyone had agreed without talking to just let it sit for a second. Then Kat said, voice a little lower than normal, he can sing. Nobody said obviously. We all just kind of absorbed it. BB started scrolling the chat and reading things out loud and I tuned her out. Cassie was smiling at her phone. Kat was shaking her head slowly like she was still processing that. I looked at Maddie. She was sitting with her hands in her lap, looking at nothing in particular, and she had that expression she gets when she's somewhere else. Not checked out. Somewhere specific. Working something through. I thought about saying something. I decided against it. Maddie didn't need me in this. The results came in. The room reacted. I reacted too. But I kept thinking about my brother sitting in his room alone right now on the other side of town, having just sung I'll Be Waiting night and day out loud to a camera, meaning every word, and probably already moving on to the next thing, the way he always does. He makes something that honest and then he just goes on existing like he didn't. That's the thing about Jordan that I don't think I'll ever fully understand. The gap between what he's willing to put in a song and what he's willing to say out loud. They're the same person. But one of them I know and one of them I only get to hear through speakers, and sometimes the one through the speakers tells me things the other one never tells me. I looked at Maddie one last time before everyone started moving. She was already standing up, already reaching for her jacket, already doing the thing she does when she's decided a feeling is over even if it isn't. But her eyes were still somewhere else for just a second longer than the rest of her. I didn't say anything. Some things you just watch happen and leave alone. Song Stay Down. Brent. Phase 38. Chapter 38. Fuck, I don't know. Jordan won the competition. $8,000. I watched him come downstairs the next morning looking exactly the same as he always looks. Like the money was just a thing that happened. Like he already knew it was coming and had already figured out where it was going. I woke up and checked the main phone first. $8,000. Competition payout, direct deposit, already sitting there. I looked at it for a second and then I put the phone down. Then I opened the nightstand and pulled the burner. 2 messages from Zen. First one was the pay. $20,000. Second was 2 locations, one for the truck, a black F-150, and one for where I needed to be at 3 a.m. I read them both twice, put the burner back, and lay there looking at the ceiling. $20,000 from Zen. 8 from the competition. 2 different kinds of money landing on the same morning. I thought about that for a second. What it meant that both of those things existed in the same life. Then I stopped thinking about it because thinking about it too long doesn't get you anywhere useful. I got up. Rue was downstairs when I came down. Sitting at the kitchen table with a bowl of cereal. She wasn't really eating, just moving around. I said morning. She said it back, then she slid over and sat next to me, which was odd. Rue keeps her distance by default. Not cold, just the way she moves. So when she sat close I noticed, she grabbed my face with both hands and turned it toward her. You good? Of course, I said. She kept looking. Not scanning, just sitting in it, the way she does when she's already decided something and wants to see if she's right. Then she let go. She probably didn't believe me. She shouldn't. But Rue knows when to push and when to leave something alone, and this was a leave it alone morning. She'd already said what she needed to say by asking that I got up to make coffee. She said, almost like she was changing the subject, I think Maddie has a crush on you. I laughed. Not forced. Genuinely, Maddie doesn't get crushes, I said. Rue looked at me like I'd said something slow. That's what it seems like. But she's still a teenage girl. I didn't say anything back. I poured my coffee and held that thought for a second and then set it down. I didn't have anywhere to put it yet. I went outside after and worked on the bike, hands busy, head quiet. That's always been the formula. Something mechanical, something with clear steps, and whatever's sitting in the back of my mind gets a chance to sort itself out without me forcing it. The thinking that happens when I'm working is the only kind I actually trust. I thought about the morning. The 8,000 and the 20,000 sitting in 2 different phones. One I could tell people about. One I couldn't. One I worked for on camera in front of a chat full of strangers. One I'd be working for at 3 a.m. in the dark with a location I'd never been to before. What did I want from life, honestly? Actually, honestly. To get rich or die trying. Not the way people say it when they mean they want to be comfortable. The way where those are the real 2 options on the table and you've looked at both of them and you've made your peace and you're moving. I thought about Maddie. Not just because of what Rue said. I'd been thinking about her before that. There's something about Maddie I've never been able to fully put away, and I've spent some time trying to figure out what it is. When I first met her, she knew who she was. That's the thing I keep coming back to. Not in the way people say it when they mean they've picked a personality. I mean she had a read on herself that's genuinely rare. She knew what she wanted. She never pretended to be something she wasn't, not really. She did sometimes, but the thing she pretended to be wasn't far off from the actual thing. You could see the real version underneath the whole time if you were paying attention. That I've met a lot of people. That's rare. That I put that thought down and kept working. Savannah texted around noon, come over, then right after, Seven's home but in her room. I drove over. She answered the door already smiling. She kissed me before I was all the way inside. I kissed her back. Then she pulled away and looked at me and said, I loved your song. I said thank you. She took my hand and walked me down the hall to her room and pushed the door closed behind us and dropped to her knees, and every single time I think I've gotten used to Savannah I realize I haven't. I stood there and I was thinking about the song, whether it was about her. Whether she thought it was about her. Whether any of that mattered when the end result was the same. Was this for the song? Was the song even about her? Fuck. I don't know. 39. Chapter 39. High speed. There are things Jordan did that I found out about later. This was one of them. He left the house sometime after midnight and came back before the sun came up, and I was asleep for all of it. He didn't tell me where he went. He didn't tell me anything. He just came back and went to bed, and the next morning he acted like nothing happened because for him I think nothing had. It was just something he did. A night he got through and I found out the shape of it eventually. Not the details. Just the shape. That's usually how it goes with Jordan. 1 am. I took the charger. I drove to the first location with the radio off. Not because I was nervous. Just because there was nothing I needed to hear right now. The streets were mostly empty, a few lights here and there, the city doing its quiet thing. I kept the speed down and stayed in my lane and thought about nothing in particular. That's the trick. You let your brain go soft. You drive like it's any other night. When I got to the truck I parked a block over and walked to it. Black F-150, exactly where it was supposed to be. I went around to the rear driver's side and crouched down and ran my hand along the underside of the bumper until I felt the tape. Key was right there. I peeled it off and stood up and looked around, and then I got it smelled like someone had been eating fast food in it recently. The seat was pushed too far back. I adjusted it, checked the mirrors, and pulled out. 5 minutes out I put the mask on. I parked at the location exactly where I was told and cut the engine and waited. They came in fast. 20 cars, maybe more, pulling up from both directions, both sides of the street. Doors opening before they'd fully stopped. The sound of windows breaking, doors coming off hinges, and then I heard one shot, then two, then it opened up and I stopped counting. 3 to 5 minutes. That's how long it lasted. It felt shorter. I sat in the truck and looked straight ahead and kept my hands on the wheel. 2 guys came around to the bed. More people behind them, moving fast, loading. I watched it happen in the side mirror. They knew exactly what they were doing. Nobody was wasting motion. The bed filled up faster than I expected, and then one of the guys slapped the side of the truck twice and I pulled out. 3 cars behind me. That was the tail. I knew they were there and I didn't look at them. The streets were empty. I kept the speed steady and took the route I had memorized and let my brain go to that place it goes when I'm doing something I need to not think about. Not blank exactly. More like background noise. The city sliding past the windows. Stoplights. The sound of the engine. A car came in from behind hard. Close. I don't know if there was more shooting after I left or if they were running from something or what. I didn't look. I kept my eyes forward and I drove. That's the job. Drive. That's all I had to do. Just drive. So I drove. The drop location had people already waiting when I pulled in. They moved on the truck immediately, 2 guys on the bed before I'd even set the brake, everybody knowing their part. A 3rd guy came around and opened the passenger door and got in without saying anything. I pulled back out. He directed me with hand signals. Left. Right. Straight. 4 minutes, maybe 5. He pointed at a spot and I pulled over and stopped, and he slid behind the wheel before I'd closed my door and drove away. I watched the truck until it turned the corner and disappeared. Then I walked back to the charger. I drove to the storage unit. Changed out of everything in the dark, bagged it, locked the unit. Walked home. It was still dark out, that deep part of the night right before the sky starts doing anything, and the neighborhood was completely still. I came around the corner to my street and I saw her, Maddie, sitting on the front step. Jacket on, arms crossed, like she'd been there for a while and had decided she was going to keep being there until I showed up. I stopped for half a second. Took her in. Then I kept walking. She looked up when she heard me and said, "Hey, hey," I said. She stood up. Looked at me the way she looks at things when she's already decided what she's going to say, but is checking one more time to make sure she still means it. Can we talk? I looked at her standing there on my front step at whatever time this was. Whatever had just happened in the last 2 hours sitting somewhere behind my eyes that I wasn't going to let forward right now. It's 4 a.m. She just looked at me. Yeah, I said. Come inside 40. Chapter 40. Why me, Jordan Bennett? I don't know what Maddie said to him that night. I don't know what he said back. I know she was there when he got home, and I know she wasn't there in the morning, and I know Jordan came down for breakfast looking the same way he always looks. Like nothing happened. Like he just slept. He's very good at that. I took her up to my room and closed the door. She stood in the middle of the room and looked at me for a second like she was deciding something. Then she said, "Why do you like me? Not flirty. Not fishing. A real question." She had her arms at her sides and she was looking at me straight and waiting. I said, "You're sexy, confident, and you get what you want. You just don't always know what you want. So you end up going after things you think you want instead." She held that for a second. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed. "I know why Nate likes me," she said. "He likes me because he thinks I'm someone he can control." She said it flat. Not bitter. Just true, the way she says true things when she's decided to actually say them. She looked up at me. "I still love him." I said. "I think everyone can tell." She laughed. Short and real. Sad, isn't it? Yeah, I said. She looked at me for a moment. Then she said, "You're honest." Yup, I said. She smiled at that. Something small and private. Then she stood up and crossed the room and sat in my lap, facing me, and leaned close to my ear. "Do you think I'm toxic?" I thought about it for half a second. I said, "The most beautiful things usually are." She pulled back and looked at me. "You're good," she said. Then she kissed me. I kissed her back. She tasted like the night. Her hands moved under my shirt. I pulled her top off and her skirt up. We got on the bed and she stayed on top for a minute, grinding slow against me. Then I turned her over. I moved down her body and put my mouth on her. She was already wet. I licked her slow, then faster, sliding 2 fingers inside until her hips came off the bed. Her fingers twisted in my hair. She made these quiet sounds that got louder. When she came, her thighs closed tight around my head and her whole body shook. She pulled me up after. I pushed inside her. She let out a small breath. We moved face to face at first, steady and deep. She looked at me the whole time. Then I flipped her onto her stomach. From behind she pushed back against me, back arched. I held her hips and went harder. She came again, quieter this time, squeezing around me. I felt it building fast. I pulled out at the last second and came across her ass and lower back. We stayed like that for a minute, breathing hard. Afterward she was lying on her back looking at the ceiling and I was next to her and neither of us said anything for a while. Then she turned her head and looked at me and said, "You're making this complicated." I laughed. She laughed too. I didn't say anything back because there wasn't anything to say that was going to make it less true. She was right. This was complicated now. I took her home before sunrise, went back home, and dropped in bed. I lay there after and thought about what she said. I still love him. She'd said it like a fact she was tired of carrying. Like she wanted me to hold it for a second so she could put it down. I don't know what I am to Maddie. I don't know what tonight was to her. But she came to my house at 2 in the morning after I'd just done something I couldn't tell anyone about, and she sat on my step and waited, and when I asked her what she wanted to talk about she said, "Why do you like me?" She didn't want to talk. She wanted to be seen. I get that. I understand that more than I probably should. I got up, grabbed a pre-rolled cigarette, and lit it. I sat at my computer, pressed play on a beat, smoked, and started creating. Today was exhausting. 41. Chapter 41. Girl of my dreams, Jordan Bennett. It was 6 a.m. and I wasn't even high anymore. Just tired. The kind of tired that's past the point of feeling like anything. I'd been up since I got back. Couldn't sleep. My brain was still moving from the night, from Maddie, from everything that had happened in the last 12 hours, and the only thing that ever works when my brain won't stop is making something. So I opened the laptop and started building. A few hours later I had a song. I tweaked it until 9. Mixed it down, listened back twice, decided it was done. Posted it to IG without writing anything in the caption. No context. Just the song. Then I closed the laptop and went to sleep. Maddie Perez. She was still in bed when the notification came in. Boosted J posted. She tapped it without thinking, the way you do when it's someone you check without admitting you check. The post was just audio. No caption. Nothing. She put her earbuds in. Yeah, she stared at the ceiling. You look so good to me, yeah, and I know you're not no good for me, but you look so good to me. She sat up. I don't need another broken heart or sleepless night, God. Please guide me right. She looks like the girl of my dreams. Yeah, she pulled one earbud out and then put it back in like she needed to make sure she was hearing it right. She was hearing it right. Devil in a dress, angel in some Nike Airs. I could have sworn I went to sleep and she was right here. Don't know if I seen her in my dreams or my nightmares. Think it was my nightmares. She laughed. Short and involuntary. Then she stopped laughing. And I think I need your love. I don't need no one's selfish wonder if I give this girl my heart. Could she help it? And you know she's an angel if you let her tell it, baby, hot as hell. She got kicked out of heaven. She put her phone face down on the mattress. Then she picked it back up. You know I love that smile, them big lips. That clear skin. You know I love the faces she make when we sexing. Her face went somewhere she couldn't control for a second. She let it. There was nobody watching. Can't get her off my mind if I tried. My obsession should block both her number, erased all our texts. Yes, she checked her phone. Instagram wasn't blocked, so she doubted he had blocked her number. I know you're not no good for me, but you look so good too. Me, yeah, I don't need another broken heart or sleepless night, God. Please guide me right. She looks like the girl of my dreams. Yeah, the chorus came back around and she lay back down on her pillow and just listened. He posted this at 9 in the morning. That meant he made it last night. After she left. After everything. She'd driven home and gone to bed and he'd stayed up and made a song about her and posted it before he went to sleep like it was nothing. Like it was just something he needed to do and he did it. That's so Jordan. She listened to it again from the top. Then again, the comments were already filling up. She didn't read them. She didn't want anyone else's reaction to this right now. She just wanted to sit with it for a minute before it became a thing the internet had an opinion on. She knew it was about her. She wasn't going to pretend she didn't know. She also knew she wasn't going to text him about it. Not yet. Maybe not at all. Because if she texted him then it was real and she'd have to figure out what to do with it being real, and she wasn't ready for that. She put the phone down and looked at the ceiling. I don't need another broken heart or sleepless night. She thought about Nate. Then she thought about Jordan sitting in his room at 6 in the morning making this instead of sleeping. She closed her eyes. She wasn't going to figure this out today. 42. Chapter 42. Talking Jordan Bennett. I pulled up to Savannah's early. The street was quiet, most of the houses still dark. She answered the door in sweats with her hair up, looked at me and stepped aside to let me in without saying anything. That's one of the things I like about Savannah. She doesn't require a lot of setup. I sat at the island while she moved around the kitchen. She made eggs and toast, cut up some fruit, poured 2 cups of coffee. I watched her do it. She's efficient in the morning, no wasted motion, everything in a certain order. She set the plate in front of me and sat across the island and we ate. We talked about nothing in particular. Her sister. Something that happened earlier in the week. A song she had been listening to on repeat that she could not explain. I let her go. The morning was easy and I was in no rush to make it anything else. After about an hour she pushed her plate aside and looked at me. So what are we doing today? Shoe shopping, I said. She smiled. Give me 20 minutes. She disappeared down the hall and I sat there finishing my coffee looking out the window, thinking about what I wanted to say later and how. We hit 4 stores. Savannah had a method. She walked every aisle once before touching anything, which she said was so she could form opinions without being influenced by what she picked up first. I did not follow the logic entirely, but she was confident in it, so I stayed out of the way. She tried on a lot of pairs. Some she ruled out immediately. Some she went back to 2 or 3 times. She had opinions on all of it and shared most of them out loud, which I did not mind. She is funny when she is shopping. Specific and a little ruthless. I ended up with 7 pairs across the morning. She picked 4 of them. I picked the other 3 and she told me one was fine and questioned the other 2 but let it go. We got food from a spot near the last store and sat outside. She talked. I ate and listened and laughed at the right parts. It was a good morning. The easy kind that does not ask anything of you. On the drive back she asked how things were going. And I told her. I told her about Maddie. The step, the conversation, what Maddie said about Nate, what happened after. All of it. Savannah listened the whole way through without cutting in once. She does that well. She does not try to fill the space while you are talking. She just sits in it until you are done. When I finished she was quiet for a moment, looking out the window at the streets going by. Then she said, "She already knows you like her." "Yeah," I said. "I know." So it is not about telling her. She is past that. She knows how you feel. The question is what you are going to do about it. I did not say anything. Here is the thing about Maddie, Savannah continued. She does not need to be convinced. She has already done the math on you. She showed up to your house at 2 in the morning and had a whole conversation and stayed. That is not a girl who does not know what she wants. That is a girl who is waiting to see if you are serious or if this is just another situation. Another situation, I said. Like something that just happens and then you both pretend it did not mean anything. She has been through that with Nate for years. That whole push and pull where nobody ever actually says what they want and everything stays convenient and unclear. If you are the same as that, she is going to keep one foot out the door. If you are different, she needs to see it. See it how? I said. By you being consistent. By actually showing up. Not just when it is easy or when she comes to you. You go to her. You make it clear that you are not waiting around for her to decide between you and Nate. You are not competing with him. You are just there doing what you do and she either chooses that or she does not. I thought about that. She told me she still loves him, I said. And she might for a while. You cannot argue her out of that and you should not try. But feelings follow actions eventually. If she keeps choosing to be around you and you keep showing up right, that changes. Slowly. But it changes. She paused. Then, the worst thing you can do right now is play it cool. She already knows you like her. Playing it cool just reads as you not being serious. And if she thinks you are not serious, she is going to go back to what she knows. Nate, I said. Nate, she said. I drove for a minute without saying anything. So what are you actually saying? I said. I am saying if you want her you have to try. For real. Not halfway. Not when it is convenient. Actually try. And then whatever happens, at least you know you did not leave it sitting on the table. I looked out at the road. Yeah, I said. Okay. She did not say anything else about it. She turned the music up a little and leaned her head against the window and let me sit with it. I dropped her home and she grabbed her bags from the back seat. Thanks for the shoes, she sighed. Thanks for the advice, I said. She smiled. Kissed me once. Went inside. I drove home with the windows down thinking about what she said. If you want her you have to try. For real. Not halfway, simple. Obvious. The kind of thing that is easy to hear and hard to actually do. I got home, dropped the bags inside and went out back to the bike. It had been sitting finished for a few days now. I kept finding small things to adjust, which is what I do when something is done, but I am not ready to admit it. I tightened the last few things, wiped it down, rolled it out front, started it up. Engine caught clean on the first try. I let it idle and listened. It sounded exactly right. Everything I had put into it was in there. I took it around the block. Smooth through the turns. Responsive. Handling right where I wanted it. I came around the last corner onto my street and saw Kat and Maddie on the sidewalk. I honked once and lifted 2 fingers off the bar. Kat waved back. Big and immediate like herself, Maddie just looked at me. She watched me pass and did not move. I rode off, did not look back, but I thought about what Savannah said the whole rest of the ride. Point 43. Chapter 43, Gestures. Jordan Bennett. I sat with it for a while after I got home. What Savannah said was still in my head. Not because it was complicated. Because it was simple and I was trying to figure out what doing it actually looked like. You cannot sit around thinking about someone and call that trying. That is just wanting something and not moving toward it. I had done that long enough. I thought about Maddie. What she would like. What she would not. What would come across as real and what would come across as a move. There is a difference and she would know the difference immediately. Maddie has been around guys doing things for effect her whole life. Whatever I did had to actually be something. I sat there for maybe 20 more minutes. Then I got in the car. Her mom answered the door. She looked at me for a second like she was trying to place me. I told her my name and said I was looking for Maddie. She looked at me a moment longer, then said to hold on and went inside. I waited on the step. I could hear the house behind the door. TV somewhere. A voice calling. Then footsteps. Maddie came out. She had clearly not been expecting anyone. Hair half up, oversized shirt, no makeup. She looked at me and then at the car and then back at me. What are you doing here? She said. I want you, I said. She blinked. I kept going before she could say anything. And if I want you I have to make the effort. So come on. We are going to get food. She looked at me for a second. Something moved across her face that she did not quite manage to keep down. Then she smiled. Small, like she was trying not to. "Somewhere good?" she said. "Somewhere good," I said. I stepped back and opened the passenger door. She looked at the open door. Then she went back inside for maybe 2 minutes, came back with shoes on and her phone in her hand, and got in without saying anything. I closed the door and went around to the driver's side. I drove and I talked. I told her about the morning, about something my neighbor said that was genuinely stupid. I kept it easy. Nothing that required anything from her. I was just filling the car with something other than silence and seeing if she would come to meet it. She did not. She was looking out the window. Not cold, not hostile. Just somewhere else. Like she had decided to observe the situation from a distance before committing to being in it. I gave it a few more minutes. Then I pulled over, not dramatically. Just pulled into a side street and stopped the car and turned to look at her. She looked back at me. I reached over and put 2 fingers under her chin, lightly, and turned her face toward mine. "Look," I said. "I like you. I am not going to pretend otherwise, and I am not going to keep doing all the talking. But I am also not going to force you to be here. If this is a waste of time, tell me now and I will take you home and we are good. No weirdness." She held my eyes for a second. I let her look, then she said, "My love language is acts of service." I did not say anything. I just listened. "And words of affirmation," she continued. "Not the generic kind. Specific. Like you noticed something and you are actually saying it, not just being nice." "Okay," I said. She shifted in the seat so she was facing me a little more. Like she had made a decision somewhere in the last 10 seconds and was acting on it. "I like thriller movies," she said. "Not horror. Thriller. There is a difference. I like when the tension is psychological, not just someone getting chased." "What else?" I said. "I hate being ignored. I do not mean clingy. I just mean if you say you are going to do something, do it. If you are not going to, say that instead. I would rather you tell me you are not coming than have you just not show up." "That is fair," I said. "I like nice restaurants, but I do not need them all the time. I also like just driving. Like this. Just going somewhere without a plan." She paused. Looked out the windshield for a second. "I am not easy," she said. "I already know that about myself. I am not going to pretend I am something low maintenance when I am not." "I know," I said. "I am not looking for low maintenance." She looked back at me. Studying. "Why me?" she said. "Like actually." Not the pretty answer. I thought about it for a real second. Then I said, "Because you know who you are. Not perfectly. But you have a red on yourself that most people do not have. And when you drop the performance, even for a minute, you are one of the most honest people I have ever been around." She was quiet for a moment. "That is a pretty good answer," she said. "I told you it was not the pretty answer." She almost smiled. Turned back toward the windshield. "Okay," she said. "Take me somewhere good." I pulled back out onto the street. Neither of us said anything for a minute. The silence was different from before. Not her being somewhere else. Just 2 people sitting in the same space, both present, neither needing to fill it. I thought about what Savannah said. For real, not halfway. This was a start point. Questions, so I'll probably keep assuming everything is fine. Also, I've started some more fics with love support. It keeps me distracted with something to do. 45. Chapter 44. Do you believe him? Jordan Bennett. There is a version of Jordan's life where the music takes over and everything else falls away. Clean. Simple. He makes it does well, he walks away from the other thing and nobody gets hurt. I used to think that version was possible. I am still not sure. I was at my PC when the Spotify numbers updated. 200,000 monthly listeners. I looked at it for a second, then opened the YouTube analytics. The car videos were averaging 50,000 views. The music posts were doing their own thing on top of that. I pulled up my bank app and looked at the deposit that had come in earlier that week. $10,000. Across everything. Streaming, YouTube, a few sync placements that came through a couple weeks back. I sat back in my chair. I did not need Zen anymore. Not financially. I had been circling that truth for a few weeks without saying it directly. The Z was paid off. I had money saved. The music was growing fast enough that I could see exactly where it was going if I kept working. The jobs were not necessary. Zen had told me once early on that I could leave whenever I wanted. That it was always my choice. He said it the way people say things they want you to believe. Casual. Unbothered. Like it was obvious, like there was nothing behind it. I had filed it away and not thought about it much since because I had not needed to. Now I was thinking about it. The question was whether I believed him, not whether he meant it when he said it. Whether it was actually still true. Whether the version of leaving he described, clean, no friction, just done, was real, or whether it was the kind of thing you say to someone before they are useful to you and the terms quietly shift once they are. The problem was I had no way to check. That is the thing about how Zen runs it. Nobody knows who anyone else is. I do not know the names of the people I have done jobs alongside. I do not know where they live or how long they have been in or what their arrangement looks like. The whole operation is built so that no single person has enough information to be a real problem if something goes wrong. Which is smart. And which meant I had nobody to ask, that I could not find someone who had been through it and get their read. I could not ask around carefully the way you can in situations where the people involved actually know each other. There was just me and what Zen told me and my own read on who he is, which I trusted up to a point and was not sure I trusted past it. I had never seen anyone walk away. But I also would not have seen it if they had. That was the whole design. That I was still sitting with that when the burner went off. Job. 13,000. Pick someone up and drop them off. I stared at the message. Then I went. I know how that looks. I had just done the math and determined I did not need this, and then I got the message and I went anyway. The honest version is that I had not told Zen anything yet, so as far as he was concerned I was still in, and turning down a job with no explanation was its own kind of statement. A statement I was not ready to make without something behind it. So I went. And I told myself it was the last one while I drove. I picked her up from the location on the burner. She got in the back without a word. I pulled out and headed toward the drop point. 3 minutes and I noticed the Honda, black. Staying about 4 car lengths back. Too consistent. I made 2 unnecessary turns and it made both of them. I kept my speed normal, face forward, and started thinking through my options. I got on the freeway. The Honda came up fast as soon as I merged. I moved right, it moved right. Left, it moved left. I gave it a few seconds to see if it was going to do something or just stay on me. It just stayed. I pushed the charger up to 90 and started moving through traffic. Not panicking. Just moving. The Honda tried to keep up, but it did not have the car for it. I put 3 lanes and 8 vehicles between us in about 40 seconds, took an exit it did not see coming, and doubled back through side streets. By the time I reached the drop location I had not seen it in 11 minutes. The woman in the back had not said one word the entire drive. The drop was a regular house on a regular block. I had expected a parking lot or a side street. Instead it was a neighborhood, quiet, nothing unusual about it from the outside. An old woman came out when I pulled up. Small, gray hair, moved slow. She came to my window and handed me an envelope without saying anything. I checked it. The money was there. I nodded. The woman from the back seat got out. The old lady walked her inside. The door closed. I sat there for a second looking at that door. I had been telling myself for months that I was just driving. Just a service. Whatever the thing was, I was adjacent to it, not in it. But sitting outside that house watching a door close on something I had just delivered, that separation felt thinner than it used to. I pulled out and drove home. I got back, changed, sat down at my desk. The Spotify numbers were still open on the other monitor. 200,000. $10,000. Things I built. I sat there thinking about Zen's voice when he said it. You can leave whenever you want. The way it came out easy. Like he was doing me a favor by saying it. I believe him. Part of me said yes. Zen is practical. He does not do things that do not serve him, and keeping someone around who wants out is a liability. Easier to let people go clean than to have someone working jobs who is distracted or sloppy or looking for an exit at the wrong moment. But another part of me remembered the Honda tonight. Remembered the way that door closed. Remembered that I had no way of knowing whether anyone had ever actually left because the whole setup was designed so I would never know. And I thought about the difference between Zen meaning what he said and Zen having said it before he knew how useful I would turn out to be. I could not ask anyone. There was no one to ask. That was the whole point. All I had was my read on him. And my read said he was a man of his word up to a certain point, and I did not read that point was, and I was not sure. I wanted to find out the hard way. I opened my browser and typed in criminal defense attorney East Highland. Not because I was in trouble right now. Because I wanted to understand my position before I had a conversation I could not take back. Because the difference between a good outcome and a bad one is usually whether you had a plan before things went sideways or whether you were building one after. I looked through a few names. Read some reviews. Save 2 numbers. Then I closed the laptop and looked at the numbers one more time. 200,000 people listening to something I made. I went to bed. Tomorrow I was taking Maddie somewhere. I had already decided that. Whatever else was going on, that part was undecided. 46. Chapter 45. Fuck Rue Bennett. I was on the couch when the knock came. 2 cops. A man and a woman. My mom answered and I heard her voice change before I could make out the words. That shift. The one that means something has already happened and the only question now is how bad. They said there had been a shooting. They said Jordan was involved. They said he was alive when the paramedics got there, but he had been shot twice, arm and chest, and he had lost consciousness before they arrived. He was in surgery. They would know more soon. My mom asked if he was going to be okay. The cop said they did not know yet. Gia was standing next to me. I do not know when she got there. I just looked down at some point and she was there and I put my arm around her and she grabbed my sleeve with both hands and held on. My mom was already getting her keys. He made it through surgery. That was what the doctor said when she came out. He made it through. The chest wound had been the serious one, close to something important. They had to work fast. The arm was secondary. He was stable now, but he had not woken up. They were calling it a coma and they did not know how long. Could be hours. Could be longer. They would monitor him and let us know if anything changed. My mom sat down in one of those waiting room chairs and did not move for a long time. Gia cried quietly into my shoulder. I held her and looked at the wall and thought about Jordan's face the last time I saw him. That morning at breakfast. He had been normal. He had been completely normal. I kept thinking about that. How normal he had been. We were allowed to sit with him for a few minutes. He looked smaller than usual, which was a strange thing to think about someone who is 6'2". The machines were doing their thing. His arm was wrapped. His chest was wrapped. He was breathing. I sat next to his bed and did not say anything for a while. Then I said, real quiet so only he could hear it if he could hear anything at all, "You better wake up." He did not respond and I stayed until the nurses asked us to let him rest. Maddie Perez. She found out from Kat at 11 p.m. Have you seen the news? She had not. She opened Twitter and typed his name and stood in her kitchen reading without moving for about 4 minutes. Shooting in East Highland. Multiple fatalities. 1 survivor from the initial vehicle in critical condition. Identity not released. 2 of the attackers also survived and were in custody. Critical condition, she called him. It went to voicemail immediately. She texted, "Are you okay? Then, please respond." Then she just stood there holding her phone waiting for something to happen. Nothing happened. She looked at the top of the thread. His message from that morning. "We're going out tomorrow." She had read it and not replied because she had not decided yet what she wanted to say. She had been holding it at arm's length the way she did with things she was not ready to deal with. She sat down on the kitchen floor. Twitter/Reddit, @BoostedJ_updates. Sources saying Boosted J is the sole survivor from his side of tonight's East Highland shooting. Currently in a coma. Praying hard. Reply, wait, the Boosted J? The one who just dropped stay down? Reply, he had 2 label meetings scheduled. Interscope and Atlantic. And now he's in a coma. I can't process this. Reply, everyone else on his side died. He's the only one. 2 of the shooters survived and are in custody. That's it. Reply, still cap BTW. Boosted J makes car videos and bedroom pop. He's not in the streets like that. Reply, bro is literally in a coma from a shooting and you're saying cap. What is wrong with you? Reply, the song literally says Jordan Bennett East Highland. Where did you think he lived? Reply, I hope he wakes up. Genuinely. The music has been too good this year for this to be how it ends. Reddit r/hiphopeds. Boosted J reportedly in a coma after East Highland shooting, only survivor from his side. Top comment, I've been following this kid since Song Wars. His music always had something real underneath it, but I didn't want to project. Tonight answers that and I really wish it didn't. Reply, he never rapped about the streets directly. It was always underneath. The way he talked about certain nights. Certain decisions. You could feel it without him saying it outright. Reply, girl of my dreams. Stay down. Hi for this. This dude was making the most romantic, most vulnerable music of the year and living a completely different life at the same time. The duality is hard to sit with right now. Reply, everyone else died. He's in a coma. 2 of the people who shot at them survived. That's the whole box score. I don't have anything to add to that. Reply, just want him to wake up. That's it. Just wake up. Rue Bennett. I drove home at 2 a.m. with my mom and Gia asleep in the back. I had been on my phone in the waiting room. I had read all of it. Every tweet. Every Reddit comment. Strangers debating whether my brother's pain was real while he was in a coma 20 feet away with machines breathing for him. It was real. I drove and did not turn the radio on and thought about the last thing I said to him. You better wake up. Quiet, into the side of his face, not even sure he could hear me. I meant it. Jordan has spent his whole life moving too fast for anything to catch him. Outrunning things. Staying ahead of whatever is coming. I have watched him do it since we were kids. He is the best I have ever seen at it, but you cannot outrun this one. This one you just have to come back from. So come back. Point 47. Chapter 46. News. Local rapper and YouTuber Boosted J was caught in the crossfire of a deadly shootout in East Highland late Tuesday night. Multiple fatalities have been confirmed. The artist, whose real name has not been officially released, is alive but remains in a coma. Authorities are investigating. 2 suspects are in custody. Rue Bennett. I went into his room the next morning while my mom was at the hospital and Gia was at school. I told myself I was just checking on things. Making sure nothing was left out that shouldn't be. I don't know if I believed that even when I thought it. I started with his desk. Papers, receipts, nothing. The closet was just clothes and shoes and 2 boxes I already knew about. Under the bed was the usual. I was about to give up when I checked the nightstand. The phone was in the back of the drawer under a hoodie. Small. Cheap. Not a real phone, a burner, the kind you buy with cash. The screen had a lock on it and just the number 33 sitting in the corner. I sat on the edge of his bed and looked at it for a second. I tried my mom's birthday. Wrong. I tried Gia's. Wrong. I tried mine. Wrong. It locked for 2 minutes. I sat there and waited. Then I tried the day I came back from rehab. It opened. I sat there for a second just looking at the home screen. Then I opened the messages. I read everything. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough that my legs went numb. Long enough that the light in the room changed. I read it all the way back to the beginning and then I sat with it and tried to figure out how I felt, and the only thing I could come up with was, what the fuck, Jordan? Not because I didn't know something was going on. I knew. I had known for a long time, in the way you know things you have decided not to look at directly. But knowing and reading are different. Knowing lets you keep the shape of it vague. Reading fills in every detail. I took the phone. I rode to the pier. I stood at the railing for a minute looking at the water. Then I threw it in. I watched it disappear. Then I rode to the hospital. Savannah. She found out from a notification. Local news app, breaking alert, rapper in East Highland shooting. She clicked it and read it standing in her hallway, and then she sat down on the floor right where she was. She tried to call him twice. Both times nothing. She thought about going to the hospital. She wanted to. She got as far as getting her keys before she stopped. She did not know his mom. She did not know what she would say or how she would explain who she was. She was not family. She was not a girlfriend. There was no word for what she was, and the hospital was not a place where that ambiguity worked in your favor. She put her keys down. She sat on her couch and pulled up his Instagram and went through every post. The car videos. The freestyles. Stay down. Girl of my dreams. She watched all of it. She had seen most of it before, but she watched it again because it was the only version of him she had access to right now. When she got to the end, she just sat there. She did not know what to do with herself. So she did not do anything. She just stayed on the couch with his music playing and waited for news that she had no way of getting except from the same app that told everyone else. Rue Bennett. I went back to the hospital late. After visiting hours. I told the nurse at the desk I had forgotten something earlier, and she looked at me for a second and then let me through, which either meant she believed me or she recognized what kind of tired I was. I sat in the chair next to his bed. The room was quiet. Just the machines and the light from the hallway under the door. I looked at him for a while. His chest moving. His arm wrapped. His face completely still in a way his face never is when he is awake. Jordan is always somewhere. Always calculating something, reading a room, deciding something. In a coma, he just looked like himself without all the motion. I started crying at some point. I did not plan to. It just happened. I leaned forward and put my hand over his dot. I said, "You have to wake up. You don't get to do this. You don't get to be in a coma, Jordan." That was my thing. I did that. You came and sat next to me and waited, and now it is your turn and I am sitting next to you and I need you to wake up. He did not respond. The machines kept doing what they were doing. I wiped my face and sat back. I thought about the phone at the bottom of the pier. I thought about everything I read on it. I thought about Jordan sitting in the same hospital when I was the one in the bed, how he must have felt sitting in a room just like this one, not knowing. Now I knew what that felt like. I stayed until a nurse came and told me I really had to go. I squeezed his hand once before I stood up. "Wake up," I said again. Quiet. Just for him. Then I walked out. 48. Chapter 47, Investigation and Lies. He woke up on a Tuesday. 2 weeks after. I was in the chair next to his bed when it happened and I almost missed it because I had fallen asleep sitting up. Gia called my name and I opened my eyes and Jordan was looking at the ceiling with that expression he gets when he is trying to figure out where he is. I grabbed his hand. He looked at me. "Hey," I said. "Hey," he said back. His voice was wrecked. But it was his voice that I started crying before I could stop myself. He looked at me like that was the most inconvenient thing I could possibly be doing right now. Which was so him that I laughed through it. He was back. Jordan Bennett. The first few days were just getting my body back online. Pain management. Tests. Doctors explaining what had happened in that careful way they have where they are giving you information and monitoring your reaction at the same time. I listened and nodded and asked the questions I was supposed to ask. On the fourth day, the detectives came. 2 of them. Plain clothes. One did most of the talking, older guy patient, the kind of patient that is a technique. The other one mostly took notes and watched me. They told me what they knew first. Which is what they do. They lay out the shape of it and watch where your eyes go. A man known as Zen had been running a significant drug operation out of East Highland for several years. On the night in question, he had attempted to intercept a large cocaine shipment from a rival. Someone inside his own organization had sold the information for $100,000, which was why the other side was waiting. Everyone in Zen's convoy was killed. 2 of the attackers survived and were in custody. Jordan Bennett, a local musician, was the sole survivor from Zen's side. They asked me why I was there. I had been thinking about this since before I was fully awake. Not the details I had locked down already. The frame. The story needed a frame that made sense of everything true about me without touching anything I could not explain. The label offers were real. The music was real. Zen knowing people in the industry, I could make that real enough. I told them that Zen had approached me about 6 months ago. Said he had connections in the music industry, people at labels, managers who moved in those circles. I was coming up, I had momentum, and I was looking for any door I could find. He was plausible. He knew enough names, enough details that I believed him. The detective asked what kind of relationship we had. Mentor type thing, I said. He showed me how to work on cars. I pointed to the Z. He had a full shop and talk employees. I thought he was a legitimate guy who moved in certain circles. Did he ask you to do anything for him? No. Not until recently. I let that land. The detective leaned in slightly. What happened recently? I told them about the label offers. Interscope and Atlantic, which they could verify because those emails existed on my real phone. I told them that when Zen found out about the meetings he changed. He told me I needed to sign with a management company he was connected to before I took any meetings. Said it was the only way I would survive the industry, that without the right people behind me the labels would eat me alive. I said no, I told them. I told him I had a lawyer I was meeting with and I was going to handle it myself. He did not take that well. How did he respond? He said I owed him. For the time he had put in, for the connections. He said I needed to come with him that night to meet someone, that it was important, and that we would talk through the arrangement after. I thought it was a business meeting. I thought if I went and heard him out I could close it out clean and move forward. The detective was quiet for a moment. Then, you had no idea what you were driving into. None, I said. I thought I was going to a meeting. The other detective looked up from his notes. You were found with gloves on. There was a weapon in the vehicle unregistered. I had prepared for this one. The gloves I had because I work on cars. I had been at the shop that afternoon. The weapon I did not know was there. I was in a vehicle that was not mine, that I was told to meet at a location. Whatever was in it I had no knowledge of. They went back and forth with me for another 40 minutes. I kept the story clean and I did not add details I did not need to add. The less you say, the less they have to work with. I answered every question they asked and volunteered nothing. At the end, the first detective closed his notebook and looked at me. We may have more questions as the investigation continues. You understand you should not leave the state. I understand, I said. They left. I lay thereafter and stared at the ceiling and ran through every answer I had given and checked it against what they could verify and what they could not. The label emails were real. The lawyer meeting was real. The part about Zen approaching me about the industry could not be disproven. The part about not knowing what was in the truck could not be disproven either. The gloves were explainable. It was going to court. My lawyer had already told me that much from the hallway before they came in. The DA was building a case around the surviving attackers and the investigation into Zen's operation. As a surviving witness, I was going to be in the middle of it whether I wanted to be or not, but I was out on bail pending the proceedings. I was going home. I looked at the ceiling and thought about Rue sitting in this chair for 2 weeks. I thought about the label meeting still sitting in my calendar. I thought about Zen and whether he was alive and what that meant if he was and what it meant if he was not. Then I closed my eyes and let myself rest. 49. Chapter 48. Court. Jordan sat in a courtroom for the first time in his life wearing a suit our mom picked out and looked like he belonged somewhere else entirely. Which he did. That was the whole argument. I sat in the gallery behind him. Gia sat next to me. Our mom sat next to Gia. We did not talk much. We just watched. My lawyer was better than I expected. Sharp, prepared, and she had a way of anticipating what the prosecution was going to do before they did it that made me feel, for the first time since I woke up in that hospital bed, like I might actually be okay. The prosecution's case was built around Zen's operation and everyone connected to it. Financial records. Phone records from numbers I had never used. Testimony from the 2 surviving attackers, both of whom had taken deals in exchange for cooperation. My name came up in the context of being present, which was not nothing, but presence alone was not conspiracy. My lawyer's argument was simple. Jordan Bennett is a musician. He had 2 major label offers on the table. He was deceived by a man who used the promise of industry access to pull him into a situation he had no knowledge of. He is a victim of circumstance and a witness, not a participant. The key witness was not me. It was Marcus. Marcus Webb had been with Zen for 4 years. Mid-level. He handled logistics, kept things moving between people who were not supposed to know each other. He was 31, 2 kids, and according to what came out on the stand, he had been quietly resentful of Zen for most of those 4 years. He took the stand in a gray suit and kept his eyes on the table. The prosecutor walked him through it. Mr. Webb, can you describe your role in the organization led by the individual known as Zen? Logistics coordinator. I handled vehicles, timing, kept communication between people who did not know each other. 4 years. And can you explain how the events of the night in question came to occur? Marcus was quiet for a moment. Then he said Zen had been planning the intercept for about 3 months. A large cocaine shipment moving through a rival operation. Zen wanted it. He had been watching the route, building a crew, doing everything right. The plan was solid. But you had access to the details of this plan. I had all of it. Routes, timing, the vehicle lineup, everything. That was my job. And what did you do with that information? Marcus looked down. He made contact with the crew Zen was planning to intercept, he said. Reached out through a middleman. Sold them everything. The route, the timing, how many vehicles, where everyone would be positioned. All of it for $100,000. The courtroom was very quiet. Why? The prosecutor asked. Marcus was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, because Zen had been promising me a bigger cut for 2 years and kept moving the line. Because I had done 4 years of the most dangerous work in the operation and I was still mid-level while other people moved up. Because he dangled things in front of people and never delivered and I got tired of waiting. He paused. And because the number was right, he said. That was the honest answer. The number was right and I took it. Mr. Webb, were you aware that Zen intended to bring an additional person to the location that night? Someone outside the regular crew? He found out that afternoon, Marcus said. A few hours before. Zen told him he was bringing a musician. A kid who had just gotten label interest and was starting to think he did not need Zen anymore. Did Zen explain why he was bringing this individual to an active job location? Leverage, Marcus said. If the kid was present at something like this, Zen had something on him. Something to keep him in line. Zen told him the kid thought it was a business meeting, some industry connection he was going to introduce him to. He had no idea what the location actually was. My jaw was tight. I did not move. When you sold this information to the rival crew, did you inform them that there would be a civilian present at the location? Marcus shook his head. No, he said. I did not know about the kid until a few hours before, and by then the deal was already done. The crew had the information. There was nothing I could do to stop what was coming. He looked up for the first time. When I heard he survived, I felt something I did not expect, Marcus said. I had not thought about a civilian being in the middle of it. That was not part of what I sold. That was Zen putting someone in the way who had nothing to do with any of it, and that is on Zen, not on me. But I have thought about it every day since. Thank you, Mr. Webb. My lawyer stood. Mr. Webb, to your direct knowledge, had Jordan Bennett ever participated in any operation connected to Zen? No. Had you ever seen him at any location, meeting, or exchange connected to the operation prior to that night? No. I had never seen him before. I only knew he existed because Zen mentioned him that afternoon. So the first and only time Jordan Bennett appeared at any location connected to this operation was the night Zen brought him there under false pretenses. Yes. No further questions. We broke for lunch. Small room off the hallway. My lawyer was already going through notes before she sat down. That was as good as it gets, she said. I know, I said. Zen used you. That is the narrative now, and it is supported by the testimony of someone who was inside the operation. The prosecution cannot undo that. I sat there thinking about Marcus. Not with sympathy exactly. He sold information that got people killed. He did it for money because he was tired of waiting for what he thought he was owed. I understood that feeling more than I wanted to, but he also said it out loud in open court. That the kid had nothing to do with any of it. That Zen put me there. He did not have to say it the way he said it, but he did. My phone buzzed. Rue, how is it going? Me, okay I think. Rue, we are right outside. I looked at that for a second. My mom, Gia, and Rue out there in that gallery all morning because of where I had been and what I had done and what had been done to me. Not one question. Just there. I put the phone down and finished eating. Afternoon session in 20 minutes. I put my jacket back on and went back in point 50. Chapter 49. The stand. Jordan Bennett. I watched my brother take the stand. He sat down and adjusted the microphone and looked out at the courtroom the way he looks at most things. Like he was reading it. Like he was already 3 steps ahead of whatever was coming. I held Gia's hand and did not breathe normally for the next hour. My lawyer walked me through who I was first. She wanted the jury to see the version of me that existed before any of this. I told them about the music. The YouTube channel, the Spotify numbers, the competition I had won. The label offers from Interscope and Atlantic, both entered into evidence. The entertainment lawyer I had a meeting scheduled with. She asked me to describe how I knew Zen. I found him through the car community, I said. He had a reputation as someone who really knew how to build cars. I started going to his shop about a year before the shooting. He taught me engine work, fabrication, how to tune properly. I was there to learn. That was the whole thing for me. I wanted to know how to build the kind of cars I was putting on my channel, and he was someone who could show me. She asked if Zen ever involved me in anything outside of the shop work. No, I said. As far as I knew, he was a mechanic. A good one. I came in, we worked on cars, I learned things, I left. That was our relationship for a year. She asked what happened the night of the shooting. He called and said he needed me at the shop. Said it was urgent, a build that needed an extra set of hands. I had been going there for a year. I had no reason to think it was anything other than what he said. I went. She asked the question she had prepared me for. Jordan, did you know Zen was involved in criminal activity? I looked at the jury when I answered. No. I did not know Zen was a criminal. I was there to learn how to work on cars. That is the only thing I ever did at that shop and the only reason I ever went. She thanked me and sat down. The prosecutor stood. Mr. Bennett, you spent a year at this shop. You were there regularly. Yes. To work on cars. And in that year you never saw anything that concerned you. I thought about it for a real second before I answered. I saw things I did not fully understand. People coming and going. Conversations that stopped when I walked in. I did not ask about it. I was there for the cars and I kept my focus on that. You chose not to ask. Yes. She nodded. Then your YouTube channel. Street racing. Drifting on public roads. I did not flinch. Yes. So you are not unfamiliar with operating outside the law. I looked at her directly. I am not going to pretend to be a saint. I race cars on public streets and I put it on camera. That is the only crime I can speak to. I did not know about anything else. I was at that shop to learn how to build engines. That is all I knew and that is all I did. She looked at me. The gloves found on your person. I work on cars. I keep gloves in every vehicle I drive. I had been at the shop earlier that day. The weapon in the vehicle you were operating was not mine. I did not know it was there. She looked at her notes. Then the last one. You had 2 major label offers and a music career that was genuinely taking off. Is it your testimony that you would risk all of that to be part of a criminal operation? I let it sit. I had everything to lose. I was weeks away from the most important meetings of my life. I was there to work on a car. That is it. No further questions. She sat down. I stepped down and walked back to the defense table. My lawyer leaned over quietly. That was good, she said. I nodded. I looked over my shoulder at the gallery. Rue watching me. Gia with her hands in her lap. My mom looking like she had been holding her breath the entire time. I turned back around 2 days, maybe 3 for the jury. We would wait. I was good at waiting now. I had learned that in the hospital. You keep breathing, you let time move, and eventually something changes. I kept breathing. 51. Chapter 50, Not Guilty. I have thought about that moment a lot since it happened. The way the room sounded right before they read it. Like everyone in the gallery was trying not to exist for a second. I had my hand over my mouth. I did not realize until after. The jury came back on the 3rd day. My lawyer had told me 3 days was a good sign. Not a guarantee, but a good sign. A fast verdict usually meant the jury had agreed on something quickly, which could go either way. A longer deliberation usually meant they were working through something carefully, which in a case like mine with the testimony on record, was more likely to land in my favor. I sat at the defense table in the same suit and looked at the table in front of me and thought about nothing in particular. That is a skill I had developed. Turning the volume down on whatever is happening inside you when you need to be still on the outside. The jury filed in. I watched their faces the way my lawyer had told me not to. She said juries are trained not to show anything and reading them will just make you crazy. She was probably right. I did it anyway. The 4-person stood. Middle-aged woman, glasses, she had been taking notes through the whole trial. She held the paper and looked at the judge and read. On the charge of conspiracy to distribute a controlled substance, we the jury find the defendant Jordan Bennett not guilty. I heard my mom make a sound behind me. On the charge of unlawful possession of a firearm, we the jury find the defendant Jordan Bennett not guilty. On the charge of participation in organized criminal activity, we the jury find the defendant Jordan Bennett not guilty. The room moved. I felt it more than I heard it. People behind me shifting, a sound that was not quite noise but was not quiet either. My lawyer put her hand on my arm. The judge said something about the verdict being accepted and the defendant being released from all conditions of bail, and I heard the words but they were coming from somewhere far away. I just sat there for a second. Not guilty. 3 times. My mom got to me first. She grabbed me before I had fully stood up and held on and I let her. Gia came around the rail and got her arms around both of us and the 3 of us just stood there in the middle of a courtroom while everything moved around us. I could feel Gia shaking a little. Or maybe that was me. Rue hung back. She always does. She lets the moment happen and then she comes in after. I looked at her over my mom's shoulder and she was standing a few feet away with her arms crossed and her eyes wet and she shook her head slowly like she was still processing it. I reached out and grabbed her wrist and pulled her in. She let me. My lawyer shook my hand outside the courthouse. She looked like she had just finished a race. You did well in there, she said. You did well, I said. I just answered questions. She smiled. Told me to call her when the label meetings were back on. She wanted to be in the room. I said I would. She walked to her car and I stood on the courthouse steps with my family and looked out at the street. The Z was parked half a block up. I had driven it here this morning because I needed something familiar underneath me. Why Mom was talking. Gia was talking. I was listening but I was also just standing there feeling the air. I thought about Zen. About the jobs. About the burner at the bottom of the pier. About the Honda on the freeway and the door closing at that house and all the things that had happened that nobody in this courtroom would ever know about. I thought about the label meeting still sitting in my calendar. Rescheduled. 2 weeks out. I thought about Maddie. I had a lot of things to figure out. I knew that. Today was not the end of anything complicated. It was just the end of this particular thing. But standing on those steps with my family around me and the sun out and nowhere I had to be, for the first time in a long time I felt like I could actually breathe. I walked down the steps toward the Z. Where are we going? Gia said. I thought about it. Somewhere good, I said. She smiled and followed me. 52. For the confused, apparently, this might have been confusing. Zen is dead, and Jordan used that to lie about his presence. Since everything is so secretive, no one actually knows if Jordan was ever there. However, Marcus is taking a plea and revealing how he set up Zen. 53. Sorry for the rush, did rush through it. There were about 10 chapters between him deciding to leave and this one, but I got tired of the Zen stuff. So sorry, this should be the worst arc, hopefully. 54. Chapter 51. Hypocrite. Jordan came home and we had one of those rare days where the whole family was just in the same space being normal. Food, bad TV, Gia laughing too loud at something. I sat on the couch and let it happen and tried not to think about the fact that 24 hours ago we were in a courtroom. Then Gia started talking and I remembered she is, under all the quiet, absolutely ruthless. We had been eating for about an hour when Gia looked at me with that expression she has when she has been thinking about something for a while and decided now is the time. Are you dating Cassie and Maddie at the same time? She said. I am not dating either one of them. Okay, fine. Talking to them. I thought about it. Yeah, I guess. But I have not really talked to Cassie much lately. Why not? I like Cassie. I like Cassie too. She is just too open. Gia looked at me like that was the funniest thing she had heard all day. What about you? You are talking to 2 girls who are best friends at the same time. And why do you even like Maddie? She ignored you for months and now suddenly she likes you. It is weird. Whoa. Where is this coming from? She glanced toward the hallway. You cannot tell anybody. I will not. Cassie told me, she said. She feels like you just stopped talking to her and started messing with Maddie. And apparently that is true. I leaned back. Cassie is fun. But she has dated like every guy she has ever met. Gia set her fork down. You are being a hypocrite. You try to talk to every girl you think is cute and then you want to judge Cassie for doing the same thing. I did not have a great answer for that, so I went a different direction. Are you mad at me? No, she said. I want you to go on an actual date with Cassie. Not thinking about anything else. Not things you have heard, not things you think you know but do not actually know. Just be with her. Actually be present. And then tell me honestly if Maddie is better. Why do you hate Maddie so much? Gia was quiet for a second. Then she said, because you have had a crush on her since before she knew your name and now that she is paying attention to you, you are so blinded by it that you cannot see what is actually in front of you. Cassie is genuinely nice. She is sweet. She actually likes you for you. And Maddie is going to use you for what you have. And you are about to have a lot more. So either go on a real date with Cassie and actually see her, or do not date either one of them. Wow, I said. That is the most I have ever heard you give an opinion on anything. She looked back at me completely unbothered. Someone has to tell you. You make bad decisions sometimes. I could not argue with that. I sat with it for a second and then I said, okay. Why do you like Cassie so much? Give me the actual list. Gia thought about it. Then she started. She always remembers things, Gia said. Like if you tell her something once she holds on to it and brings it back later in a way that makes you feel actually heard. She is the only one of your girls who has ever talked to me like a real person, not just been polite because you were in the room. She is genuinely funny without trying. And she is loyal in the way where she would take a hit for someone she cared about without thinking twice, even when she probably should think twice. She is also really pretty, Gia added, like it was a footnote that I listened to the whole thing. You have thought about this a lot, I said. You have not thought about it enough, she said. Then she picked her fork back up and went back to eating like the conversation had not just happened, and I sat there for a while after that. Gia was 13. She was also, and I was not going to say this out loud, probably right about at least half of it that I thought about Cassie. Then Maddie. Then the fact that I had walked out of a courtroom this morning, and somehow the most complicated thing about my day was this conversation. I did not know what I was going to do about any of it. But I was going to think about what Gia said. Whether I wanted to or not. 55. Chapter 52. School still sucks. Jordan came back to school that week and I watched it happen from a distance. Everyone suddenly wanting to be his friend. Teachers stopping him in the hallway. The whole school pretending they've always been his friend. Jordan moved through all of it the way he moves through most things. Like it was nothing. I had decided during the 2 weeks I was in the hospital that when I got back to music I wanted it to be freestyles first. No pressure. No production. Just get back to the thing before I started building around it again. That was the plan. School was the other thing I had to get through and it was exactly as bad as I expected. Everyone was acting like my friend. People I had never spoken to. People who had people who didn't know me. All of them with that weird energy where they want to be close to me, get attention without actually having to do anything to deserve it. I smiled at the right times and kept moving. Every teacher asked me if I was okay. I said yes every time. By the 5th one I was saying it before they finished the question. Then I saw Cassie. She was dressed exactly like Maddie. I mean exactly. The fit, the colors, the way she had done her hair. I looked at her for a second and then I grabbed her arm lightly and pulled her to the side of the hallway. Why do you look like this? I said. She looked at me and then looked away. She did not want to answer. Then she said, why do you care? I looked at her for a second. There was a whole conversation available there that I did not have time for in the middle of a school hallway. I said, forget it. I want to take you out soon. She looked back at me. Something shifted in her face. Then she smiled. Okay, she said, that was easy. Easier than I expected. I let go of her arm and kept walking. Lexi was putting on a play. I found out from a flyer on the bulletin board outside the gym. I looked at it for a second and kept going. I hate school. I was back home on the phone with Savannah when I told her what Gia say. She listened to the whole thing. Then she said, Gia is right. Really? I said. Really? I already told you the same thing in different words. Yeah, but Maddie has more sex appeal, I said. Savannah was quiet for a second. Then, is sex appeal worth the drama? They are both drama, I said. She laughed. That is fair. But you know what I mean. I heard the front door. I told Savannah to hold on and came out of my room. Rue was in the hallway pulling her shoes off. What up, sis? You going to that play? She laughed a little. Yeah. I looked at her. The way she was moving. The way her eyes were sitting in her face. Something was a little off. Not wrong exactly. Just different from her baseline. Are you high? I said. No, she said. Too quick. Hey. I am the one who is good at lying. You are going to have to do better than that. She looked at me. Then she said, it is just weed. I looked at her for another second. The way she was moving, it was either weed or she had taken a very small amount of something else. I could not tell which. I did not want to push it into a whole thing right now. I'll believe you this time, I said. But if I find out you are lying to me about what you took, I'm not, she said. And she went into her room. I stood in the hallway for a second. Then I called down the hall. Gia. Gia came out of her room. If you notice anything weird with Rue tonight, let me know immediately. Other than that, do not bother me. I am making music. Okay, she said. Then she looked at me. But you are on a timer. If you do not take Cassie on a date soon, I am calling her over here myself. I just looked at her and walked into my room. I closed the door and sat down at the boards and let the day go quiet. Freestyles first. That was the plan. Just get back to the thing. 56. Chapter 53. He's a good kid, Your Honor. I sat in my room with the lights low, scrolling beats, weed burning. I was not trying to make anything. No session, no goal. Just me and whatever came up on the feed. A beat hit and it was hard. Simple knock underneath, nothing fancy. I let it run a few bars and then I just started talking over it. Not thinking. Just going. Motor in the back with the trunk in the front, smoking on gas, 3.5 and a blunt, made it off the streets. I came up from a crumb. That line surprised me a little. Came up from a crumb. I let it ride and kept going. 2000 just for the shoes I put on, freestylin', while I got kush in my lung, Crocodile Burberry, that's what I'm on. The second verse opened up and I stopped holding back. money and sex is bringing me problems. I'm at my best when I'm running through models. Came out the trap, a hood nigga role model. I ran the hook back 3 times. By the 3rd one it was locked in. Hundreds of baddies, it's hard to choose one. Green light the shooters, it's already done. I sat back. That was good. Not saying much, but every word was real. Something I had done or thought or lived. I saved it and called it hard to choose one. I had not made a new beat in a while. That last one felt like the one before everything fell apart. I opened YouTube, found a beat I had been sleeping on, downloaded it and went back in. This one was darker. I felt it right away. Man, fuck these niggas. Boosted's back, that's all these bitches screaming. That boosted's back. I kept it moving through the first verse, the energy building. Out on bail, work on the scale, put some change on your head. Boy, you on sale, pop, get well, make breakfast, 'cause I got you walking on eggshells out on bail. I laughed a little when I heard it back. That one was a little too real. I kept it anyway. I'm the one with the money, so I ain't the one with the gun. All I do is give the word to the one with the gun. Fuck bitches, get money. Mission complete. Second verse went harder. Swear to God I never shoot unless I'm shooting to kill. Young wild motherfucker, pop you and a pill boy. Instead of writing raps you should be writing your willy. Ended it where it needed to end, and I'm a dog ho. Camo cargos. Semi-autos, my bitch sniff more lines than a barcode. Wish I could take a shot of Ciroc with. Pacey played it back. Raw. Edge to it. Every line earned. I did not overthink it. Saved it and kept going. I wanted to try singing one. I had been thinking about it since the competition. The way it felt to just let the voice go without wrapping everything in production. I found a beat that had room in it and started. Drop the roof and let the smoke clear. I got diamonds doing toozy slides in both ears. Dice rollin' on the Las Vegas Strip tonight. A verse flowed easy. I was not forcing anything. This that roll myself a J and count my figure shit. This that steppin' out. I feel like I'm that nigga shit. I dropped 30 on this room. We ain't gone sleep for shit. Then the hook hit and I let it breathe. But you can do what you wanna live, how you wanna be, who you wanna be. A young stunner till I did. Second verse I went somewhere else. Fuck it. I just run it up before I go. Would you tell the world my secrets if I let you close? I held that line for a second after I sang it. This shit might drive you mad. Feeling pretty mixed up, but this life shit ain't all bad. Hook again. I let it ride out to the end and then I sat in the quiet after it. A young stunner till I dae. I played all 3 back to back. Hard to choose one. Boosted's back. Dead man walking. 3 different moods, same person, same night, no plan. The hard one, the raw one, the one with some melody underneath it. Together they made sense in a way I had not been expecting when I sat down. I decided they were going on an EP. I opened Photoshop. I had been thinking about the title since the verdict. The jury foreperson reading not guilty 3 times. My lawyer's hand on my arm. He's a good kid, Your Honor. That was the entire argument. The whole case reduced to one sentence. Whether it was completely true or not, it was what got me out. I built the cover. Dark background, smoke and low light. Myself from the back, locks, the fit I had been wearing all week. Blue on the left side, good kid. Red on the right, Your Honor. The contrast between the 2 colors, I worked on it for about an hour. When it was done I looked at it and it was right. I saved it. He's a good kid, Your Honor. 3 tracks. Odd A in one night with weed and no agenda. Felt like a statement. I published it, texted Cassie tomorrow at 10 a.m., set my alarm and slept 57. Chapter 54, Nate? My brother has this thing where he never looks like something got to him. Even when it did. You could catch him in the middle of the worst night of his life and he'd still seem like he had somewhere to be and a reason to go. I used to think that was strength. I'm still not sure it isn't. I'm just not sure it isn't something else either. I picked Cassie up at 7. She came out in this tan blazer thing with wide leg pants and heels that made no sense for bowling. She looked good, but she looked like she was trying to look good, which is different. I didn't say anything about it. Hey, I said. Hey. She got in. Pulled the seatbelt slow. I pulled out of her driveway and gave it a second before I asked. What's been going on with you? Nothing. She said it too fast. I glanced over. She was already on her phone, the screen lighting her face up every few seconds. Reading, typing, reading again. Fast. You don't have to come if you don't want to. I can take you back. No. She locked her phone and put it face down on her thigh. It's just a little drama. Let's go. I left it alone. We had a good time. That part was real. She loosened up after the first game, laughing when she threw a gutter ball, talking shit when she didn't. She forgot about her phone for maybe an hour. Then her phone rang, she looked at the screen and her face dropped. I'm at the bowling alley with a friend. Pause. I'll talk to you later. She hung up and didn't look at me. I didn't ask. We finished the game. 2 hours later I was dropping her off. I pulled up slow and cut the engine. Cassie exhaled and reached for the door handle. Then she went still. I saw him before she said anything. Walking up from the curb. Nate Jacobs. He looked pissed. Oh my fucking god. I stepped out. Kept the door open between us. He stopped about 10 feet away and looked at me. This is the second time you've been out with one of my girls. I didn't say anything. There wasn't anything worth saying yet. You got a crush on me, motherfucker? Cassie was already getting out. Nate, shut up. Stop it. He wasn't listening to her. He started fidgeting. He stepped closer. Still not touching anything. Still talking. Going on about ruining my life, about knowing people, about how I didn't know what I was doing. He was building something. Waiting for me to flinch so he'd have a reason that I didn't flinch. He kicked my car. Cassie screamed his name. He barely blinked. He turned to Cassie and started arguing with her. I stopped listening to what he was saying. I reached into the back seat and pulled on the motorcycle gloves I kept there. Reinforced knuckles. I came around the door quiet while he had his back half turned. I hit him once. Clean. He went sideways into the lawn. Touch my shit again and you'll get worse. Jordan, stop. Cassie stepped between us, hands up. Stop. Nate was in the grass on one knee. Not out. Just a little fucked up. I looked at him long enough to make sure he knew I wasn't done if he got up. He didn't get up. I looked at Cassie. She was standing with her arms out like she was still trying to stop something that had already finished. You're fucking Nate, I said. Your best friend's weirdo ex. Her eyes went sharp. What about you? Did you tell her we fucked? Yeah, I said. Lying, she stared at me, trying to figure out if I was telling the truth. I let her wonder. I got in the car and drove. I called Savannah from the road. Told her the short version. She laughed. Oh wow. Teenage drama. Yeah, you good? I'm fine. Just pissed about the paint. Go handle your feelings, Jay. She hung up. I drove the rest of the way home without music. Gia was on the couch when I walked in. Your girl Cassie isn't as nice as you think, I said and went upstairs. I texted Maddie, coming over. She replied in under a minute. Okay, see you soon. She'd been different with me since I got out of the hospital. Not soft exactly. Just like she'd turned something down a notch. I didn't know if it would last. I wasn't counting on it. When I pulled up, she was already outside, leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed. She walked to the car and got in without asking where we were going. Hey, she said. Hey. I need to tell you something. She looked at me. A month ago, Cassie and I had sex. She was quiet for a second. Then she laughed. Not like it was funny. The dry kind. She said. Was I better? I laughed. Way better. She got in the car and I drove off. I took her to this place. She said she wanted tea. I try. Low sugar, low carb smoothies. The menu looked like something a trainer would post on Instagram with a motivational caption under it. I got one too. Figured I'd try it. It tasted like someone squeezed fruit into a cup of water and that's it. Maddie liked hers. We sat across from each other in a booth. She was on her phone for a minute, then she put it down. She looked up and caught me looking at her. Are you done with Nate? I asked. She rolled her eyes, then she picked up her smoothie and took a sip and looked at me over the rim of the cup. I'm with you right now, right? She held my eyes for a second. Then she looked back at the table. I let it be what it was. The thing about Maddie is she never answers the question you actually asked. Just gave an answer that sounded good if you weren't listening. My brother always listened. I think he already knew. I think that's why he let her get away with it. 58. Chapter 55, Moving UPI posted the EP to everything. SoundCloud, Apple Music, Spotify, all of it. Tweeted the link, posted the cover on IG with no caption, and drove to Savannah's before I could sit there and watch the numbers. She opened the door and pulled me in before I even said anything. Kissed me and then stepped back. I missed you. I laughed. It's been like 3 days. I know. She looked at me for a second, then at my face like she was checking for something. Then she said, "You made an album?" EP, what's the difference? I explained it. 3 tracks, no filler, not a full project. More like a statement than a story. You put out an album when you want to. Build something over time. An EP is for when you have something specific to say right now. She nodded like she was filing that away. Then she grabbed her headphones off the coffee table. Well, I want to listen to it. Okay. She put the headphones on and pulled up the SoundCloud, and I just sat next to her on the couch and let her go. I could hear the faint bleed of the music through the cushions. She didn't say anything. After a while, she stopped scrolling through her phone and put it down. Her face changed a little, went somewhere private. She left it there until the track ended. When the whole thing finished, she pulled the headphones down around her neck. Hard to choose one, she said. That one. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one people are going to remember. She leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Then she said, "Isn't your label meeting in a few days? Are you excited?" I don't know yet. They're going to try to fuck me over, so I've been talking to a few entertainment lawyers. Making the final call on who I'm going with tomorrow. She turned her head to look at me. Smart. Speaking of which. I paused. When I get signed, I want to hire you for something. So it doesn't have to be weird, you just being around. She smiled. The real one, not the polished one. Hire me to do what? I don't know yet. What can you do? She threw a pillow at me. I caught it. Cassie heard it the next day. She was on her couch, half paying attention, texting Nate with the EP playing through her speaker on the coffee table. She wasn't really listening at first. Then Dead Man Walking came on and she put the phone down. She went through the whole thing twice. Her favorite was Dead Man Walking, which was the one she wasn't expecting to hit. She texted her friend about it. She didn't text Jordan. She was still texting Nate by the time she listened to it a third time. Maddie listened to it alone in her room with the lights off. She didn't tell anyone she was doing it. Just put her headphones in and lay back on her bed and let it go. She didn't skip anything. She listened to all 3 the whole way through without moving. By the end of it, she was looking at the ceiling with her phone on her chest. She kept thinking about Nate. Not because the music was about him. Because it wasn't. Because Jordan had been through everything he'd been through in the last few months and came out the other side making something like this. No bitterness in it. No performance. Just ability. Nate couldn't make anything. Nate couldn't build anything. Nate's whole thing was taking up space and making sure you knew he was in the room. She stared at the ceiling and thought, why are you wasting your time? She didn't have a good answer. She decided right there, quietly, without telling anyone, that if Jordan wanted her, actually wanted her, she was done making it complicated. She wasn't going to announce it. She was just going to stop blocking it. She put her headphones in her drawer and went to sleep. I heard my family listening to it from my room. Mom had it playing in the kitchen. Gia was in the living room with it on her phone. I could hear them talking about it through the wall, their voices low, and I just sat at my desk and waited. It felt weird being in the same house while people I lived with processed something I made. Later Mom knocked on my door and said she was glad people were hearing it, but she wished it was better subject matter. I didn't argue. I knew what she meant. I just nodded. Rue didn't say much. She gave me a look in the hallway that I couldn't fully read. I was still pretty sure she was using again. I'd been watching her for 2 weeks and the signs were quiet, but they were there. I was going to have to address it soon. Just not tonight. Gia cornered me in the kitchen. Okay, so Boosted's back, she said. The second verse. I need you to know that verse goes crazy. I smiled. I know. Like actually crazy. Gia, I'm just saying. I looked at her for a second. She was 14 and had her whole life ahead of her, and this neighborhood had a way of getting into people slowly without them noticing. I needed to figure out how to get her somewhere better before it started working on her. I messed up her hair. She shoved me away and went back to her room. Franklin Mann's office was on the 4th floor of a building downtown with a waiting room that smelled like leather and paper. He was older than I expected, maybe mid-50s, with the kind of calm that comes from having seen everything twice. He told me about himself first. His background, who he'd worked with, what he believed about how artists should be protected going into deals. He didn't try to impress me. He just laid it out like he was reading from a fact sheet. Then he asked if I had a manager. No, you need one. Not a friend, not a family member. An employee. Someone whose job it is to look out for your interests and nothing else. Make sure they're trustworthy. It can wait until after the first meetings, but not long after. I told him about the offers. Atlantic and Interscope were the first two, but now I had Universal, Sony, and Def Jam reaching out as well. That he wrote that down. Def Jam? They reached out. I'm not taking it that seriously. He nodded once, didn't push it. I have decent knowledge on the numbers artists have signed at your level and above. I'll put together an outline. Come back tomorrow and we'll go through it before your first meeting. I stood up and shook his hand. He had a firm grip, which I'd learned meant nothing, but his eyes were steady when he looked at you, and that meant more. The Atlantic meeting was in a conference room on the 7th floor with 4 people sitting across from us and water bottles on the table that nobody touched. They talked about vision. They talked about the moment I was in and how they wanted to be a part of it. Franklin sat next to me and took notes and didn't say much until the numbers came out. Then he asked a few questions I wouldn't have known to ask, and by the end of it they were at a different number than where they started. When we left I said, "That was it. That was the opening. They'll sharpen the offer before you come back." Interscope was similar. Different room, different people, same energy. We sat, they talked, Franklin worked, we left with a counter and a timeline. In the L. Eva tore on the way down. He said, "You need a manager before the next round. 2 weeks. That's your window." I know. Do you have anyone in mind? I thought about it. Not yet. He nodded. The elevator opened. We walked out into the afternoon and I stood on the sidewalk for a second with my hands in my pockets while the city moved around me. 2 weeks. It took about a week for the EP to actually take off. Not overnight, not the way I thought it would, but slow and steady, and then all at once. Each track on YouTube was sitting at 80K views and there was no video, no visual, nothing. Just audio and the cover. Spotify had crossed 100K streams across the project and it was still climbing. The SoundCloud numbers had long stopped meaning anything because they kept moving every time I checked, and I sat at my desk and looked at the screen and thought, it's going to keep going. I didn't say it out loud. I just knew it without needing proof. I closed the laptop and went to work on the next thing. 59. Chapter 56, Interviews. I posted on 2 job boards. Not the free ones. The ones that cost real money to put a listing on, the ones where the people who actually check them are looking for something specific. The post set up incoming artists seeking management and linked to my Spotify and socials. I kept it short. If they needed more than that to know whether to apply, I didn't want them anyway. 3 days later I had a stack of responses. I narrowed it down to 3 interviews and booked a room, not a conference room in someone else's building. I'd leased a small office space downtown, nothing big, 1 room and a waiting area, $3K a month. It felt like the right move. I still had about $23K saved, but I was spending on business now, lawyer fees, the office, equipment, and that felt different than spending on myself. Spending on yourself runs out. Spending on infrastructure is supposed to come back. The morning of the interviews I parked the Z out front and a guy walking by stopped and asked if that was my car. I said yeah. He asked for a picture. I said sure. It was weird because I wasn't famous, not really, not outside the city, but here people knew the car and they knew the name, and it felt like something had shifted without me noticing exactly when. I went upstairs and sat in the office alone and texted Maddie. You up, Maddie? Obviously it's 10 a.m. What are you doing today, Maddie? Nothing. USC game tonight. Come, Maddie, I don't care about football. No, Maddie. Fine, Maddie. What time? She was replying faster than usual. I noticed that and didn't say anything about it. I put the phone down and looked at the room. 1 table, 3 chairs across from me, a bottle of water on each side. I should have had someone with me. I called Savannah. She showed up 20 minutes later in black slacks and a fitted blazer with her hair pulled back. She looked like she'd been doing this for years. I told her straight. She was my assistant. Official, on payroll, real title, real money. More than the market rate because I needed her close and I didn't want it to get complicated. She looked at the room, looked at me and said, okay. That was it. No questions, no negotiation. Just okay. She sat down next to me and pulled out her phone to take notes. Then she said, almost as an aside, Seven says she likes your music, by the way. She thinks I'm cool now for being around you. I laughed. Seven's got good taste. Don't tell her that, she'll never let me hear the end of it. The first candidate knocked. I told her to send him in. Simon was maybe 52, 53. He came in with a firm handshake and a folder and the kind of confidence that comes from having been in rooms like this for a long time. He knew the industry. He talked about artist development and long-term brand building and relationship cultivation with labels, all the right words in the right order. The problem was the music. I asked him what he'd been listening to lately, what had caught his attention in the last year. He named 3 artists that were big 5 years ago. When I mentioned the direction I wanted to go, not pigeonholed, not a street rapper, range across moods and sounds without losing the through line, he nodded like he understood, but his eyes were doing the math on a different formula. He wasn't bad. Just not for me. I told him I'd be in touch with my decision. He shook my hand again and left. Savannah wrote one word on her notepad and turned it toward me. Next. The second one was a woman, maybe 40, named Patricia. She'd worked with a mid-size management firm for 12 years and had a decent track record on paper. She was more current than Simon. She knew the names, the trends, she'd done her homework on my stuff before walking in, which I respected, but she was hesitant in a way I couldn't work with. Every answer had a qualifier on it. Every idea came with a reason it might not work. Not because she was being careful, but because she wasn't confident. She didn't want to be wrong out loud. I needed someone who was sure before the proof was in. I thanked her and walked her out. The third one came in and I knew in the first 30 seconds she was different. Her name was June Harris. 25, maybe 26. She walked in like she'd already decided the meeting was going to go well and was just there to confirm it. Not arrogant, just settled. She sat down, put her folder on the table without opening it, and looked at me. "I've been listening to the EP since it dropped," she said. "All 3 tracks, multiple times. I wanted to make sure I had something real to say before I came in here." I nodded. "And, hard to choose one is going to be the one people remember. But Dead Man Walking is the one that's going to make the industry take you seriously. It's the most technically interesting thing on the project and most people won't even be able to explain why. They'll just feel it." I kept my face neutral. She was right and I wasn't going to give her that yet. "Tell me about your background," I said. She'd started working for a talent manager named Derek Cole when she was 18. She told me his name and watched my face. I didn't react, but I filed it. I'd look him up after. "I started as basically an intern," she said. "Got coffee, handled scheduling, sat in on every meeting he let me sit in on. By the time I was 20, I was handling artist communications. By 22 I had my own clients inside his roster that he let me run point on. I know how deals are structured, I know how labels think, and I know what they're going to try to do to you if you walk in without someone who understands the playbook. What are they going to try to do?" She didn't hesitate. "Lock you into a long-term deal with a low royalty rate and a 360 clause before you know what your ceiling is. They're going to use the trial buzz and the streaming numbers to make the offer feel urgent. They want you signed before the next project drops because they know the leverage shifts after that." That was the right answer. That was the exact right answer. "What would you do about it?" She leaned forward slightly. "I'd take the meetings, let them feel like they're close, and use the competing offers to run the price up. Then I'd push for a shorter initial term, better royalty splits, and a hard out on the 360. And I'd do all of it before your next round of meetings, not after." I looked at her for a second. She held it. "You said you had ideas," I said. "Beyond the deal structure. XXL freshman consideration in the next cycle if the streaming holds. You have the narrative for it, the trial, the comeback, the EP dropping right after the verdict. That's a cover story, not just a blurb." She paused. "Power 106 out here is the right first radio push. I have a contact there who owes Derek a favor and Derek already said he'd pass the reference along." She slid a card across the table with Derek Cole's number on it. "Call him," she said. "He'll tell you who I am." She stood up, picked up her folder and smiled. Not the kind that needed anything back. "You'll know by next week," I said. "Thank you," she said, and left. I sat back. Savannah was already looking at me. "She was the best one," Savannah said. "Yeah." I pulled out my phone and looked up Derek Cole. He'd worked with Trippie Redd, Ruth B., and 4 or 5 other names I recognized from different corners of the industry. Not a legend. But real. Consistent. The kind of manager who kept working because he was actually good at it. If he vouches for her, it's her. I put my phone in my pocket, told Savannah good work, and went home to get dressed. I put on something clean and picked Maddie up at 7. She came out in jeans and a fitted top with her hair down, which she knew I liked even though I'd never said it. She got in the car and looked at me. "You look nice," she said. "You too." She pulled her seatbelt and looked out the window. I still don't care about football. I know. The stadium was loud and crowded, and she spent most of the first half taking pictures. Not in a bad way. She just liked the shots, the field, the crowd, the lights. She posted 3 in a row and tagged our location, and I saw the comments fill up before she even put her phone down. That I told her, next time don't post it until we leave. She said okay, sorry. In the second quarter she leaned into me a little, not much, just enough that I felt it. She didn't say anything about it. I didn't either. I watched the game and she watched her phone, and at some point her shoulder was against mine and it just stayed there. On the drive home she had the music low and her feet up on the dash, and she was half asleep by the time I pulled onto her street. I parked and she sat up slow and looked at me. Tonight was good, she said. Yeah, it was. She got out without saying anything else. I watched her go inside and I drove home and thought about the way she'd leaned in. I thought about how she hadn't moved away. I told myself I was probably reading into it just because I liked her. That was the easy explanation. That I wasn't sure it was the right 1.60. Chapter 57. Hired. I brought Savannah over to the house that afternoon. I hadn't planned it as a formal introduction. I just needed to tell my family she'd be around more, and it made more sense to do it in person than over text. I told them she was my new assistant, official on payroll. That was it. Gia looked at her and said, "You're Seven's mom." Savannah smiled. "I am. Seven talks about you all the time. Good things, I hope." "Mostly." Mom came out of the kitchen and I introduced them, and something happened that I didn't fully expect. Mom liked her immediately. Not in the polite way, she was nice to everyone. In the real way, where she asked questions and actually listened to the answers and laughed at something Savannah said about the office space. By the time I came back from the bathroom, they were in the kitchen talking about something I hadn't been part of. I leaned in the doorway and watched for a second. Okay. Maddie had come over too, which I'd told her was fine. She walked in behind me, said hi to everyone. Gia got up and went to her room. Maddie looked at Savannah's bag. "That purse is really nice," she said. "Thank you. It was a gift." "From who?" "Myself." Maddie smiled at that. They didn't have a full conversation. But it wasn't awkward either. "I'd take it." After everyone cleared out, I called June. She picked up on the second ring. "It's you," I said then. "Thank you. I won't make you regret it." "I know. Tomorrow morning, 9. Bring whatever you have." "Already ready," she said. "See you then." I hung up and texted Savannah to start the LLC paperwork. I'd been thinking about the name for a while and I'd landed on it, Lost Child Records. It felt right. That I hadn't touched a car in weeks, not seriously. Not with my hands in the engine and grease on my forearms and the specific quiet that came from being focused on something mechanical with no people around. The Z was fine. I sold the Charger. I had stripped the wrap and cleaned the inside, sewed up the place. I hid the gun and got another $20K, so I was at $40,000. I needed something to build. Something that didn't have a destination yet. I traded the bike for a black Tahoe. It was older, maybe mid-2000s, and it already had an LS swap in it, which meant whoever owned it before me had the same instinct I did. The body was clean. The interior was taken care of. The previous owner had loved it without finishing it, and I could see the potential sitting in all the places he'd stopped short. I drove it home slowly, listening to the engine, getting a feel for where the power was and where it wasn't. I already had ideas. I wasn't in a rush. That was the whole point. Before the mall, I sat with Gia in her room. She was on her phone and looked up when I came in. I sat on the edge of her bed and she already had that face on, the one she got when she knew I was about to say something she didn't want to hear. "You're coming to the mall with me and Maddie today," I said. She made a face. "Why?" "Because I'm asking you to." "Jordan, I know you don't love her. I'm not asking you to. But she's going to be around and I can't have it weird every time she comes through. You don't have to be best friends. Just be normal." Gia looked at her phone, then back at me. "She's still Maddie Perez. I know who she is. I'm just saying." "I know. Come anyway." She put her phone down. "Fine. But I'm not pretending to like stuff I don't like. I'm not asking you to." The mall was crowded for a weekday. Maddie moved through it with a purpose. She'd already decided she was going to help Gia find something. I watched that happen in real time. She didn't make a big deal of it, didn't announce she was doing it. She just started asking Gia questions about what she actually liked and then steering them towards stores that made sense. Gia was suspicious at first. She answered in short sentences and kept her arms crossed and gave me a look every few minutes that said she knew what I was doing. But Maddie wasn't performing. She was just paying attention, which was a side of her I didn't always get to see. By the third store, Gia had her arms uncrossed. By the fourth, she was holding up a jacket and asking Maddie's opinion without me prompting anything. Maddie said, "That one, definitely," and Gia put it in her pile. I stayed back and let it happen. Then a group came up to me. 5 or 6 people, East Highland faces I recognized from around. They wanted pictures. I said sure, and we did the whole thing, and then one of the girls stayed a second longer than everyone else and started talking, close, the kind of close that had a point to it. I kept it short. Friendly but short. When I looked back, Maddie was watching with her arms crossed and something on her face that wasn't quite neutral. I looked away before she caught me noticing. There it is. On the drive back, Gia was in the back seat with 3 bags and her feet up and her head against the window. Maddie was quiet in the front, scrolling her phone. A TA red light, Gia said, without looking up. "She's not that bad." I glanced in the rear view. She was still looking out the window, like she was talking to herself. Maddie didn't say anything, but the corner of her mouth moved. I kept driving. I dropped Maddie off first. She grabbed her bag and got out and then turned back at the door. "Your sister's funny," she said. "Don't tell her that." Gia said, "I can hear you." She smiled and went inside. That night I thought about Rue. I'd been watching her for weeks, the way you watch something you're not ready to call what it is yet. The signs were quiet, but they were stacking. She was sleeping weird hours. She'd stopped talking as much at dinner. She had that look sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the one I remembered from before rehab when she was managing something nobody was supposed to see. I didn't know how to do this. I'd been through the trial and the coma and the verdict, and none of that felt harder than the idea of sitting across from my sister and saying out loud what I thought was happening. Because if I was right, then it was real. And if it was real, then I had to do something about it, and I didn't know what that was yet. I sat at my desk until 2 in the morning without making music. Just thinking I was going to have to address it. I just needed to figure out how. 9 in the morning. June and Savannah sat across from me in the office, and June had a folder open before I'd even finished my coffee. She'd set up the Power 106 interview. I'd be going in the following week in studio, which meant the freestyle conversation was unavoidable. "They're going to want you to freestyle," she said. "I know. That's fine. Most artists prep something. Off the dome sounds good for the image, but it's a risk you don't need to take at this stage. I know how it works. I've got something ready." I paused. "I just don't want it to sound ready." June wrote that down. "Good. That's the right instinct." We went through the rest of the meeting, press contacts, a few blog features she'd already lined up, timeline for the next label round. Then I brought up the social media manager. I need someone who actually knows what they're doing. Not just someone who posts. Someone who understands how to build a presence without making it look like you're trying to build a presence. June nodded. "I have 2 or 3 names. I'll send them over today." Savannah looked up from her notepad. "What about Maddie?" I looked at her. "She has good taste," Savannah said. "Her own Instagram is actually really well curated. She clearly understands aesthetics." "Fuck no," I said. Savannah put her pen down. "I'm just saying." "I heard you." "No." June looked between us and wisely said nothing. She made a note. We moved on. 61. Chapter 58, Power 106. I woke up early and couldn't go back to sleep, so I went to the kitchen. Mom was already up, which was normal for her. She had coffee going and she looked at me when I came in and said, "Maddie, is she your girlfriend?" "Not yet." Mom nodded like that confirmed something. She poured me a cup without asking and set it on the counter. "Do you want to know what I think?" "I figured you were going to tell me anyway." She pulled out the chair across from me and sat down. "Gia told me about the mall. And I've talked to her twice now. She's young, Jordan. She's still figuring things out. But from what I can see, she's already changing. The way she looked at you the first time she came through here, I've seen that look before. I know what it means." "What does it mean?" "It means she likes you more than she's letting on." She wrapped both hands around her mug. "I like her. She's polite, she's smart, and she's not trying to impress anyone. I can work with that." I smiled into my cereal. "Don't look like that," she said. "I'm still watching her." "I know you are." I finished eating and checked my phone. Interview today. 2 label meetings tomorrow, 1 the day after. I had maybe 3 hours before I needed to be moving. I went upstairs and got ready. I picked up Maddie first, then June, then Savannah. The Tahoe was quiet on the freeway. June had her folder open on her lap and was going through the outline one more time. Savannah was on her phone handling something. Maddie was in the front seat with her legs crossed and her sunglasses on, even though we were inside a car on a mostly cloudy morning. June walked us through what to expect. The hosts, the format, topics they'd likely hit, how to redirect if something came up about the trial that I didn't want to go deep on. She said stay relaxed, don't oversell anything, let them come to you. Maddie didn't say anything the whole ride. She wasn't stupid. She knew this wasn't her meeting and she wasn't going to make it one. I appreciated that without saying so. When we pulled into the parking structure, I sat in the Tahoe for a second after cutting the engine. You good? Savannah asked. Yeah. I got out. They had a small dressing room off the main hallway. I changed into what I'd brought, black fitted pants, clean white tee, chain out, locks down. Maddie leaned against the wall and looked at me when I turned around. That works, she said. Thanks. I wasn't complimenting you. I was giving you a professional assessment. Okay, you look good, she said and walked out into the hallway. The studio was smaller than I expected. Everything always was. The mics were in a half circle around a table and there were 2 hosts, one I recognized from the radio, one I didn't. They were easy. They asked about how I started, when music got serious versus just being something I did in my room. I gave them the version that was true without being everything. They asked about the cars. I talked about the Z, about what it felt like to build something with your hands and then drive it. One of the hosts said he'd seen the YouTube stuff and I nodded and let that sit. Then they got to the trial. We don't have to go there if you don't want, the first host said. But it's obvious that the EP came out of that whole experience. It did, I said. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I went through something and I made music about it. That's all I really want to say about the specifics. The title though. He's a good kid, Your Honor. That's a statement. Yeah, it is. They both laughed. One of them leaned forward. You want to rap? Didn't come here not to, I said. The producer in the back pulled up a beat. Hard mid-tempo, the kind of thing that gives you room to move. I sat back and listened to it come around once. Felt the pocket. Nodded a couple times, then I started. Violation freestyle. Ain't no more motherfucking what's up bro with these niggas. Mon, as soon as you see these niggas wanna cop, please up to the money today, fuck all that demon shit. I'm about to pray, I really posted on blocks with these KSIM, thinking about putting some stock in the braids. Hosts were nodding before I got to the second bar. I could see one of them in my peripheral already turning toward the engineer. Back up lil bitch, you ain't bad enough, all of my foreigns get mounted up, bust down my wrist. Bitch, I'm patacked up, pretty bitch named Madeline. She dolled Youpie, I pick out a foreign. Got options, get up your bag and you pop shit, gelato smell just like a mosh pit. And more vodka we sipping on active, I kept going. The room was still. One of the production guys in the back had stopped what he was doing and was just watching. That I got more money than all of you niggas. I feel like it's smoke, then I'm calling out niggas, lil nigga. Lil nigga, you act like you bigger, fuck all that Uzi, we give them the SIG gun, lil boy. Boy, you ain't did nothin', 30K shows, that's that kid money thankin'. The Lord what he did for me, thank him, cause really I did something. Keep that shit quiet though, keep that shit quiet, I really don't understand what I'm saying. From the North side, lot of Mexicans with grams, East Highlands high, we got 85 vans, a lot of big names, we done put them on game. Brudda told me about you niggas locked up in the chains. I don't upload a nigga, but when I see you I'll expose you niggas so young that I'm feeling like an OG, the top with the older niggas, 10,000 racks, wipe his nose, official after that rap pin. A global figure and I got loads of figure sets all red, yeah the coupe it's a blister cause you're rich, lil nigga. Ain't official, you was broke, reading books, scared of pistols. I just woke up to the money today, fuck all that demon shit. I'm about to pray, I really posted on blocks with these KSIM, thinking about putting some stock in the braids. Back up lil bitch, you ain't bad enough, all of my foreigns get mounted up, bust down my wrist. Bitch, I'm patacked up, pretty girl named Madeline. She dolled Youpie, I pick out a foreign. Got options, get up your bag and you pop shit, gelato smell just like a mosh pit, no more vodka we sipping on active. The beat cut and the room came back. Ew, the first host said. Just that word. He looked at his co-host. Fire, the second one said. He leaned into the mic, one more. I looked at June through the glass. She had one eyebrow up. Savannah was already smiling. Maddie was standing with her arms crossed and her chin slightly up, that look she got when something exceeded what she was prepared for. "Fuck it," I said. They pulled up another beat. Faster this time, more layered. I let it breathe for a second, found where I wanted to come in. Go crazy, go stupid freestyle. Yeah, I just spent 35 grand on a humbug. Half of this shit I would have spent with the gunplug nigga more strapped than a middle-aged dyke style leave the boy stayin' where he layin' like the bathtub trying to keep it cool, but this bitch gone make me act up. Nigga, back up, go somewhere and get your racks. Youpie, I will use my gun if I have to. Big FN. I will not need backup. These bullets leave a nigga trying to get sewn up. This bitch bad, she about to get flown up. Since 17 I've been livin' like a grown-up, got a big bag, now every single bitch gone fuck. Pull up in a Tonka truck lookin' like the money money. Do not give a single fuck about 100 bands, I can count that so quick with my other hand. My brim's hard, let me know who realer, then drop a couple million, still rock a gilla, then might paint the whip all pink. I'm killa cam inside the whip, peanut butter like I'm Peter Pawnee, need my own island. Gilligan, sorry your bitch wanna feel a man walk in the club, changin' the weather, call me the new weatherman. New earring same size as a Subi, 85 racks, no cap, no you see these shit look sweet, no licks, come easy on my soul, this shit ain't pee. You must sit this one out like KD might turn 30. Go bald like KG Proly will not, cause I am not that crazy. Keep talking shit, I'm a wipe that baby. 6 grand T sent the money to Abe. At this point, I see more water than the Navy need. A Porsche coupe same color as some gravy, all tinted up, top drop, middle finger to a cop. Niggas hate boat cause I'm the most unorthodox. Oh no, the face like a mufucking chicken pox. I remember when the fuck ass niggas didn't rock, now niggas know what's going down. Word to young jock bitch ass nigga, yeah, go crazy, go stupid. The beat faded. Nobody said anything for a second. Then the first host pulled off his headphones and just shook his head. Bro. His co-host was laughing. Not because it was funny. Because he didn't know what else to do with it. I leaned back in the chair. My chain swung once and settled. The producer in the back was already rewinding the tape. June met me in the hallway after. She kept her face professional, but her eyes were doing something different. That was fire, she said. Thanks. She made a note on her folder and kept walking. Savannah grabbed my arm briefly as we passed. Just for a second, Maddie was waiting by the elevator. She'd put her sunglasses back on and she had her bag over one shoulder. When I walked up, she looked at me the way she had in the dressing room, just longer this time. You know you're good at that, right? She said. Yeah, I'm not saying it again. You won't have to. The elevator opened. We got in. I looked straight ahead and so did she, and somewhere between the 4th floor and the lobby she moved about 2 inches closer. I put my hand on her waist. Point 2 label meetings tomorrow. 1 the day after. Franklin had the outlines ready. June had the counterpoints mapped. I had the leverage and I knew how to sit still and let the experts work. I drove home with the windows down and the music off and thought about nothing for a while. It was a good feeling. I didn't want to ruin it by thinking too hard. Point 62. Question I need answered ASAP. So, at the point we are in the FIC compared to how the rest of season 2 of Euphoria unfolds, most of it won't align. There are a few topics left to cover, but if I continued with canon, it wouldn't make sense. So, the question is, should I just continue with the music theme and use the Euphoria characters, or should I try to continue following the show until season 3 and see what happens in the show? Season 3 comes out in a few weeks. If you're awake, please answer. I'm currently writing point 63. Chapter 59, Meetings. A second round came harder. The labels had seen the Power 106 clip by now. The freestyle had been cut up and shared everywhere, and the numbers on the EP had kept climbing through the week, which meant everyone walking into those rooms knew they were competing. That changed the energy. The first round had been them presenting to me. This round felt more like a negotiation from the first handshake. I sat across the table from Interscope with Franklin on one side and June on the other and let them open. They came in at 300K. I kept my face neutral. That was a real number. A year ago that would have been the whole conversation. Franklin let the silence sit for about 4 seconds longer than comfortable, then said, "We appreciate the offer. Our client has significant competing interest at this stage. We'd need to see something that reflects where the streaming is trending, not where it was when you first reached out." The label rep looked at his colleague. They went back and forth on the side of the table for a minute, quiet, the way people talk when they've already mapped the ceiling and are deciding how fast to get there. They came back at 420K. June leaned forward. She'd been quiet up until that point. We're looking for a deal that reflects a long-term partnership, not just the first project. That means better royalty splits, a shorter initial term, and a hard out on the 360. If those pieces are in place, the number is easier to agree on. The rep nodded slowly. What number are we talking about? 500, June said. With the structure we outlined. Another side conversation. A phone came out. Someone typed something. Then we can do that. Franklin wrote it down without reacting. I kept my hands flat on the table and thought about nothing. Atlantic the next day came in already knowing what Interscope had offered. I didn't know how, but they knew. They opened at $450K, which told me everything. They were trying to leapfrog without asking what the number was. Franklin let them finish their presentation, which was polished and thorough and included a whole slide about artist development that June told me afterward was mostly standard language they reused. Then he said, "We have a confirmed offer on the table that we're currently evaluating. To make Atlantic the conversation, we'd need to be at 600 with the same structural provisions." The Atlantic rep, older, had been in the industry longer than I'd been alive, didn't flinch. He looked at me directly and said, "You remind me of someone I signed 15 years ago. He said no to us too. Biggest mistake of his career." I looked back at him. "Then I'll make sure it isn't mine." He smiled. "The real kind. 600. We'll match the structure." June made a note. We shook hands and left. In the elevator, Franklin said, "That was well handled." "Thank you. I mean the whole room. Not just the last line." Sony was the next day. I went in already knowing I was probably going to sign with them. I didn't tell June or Franklin that. You don't walk into a negotiation having already decided. They had the same positives as the others: distribution, marketing infrastructure, promotion muscle, but their A&R team had actually listened to the EP and came in with specific notes. Not feedback, just observations. They knew which track was doing what on which platform and why. That told me they weren't just buying the buzz. They actually understood what they were. E-signing, their opening offer was $550K. June ran the same play. Structure first, number second. The Sony rep, a woman in her late 30s who had a quiet way of being the most important person in the room, listened to the full ask and then said, 700. We want an album before summer. That's the timeline we need to make the campaign work. Franklin looked at me. I looked at the rep. 8 to 10 tracks, I said. I don't do filler. Everything has a theme and a reason for being there. You'll have it before summer, but the rollout is mine to design with your team's input, not the other way around. She considered that. Agreed. 700, album before summer, artist controls creative direction with label input on rollout. Then we have a deal, I said. Franklin was already reaching for his pen. I paid Franklin $30K. I paid June $70K. The label wired $700K to the LLC account that Savannah had set up. I sat in the office alone for about 10 minutes after confirming the wire. Okay. I had a list. Move the family out of East Highland. Get Rue help before anything else fell apart. Start on the album. Keep building the Tahoe. Don't let any of it make me someone I didn't recognize. I folded the list up and put it in my pocket and drove home. I knocked on Rue's door that evening. She said, "Come in." I opened the door and she was on her bed on her phone, the room dim, the same energy it always had now, low, contained, like she was trying to take up less space. I sat next to her on the bed. Not at the desk, not across the room. Next to her, she looked at me. "Why do you do it?" I said. "Not the addiction part. I know about that. But underneath that, if you could describe it. What is it actually about?" She didn't answer right away. She looked at the ceiling. "I'm bored," she said finally. Bored, like all the time. Not bored like I need something to do. Bored like nothing feels like it matters. I wake up and there's nothing pulling me anywhere. There's no version of tomorrow I'm excited about. There's just right now, and right now is nothing, so I make right now feel like something. I sat with that. "Do you have anything you want?" I said. "Any version of your life you can see that you'd actually want to be in?" She was quiet for a long time. "No," she said. "I can't see it. I can only see right now. Like there's a wall where the future is supposed to be and I can't get past it." "What do you like?" I said. "Not what are you good at. What do you actually like?" She thought about it. Pretending. Like when I was a kid. I used to make up whole other lives in my head. Different names, different places. I'd spend hours in them. She paused. It sounds stupid. It doesn't. I looked at her. Rue, that's acting. She turned her head toward me slowly. I'll help you become an actress. She stared at me for a second. Then she looked back at the ceiling. I can't see that either. You don't have to see the whole thing. You just have to see the next step. Which is what? 3 clean months. That's it. 3 months, you take the classes, you feel it out. If it's nothing and we figure something else out. But if it's something, then you've got the next step after that. She was quiet. I'm not saying I'm going to fix everything, I said. I'm saying give me 3 months and give yourself 3 months. That's all. Rue looked at me for a long time. The room was still. Okay, she said. I'll try. That's enough. I sat there a little longer. Not talking. Just there. Then I got up and she didn't say anything and I closed the door behind me. Did I walk down the hall and knocked on Gia's door? Yeah. I opened it. She was at her desk doing homework, which surprised me. She looked up. What do you want to be? I said. She blinked. What? When you grow up. What do you want to be? Not what you think I want to hear. What do you actually want? She turned in her chair and looked at me like she was trying to figure out what the right answer was. I waited. I don't know yet, she said. That's fine. Think about it. I'm going to ask you again. Why? Because I need to know so I can help you get there. She looked at me for a second with that face she got when she was trying not to show that something landed. Okay, she said and turned back to her homework. I went to my room and sat at my desk and looked at the blank Photoshop canvas I'd had open for a week. Album. 8 to 10 tracks. Theme. A reason for every song. I started making notes. Point 64. Chapter 60, 3 months 4 months until June. That was the window. Album done by mid-May, rollout in late April, dropped the first week of June. 8 to 10 tracks, everything earning its place. I had been sitting with the concept for 2 weeks, not writing yet, just letting the shape of it form. What it was actually about. What I actually wanted to say. I had a Reddit page now. Fans had built it without me. I'd found it by accident and started reading it sometimes, which was a strange thing to do, but I couldn't stop. They had theories about the EP, debates about the trial, a whole thread ranking my freestyles. Someone had made a timeline of my cars. Someone else had started a petition for a music video. I also decided I needed a chain. Not because of any of that, I'd been thinking about it for a while. Something cliché and clean. I sent some pictures to Ben Baller and was waiting on mock-ups. I got all of that out of my head and finished what I was working on. Then I picked up the bag off my desk and headed to Maddie's birthday. I'd been sitting on the gift for 2 weeks. A Louis Vuitton bag. We had been out and she stopped in front of it and looked at it for a few seconds and then kept walking without saying anything. That was the whole signal. She wanted it and talked herself out of it and didn't mention it again. I went back the next day. I wasn't usually a gift person. I didn't like the performance of it. But this felt different. She hadn't asked for anything. She hadn't even hinted. She just put it back. I had it wrapped and put in a bag and left it on my desk. Tonight I was giving it to her. I pulled up to the Howard house late. Cars down the street, music coming from the backyard. I grabbed the bag and went to the door. Susie answered before I knocked. She took one look at me and her whole face opened up. It's the superstar. She pulled me into a hug. She smelled like wine. I laughed. Hopefully soon. Honey. Soon is now. She stepped back and looked at me like she had already decided something about me. Go. She's out back. I stepped into the backyard and walked right into chaos. Cassie was half out of the hot tub, hunched over the side. What had just happened was obvious from the smell and the water and the screaming. Everyone was scrambling. Wet towels, wet clothes, BB yelling, Kat with her hand over her mouth. Lexi standing off to the side like she was trying to disappear into herself. Nate was already at the towel rack. He grabbed one and held it out to Maddie. She took it without looking at him. Kept her distance. Of course he's here. Cassie was apologizing to everyone, over and over, crying into it. Susie appeared and started directing people toward the house. I stayed near the door with the bag. Nate saw me first. His jaw tightened. I almost smiled. Then Maddie turned and saw me. She crossed the backyard, still damp, towel around her shoulders, and walked straight up and hugged me. Not a polite one. She actually leaned in and held it for a second. Over her shoulder I found Nate and flicked him off. Kat caught it and turned away fast, her shoulders shaking. "You think you're funny, asshole?" "Yeah." He came forward. Maddie said his name. He didn't stop till he grabbed me by the shirt that I pushed him off and took one step back. "Cool down. I'm not on that right now. I'm here for Maddie." I looked at her. "If he doesn't stop, I'm beating his ass." She looked at me for a second. Then she said, "Okay." Just that. One word. And I watched it land on him harder than anything I could have done physically. Whatever he'd been expecting from her, it wasn't that. The okay broke something in him. He swung. Wide and drunk. I stepped inside it and kicked his knee hard. He was tall and the angle was wrong and he yelled and buckled. I hit him again. And again. One more after that, then I stopped. He was on the ground and he looked bad. I stood up straight. My knuckles were bloody and one was already swelling. Fuck. I looked up at everyone standing in the backyard watching me. Susie came over and took Nate by the arm and walked him into the house without a word. She came back with a small bottle of alcohol and a cloth, handed it to me, and went back inside. I poured it over my knuckles. It burned. "Sorry," I said. Kat laughed. "She genuinely could not help it," Maddie said. "Not your fault." The party found its footing again. Music back up, people back outside, the whole thing settling the way it does when the worst moment has passed and everyone's still standing. I found Maddie near the back door. I held out the bag. "I'm not usually a gift person," I said. "So, here." She took it and looked at me before she looked at it. Then she reached in and pulled out the bag. She went still for a second, then she screamed. Not fake. The real kind, high and sharp and completely unguarded. She jumped and hugged me with the bag still in her hands, and then she kissed me, and it felt good in a way that was hard to explain without sounding stupid. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright. She was still holding the bag against her chest like she needed to make sure it was real. "Jordan." She looked at it again. "This is the one I wanted." "I know. How did you know?" "I pay attention." She stared at me. Something crossed her face that she didn't try to cover up, which was rare for her. She looked down at the bag and then back up. "Nobody does that," she said. "Quiet. Not performing it." "I do." She kissed me again. Shorter this time, but she meant it more. Then she held the bag up and looked at it under the backyard lights and smiled to herself like she'd forgotten I was standing there. Did I let her have that? Later I was on the back steps with a dish towel around my knuckles when Kat came and sat next to me. She didn't say anything for a minute. We just listened to the music coming through the door. "He had that coming," she said finally. "I know. From like 10 different directions. Not just tonight." "I know, Kat." She was quiet for a second. "She's different with you. I don't think she even realizes it, but she is." I didn't say anything. "I'm just telling you. In case it matters." "It matters." She nodded and got up and went back inside. A few minutes later Maddie came out and sat where Kat had been. She had the bag over her shoulder already. She looked at the backyard and didn't say anything. I looked at her. "Happy birthday." She leaned her head against my shoulder. "Best one in a while," she said. 65. Chapter 61, Birthday, Part 2. I spent the morning in the garage. New bumper, new headlights, new taillights. Bolt-ons on the engine side that I'd been sitting on for 2 weeks waiting for the right day to install. When I pulled the Tahoe out into the driveway and looked at it from the street, it looked like a different truck. Cleaner. More intentional. The kind of vehicle that matched where things were going now instead of where they'd been. I cleaned up, went inside, and sat at my desk. 610K in the LLC account. I'd looked at the number enough times that it had stopped feeling real, which I'd been told was a sign you needed to actually start moving it. I had plans, album budget, acting classes for Rue, getting my family out of East Highland before the neighborhood decided it wanted something from Gia. Each one of those things had a number attached to it, and I'd been running the math all week. None of it was reckless spending. All of it was infrastructure. That distinction mattered to me. I also had a mock-up coming back from Ben Baller on the chain. I had somewhere to be at 6. I got up and started getting ready. I knocked on Maddie's door at 6 on the dot. Her dad answered. We shook hands and he asked how things were going, and I told him good. Her mom came out of the kitchen and she had that energy mothers get when they've already decided they like someone, warm, a little chatty, asking questions she already knew the answers to. I answered all of them. I didn't mind. They were easy people to be around, and I could tell they'd spent a long time worrying about who Maddie brought home. We stood in the living room for a few minutes. Her dad asked about the music. I gave him the show RT version, and he nodded and said something about hard work paying off that was corny but genuine, and I appreciated it. Then Maddie came downstairs. She had on a black dress I hadn't seen before, heels, hair down. She smelled good from across the room. She looked at me and waited. "Wow," I said. She smiled. She came over and took my hand. "Where are we going?" "Surprise." Her mom said something about a reasonable hour. I told her, of course. Maddie rolled her eyes and I shook her dad's hand again, and we walked out to the Tahoe. She looked at the truck when we got to it. "Did you do something to it?" "A few things." She looked at it for another second and then got in. I took her to a seafood restaurant in LA that June had mentioned offhand once. The kind of place with no pictures on the menu and candles on the table and a waitstaff that didn't rush you. We got a corner table and ordered, and the conversation just moved. We talked about a lot of things. At one point I asked her if she still just wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, which she'd said once a long time ago in a way that always felt like a placeholder. She laughed. "I mean, maybe eventually." She thought about it. "But I think I could do something with fashion. Like styling, or maybe the business side of it. I don't know exactly." I nodded. That tracked with her. The way she moved through stores, the way she put things together on herself, the way she looked at other people's outfits like she was already editing them in her head. It wasn't just good taste. It was something more focused than that. "You'd be good at that," I said. She looked at me like she wasn't sure if I was serious. Then she decided I was and said, "Yeah, I think so too." We ate and talked, and I didn't think about the album or the label or any of it for 2 hours straight. That almost never happened anymore. After dinner I took her to a fashion exhibit downtown. I'd looked it up after she mentioned fashion at the table, a rotating installation, designers and archival pieces, the kind of thing she'd actually want to see rather than just tolerate because I'd picked it. She went quiet when we walked in. Not bad. Just focused. She was actually taking things in. She stopped in front of certain pieces for longer than others, and I stood next to her and didn't rush any of it. "Okay, this is insane," she said at one point, grabbing my arm, looking at a display. We moved through the last room slow. I waited until we were walking before I stopped her. "Be my girlfriend?" She turned and looked at me. "Yes," she said. She kissed me. I grabbed her ass while kissing her, and she laughed against my mouth. Then she pulled back just enough to put her lips near my ear. "I want you to fuck me." I kissed her neck. "Let's go." I got us a room at a hotel downtown. High floor, city outside the windows. We took the elevator up, and she was quiet the whole ride, that particular kind of quiet that has a point to it. The second the door closed, she turned and kissed me. I kissed her back and walked her into the room. She dropped to her knees and pulled my dick out and kissed the tip. Then she spit on it and took it in her mouth, wet and messy, into it. I let her go and then stopped her before I got too close. I picked her up and put her on her back on the bed and kissed her again. Then I worked my way down. She was already wet. She moaned loud and grabbed the sheets and came, and I kept going until she made a sound like she was annoyed about it in the best way. I fucked her missionary. She was wet enough that it just slid in easily, and she exhaled sharply and pulled me in with her legs. We found a rhythm. She was loud about it, and I didn't mind at all. She pushed me back and climbed on top. Started slow and then not slow. Her hands were on my chest and her head was down and her hair fell around her face. She came again and stayed there for a second before she moved. I was close, so I flipped her over and bent her forward and came inside her. She stayed still after. Just breathed. Then she laughed quietly. "What?" I said. "Nothing." She turned over and looked at me. "That was really good." "Yeah, it was." She settled against my chest. I looked at the ceiling. The city lights were coming through the curtain, everything quiet up here above all of it. After a while she said, "Jordan?" "Yeah, I'm glad you asked me." I put my hand on the back of her head. "Me too," I said. She fell asleep first. I lay there in the dark for a while, not thinking about anything specific. Just the room and the city outside and the weight of her next to me. It was a good kind of nothing. The kind you don't want to move out of. Eventually I fell asleep. 2.66. Chapter 62. A few bad days in a row. I heard it before I saw any of it. Mom's voice first, coming from the kitchen, the low, careful version she used when she was holding herself together on purpose. Then Rue's going up fast. Then Gia getting dragged into it somewhere in the middle. I stayed at my desk for a minute. I was in the middle of something. I told myself to let it play out, it didn't play out. It got louder, I got up. They were in the kitchen. Mom had her hands flat on the counter. Rue was moving. Gia was standing to the side looking like she was trying to figure out how she'd ended up in the middle of something she didn't start. Leslie, I want you to know that I'm not angry with you. Rue, angry? Leslie, I love you. But I know you're doing drugs again. Rue turned on Gia before Mom finished the sentence. Rue, did Gia say something? Really? You're gonna rat me out to Mom over smoking a little bit of weed? Is that what we're doing now, Gia? What are you talking about? I didn't rat you out. Rue, I knew I never should have trusted you, Gia. I didn't say anything. Rue, then what is she talking about? Mom tried to cut back in. Leslie, wait, were you doing drugs with Gia? Rue, no, Gia. Rue, I didn't say anything. Leslie, Gia, you knew she was doing drugs? Gia, it's not like that. Rue threw up her hands. Rue, okay. If you want to consider smoking some weed for my panic attacks doing drugs, then yeah. Sure. I was doing drugs. Give me a break. Leslie, I'm not talking about weed, Rue. I'm talking about pills. Opiates, Rue yawned. Actually yawned. Rue, I'm not doing opiates, Mom. Mom told Gia to go to her room. Gia started to protest. Em said please just go. Gia looked at me on her way out and I had nothing to give her. Rue, if you want to drug test me, let's do it. Come on. Let's go, Leslie, I don't need to. Jules told me everything. The room changed. Rue went still for 1 second and then started moving fast, looking for the suitcase, pulling things, asking where Mom put it. Mom followed her saying it was going to be okay, saying they could go to the hospital, saying they'd done the withdrawal before. Rue said she wasn't going to any hospital. Said if Mom called anyone there was going to be a problem. She grabbed for the phone. Mom held on to IT and IT went back and forth like that for a while, Rue getting louder and Mom trying to stay steady and neither of them reaching the other. Then Rue said something about Dad. About him being dead. About what that kept people from saying out loud about Mom. I walked out the front door. Jules was on the couch. Some guy next to her I didn't recognize. He had that look, the kind of person you clock in 1 second and move on from. They both looked up when I came through and I didn't say anything. I went outside and sat on the front step. Fuck Rue. I sat with that. Let it be what it was without cleaning it up. It's like a revolving door. No matter how hard someone tries to push you out, you run back in. I get it. I understand the door. I know what it feels like to need something that's also the thing trying to kill you. But at some point you have to call it what it is. She chooses it. Over and over she chooses it. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's her right. But I couldn't hold that thought and also be functional. If I stayed distracted too long, Rue might die. I couldn't work like that. I couldn't make music like that. I couldn't do anything like that. So I put it down. Filed it somewhere that wasn't the front of my brain and went back inside. The next morning Mom and Gia were going to try to get Rue into rehab without telling her where they were going until they were already there. I said it was a bad idea. I'm just a stupid rapper, so what do I know? They went anyway. About 30 minutes later I got a call. Rue ran. I didn't say anything when Mom told me. I just set the phone down and went to the garage. I got under the Tahoe and worked until I couldn't keep my eyes open. I didn't think about it. That was the whole point. The garage was the one place where the only thing that existed was the problem directly in front of me, and whether or not I could fix it. I fell asleep on the garage floor at some point. Woke up cold and stiff and went inside. She was back the next day. She looked like shit. Not the regular kind. The kind where something has been taken from a person in a way that doesn't come back fast. She moved through the house slow and didn't talk much and nobody pushed her. That evening Ollie came over. Mom had called him. I'd heard of him from Rue before but never met him. He was older, quiet in a specific way, not withdrawn, just not performing anything. He came in and sat down and started talking to people like he had all the time in the world and none of it was wasted. We cooked dinner. It was the most normal the house had felt in days. At some point he talked to Gia in a way I hadn't been able to. He told her it was okay to be angry. That she didn't have to hold it or manage it or pretend it wasn't there. Gia didn't say much back but her eyes went wet and she nodded and I could see something in her relax that had been tight for a while. Then he looked at me. Ollie, are you angry? I thought about it honestly. Angry? I can't be angry. I do drugs too. I don't get to sit here and be like that. But I'm disappointed. It feels like no matter what I do, even the wrong stuff, my brain goes, well, it can't be as bad as Rue. And I'm never proven wrong. And I hate that it works like that. He nodded. Didn't offer anything to fix it. Just took it in. We ate. The conversation eventually turned to odds, to what was realistic, to what came next. Gia said, 5%. Everyone looked at her. That's the statistic. Long-term recovery for heroin addiction. 5% make it. Where's the hope in that? I said. Nobody answered. Then they looked at me and asked if I thought Rue would get clean. I looked at her across the table. She wasn't looking at anyone. Just sitting there, somewhere else behind the eyes. Yeah, I said. But she has to decide to. She didn't look up. She heard me though. 67. Chapter 63, Whole Lotta Death An. I will need your suspension of disbelief. We were eating dinner when my phone went off. I looked at the screen. Maddie. I stepped away from the table. Nate was in my room with a gun, she said. Her voice was tight and low, the kind of controlled that means the person is holding on by a thread. He aimed it at himself like he was going to kill himself in my bed. Stop talking, I said. Call the police in 5 minutes. Tell them what you were going to tell me. Tell them he stopped because you were crying too much. A pause. Okay. I hung up. Mom looked at me from the table. What happened? You'll find out soon. I walked to my room. Opened the drawer. Got my gun and put it in my hoodie pocket. I took the bike. My car was too loud for the neighborhood at this hour and I needed quiet. The bike was fast enough and I could leave it anywhere. I got to Maddie's street and saw Nate's truck. He was already gone. I rode the direction it was pointing and kept going until I found him. Underpass on the far edge of the neighborhood. No streetlights. Nobody around. He was standing near the wall with a bottle in his hand. I could see the gun in his back pocket from where I stopped. I came around the corner and hid. I opened my backpack slow, one tooth of the zipper at a time so he couldn't hear it. Put Vaseline on my face. Wrapped my hair. Pulled on the black gloves. I did all of it without rushing. You do things right or you don't do them. I peeked around the corner. His back was still to me. His shoulders were shaking. Crying from the look of it. He had the bottle loose in one hand and his head down. I moved out from the corner. Pavement, no gravel, nothing to announce me. I closed the distance before he registered anything had changed. I took the gun from his back pocket in one motion and got it to the side of his head, right at the temple. He rose completely. Fuck Nate, I said. Your life sucks. I pulled the trigger. He fell. I dropped the gun where it would land if a man had done it to himself. Stepped back. Looked at the scene for a few seconds. Made sure everything was where it needed to be. Then I got on the bike and rode. I knocked on Maddie's door and she opened it. Her eyes were red. Her hands were steadier than I expected, but there was something shaky underneath the surface of her, the kind of thing you feel in a person when you're standing close enough. Did you call the police? Yeah, okay. When they get here, tell them exactly what happened in your room. What he said, where he was standing, how he left. Nothing extra. You don't know where he went after. You were scared and you called. She nodded. I came inside and we sat in the kitchen. Her parents came down about 10 minutes later, hair still messy, half asleep, and Maddie told them. I watched both their faces run through the same sequence. Confusion first, then the full picture landing, then something that wasn't quite relief but lived right next to it. The police showed up 25 minutes after she'd made the call. I looked at the clock when they knocked. When they came in, I stood off to the side and let them work. One of the officers looked at me. I looked back at him and didn't say anything and he moved on. Maddie gave her statement cleanly, what Nate said when he came in, where he was standing, what the gun looked like, how she talked to him, how he left. She didn't add anything. She didn't stumble. When they were done wrapping up, I said, a girl calls you about a guy breaking into her room with a gun and it takes you this long. They apologized. Took her statement paperwork and left. Her dad looked at me after the door closed. I didn't say anything. He didn't either. I stayed until Maddie fell asleep. Sat in the chair in her room and watched the ceiling and didn't think about anything useful. When I was sure she was out, I got up quietly and let myself out the front. I put the bike in the Tahoe when I got home. Cleaned the whole frame with bleach, handlebars, seat, every surface I'd touched. I put the gloves and my shoes in a bag. I drove to the junkyard before it opened. Left the bike in the bag. On the way out, I burned the tires and the shoes separately. Watched them go. I sat in the Tahoe in the parking lot of a gas station afterward and looked at my phone. There was an alert from the local paper. I opened it. Fesco and Ashtray. A police raid. A shootout. Both of them were dead. I read it twice. Put my phone face down on the passenger seat and sat there. Fez had called me once when Rue was in trouble. That was the extent of what we had, but it was something. He was a real person. Ashtray was a kid. And now they were both gone because of the same neighborhood that had been trying to claim something from everybody in it for as long as I could remember. I looked out the windshield at the empty parking lot. I gotta get out of here. Not eventually. Soon. The album, the label, the money, all of it pointed to the same conclusion, and I'd been slow walking it. The neighborhood had a long reach and I'd already felt it more than once. I wasn't going to keep sitting inside its range and acting surprised when it found me again. I started the truck and drove home. I think Maddie knew when she made that call that Nate was never going to be able to do anything like that again. The cops ruled it a suicide. It was the easy answer. She had her doubts. She never asked though. She liked the ignorance. And to be honest, Maddie was loyal to a fault. And she found someone as loyal as her. And she loved it. 68. Chapter 64, Album Mode. After I left Maddie's, I went to Savannah's. She opened the door and looked at me. Not in a bad way. Just reading. You okay? Yeah. I just need some. She smiled. Okay. She stepped back and let me in. The lights were low. She was already in a sleep shirt and she looked good in it and she knew it. I came in and closed the door and she turned around and I grabbed her from behind, one hand on her stomach, and kissed her neck. She leaned back into me. I walked her to the bedroom. I bent her over the edge of the bed and pulled her shirt up. She had nothing underneath. I ran my hand over her ass and she exhaled slow and pushed back against me. I took my time with it. She was already wet when I touched her and she made a sound into the sheets when I pressed 2 fingers in, rolling her hips, trying to get more. Stop teasing, she said into the pillow. I didn't stop. She came the first time like that, gripping the sheets, muffled into the pillow. I kept going until she was shaking a little and trying to pull away, and I held her still. Then I fucked her from the back. Her ass moved under me every time I went deep and I slapped it and she moaned loud and pushed back to match it. She came again about halfway through, clenching around me, swearing into the sheets. I went harder after that. She took it. I came on her back. She stayed still for a second, breathing. Then she laughed quietly. Feel better? Yeah. She got up and took a shower. I lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling and let everything from the last 12 hours just sit there without touching it. She came back out in a robe with her hair wrapped and pulled her laptop off the nightstand. You ready to see this? She turned the screen toward me. The Lost Boy Productions logo. I had sketched the concept weeks ago. A pink R34 doing a burnout, smoke coming off the tires, the letters spelling out Lost Boy built from the smoke rising behind it. Productions on the license plate. Clean and specific and car world enough that anyone who knew anything would get it immediately. She had gotten it rendered properly. It looked exactly right. I looked at it for a second. That's it. She nodded. I thought so. I was ready to lock in. I bought a loft downtown. 2 floors, open plan on the top, studio space I built out on the bottom. I moved my equipment first, then my clothes, then everything else. 2 days, just me and the Tahoe making trips. The whole move felt like a statement I wasn't making out loud. It was the first space that was fully mine. No family noise through the walls, no schedule I didn't set, no one coming through unless I said so. I could work at 3 in the morning or not at all, and nobody had an opinion about it. Maddie was there most of the time. She had her own place, but she slept at the loft more nights than not. Things arrived gradually, a jacket on the chair, her toiletries in the bathroom, a blanket she liked that was now on the couch. I didn't say anything about any of it. I just kept making room. I had Savannah working on finding houses in the better parts of the city. Somewhere with a real yard, a real neighborhood, enough space that it didn't feel like everyone was on top of each other. East Highland had gotten everything it was going to get from my family. That chapter was done. Album mode was exactly what it sounded like. Beats in the morning while my head was still clear. Lyrics in the afternoon. Mixing and arranging at night. The track list was mapped on the wall, 8 songs, each one with a theme written underneath, everything connected. I wasn't putting anything on this project that didn't belong there. Sony had the deadline and I had the vision, and both things had to line up in about 3 months. Maddie couldn't cook. We both knew it and neither of us brought it up. What she did was make sure I had food anyway. She went out and came back with things, asked what I wanted before I thought to want it, set something on the desk next to me around noon without interrupting what I was working on, and then went back upstairs. She would come back around 2 and check. You need anything? No. You eaten since this morning? Yeah. She'd look at the empty desk. Then at me. I'll get something. I didn't argue. She had friends over sometimes. The loft was big enough that it didn't interfere. She'd have people upstairs and I'd be in the studio, and neither thing touched the other. Cassie was never one of them. I didn't say a word about it. Whether Maddie was ever going to forgive her was Maddie's business. But Cassie didn't come through my door, and I wasn't going to pretend that was an accident. Kat came over a lot. She and Maddie had their own thing that didn't need me involved. She'd come in, nod at me, ask if I was working on something good. I'd say yeah, she'd go find Maddie. That was the whole exchange. I liked it. Maddie also had a new friend named Valentina. She came through one afternoon when I was upstairs getting water, already talking loud and laughing at something, completely at home before she had any right to be. Short, Hispanic, funny. She looked at me when I walked in and said, "So you're the one keeping her occupied?" "I'm trying to make an album." "Yeah, that's what she said." She looked around the loft. "Nice place." "Thanks." She was better than Cassie. Better energy, no drama attached to her name. Maddie was lighter around her, and I was good with that. Label meetings I handled with June. Savannah ran everything else, scheduling, follow-ups, all the boring parts that needed to get done without me in the room. She had built a system inside the first 2 months that ran without me thinking about it. That was the whole point of hiring her, right? When I had meetings, Maddie stepped out without being asked. She had a sense for what was her business and what wasn't. I appreciated that more than I said. The album came together track by track. Each song started to sound like something specific, not just good but distinct, the kind of thing where you know exactly where it belongs and why. Track 3 was the one I kept returning to. I wasn't done with it yet, but I could feel where it was going, and it was going somewhere right. Months passed. The loft became its own world. Morning beats, afternoon food, studio nights, Maddie next to me when I woke up, Savannah running the outside, June running the label side. I had something specific to do every day and I did it. Then it was a week before the album dropped. I was in the studio at midnight looking at the final track list on screen. 8 songs. Everything I had to say right now, in the right order, nothing wasted. I sent it to June. She replied in 3 minutes. It's time. 69. Chapter 65, album release. The last thing was the cover. June had both options up side by side. 2 different directions, both strong. I'd been going back and forth for 2 weeks, but when I walked in and looked at them together it was obvious. "Second one," I said. June looked at it. "Yeah, I want all my albums to look like that." She made a note and closed the first option. We went through the rest: sequencing, clearances, the rollout. Sony had been working the back end for weeks. Everything was ready. June 3rd, the label rep said. I looked at June. She nodded. June 3rd. We posted it that afternoon. Cover, date, title. Everywhere at once. Within an hour the notifications had become noise. I put my phone down and left. A few days later June called. "Breakfast Club wants you." "When?" "Week before the drop." "Maddie's coming." She booked 2 tickets. I told Maddie that night. She said she wasn't answering any questions. I told her she might have to answer 1 or 2. She said she'd answer them badly. I said that was fine. She smiled and said okay then. We flew out the night before. She had never been to New York. She didn't say that, but I knew from the way she looked out the window on the descent. The whole city spread out below us, every block lit. She kept her hand on mine on the armrest all the way down. The hotel was good. She walked through the room, sat on the bed, bounced once. "This is acceptable." High praise. "Don't push it." She showered, got into bed in one of my shirts, and was asleep before I was. I sat up going through what I wanted to say and what I didn't. Not nervous. Just prepared. I woke up before the alarm. I was staring at the ceiling, running things in my head, when Maddie moved next to me. She propped herself up on one elbow and looked at me for a second. Hair still messy, no expression yet, just awake. Then she leaned over and kissed me. Slow. When she pulled back she looked at me. "You're killing it today," she said. "Yeah, I know you know that. I just wanted to say it." She laid back down and pulled the blanket up and closed her eyes again. Did I lay there for a minute? Okay, then I got up and started getting ready. The studio was smaller than it looked on camera. 3 chairs across from the hosts, cameras on all angles. The room felt tight, not small, just sectioned off. Maddie sat next to me. Bag on her lap, legs crossed, completely unbothered. She looked like she'd done this before. Charlemagne, Envy, and Angela came in. Handshakes settled and it started. They started with the music. Where I came from, the EP, the numbers, the Sony deal, what changed and what didn't. I talked through it straight. Charlemagne asked about the album title. Till Death Do Us Part. Big title for a first album. It's about love in the hood, I said. Not just romantic love. Love for your people, for where you came from. What you stay loyal to when everything is trying to take it from you. And what that ends up costing. We talked about the EP, the trial, the album as what came after, what I had to say once I'd had enough distance to actually understand what I'd been through. Then Charlemagne leaned back. The trial. People are still talking. Were you in a gang? No. But you were into things. I was 17 working for a man who was running more than a shop. When I found out what it actually was, I tried to get out. I got pulled into something before I could. I testified, jury came back not guilty, and I made an album. That's the whole story. He looked at me for a second. That's real. Yeah. Then Angela turned to Maddie. What's it like dating an up-and-coming rapper? Maddie took a second. Like she was actually deciding how much to give. He's amazing, she said. Like genuinely. We argue sometimes, we're both stubborn, but at the end of it I always know he actually cares about me. Not about what I look like on his arm or what I add to the image. He cares about me specifically. That's not as common as it should be. Angela nodded. And are you worried about groupies? Because the attention is only going to grow. Maddie smiled. Not the warm kind. The unbothered kind. No. Angela waited for more. Maddie looked at her. That's it, just no. The room laughed. Angela laughed too. Charlemagne looked at me. She's confident. She should be, I said. We moved on. Till Death Do Us Part. The party was the night of the drop. June booked a private room downtown. Small, the right size. June in Savannah, Mom and Gia, Cat in something red, Valentina already loud the second she walked in. Mom pulled me aside early. I'm proud of you. I know. She fixed my collar and went back to the room. Gia found me later with a drink in her hand I chose not to ask about. Track 3, she said. I know. Goes crazy. I laughed. Maddie moved through the room easy, talking to everyone, laughing at something Cat said, checking on Valentina. She caught me watching her at some point and raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing. You're doing the thing. What thing? Big weird, just staring. She came over and stood next to me and looked at the room. You did it, she said. Yeah. She picked up my drink and took a sip and handed it back. Come be a person. I went. I heard someone walking saying, I was born in 01 but I'm like 97 HOV, I laugh 70. Chapter 66, GQI drove downtown early. Parked the Z on the street and sat in it for a minute before I went in. I wasn't nervous in the way people usually meant when they said nervous. My hands weren't shaking. I wasn't spiraling. It was more like a sharpness. The kind of feeling that meant something actually mattered and my body was taking it seriously. GQ was different from the Breakfast Club. Different from Power 106. Different from the blog runs and the radio sweeps. This was the kind of thing that lived somewhere permanent. Print, archive, the version of you that people found years later when they were trying to understand where you came from. It had weight. I checked my fit in the rear view. Good. I got out. The building was what you'd expect. Clean lobby, people moving with purpose, someone waiting for me at the front with a visitor badge and a name they said correctly on the first try, which I appreciated. They took me up to a conference room that had been set up like a studio, good lighting, 2 chairs, a small crew running cameras and sound. The photographer would come after. First was the interview. The writer was a woman, maybe early 30s. She had her recorder already on the table and a notebook open next to it, and she stood up when I walked in and shook my hand with a real grip. I've been listening to the album since it dropped, she said. 3 times through. I have a lot of questions. That's the right number, I said. She smiled and we sat down. The questions were actually good. I'd done enough interviews by then to know the difference between someone who had done the work and someone running off a list they could have typed in 10 minutes. She'd done the work. The album is called Till Death Do Us Part. When did you know that was the title? Pretty early. Before I had most of the songs. I knew what I wanted to say, and that phrase kept coming back to me. It's what you say when you're committing to something for real. Not until it gets hard. Not until something better comes along. Until death. I wanted the album to ask whether people actually meant that anymore about anything. The EP came out right after the trial. That felt like a statement. Was it? Yeah. I needed to put something out that was mine. The trial was other people telling a version of my story in a room I had no control over. The music was the version I controlled. I wasn't going to sit on it. You were 17 when most of what you rap about on this album was happening. How do you look back on that version of yourself? I don't spend a lot of time looking back. I understand why people want me to. There's a narrative in it, the kid who came up through all of this. But I was just living. I made some decisions I'd make again and some I wouldn't. The album is honest about that. I didn't clean anything up. Cars keep coming up in your music. What is that about for you? Cars were the first thing I was ever actually good at. Before the music, before any of this. I could get under a car and understand what was wrong with it and fix it. That felt like power when I didn't have a lot of it. It still does. The music and the cars are connected for me. They're both about building something with your hands and then letting it go out into the world. There's a track on the album, the 8th one, that a lot of people are calling the standout. It's also the most personal. Was there any hesitation putting that one out? No. If I was going to hesitate on anything, I would have ended up with a different album. The tracks that scared me a little are the ones that needed to be there. That's usually how it works. You signed with Sony at 17. A lot of artists talk about what they wish they'd known going into their first deal. What do you wish you'd known? I actually felt prepared. I had a lawyer and a manager before I took any meetings. I didn't walk in alone. I think the thing I'm still learning is that the business side never stops. There's always another contract, another decision, another person trying to get something. You have to stay sharp. But I knew that going in. What does the next chapter look like for you? Second album. I already know what it's about. I started on it the night the first one dropped. Anything else you want people to know? Just listen to the album. Start to finish. That's all I want. The photographer came in after. We moved to a different room, white backdrop, different energy, the kind of session that required you to be comfortable being looked at for an hour. I wasn't uncomfortable. I'd learned to be still. They put me in a few different looks. Between setups, the photographer asked me about the Z, had seen it parked outside. I told her a little about the build. She said she wanted to shoot it sometime. Call June, I said. She laughed and kept shooting. I got back to the loft in the early afternoon. Maddie was on the couch with her laptop and a coffee and barely looked up when I walked in. How was it? Good. She actually asked real questions. Shocking. I sat next to her. She tilted the laptop toward me to show me something. She'd been looking at a mood board she was building, fabrics and silhouettes and color references. She talked through what she was thinking. I listened. It was a Tuesday afternoon. Nothing was on fire. I had somewhere to be that night, but not for a few hours. The album was out. The interview was done. For a minute there was nothing pulling at me from any direction. I let it be that for a while. 71. Chapter 67, Setting Things Up. We were on the balcony. Late afternoon, the sky was golden. Maddie had her feet up on the rail and I had the blunt, and we were just sitting there not talking about anything. She laughed at something, I'm not even sure what, maybe something she was thinking about. She did that sometimes, and then she looked at me and said, I love you. I looked at her. For real? Yeah. She held up a hand before I could say anything. Don't say something that's going to hurt or be a lie just because you feel like you have to respond. I wasn't going to, shoo. I closed my mouth. She looked out at the city. Some other time, she said. When it's real for you. Not right now. I looked at her. The light was on her face and she wasn't performing anything. She just put something down on the table and picked it back up and moved on, like she trusted the table to hold it. I passed her the blunt. She took it and leaned back. We sat there for a while longer. The city hummed below us. Neither of us said anything else about it. Then I said, we gotta go. Where? Closing on a house. She sat up. For real? Yeah. She looked at me for a second. Then she put out the joint and stood up. Let me get my shoes. The house was in Upper East Highland. The part of the neighborhood that didn't feel like the neighborhood, wider streets, bigger lots, actual trees. The kind of block where people watered their lawns and left their cars in the driveway because they weren't worried about them. The realtor was already outside when we pulled up. She walked us through it one more time even though I'd already seen it twice. 4 bedrooms. A real kitchen. A yard with a fence around it. Quiet. The kind of quiet that cost money in this city. Maddie walked through it beside me. She didn't say much. She looked at things: the kitchen counter, the way the light came through the back window, the size of the master. At one point she stood in the doorway of what would be Gia's room and looked at it without saying anything. I signed where they told me to sign. When it was done, the realtor shook my hand and handed me the keys. I stood in the empty living room and looked around. Okay. Maddie came and stood next to me. Your mom is going to cry, she said. Probably. Gia is going to act like she doesn't care and then spend 3 hours decorating her room. Also probably. She looked around at the empty walls and the clean floors and the nothing yet of it. It's a good house, she said. Yeah, it is. Moving day was 2 weeks later. I hired movers. I wasn't doing it any other way. Mom had protested and I told her to pick what she wanted to keep and what she wanted to leave and let me handle the rest. She protested again and then did exactly what I said. I was there when the truck pulled up to the old house. Standing outside watching the neighborhood in the morning light, the same street I'd grown up on. It looked smaller than it always had. Not in a sad way. Just in the way things look when you've gotten bigger than them. Gia came out with a box and looked at me. You good? Yeah. I'm taking my whole room. I know. She went back inside. Mom came out last. She stood on the front step and looked at the house for a long moment. I stood next to her and didn't say anything. Your dad would have liked this, she said. Yeah, he would have been annoying about it. Taking pictures of everything. I laughed. She took one last look and then walked to the car. I followed her. The new house took about a day to start feeling like theirs. Mom claimed the kitchen immediately. By the end of the first afternoon she had a full grocery run done and something on the stove. Gia disappeared into her room and came out 3 hours later and asked if I could drive her to get more hangers. I drove her to get more hangers. Rue was there too. She'd been clean for a month. A month wasn't nothing. I knew better than to put too much weight on it. I'd seen what happened when people put too much weight on a number. But a month was real. She was moving differently. She helped carry boxes without being asked. She sat at the new kitchen table that evening and ate dinner with everyone and stayed the whole time. After dinner I found her in the backyard. She was just standing there in the dark looking at the yard. I stood next to her. How are you? Okay. She thought about it. Actually okay. Not just saying it. Good. The acting classes start next week, she said. I know. I'm nervous. That's the right feeling. She looked at the yard. It's a good house, Jordan. Yeah, you did good. I didn't say anything. I just stood there with her for a while. Inside I could hear Mom and Gia arguing about where to put the couch. Normal house sounds. The kind that meant people were staying. 72. Chapter 68. First performance. A venue was a small club downtown. Maybe 300 capacity, probably 250 actually in the room. Not a stadium. Not a theater. Just a stage, some lights, a sound system that was better than the room deserved. I stood backstage and listened to it fill up. Everyone there was there for me. That was still a strange thing to sit with. Not bad strange. Just strange. People had driven here, paid for a ticket, stood in a line, come into a room for me. Because of something I made in my bedroom and put online. That chain of events still didn't fully compute when I thought about it too hard. My family wasn't here. Gia was too young. Mom didn't like rap. I'd stopped trying to explain the distinction between what I made and what she had in her head when she said that. Rue was in acting classes, which still felt like something I had to remind myself was real. She was actually doing it. I'd checked, but Maddie was here. June was here. Savannah was here. That was the right people. I checked my fit one more time. Adjusted the chain. Rolled my neck. The stage manager came to the door. 2 minutes. Okay. I stood there for a second in the quiet of the hallway. Took a deep breath and waited for the 2 minutes. I walked out. The lights hit different than I expected. Not blinding, more like a warmth. The whole room had turned toward me at once and I could feel the weight of it. I let the beat build for a second before I came in. Let the room settle into it. Then I started. Make up your Mindy, know you're wondering why. I see this shit ain't as easy as it once was. I'm sure you'll be fine. First few bars always told you what kind of night it was going to be. Whether the room was with you or just watching. This room was with me from the second bar. I could feel it in the way people stopped talking. The way they started moving. Beauty ain't no issue for someone like you should know better, 'cause there ain't no better. Invite me, baby, don't be ashamed, girl. Don't fight me, ain't running no game, though I can't lie when you deny it kind of excites me. Some of them were singing it back. Not everyone. Maybe a third of the room, the ones who'd listened enough times to know the words. That was enough. That sound, people singing something I wrote back at me, I didn't have a word for it yet. I just let it land. Girl, you so beautiful, don't be ashamed, girl, you so beautiful, don't be ashamed, don't be ashamed, girl, you so beautiful, don't be ashamed. I found Maddie in the crowd. She was near the front, arms crossed, watching me the way she watched things she had already decided she approved of. When I caught her eye, she lifted her chin once. That was it. That was the whole thing. I took a breath between songs and let the room breathe with me. All right, I said into the mic, we're going somewhere different. The beat for Judgment Day came in low and heavy. A different energy, slower, more deliberate. If Judgment Day was one away, how many of my niggas gonna die right here in front of me? Tried to tell him put the gun away. He got vengeance on his mind, judge and jury, death sentence on his mind. A room was still for this one. Not dead still. The way people go quiet when something is actually saying something. I moved through the whole story, line by line, the crowd tracking every beat of it. By the time I got to the end, they were with me completely. He told me, Jay, you got $20 that I could borrow. I hit him with some bread and asked where he was headed. He said, I'ma kill them motherfuckers and repent before tomorrow. I let the last line hang in the air. The room held it with me. Then I looked up. That's Judgment Day. They came back loud. Last one, I said. And we're going to turn it up. Ghostface Killers hit and the whole room shifted. Up-tempo, aggressive, built to move. People who had been still started moving. People who had been moving went harder. June was off to the side of the stage and I could see her nodding along, which she would have denied if I brought it up later. Automatics in the trunk, shoot the maggots with the pump, love the paddock on my arm, it got static, run your charm, Ghostface Killers, Wu-Tang, 21 News Gang at the top of the food chain. I moved across the stage. The crowd was loud now, full energy, everything that Invite Me had warmed up and Judgment Day had held. Ghostface Killers was the release of all of it. Put on the paddock, pave setting, I'm an addict, break the mattress with a baddie, diamonds glassy, need some glasses for the flashes, yeah Michael Jackson with this fashion, I'm dabbing, yeah the chorus came around again and the room was all the way in. I pointed the mic out and they finished the hook without me. I stood there for a second and let them have it, that was the moment. Right there. Not the album dropping, not the numbers, not the interview. This. People in a room finishing my song because they knew every word. Ghostface Killers, Wu-Tang, 21 News Gang at the top of the food chain. I let it run out. The last beat dropped. The lights held for a second and then went warm. The room was loud. I stepped back from the mic and looked out at it. Okay. I walked off stage. Maddie was waiting in the hallway behind the stage. She looked at me when I came through the door and didn't say anything for a second. Then, how do you feel? Good. You were good. I know. She shook her head. You're impossible. She kissed me anyway. June came in behind her already on her phone. 3 more shows confirmed. I'll send you the dates. Savannah came in after that and handed me a water without being asked. I leaned against the wall and let the adrenaline come down. The sound of the room was still going through the walls. People still there, still talking, still in it. I stood in the hallway with my people and drank the water and thought about the next 1.73. Chapter 69. The chain. We went to this breakfast spot Maddie had been talking about for 2 weeks. Small place, the kind that fills up fast and doesn't take reservations, so we got there early enough to get a table in the back corner without waiting. The food was good. Better than good. Maddie ordered 3 things and ate off my plate too, which she did every time we went somewhere and which I had stopped commenting on. She had her phone out between bites, scrolling through something, turning the screen toward me every few minutes to show me a reference she liked. She'd been deep in fashion content for weeks, watching designers, studying lookbooks, pulling together a vision for what she wanted to create. She'd been talking about a YouTube channel for a while, showing people how she put things together, the theory behind it, not just the outcome. You should do it, I said. I know I should. I'm still figuring out the format. Figure it out by posting. You can't think your way into it. She looked at me. That's literally what you do. You think about things for months before you put them out. Music is different. How? It just is. She rolled her eyes and went back to her phone. But she was smiling. Point two kids came up to the table. 14, maybe 15. The one in front had his phone already out before he got to us, already nervous, already apologizing for interrupting. Sorry, we don't want to bother you, can we get a picture? Yeah. I got up. We did the pictures. Both of them. The second one asked me to do a face for it and I did it without thinking about it and Maddie laughed from the table. Thank you, the first one said. He was genuinely grateful, the kind of grateful that was embarrassing for him, but he couldn't help it. The album is really good. Like really good. Appreciate that. They went back to their table and immediately huddled over the phones and I sat back down. The owner came over a few minutes later. Middle-aged woman, her restaurant clearly, the kind of person who ran everything herself and knew every regular by name. I saw that, she said. You didn't have to do that. You're on a date. It's fine. Breakfast is on me today. You don't have to, I know I don't. She looked at Maddie. Your boyfriend is polite. When he wants to be, Maddie said. The owner laughed and walked away. I looked at Maddie. When he wants to be. I stand by it. My phone went off while we were still eating. I looked at the screen. Ben Baller. It's ready, I said. Maddie looked up. The chain? Yeah. She put her fork down. Let's go. We haven't finished eating. She was already reaching for her bag. Ben Baller's studio was the kind of place that looked like exactly what it was, serious work. We got taken to the back where he had it laid out on the velvet tray waiting. The chain was a Cuban. Heavy, white gold. The pendant was the piece. White gold base, the whole face iced in VVS, black diamonds outlining the locks and the details, ruby stones for the tongue. Custom. The only one. Mine. I picked it up. It was heavier than I expected even knowing the specs. The light caught every angle of it. I put it on. Maddie looked at it for a long second. Wow, she said. That's crazy. Good crazy or bad crazy? Good crazy. Obviously good crazy. She tilted her head. It's ignorant. That was the goal. You achieved it. She reached out and held the pendant for a second, turning it slightly to catch the light. Then she looked up at me. I love it. It's very you. I looked at her. What? She said. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the box, small. Black. No brand on the outside. Her eyes changed. I opened it. Diamond choker. White gold chain, princess cut stones set all the way around, clean and simple and serious. She stared at it. Jordan. I stepped behind her and put it around her neck. Fasten the clasp. She looked down at it and then up at the mirror Ben had on the side wall and then she screamed, not a loud scream, contained. She spun around and grabbed my face and kissed me hard. Ben Baller looked away tactfully. When she pulled back her eyes were bright. She touched the choker with her fingertips like she was still confirming it was real. You planned this, she said. Obviously. She shook her head. She was still smiling and trying not to. I hate you. No you don't. No I don't. She looked in the mirror one more time. Touched it again. Then she looked at me through the reflection. Okay, she said. Let's go. I need people to see this. I laughed and we walked out. 74. Chapter 70, Disagreement. Months moved. Maddie had started her channel and hit 20,000 subscribers in 2 months. She'd found her format direct, dry, always put together without trying too hard. Brand inquiries were coming in and she was handling them herself. It was good to watch. She recorded in the corner of my studio one afternoon while I worked. She finished a take and came and sat on my lap while I adjusted levels. I love you, she said. You saved me. I didn't save you. Fine. Helped. Whatever. She kissed me and said she was going to Cats later. I said okay. She got up. Love you too, I said to the board. I saw her smile in my peripheral. 2 days later I went into the studio at noon. The track I'd been chasing for 2 weeks broke open around midnight. I stayed inside it. When I played it back all the way through at 6:47 in the morning I just sat there with my headphones still on. That was the one. I drove home, windows down, early morning air, the city just waking up. I was floating. Too happy and too tired at the same time. I came through the door. Maddie was in the kitchen. Sleep clothes. arms crossed, standing like she'd been standing there for a while and had made up her mind about how this was going to go. Hey, where were you? Not a question. Studio. All night. Yeah. I was in a session I lost. I called you twice. I stopped. What? Twice. I called you twice and you didn't pick up. I texted you at midnight and at 3 and you didn't respond. I've been up since 4 in the morning. My phone was in my bag. I was in the zone. You didn't what? Think to check it? Think about me at all? Maddie, I slept on the couch, she said. Because I couldn't be in that room by myself not knowing if you were okay. I kept thinking about last year in the hospital, Anne. She stopped. Anne, you're standing here telling me you were just in the zone. I'm sorry. I should have texted you. You're right, I should have. Don't just say I'm right and expect that to be enough. I'm not. I'm saying I'm sorry. You walked in here like it was a normal morning. Because I didn't know. That's the problem. Her voice went up. You didn't know because you didn't think about it. Because you didn't think about me. I could have been dead and you would have found out tomorrow. That's not. Let me see your phone. Maddie, let me see it. I'm not doing that. Why not? Because we're not that couple. I'm not showing you my phone every time I come home late. Every time? She laughed, but it wasn't funny. You've never come home at 7 in the morning without a single word. That's not every time, that's the first time. And you won't let me see your phone. There's nothing on it. So show me. No. Because it's the principal. The principal, she repeated, staring at me. If I show you every time you ask, that's a pattern. That's not something I'm building into this. I'm not asking every time. I'm asking this one time because you disappeared for 19 hours. And I explained why. You gave me a reason. That's not the same as explaining. I looked at her. She looked back. We were both tired and both too stubborn and neither of us was going to move. I'm going to sleep, I said. Great. We can talk when I wake up. Sure. I went to the room. She stayed in the kitchen. I was asleep in minutes. When I woke up at 2, she was gone. She came back that evening. Didn't say anything when she walked in. Put her bag down, went to the bathroom, came out, sat on the couch. I was at the kitchen table. I said hey. She didn't answer. Not rudely. She just didn't answer. Like she hadn't heard me. Like I wasn't in the room, okay? Here we go. I let it go. I went back to what I was doing. Day 2 of the silent treatment was the same. She moved through the loft like I was furniture. Not mean about it. Not performing anything. Just genuinely disconnected from me in a way that was worse than if she'd been yelling. At least yelling meant I was there. I tried once. Maddie. She looked up from her laptop. Can we talk? She looked at me for about 2 seconds. Then she looked back at her laptop. Okay, that evening I ordered from the Thai place. The green curry she always got. I set the bag on the counter and went to the studio. I stayed in the studio. Day 3 she ate the food again without acknowledging it. I ordered the same thing. She ate it. We slept on opposite sides of the bed. This was my fault. Not just the not texting. All of it. I'd walked in and been defensive when I should have just listened. I'd made it about the phone when the phone wasn't the point. She was scared. She'd been scared for 3 hours in the dark and I'd turned it into an argument about principles. I looked at the ceiling for a long time. Day 4 I sat next to her on the couch and put my phone in her hand. She looked at it. Then at me. Go through it, I said. She held it for a second. Then she started going through it. Messages. DMs, call log. Photo roll. She went slowly and I let her. I sat next to her and didn't say anything and didn't watch her do it. When she was done she held it for another second. Then she said, "You could have deleted it." I looked at her. "Before you came home," she said. "You had all morning." I took the phone back from her. Opened my texts. Handed it back. "Look at the timestamps," I said. She looked. Every thread. The timestamps on everything going back weeks, the gaps in conversations where I was in sessions, the nothing that was actually nothing. She handed it back. She didn't say anything. She looked at the wall for a long time. I sat next to her and waited. She didn't talk to me the rest of the night. She went to bed early. I stayed in the studio. Day 5 I sat her down at the kitchen table. She sat. Arms on the table. Waiting. "I'm not going to explain myself again," I said. You know what happened? She said nothing. What I did wrong wasn't just not texting you. I should have texted you. But when I walked in and you were upset, I made it about me. I made it about the principle of the phone thing instead of just listening to what you were telling me. You were scared. You woke up and didn't know where I was, and you'd already been through enough last year that kind of not knowing isn't small for you. I understood that, and I still argued with you about it. That was wrong. She was watching me. I'm sorry. For all of it. The not texting, the coming in like nothing happened, the phone argument. I'm sorry. She didn't say anything for a moment. I'm going to try to never put you in that position again. Not just texting. Actually thinking about where you are and what it's like on your end when I disappear. You give me more room than most people would, and I didn't use it right. The kitchen was quiet. Okay, she said. Okay, I hear you. But. She looked at him evenly. You're going to have to prove it. I know. I'm not just going to take your word for it, Jordan. Saying sorry and meaning it are different things. I'll know the difference. I'm not asking you to take my word. I'm asking you to give me the chance to show you. She held his gaze for a long moment. The kind where she was measuring something she hadn't decided on yet, then she exhaled. The food was good, she said. I know what you like. Don't. I'm not. She looked at her hands on the table. Something in her shoulders had come down. I finished the track, I said. She looked up. It's the one. She was quiet for another second. Then she pushed back her chair and stood up. Play it for me, 75. Chapter 71, First number 1. I wasn't planning the song, I'd been working on something else when the hook came to me as a melody first, which almost never happened. I followed it. Built the beat around the voice instead of the other way. Sat with it 3 days before I wrote a single word. When I finally finished it, I played it back once, made 2 adjustments, and went to find Maddie. She was on the couch with her laptop. She looked up and something in my face told her this wasn't the usual come tell me what you think. She closed it without being asked and followed me to the studio. She sat on the couch. I hit play and leaned against the desk and watched the floor. The song opened on the melody, the hook first slow, the question underneath it laid out before the verse even started. When the beat shifted and the rap came in, she sat forward slightly without realizing it. The bridge hit over almost nothing, just voice and space, and then it was done. The room was quiet. Drop it tonight, she said. I was going to set up a proper rollout. No. Tonight. This doesn't wait, Jordan. I looked at her. Trust me, she said. June said the same thing when I sent it to her at 11 p.m. Drop it in the morning. No rollout. No teaser. Just put it out and let it move. We posted at 8 a.m. No caption. Cover and audio. I went back to the studio. Maddie stayed in the living room with her phone. An hour later, she was at the studio door. It's moving. Okay, it's really moving. Ariana liked to post about it. Bryson Tiller tweeted the title and nothing else. Selena put it on her story. Okay, you're not going to look. Later. She made a face and came in and sat on the couch. Fine. I'll watch for both of us. She gave me updates whether I asked or not. Number 6. Number 4. Number 2. At 8 that evening she screamed from the couch. I pulled off one headphone. Number 1. Global. Okay, I hate you, she said, and went back to her phone. She'd been filming content all day, her regular stuff, her usual format. But her phone kept going off in the background and she let the camera catch her checking it without making a thing of it. By afternoon, her comment section had become a completely different place. People were coming from everywhere. Someone had clipped a 3-second moment from an older video where I was at the board behind her and posted it with the caption, "This is where it was born." It was close to 2 million views before the end of the day. She read the comments out loud to me while I worked. Vlog the life, please, I am begging you. Girl, you need to start vlogging. This is not even a question. Imagine having a front row seat to all of this and not vlogging it. Criminal. She's so pretty it's genuinely upsetting. Not me watching her channel for the 4th time hoping for studio footage. She's literally stunning and she's not even doing anything, she's just standing there. Okay, but she's fine and clearly has taste, and now she's connected to this music? She's winning, vlog. The life. We want to see everything. I came here because of the song and now I've watched 6 of her videos. She's magnetic, the way she's just so calm about all of it. She's built different. Start vlogging please, the people need it. Maddie put the phone down. Picked it back up. Put it down again. They want me to vlog, she said. I heard. Like actually vlog. Film the life, not just the fashion stuff. Would you want to do that? She thought about it. I don't know. Maybe. I'd have to think about what I'd actually show. She looked at the phone again. They think I'm pretty though. You are. Obviously. She scrolled. But they're annoyed about it. Like offended. That's the best kind. It is. She smiled at the phone. Your fans have good taste. They're fans of the music. They're fans of me now too, she said simply. Deal with it. Around 9 Maddie came into the studio and sat cross-legged on the couch. There's a reaction video, she said. A big one. How big? Like 800,000 subscribers. She does genuine first listens. No performance, just headphones and a camera. Okay, she listened to the whole thing. You want to see it? I pulled off one headphone. Maddie handed me the phone. The YouTuber was sitting at her desk in her room, decent setup, camera at eye level. She had her headphones on and the song pulled up. She looked at the camera once before she hit play, said she'd been seeing this name everywhere for 2 days and was finally sitting down with it. Pray for me the weekend, then she hit play and went quiet. The first part of the song, the hook, the melody, she listened with her eyes closed. Her head moved slightly. When it opened up into the verse, she opened her eyes and looked at the camera and pointed at it, like she was telling whoever was watching to pay attention. This is the part. She leaned forward in her chair. Her mouth moved a little like she was catching words as they came. When the second hook hit, she took one headphone off and shook her head slowly. Put it back. Kept listening. When the bridge came in, just voice, almost nothing underneath, she went completely still. She stared at the wall. The camera caught her face going somewhere quiet and private, the kind of expression people don't usually let cameras see. The song ended. She sat there for a few seconds without saying anything. Then she pulled her headphones off and set them on the desk and looked at the camera. I wasn't ready for that, she said. I genuinely was not ready for that. She shook her head. I've been doing this channel for 3 years and I can count on one hand the number of times a song has actually stopped me like that. Like I needed a second. She glanced at the screen where the song was still up. Who is this kid? 17? 18? And he's making this. She looked back at the camera. The bridge. I need to talk about the bridge. Because the rest of the song is already really good and then the bridge comes in and it's just voice and it's so simple and it hits harder than everything before it combined. That's not an accident. That's someone who knows exactly what they're doing. She leaned back in her chair. I'm going to listen to the album tonight. All the way through. And then probably again. She pointed at the camera. You should too. Don't sleep on this. I handed the phone back to Maddie. She was watching me. She wasn't performing any of that, Maddie said. That was just what it did to her. Yeah, that's what it does. I put my headphone back on. Maddie sat there for another minute before she got up. At the door she stopped. How are you? Good, Jordan. I'm good, Maddie. Really? I just want to start the next one. She looked at him for a second. Then she came back in and kissed the side of his head and went to get water. That's why it works, she said from the kitchen. The label meeting was 2 days later. The rep walked through the numbers, the demographics crossing over, the pop and R&B streams, the listeners who never would have found the rap side without the hook pulling them in. June had her folder closed. She'd heard all of it before I had. The second album needs to lean all the way into it, the rep said. Everything this single proved that needs to be the direction. Already working on it. How far along? Far enough. He looked at June. She gave him nothing. What do you need from us? Less of these. More studio. He laughed. We shook hands. I left point 76. Been busy, sorry guys, been busy. I'll try to have a few up Saturday morning. 77. Chapter 72. Vision. Jordan got the DM on a Tuesday night. He was in the studio with Ron and Xavier, not really doing anything, just listening back to a beat he had pulled up. The message was short. Her name was Imani. She said she had been following him since the Breakfast Club clip dropped and that she had always wanted to make music but did not know how to get started. She asked if she could just talk to him sometime. He read it twice. Then he sent it to June. June called him back in about 4 minutes. She have a following? I don't know. I didn't check. Check. He clicked over to her page. 8,000 followers. Most of her posts were just her face, a couple videos of her singing over beats, nothing produced. The comments were there though. People telling her she was good. She never replied to any of them. Like 8,000. That's nothing. I know. So why are you calling me about it? He did not have a good answer for that. He just said, I kind of want to meet her. June was quiet for a second. Fine. Bring her in for a day, see what she's about. Don't sign anything, don't promise anything, don't put her on a track until you know what you're working with. And run it by me before you post anything with her face in it. Obviously. I mean it, Jordan. I got it, June. He went back to the DM and typed back. He told her to come through for a day just to hang, see if they vibed. No promises. She responded in about 30 seconds. Okay. She showed up to the studio on Friday afternoon. Her name was Imani Clark. She was 18, she told him that right away, like she wanted to get it out of the way before he could ask. She had platinum blonde hair that fell straight past her shoulders, dark eyes, a small nose ring, and a little hoop in her left ear. She was wearing a mini skirt and a crop top, and she moved like she already knew she was going to be somebody. She sat across from him at the couch in Studio B, the smaller room he used when he was working alone or keeping something low-key. She looked around at the walls like she was memorizing it. You been in a studio before? He asked. No. She said it without embarrassment. I recorded stuff in my room. My phone mostly. How long you been singing? Since I was like 8. My mom used to play a lot of music around the house. She paused. She's the one who told me to reach out to you, actually. She saw the Breakfast Club thing. Your mom told you to DM me. Yeah. She shrugged. She's not like other moms. Jordan pulled the beat back up on his laptop and let it run. It was something he had started the week before and never finished, mid-tempo, piano-heavy. He watched her face while it played. She started nodding without realizing she was doing it. What do you want from this? He asked. Like actually? Not the answer you practiced. She looked at him. I want people to know who I am. Not famous, I don't care about that. I just want people to hear my name and know what it means. What does it mean? I don't know yet. She looked at the floor for a second. That's why I want to make music. To figure it out. Jordan did not say anything. He turned back to the screen. They talked for about an hour before he started working. She told him about her family. Single mom, a younger brother named Marcus who was 12 and already taller than her, a younger sister named Deja who was 9 and who Imani basically helped raise while their mom worked doubles at the hospital. She said it without self-pity, just laid it out like it was facts. What does your mom think about you trying to do this seriously? She's the one paying for my voice lessons. She picked at the edge of her nail. She wants me to go to school for it though. Get a music degree. What do you think? I think I want to make a record before I turn 20. She said it flat, like she had already decided. I don't think you learn that in school. Jordan nodded. He started adjusting the beat, bringing the piano up a little, pulling back on the kick. She watched him work without asking questions, which he appreciated. Most people who came into the studio for the first time talked too much when he was in the middle of something. After a while he said, "Sing something." Right now? Yeah. She did not make a thing of it. She just sat up a little, looked at a spot on the wall and started singing. No setup, no warm-up runs. It was a melody he did not recognize, something she made up on the spot or had been carrying around for a while. Her voice was clean and real, the kind that made you stop what you were doing. Jordan stopped what he was doing. She stopped after about a minute. She looked back at him. Okay, he said. Okay, good, or okay, whatever. Okay, good. She looked at the wall again. He could tell she was trying not to smile. By 7 o'clock he had a clear picture of what he was working with. She could not write, she had told him that straight up, no embarrassment about it. But the voice was there and she had taste, which was harder to teach. She knew what she liked and what she did not like, and she could tell the difference between something that was built for her and something that was just built. That mattered that he asked her if she had anything she did not want to do. She thought about it. I'll know when I see it, she said. I can't list it all out right now. But I'll say no if it comes up, and I hope you'd respect that. Of course, he said. She nodded once like that settled it. He leaned back and looked at her for a second. Your mom still in town? Yeah, we're at a hotel down the street. She drove me out here. I want to meet her. Imani looked at him. Why? Because I'm not doing anything with you without her knowing exactly what it is. He kept it simple. She drove you out here, she's paying for your voice lessons, she's in it whether we make it official or not. I want her in the room. Imani was quiet for a second. Then she picked up her phone. Her mom's name was Diane. She was petite, showed up in a cardigan and jeans like she had been sitting in a hotel room all day waiting for her daughter to text her, which she probably had. She shook Jordan's hand and looked around the studio the same way Imani had, taking it in without saying much about it. They sat in the lounge area outside the main room. Jordan had the engineer bring out water and left it at that. So, Diane said. She had her hands folded in her lap. What are you thinking? Honestly? I don't know yet. He was not going to oversell it. She has a real voice. She has taste. She can't write, but that's solvable. What I need to figure out is whether she can handle the work part, the consistency, showing up and doing it even when it's not exciting. He looked at Diane. That's what I can't tell from one day. So what are you proposing? I want her to come back a few more times. Record some stuff, nothing released, just see what we can build. If it goes somewhere real, we talk about the next step with lawyers in the room. If it doesn't, she goes home with some good recordings and a better idea of what she wants. Diane looked at her daughter, then back at Jordan. She's my kid. I know. She's talented and she knows it, and that makes her easier to take advantage of. I know that too. So why should I trust you? Jordan thought about it for a real second before he answered. Because I didn't have to invite you here. I could have just kept working with her and told her whatever she wanted to hear. I'm asking you to be in it because it doesn't work right if you're not. Diane looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Imani. Imani looked back at her and gave a small shrug like I told you. Diane turned back to Jordan. I want to be copied on everything. Any agreement, any session schedule, anything in writing. Done. And if I tell her to stop, she stops. No pressure, no guilt trip, no contract language that says otherwise. Agreed. Diane nodded once, slow, like she was still deciding whether she believed him. Okay, she said. Let's see what happens. Imani exhaled quietly beside her. Jordan kept his face straight. He already knew she was going to be good. Now he just had to prove it to both of them. 78. Chapter 73. Claire showed up 3 days later at 24, dark red curly hair with bangs, green eyes, freckles. Diamond choker. Chest tattoo crawling out of her neckline. She walked in, put her bag down and looked around the room without saying anything about it. Nice setup, she said finally, not a compliment. Just an observation. Jordan slid a water across the table. She caught it without looking. She had 100,000 YouTube subscribers, all covers, no originals. Her comment section was 4 years of people telling her she was wasting her voice. She knew it. She just had not found the right situation yet. I can't write, she said before he could ask. I know. I write. She looked at him. For yourself. For whoever needs it. She thought about that. Why? Because your audience is already built. That's half the work. He pulled up his laptop. I just need to know what we're building toward. She leaned back. Something real. Something I can actually stand behind. She glanced at the tattoo on her chest. I've been doing other people's songs for 4 years. I'm done with that. Sing something then. Anything. She did not make a thing of it. Just sang low and easy, something she was making up as she went. Her voice was warm with a rough edge, like she had been saving it for the right room. Jordan kept his face flat. He was already building. She was funny. That caught him off guard, dry and fast, the kind of humor that landed sideways before you saw it coming. She told him about a vitamin brand deal she had turned down, and by the end of it he was actually laughing. She had a daughter, Zoe, 6, at the hotel down the street watching the same movie on repeat. Single mom since day one. She said it clean, no drama attached. I needed to find the right person before I did this, she said. I wasn't handing my first original material to somebody who was going to use it for themselves. And you think I'm the right person? You haven't tried to impress me yet. She tilted her head. That's a good sign. Duddy signed her that evening. 250, she read every page, asked 3 questions, and did not sign until she had real answers. When it was done, she looked at him. I know what 100,000 subs actually means, she said. It's not nothing, but it's not a career either. You didn't have to come looking for me. She folded her copy. I'm not going to waste this. I know, Jordan said. He texted Maddie, come through. Got 2 new artists. Bring your eye. Already bored. Maddie showed up 20 minutes later and immediately started walking slow circles around Claire. Claire watched her with one eyebrow up. Boots are perfect, Maddie said. Jacket I want to swap, not the vibe, just the actual jacket. The tattoo needs to be in every promo photo, non-negotiable. She stopped in front of her. 3 words. Describe your whole thing. Honest. A little dark. Funnier than I look. Maddie looked at Jordan. I like her. She's right here, Jordan said. I know. I'm telling you because you picked well. She sat down and opened her phone. Alt but warm. This is fun. Claire looked at Jordan with an amused expression. She's always like that, he said. I love it, Claire said. Imani showed up at 9. Little black dress, platinum hair down, nose ring catching the light. She walked in and clocked Maddie immediately. Who's this? She asked. Maddie. She styles my artists. Imani looked at Maddie. Maddie looked back at her already, doing the thing where she was taking inventory. The hair is the whole look, Maddie said. Platinum on your skin tone is crazy. We lean into that hard. She looked her up and down. You like showing skin. Obviously, Imani said. Good. We're not hiding that. We just make it intentional. She pulled up her camera and took a photo before Imani could react. You photograph insane, by the way. Imani smiled. I know. Maddie laughed. She looked at Jordan. Okay, I like this one too. After Maddie finished with her, Jordan put on 3 beats. Imani shook her head at the first. Sat up on the second. Closed her eyes on the third. That one. Yeah. He had already known. He told her to perform. Not just sing, actually move with it. She stood up without making it a whole thing and did exactly that, slow and deliberate, completely comfortable. She laughed once at herself mid-lyric and it did not break anything. It made it better. Diane was in the corner, barely watching. She already knew. When Imani finished, she sat back down and looked at Jordan. I want to sign you, he said. She exhaled. Yeah. She looked at her mom. He wants to sign me. Diane did not look up. I heard him. Mom. Diane looked up, looked at Jordan. 175. Send the contract tonight. Done. Imani turned back to Jordan. She held his gaze for a second. I know you didn't have to do any of this. Like genuinely. She said it quiet, no performance in it. Not everybody would have answered that DM. You're the one with the voice, he said. And you're the one who gave it somewhere to go. She held his eyes a beat longer than she needed to. Then she smiled and looked away. Jordan texted June. 2 contracts. Both tonight. He had 2 artists, neither of them could write, and Maddie was already in his ear about Imani's promo shoot before he even put his phone down. It was going to be a long season, he did not mind at all. 79. Chapter 74. I woke up early and was in the studio by 7. Claire came in an hour later. Coffee in one hand, hair pulled back, curls still a little wild. She saw the notebook on the table and sat down without saying anything. That was how we worked. She would talk, I would listen, and a few days later I would show up with something built out of what she said. She had told me about the guy from 2 years ago, the one who thought ambition was a personality flaw, who never once asked how a session went. She told it flat, no bitterness left in it. I took all of it and turned it into 4 minutes. I played the beat first. Let it run twice. She nodded with her eyes half closed. Okay, she said quietly. I slid the notebook across. I still handwrote lyrics. It felt realer that way. She picked it up and read. I watched her face. She got to the chorus and something shifted in her expression, just a small tightening around the eyes. She finished and set it down. How did you know to write it like that? You told me. I didn't tell you all of this. You told me enough. She looked at the notebook one more time. Then she stood up and went to the booth. She started singing. Lost cause under Sir Billie Eilish. Something's in the air right now, like I'm losing track of time, like I don't really care right now, but maybe that's fine. You weren't even there that day. I was waiting on you. I wondered if you were aware that day was the last straw for me, and I know I sent you flowers. You even care? You ran the shower and left them by the stairs, thought you had your shit together, but damn, I was wrong. You ain't nothin' but a lost cause, and this ain't nothing like it once was. I know you think. You're such an outlaw, but you got no Joby used to think you were shy, but maybe you just had nothing on your mind, maybe you were thinking about yourself all the time. I used to wish you were mine. That was way before I realized. Someone like you would always be so easy to find, gave me no flowers. I didn't care, you'd been gone for hours. Be anywhere, thought you would have grown eventually. But you proved me wrong, you ain't nothing but a lost cause, and this ain't nothing like it once was, I know you. Think you're such an outlaw, but you got no job, what did I tell you? Don't get complacent, it's time to face it now. I sat at the board and watched her through the glass. Eyes closed, one hand resting against the headphones. She was not performing. She was just singing it straight, like she had been holding it for 2 years and finally had somewhere to put it. We worked on it for hours. She wanted to go back on the bridge 3 times. I let her because she was right each time. When we called it, she came out of the booth and sat on the couch, tired and settled at the same time. When does it drop? She asked. Week from now. You and Imani dropped the same day. I announced both signings together. She nodded. Then she looked at me. I stopped believing it was actually going to happen. Like I knew I was good. I just stopped believing the rest of it was possible. It's not done yet, I said. She smiled. I know. She grabbed her jacket. Thank you. For real? I nodded. She left. Imani came in 3 days later. Crop top, low-rise jeans, platinum hair down. She sat cross-legged on the couch before I said anything. She had been sending me voice memos all week, 2 in the morning sometimes, a whole folder of references. All energy, no filter. Club record, she said before I pulled anything up. That's what I want first. Something that goes. I know. I've had the beat for a week. I played it. Bass heavy fast. She stood up from the couch before it was halfway through. Yeah. That's it. I gave her the notebook. She read it twice, lips moving on the rap verse. Then she looked up. The Imani references, that's you. That's the whole point. She looked back down and read it again. I watched something click. Okay, she said. I got it. She went in the booth. She came out of the gate like she had been doing this for years. Side to side, Ariana Grande. V been here all night, I've been here all day, and boy, got me walking side to side. I'm talking to ya, see you standing over there with your body feeling like I wanna rock with your body, and we don't gotta think about nothing. I'm coming at ya, cause I know you got a bad reputation, doesn't matter, cause you give me temptation and we don't got. Think bout nothin', these friends keep talking way too much, say I should give you up, can't hear them, no, cause 2V been here all night, I've been here all day, and boy, got me walking side to side, been trying to hide it, baby, what's it gonna hurt if they don't know, making everybody think that we soloed just as long as you know you got me, and boy, I got you cause tonight I'm making deals with the devil, and I know it's gonna get me in trouble just as long as you know you got me. 3 takes and I leaned back and just watched her. She had a self-confidence that was not performed. It was just there, built in. She moved in the booth like she was already at the show. When she hit the rap verse, she leaned into the mic and went, yo, this the new style with the fresh type of flow, wrist icicle, ride bicycle, come through, get you this type of blow, if you want a menage, I got a tricycle, all these bitch flows is my mini-me body smokin', so they call me Young Imani chimney rappers and they feelings, cause they feelin' me murder, I give 0 fucks and I got 0 chillin' me kissin' me, cop the blue box. That say Tiffany Curry with the shot, just tell him to call me Stephanie Gun Pop, then I make my gum pop, I am the queen of rap, Young Imani run pop. She came out after the 3rd take and looked at me through the glass before she even took off the headphones. I gave her a nod, she came through the door and dropped back onto the couch, breathing a little hard, trying not to smile too big. 3rd take was clean, I said. We might go back on the bridge but the bones are there. She pulled her knees up. I've been waiting to do that for 3 years. Do what? Be in a real studio. With a real beat. Recording something that's actually going to come out. She looked at me. You don't know what it's like to want something that bad and not be able to get there. I thought about the bedroom freestyles, the videos nobody watched, all the nights before any of it meant anything. I kept that to myself. I have some idea, I said. She looked at me like she wanted to ask about it. Then she just nodded. A week, she said. A week. She leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Her mom was in the corner smiling at her phone, same as every session. I pulled up the next version of the track. 2 artists, 1 week, a lot of work left. I was not worried about it. 80. Chapter 75. I posted both posters on a Saturday morning and then put my phone in my pocket and went to make breakfast. That was it. No caption. No announcement thread. Just two pieces of art dropped back to back and then silence. Claire's was illustrated, dark purple background, her red curls drawn wild around her face, a ribcage hovering over her with bats scattered through it. The chest tattoo visible. Eyes pale and slightly otherworldly. Smoky letters at the bottom that read Lost Cause. Her name underneath in bold. Claire Greenhouse. Imani's was drawn too, mirror selfie style, platinum hair half pulled back, hoop earring, that expression she had where she looked like she already knew something you did not. Side to side. Imani Clark. 2 artists. Nothing alike. Same day. I had 10 million monthly listeners. Rolling loud in 6 weeks. And I had just quietly introduced 2 women who had been waiting years for somebody to open the door. I ate my eggs. I let the internet find them. There is something about a song finding the right person in the right moment that you cannot manufacture no matter how good your rollout is. A girl somewhere had side to side on repeat in her room with the lights off. She was not doing anything else. Just lying there letting it run. She had found it through a repost, did not even know who Imani was 20 minutes ago, and now she was on her 3rd listen trying to figure out why it felt like the song already knew her. She sent it to her best friend at midnight with no message. Her best friend texted back 4 minutes later. Who is this and why am I walking side to side? Somewhere else a girl had Lost Cause playing low on her speaker because her roommate was asleep. She was sitting at her desk in the dark and Claire's voice was doing something to her on the bridge, that specific line, and she had to stop and just sit with it for a second because she had not heard a song say the exact thing she had been feeling in a long time. She went to Claire's page. 2 posts. The announcement and nothing before it. She hit follow and then sat there in the quiet for a while, not doing anything, just holding the feeling. That was happening in 100 rooms that night. Maybe more. I did not know the exact number. I just knew what it felt like when something was moving. At Celestial Vibe Imani Clark said side to side and I have not recovered. Who is she at Red Curlsonly? Claire Greenhouse has been doing covers for 4 years and I always knew. I always knew. At Ghost Girl Aesthetic Lost Cause is for the girls who stayed too long and knew it and stayed anyway. Claire Greenhouse sees us. At Music Nerd 2049 Boosted J really just dropped 2 artists who are going to end everybody like it was nothing. Okay, at Amanaswig the rap verse. The rap verse. She ate and left no crumbs. At Sideto Sidifin 00 I made this account 10 minutes ago because of Imani Clark. I have never done this in my life. I don't care. I got to June's office at 10 the next morning and they were already there. Both of them. Imani was on the couch with her legs folded under her, phone in both hands, scrolling fast. She had this smile she kept trying to push down and it kept coming back up. She looked like someone who had been told to act normal and had forgotten how. Claire was in the chair across from her. One leg crossed over the other, coffee in her hand, looking out the window. She was quieter about it, but the energy coming off her was not quiet at all. She had the stillness of someone who had been wanting something for a long time and was finally letting themselves believe it was real. She had been doing covers for 4 years. 4 years of other people's songs, other people's words, pouring everything she had into music that was never going to be fully hers. She had been good at it. She had built something real doing it. But there is a difference between being good at something and being seen for the thing you actually are, and Claire Greenhouse had been waiting a long tea. I am to be seen. Imani had been waiting too, just differently. 18 years of a voice that was bigger than anywhere she had to put it. Voice lessons her mom paid for working doubles. A phone full of voice memos she recorded at 2 in the morning because the ideas did not care what time it was. All of it sitting there waiting for a room to exist that was big enough. They had both been waiting. And now the numbers were moving and the comments were filling up and people who had never heard either name before yesterday were already forming opinions about them and it was just starting. 43,000 streams overnight, Imani said without looking up. Her voice came out steadier than she looked. 43,000 people listened to my song while I was sleeping. Claire looked over at her. 68 for Lost Cause. Imani finally looked up. How? The YouTube audience, June said from her desk. 100,000 subscribers notified at once. But that's not what I'm watching. She turned her monitor around so they could both see it. I'm watching this. The shares. The people who have never heard of either of you before yesterday and are sharing it anyway. That's the one that matters. Imani stared at the screen for a second. Then she pressed her lips together and looked at the ceiling and breathed out slow. I'm not going to be normal about this, she said. I want everyone to know I tried. I genuinely tried to be calm. Claire laughed. A real one, surprised out of her. I had not heard her laugh like that before. It was a good sound. How are you so put together right now? Imani asked her. Claire looked at her coffee. I cried in my hotel room at 2 in the morning. Okay, good. Zoe heard me and woke up and asked if I was hurt, and I had to explain that sometimes people cry when they're happy. She paused. She said that didn't make sense and went back to sleep. Imani covered her mouth. That's the best thing I've ever heard. I sat on the edge of June's desk and watched them. I did not say anything for a minute. I just let them have it. This was the part of it nobody talked about. Not the numbers, not the strategy. Just this. 2 people in a room who had spent years being told in 100 small ways that the thing they wanted was too far away, finally sitting inside proof that it was not. Imani looked over at me. You're being suspiciously quiet. I'm always quiet. You texted Claire at 6 in the morning, June said without looking up from her screen. Claire nodded slowly, confirming. I was checking numbers, I said. 3 separate texts, Claire said. Imani pointed at me. You're excited. I'm professionally monitoring the rollout. She laughed again. Claire was smiling into her coffee. Even Diane in the corner looked up long enough to give me a look. Did I let it go? They had earned it. We all had. The stands came by the end of the week, and they came fast. Claire's people called themselves the Greenhouse Gang. I did not know who started it, it was just there one morning. They were the ones who had followed her covers for years and were now losing their minds about the original, posting the bridge lyric on their pages like it was scripture. Someone like you would always be so easy to find. They said it like it had happened to them personally. It probably had. Imani's stands had no name yet, but they were louder and they moved faster. Clipping the rap verse over everything, making edits, posting the drawn poster as their icons. One girl posted a video of herself reacting to side in real time, 40 seconds, no cuts, just her sitting at her desk going through every emotion in sequence, and it got 60,000 views in 3 days. Imani reposted it with a red heart, and the girl's notifications apparently broke. She posted a screenshot with the caption, I am going to need everyone to understand I am not okay and I will not be okay. Imani replied with a single laughing emoji. The girl framed the screenshot. Claire posted once that first week. Just the cover art in 2 words. Thank you. 50,000 likes. I watched all of it from my phone, from the studio, from the car. I had introduced them. Opened the door. The rest was theirs, and it was always going to be theirs, and watching it happen felt like exactly what it was supposed to feel like. 6 weeks to Rolling Loud. I had a set to build and 2 artists who were suddenly real to a lot of people all at once. Good problem to have. 81. Chapter 76. It was 2 hours before my set and I was already locked in, not nervous. Locked in is different. Nervous is when you are not ready. I was ready. I had been ready for a week and now I was just waiting for the clock to move. Backstage at Rolling Loud was its own world. People moving in every direction, security earpieces, artists and their entourages stacking up in the corridors. I saw Lil Yachty near the production tent. Rick Ross posted up with about 8 people around him, Lil Durk in a corner on his phone not looking at anybody. The kind of names that used to be on the posters I stared at as a kid. Now I was on the same poster. Claire and Imani were with me. Claire had her arms crossed and was watching everything with those green eyes like she was cataloging it. Imani kept pulling her phone out and putting it back without taking a photo, like she could not decide if she wanted to document it or just live in it. You good? I asked her. I'm so good, she said. I'm trying not to be weird about it. You're being weird about it. I know. She put her phone away. I'll stop. Claire glanced over at me. How are you calm right now? Practice, I said. That was not the whole truth. The whole truth was that I had been performing since I was 17 in front of a camera in a bedroom, then at house parties, then at small venues, then at bigger ones. I had built up to this one stage at a time. The crowd size changed. The feeling did not. You walked out, you did your thing, and either the room was with you or it was not. I had learned early how to make it with you. I looked out at the crowd from the side of the stage. It was big. Easily the biggest I had ever performed for. A sea of people all the way back to where the lights blurred out, different faces, different ages, men and women and every mix in between. East Highland had given me a lot of things. A crowd like this was not one of them. This one I had built myself. I turned away from the crowd and went back to get my water. I had about 90 minutes left. I was going to use them right. When they called my name, the crowd already knew that I could hear it before I even got to the stage, that specific sound a crowd makes when they recognize something is about to happen. Not screaming yet. Just that low collective shift, like the whole thing took a breath at once. I walked out and the noise hit me. I let it run for a second. Did not say anything. Just stood there and looked at them and let them look back. The lights were hot and bright and I could not see faces past the first few rows, but I could feel all of it. Tens of thousands of people who had driven here and paid money and stood in the heat all day and were now looking at me like I owed them something that I was going to pay up. What up, everybody? I grabbed the mic. The crowd came back at me. I know y'all here 'cause y'all fuck with me. More noise. Let's see how hard though. I pointed at the DJ. The beat dropped. Shooters Tory Lanez, all I wanna do is go out trappin' with the shooters. Wrist game froze. You should see the way we do it. Sexy little bitch, she throwin' titties out the window. You from out of town, but you know what we get into. The crowd was moving from the first bar. I could see it in the front rows, hands up, people turning to each other, that thing that happens when a room recognizes a song before the hook even hits. I stayed cool, let the verse run, worked the stage left to right. I was not performing at them. I was performing with them. I came in, I just pulled it off the lot, sailing like a pirate. How I came in with the yacht, I came up off of trapping off the spot. Tell me if you fuckin', 'cause it's backups if you're not. I am just flexin', 2 hoes, whoa, threesome, sexy 2 broads, ooh, every time I step out, shit lit. I just walked in, Heisman your bitch, all I wanna do is go out trappin' with the shooters. Wrist game froze. You should see the way we do it. Sexy little bitch, she throwin' titties out the window. You from out of town, but you know what we get into. They were singing it back to me. The whole section I could see, word for word, the ones who knew every line and the ones who only knew the hook. It did not matter. The energy was the same. I came in, I just pulled up with the slab. You don't know her father, but lil mama call me dad. Go designer shopping. Caught me fucking up the tab. Rich for my bitches, thick as fuck. I had to brag. Police trying to catch me with the shooters. You not from the ends, you cannot fool us. I caught a felony and beat that shit the next weeky. Stack it tall, Lisa Leslie. 'Cause all I wanna do is go out trappin' with the shooters. Wrist so froze, you should see how I been movin'. Shoddy, said she. Down enough to flex with all the shooters. Shoddy, are you down to give the head to all my shooters? I let the crowd finish the last hook themselves. Stepped back from the mic and just pointed at them. They went. All of it, every word, screaming it into the Miami heat. I had a moment standing there where the whole thing felt surreal in a way I was not expecting. Not overwhelmed. Just aware. This was real. This had always been going to be real. I had just needed to get here, and I did not have time to sit in it. I was already moving. Hasta luego. GD did not announce it. I just nodded at the DJ and let the intro run and watched the crowd figure it out. The ones who knew went crazy. The ones who did not know listened, and by the first verse they were nodding because you did not need to know the song for it to grab you. Hasta luego. I'm finna break through all of my life. I been chasing a check and I never get it. Been around it, seen it, never had it. Mama, daddy, whole family, broke family. I MMA get it. Told him I'll fucking handle it and murder the game. So the service candle lit, emergency lane, and I'm swerving, damaging the whip. But shit, fuck it, I'm fucking vanishing. Had to get out of East Highland for a little minute. You know there's madness in the fucking city. I thought it was love here. I thought I was good. I'm stuck in the mud here. I felt the East Highland line land different. There were people in that crowd who knew exactly what that meant and people who had never heard of the place. But the way I said it made it mean something regardless. That was the thing about this music. You did not have to be from somewhere to understand what it cost to leave it. I'm looking for drugs, I'm looking for big butts with the good hair, or 10-piece hot lemon pepper sprinkled, fries crinkled. That's the lingo if that's your girlfriend. She acting single. I caught the pass like I'm Akasinko. How the fuck did anyone assume the god, the sun, the god, the runner from the money beat the blood just like the money? It's not Jumanji. I am the doom that damned the dungeon. I am the spoon that fed the hungry. Stand for something, fall for nothing, all or nothing. I've been going crazy. Somebody pray for me. Take a second, take a knee. It'll mean everything. It'll mean everything to me. Tell him get out the way. I'm finna take it to him. Hasta luego. We finna make a move. Give me a break. What is you saying to him? Give me the K. I'm finna spray the room. I am finna spray the room. I never had shit. Mind over matter outside. I can't call it. All my niggas finna get a job, or they already got it. Couple trapping. Couple catching bodies, please don't come to East Highland, shoddy, with your bullshit and your flex cap trying to jug shit. Nah nigga, you see a good lick, be a good guy, you a good kid. I just played the cards I was fucking handed and dealt with it like a fucking man. You my nigga then, you my nigga then. We stick together like we hook and fin. Don't let any nigga come fuck up the plans. Hasta luego. I gotta get up away from here, hoping that somebody pray for me, telling you it'll mean everything, just really. Hope you love a nigga when he head away. I tell him get out the way. I'm finna take it to him. Hasta luego. We finna make a move, give me the K. I'm finna spray the room. I am finna spray the room. A crowd was fully in it now. I had them. Not just the ones who had been with me since the Boosted J videos, not just the people who knew the album. All of them. I had the whole field. .97 HOV Benny the Butcher. I let the silence run for out 3 seconds before the next beat came in. Long enough for the crowd to wonder. Short enough that they did not lose the thread. When the drums hit, they recognized it. Yeah, Boosted coming, nigga. I walk in the room. Niggas can feel that pressure when I walk in. Nigga, like you saw the devil. Yo, look, I was born in '01, but I'm like 97. Javi went platinum off a brick. I cooked on 97 stoves. Yeah, I know the streets is watching, so I'm highly skeptical where I'm at in my career. One hit and I'll be set to go. Duct tape for the blocks, black tape for the strap, Bentley in the parking lot, ashtray full of pack. Had dreams of retiring and burying the money back when I was young with more experience than money on my Georgetown shit. Rock the blue Hoya when they snatched my niggas up. I got a new lawyer. Start off young so they shoot for you. I groom 'em, soon they become their own bosses and recruit for you. You think you nice? Well, I got news for you. I get 'em chewed for you. What's funny, when every rapper food to you freestyle for Clue, I feel like 97 HOV real stories bout drug money got me etched in stone. By the time they learn to love me, I'll be dead and gone. Real hustlers treat them rentals like they second home. First double up, $30, 7 stones. I fucked it up, but that whole place at the tone. I stopped and looked at the crowd. Y'all know why I'm mad. I said into the mic. The crowd noise dropped a notch, everybody leaning in. I'm mad because everybody on these records lying. Everybody's this big D-boy, everybody's these hardcore gangsters, everybody gon' do this to each other when they see each other. I let that breathe. And the truth be told? Don't nobody wanna fight nobody in this rap game. 'Cause 98% of these dudes is cowards. The crowd erupted. I waited for it to settle. Let's go. We pull up, jumping out them V12 engines, detail kit females with us, the hose driving like it ain't got no seat belts in it, a block look like it got seashells in it, a beam on the SG flashing like it got an unread email in it. It try their best to stop us, we still winning. I hit the brakes, but wait, the light bout to change, realizing what I'm driving and how my life bout to change when I die. Go to TV Johnny and ice out the grave, the feds want the whole BSF, wiped out the game. My watch look like a lighthouse. That's right, I'll explain. I had some young niggas slide through with pipes round your way, have 'em posted up with sticks like it's a strike round your way. You can only judge me by who you see me with. I turned a deuce to a 6. Did Houdini tricks, tell these niggas keep my name out they greedy lips, 'cause they don't want no static with Griselda by Fashion Rebels, the Butcher, nigga. Can I live? J. Cole. I took a breath before this one. Not for the crowd. For me. This was the one that meant something different. The one I had not planned to close with when I first built the setlist, and then changed my mind 3 days before the show because it was the only right ending. The beat came in slow. The crowd felt the shift. Yeah, pussy my passion, never been a fan of flashin', probably 'cause I never could, said if I had it, never would. Then I got my first little taste of paper and I splurged. I guess it's just a nigga urge. This is the Boondocks, I swear. Yo, I'm like Huey mixed with Riley. Thursday I be trying to save the world, and then on Friday I hit the club. My mama told me to speak like you got a college degree. You see I can. But I won't, 'cause I'm saying what I want plus this slang that I speak. Don't change that, I'm deepy, can't do no 9 to 5, told my mama. Sorry. I can't do no suit and tie, no, I want the glory. If you knew me, know my life is like a movie starring me. Pardon me, if it seems that I'm following my dreams, ain't reading off the script that they picked for me. I be shitting on them niggas that was shitting on me. I live or will I die before they get to know me? If I go, I know the ones that's pouring liquor for me, but oh no, Lord, you see I'm smarter than they know, so hold on, Lord. 'Cause I ain't quite ready to go. Can I live? Somebody told me that it's only one shot, so I'll be goddamned if I'm ever gonna stop. Promise to my mama I'ma make it to the top, so I'ma keep climbing till my heartbeat drop. I stepped back from the mic and let the beat run for a second. The crowd was quiet in that specific way that meant they were listening. Not silent. Just present. Waiting. I came back in. Like the phone when she heard the news, her sister on the other line talking to her shoes, only son, what a thing to lose, more blacks singing more blues, more niggas pouring more brews, poor dude. He was young like 21 straight up out that city that I'm from, a real smart nigga, but his niggas, they was dumb, he ain't even get a chance to run before it landed in his lung. God. Breathe, nigga, his partner screaming. Don't you fucking leave, nigga. Took off his shirt, trying to stop the bleeding nigga. Don't you go. But his life fading slow. Did I tell my mom I love her? Do she know? Did I tell my baby sorry from before? Won't get to see my son grow, Lord, I ain't ready to go. Can I live? Can I live? Dear Lord, can I live? Can I live? I held the last note out and let it drop. For about 2 seconds there was nothing. Just that strange pocket of quiet that only happens after something lands exactly where it was supposed to. Then the crowd came in like a wave. I stood at the front of the stage and let it wash over me. I did not pump my fist. I did not hype them back up. I just stood there and took it in, this thing that tens of thousands of people were giving back to me, and tried to stay inside the moment long enough to actually feel it instead of just surviving it. I thought about East Highland. The bedroom. The 350Z in Zen's lot at night. Rue sitting at the kitchen table doing homework. Gia texting me to come home. Maddie. I thought about the coma. About waking up and not knowing for a second if any of it had been real. It was real. All of it. This was where it had always been going. Thank you, I said into the mic. Not loud. Just said it, then I walked off the stage. Claire was standing in the wings when I came off. She looked at me for a second and then just nodded, slow, like she did not have words and was not going to pretend. She did. That was enough. Imani was behind her. She had both hands pressed over her mouth and her eyes were bright, and she looked like she had been crying or was about to or had already stopped. That was the best thing I've ever seen, she said. Her voice came out smaller than usual. Like in my entire life. That was the best thing. I put my arm around her for a second. She leaned into it. Your turn is coming, I said. She pulled back and looked at me. She was smiling now, the big one she could not control. I know, she said. I know it is. 82. Chapter 77. The day after Rolling Loud, I was up at 8. Rue had her last session at the acting studio, and she had asked me to come. It was a small place on the east side, black box theater setup, folding chairs along the walls for whoever was watching. I got there right as it was starting and sat in the back. I did not know what I was expecting. Rue had always been sharp in a way that did not always have somewhere to go, all that observation and feeling with no clean outlet for it. But watching her in there, I understood it immediately. She was good. Not beginner good, not doing her best good. Actually good. She did a scene with another student and she was the only person in the room I was watching. She had this quality where you believed her even when you knew she was performing, which I had heard was the whole thing with acting, but had not seen up close before. When it ended, she found me in the back and we walked out together. Well, she said. You know you're good, I said. I want to hear you say it. You're good, Rue. She smiled and looked straight ahead. Yeah. We got breakfast at the diner 2 blocks from the studio. Corner booth, coffee for both of us. Rue ordered the same thing she always ordered, like she had not looked at the menu once. She talked about being clean first, not because I asked but because she wanted to. She said it was different this time and I believed her, not because the words were different but because she was different. Steadier. Like she had found the floor. Acting is the thing, she said. I know that sounds basic but I mean it. It's the first thing that makes me feel like I'm supposed to be doing it. So do it. I'm already doing it. I mean for real. College, training, all of it. I wrapped both hands around my mug. If you want to go to school for it, I'll pay for it. Full ride. She looked at me across the table. You're serious? Yeah. She was quiet for a second, turning her fork over in her hand. Mom's gonna cry. Probably. I'm gonna cry. Please don't do it right now. She laughed and looked down at her plate. Okay. Yeah. I want that. She looked back up. Thank you, Jordan. I just nodded. We ate breakfast. It was a good morning. I had interviews starting at noon. Over the next 2 weeks we were hiring 30 people. ANRS, assistants, PR, social media managers, a booking coordinator, a sync licensing person June had been pushing for. The studio suite we were using had a proper conference room now and June had scheduled everything in 30-minute blocks. The first one came in at noon exactly. A&R candidate, 26, had done 2 years at a mid-size label before going independent. She had a playlist of artists she had scouted on her own time and she led with it before I even asked a question. That told me something. The second one I cut off after 10 minutes. He spent the first 8 talking about a deal he had almost closed 3 years ago. Almost was doing a lot of work in that sentence. The social media manager was 22 and she had already audited all 3 of our accounts before she walked in. She had a slide deck which I did not ask for, but the notes in it were good enough that I did not mind. She got a second interview. The PR candidate was older, mid-30s, had done crisis work for a major label for 6 years. She was direct and she did not try to impress me and she knew more about the current media cycle than anyone else I talked to that day. June liked her immediately. That was enough for me. By 4 o'clock I had been in that room for 4 hours and I had a headache and a short list. It was a start. I picked Gia up at 5. She was already outside when I pulled up, backpack on, phone in her hand, looking at me through the windshield with an expression that said she had been waiting for at least 5 minutes and had opinions about it. You said 5, she said, getting in. It's 5. It's 5:03. Gia, I'm just saying. I pulled out of the driveway. Where do you want to go? She thought about it for approximately 2 seconds. The mall. And food. Real food, not whatever you think counts as food. I eat real food. You eat protein and sadness. I looked at her. She was already smiling out the window. We went to the mall. She made me go into 3 stores I had no interest in and I carried her bags without saying anything about it because she was 14 and it was her day. We got food court Chinese and she talked the entire time about school, about a girl in her class who had been posting about her indirectly, about a teacher she actually liked for once, about whether she wanted to try track in the spring. I just listened. I did not try to fix anything or give advice she did not ask for. I just let her talk. On the way back to the car she grabbed my arm with both hands and leaned against me while she walked, the way she used to do when she was little. I'm glad you're doing good, she said. I looked down at her. Yeah. It was scary for a while. When you were in the hospital. She said it flat, not making it a thing, but it was a thing. I didn't say anything because everybody was already worried and I didn't want to make it worse. But it was scary. I know, I said. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just stay okay. I will. She let go of my arm when we got to the car and climbed in and immediately went back to her phone like the conversation had not happened. That was Gia. She said the real thing and then moved on. I respected it. I got home late. Maddie was in bed with the lamp on, silk scarf on her head, face clean, scrolling through her phone with her legs crossed under the blanket. She looked up when I came in and did not say anything right away, just watched me drop my keys on the dresser and sit on the edge of the bed. How'd the interviews go? Long. Some good ones. I pulled off my shoes. Gia said hi. She already texted me. She said you were late. 3 minutes. She said 5. She was smiling at her phone. I took it out of her hand and set it face down on the nightstand. Jordan, I kissed her before she could finish. She made a sound against my mouth like she had something else to say and then forgot what it was. Her hand came up to the back of my neck and she kissed me back slow, not in a hurry at all. I pulled back. Her eyes stayed closed for a second. Long day, she said. Yeah, you should probably sleep. I looked at her. The lamp was putting warm light across one side of her face. She had that expression she got sometimes where she was pretending to be reasonable. Probably, I said. She pulled me back down. I got her scarf off, and she laughed when it caught on her earring, batting my hand away and fixing it herself. I kissed her neck while she did it, and she went still for a second before she finished, and then her hands were in my hair and we stopped laughing. She pulled my shirt over my head and ran her hands down my chest, across my stomach, slow, like she was in no hurry and wanted me to know it. I pushed the blanket down and she arched up into my hands when I ran them over her, her breath going uneven. She had on just a few little sleep shorts and a thin tank, and I pulled the tank up and she lifted her arms and let me take it off her. Hi, she said softly. Hi. She kissed me again deeper, one leg hooking around the back of my thigh, pulling me in. I could feel her heart beating fast. I moved against her and she made a low sound in the back of her throat, and her nails pressed into my back, not hard, just there. She whispered something against my jaw. I asked her what. She said it again, louder this time, and I felt it everywhere. We stayed like that for a while, no rush to any of it. Maddie was never in a hurry at these times, and I couldn't explain why everything slowed down. She moved her hips in a slow, steady rhythm that made it hard to think. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she did it. She whispered in my ear, her lips close to mine, and I had to press my face into her neck to keep it together. She came with her hand in my locks and her back arched off the mattress. She tried to muffle a sound against my shoulder. I kept moving, and she shivered and grabbed my face with both hands. She looked at me like she was trying to remember something. "Don't stop," she said. I didn't. After that, she lay on her stomach with her head turned toward me and one arm over my chest. The lamp was still on. Neither of us moved to turn it off. The room was quiet except for both of us trying to catch our breath. "Okay," she said after a while. "Okay, good day?" I thought about Rue almost crying in the restaurant. Gia grabbing my arm in the parking lot. The crowd at Rolling Loud standing still for that one long second before it broke open. Claire's slow nod from the wings. "Yeah," I said. "Real good day." Maddie pulled the blanket up and closed her eyes. I lay there with the lamp on and listened to the neighborhood go quiet outside. Point 83. Oh man, just letting you know I am not liking session 3, so I won't be covering it unless something amazing happens. So this FIC will probably end at 100 chapters, but 5 chapters tomorrow. I've worked 2 weeks in a row, no off days. Point 84. Chapter 78. 6 months after Lost Cause dropped, the label did not look like the same place. The suite had expanded into the floor below it. There were A&RS now, 2 assistants, a full PR team, a sync coordinator who had already placed one of Imani's demos in a Netflix trailer. The whiteboard in June's office had so many names and dates on it that she had bought a second one and put it next to the first. It was loud in a way it had never been before, not chaotic, just full. Like something that had been small was finally taking up the space it was always supposed to. Claire noticed the difference every time she came in. She had been here since before any of it, back when it was just her and Jordan and a notebook on a table in Studio B. Now there were people in the hallways she was still learning the names of. It should have felt impersonal. It did not. Jordan had been careful about who he hired, and it showed in how the place felt. She had been working on the second song for a month. Hannah was the one who made it possible. She was one of the new writers Jordan had brought in, 23, quiet in a way that was not shyness but focus. She wrote like she was trying to say the exact right thing and would not stop until she got there. Claire had worked with 2 other writers before her, and both sessions had been fine, professional, nothing wrong with them. Then she sat down with Hannah, and inside 20 minutes they were somewhere real. Hannah wrote vulnerable without making it soft. That was the thing Claire could not always do on her own. She could feel everything, always had, but putting it on paper in a way that did not collapse under its own weight was harder. Hannah had that instinct. She knew when to hold back and when to let it go, and her ear for melody was the kind of thing you could not teach. They worked on it every day for a month. Not always in a studio, sometimes at Hannah's kitchen table with a laptop and 2 coffees, sometimes late at night when one of them texted the other a line she could not get out of her head. The song kept changing as they went, tightening, finding its shape. It was not a ballad. It was slower than that, lower, intimate in the way a secret is intimate, like something you were only saying because you finally trusted the room. Claire knew when it was done. She did not have to think about it. She just knew. She played it for Jordan on a Tuesday afternoon, just the 2 of them in Studio B, same couch, same table. She played it off her phone through the room speaker, sat back, and watched his face as he listened to the whole thing without moving. When it ended, he was quiet for a second. Then he looked at her and smiled, not the professional one, the real one, the one that meant something had gotten through before he thought to keep it contained. "Whenever you're ready," he said. She let out a breath. "Okay, I mean it. This is the one. I know." She looked at her phone for a second. "I just wanted to hear you say it." He laughed. She smiled and put her phone in her pocket. She texted Hannah on the way out that he loved it. "We're doing it." Hannah texted back in about 30 seconds. "I'm literally shaking." She went live on Instagram 3 days later. No announcement beforehand. No countdown. She just opened the app at 8 in the evening, hit go live, and waited for people to find it. They found it fast. By the time she picked up her guitar, there were already 14,000 people watching, and the number kept climbing. She did not say much at the top. Just that she had something she wanted to play. Her red curls were down, no makeup, the diamond choker catching lamplight. She looked exactly like herself, which had always been her best quality. she started playing. The song opened quiet. Just her voice and the guitar, nothing underneath it yet. The words needed the space that I had a dream, I got everything I wanted, not what you'd think, and if I'm being honest, it might have been a nightmare to anyone who might care, thought I could fly. So I stepped off the golden nobody cried. Nobody even noticed, I saw them standing right there, kinda thought they might care. The comment section had already gone quiet. That happens sometimes when a song hit a certain way. The chatter just stopped because nothing anyone could type was going to be bigger than what they were hearing. Everything I wanted, Billie Eilish, I had a dream, I got everything I wanted, and when I wake up I see you with me and you say, as long as I'm here no one can hurt you, don't wanna lie here, you can learn to, if I could change the way that you see yourself you wouldn't wonder why you here, I don't deserve you. She closed her eyes on the chorus. Stayed there for a beat after it resolved, fingers still on the strings that I tried to scream, and my head was underwater. They called me weak, like I'm not just somebody's daughter, could have been a nightmare. It felt like they were right there, and it feels like yesterday was a year ago. I don't want to let anybody know, cause everybody wants something from me now and I don't want to let them down. I had a dream, I got everything I wanted, when I wake up I see you with me and you say, as long as I'm here no one can hurt you, don't wanna lie here, but you can learn to, if I could change the way that you see yourself you wouldn't wonder why you here, I don't deserve you. If I knew it all then would I do it again? Would I do it again? If they knew what they said would go straight to my head, what would they say instead? If I knew it all then would I do it again? Would I do it again? If they knew what they said would go straight to my head, what would they say instead? She let the last note ring out and then lifted her hand from the strings. For a second she just sat there. 71,000 people watching, the comment section moving so fast it was basically unreadable. Just names and hearts and the same things typed over and over because people did not know what else to do with what they were feeling. Claire looked into the camera and tucked a curl back behind her ear. That one's called Everything I Wanted, she said. Available now wherever you stream your music. She smiled once, small and real, and ended the live. Hannah watched it from her kitchen with her knees pulled to her chest. When it ended she sat there for a second and then started crying. Not sad crying. The kind that comes when something you poured yourself into gets to be real in front of people and they take it the way you hoped they would. She had been writing for other people for 2 years and nobody had ever sung her words like that. She texted Claire. That was magic. Claire texted back fast, probably still sitting in the same spot she had been when she went live. We did it. You and me. Hannah set her phone down and looked at the ceiling. Outside the city was doing whatever it always did. Inside her kitchen it was quiet and warm and something had just started that neither of them fully understood yet. But it had 85. Chapter 79 Grammys, and nominations had come in November. Best New Artist. Rap Album of the Year for Till Death Do Us Part. I had read them off my phone in the kitchen at 7 in the morning and then put the phone down and stood there for a minute. June called before I could call her. She was already talking before I said anything. 2 months later, it was the night before the Grammys and everything that needed to be done was done. Suit fitted, car arranged, schedule locked. I had run through it all twice and there was nothing left to do except wait. Maddie was in the bathroom with the door open, doing whatever she did that took an hour and produced a result that looked effortless. She had on a floor-length champagne dress with a slit up the side and I had told her twice already that she looked good and she had told me twice that I was obligated to say that. I'm not obligated to say anything, I said from the bed. You're my boyfriend. That doesn't mean I'm lying. She leaned out of the bathroom and looked at me. I looked back at her. Okay, she said. Like she was allowing it. She went back to the mirror. I lay there and looked at the ceiling and thought about what it was going to feel like tomorrow. I had been to award shows before. This was different. The Grammys were different. I had known that since I was a kid, watching them on TV in the living room with Rue, both of us on the carpet in front of the couch because that was where we always ended up, and the idea that I would be there someday had not even been a real thought. Just a feeling in the chest that did not have a name yet. Now it had a name. Maddie came out of the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bed next to me. She smelled like the perfume she only wore for things that mattered. You good? She asked. Yeah. You nervous? No. She gave me a look. A little, I said. She laid her head on my shoulder. You're going to win. You don't know that. I know that, she said. Flat certain, like it was just a fact she was relaying. That I put my arm around her and we sat there for a while without saying anything. We arrived on time. The red carpet at Staples Center was the kind of organized chaos that looked effortless on television. Shannon felt nothing like that in person. Lights everywhere. Photographers calling names in all directions. Security moving people along before they were ready to move. I had Maddie's hand and I kept a pace that was unhurried without being slow, stopping when we needed to stop, moving when they waved us through. The interviews were quick. I kept my answers short, direct, not rude. What does it mean to be nominated? It means the music landed the way I wanted it to land. Are you nervous? I'm focused. Who are you wearing? I told them. They moved on. Maddie handled hers better than I handled mine. She had a way of making every interviewer feel like they had asked the most interesting question of the night. I watched her do it twice from a few feet away and still could not figure out exactly how she did it. We were moving down the carpet when I heard my name from somewhere to the left. Cardi B was standing about 10 feet away, looking directly at me, pointing. I need you on something, she said. Not a question. Just a statement delivered at full volume across a Grammy red carpet. We're going to do it. I already decided. I laughed. Say less. She nodded once and turned back to whoever she had been talking to. Maddie looked at me with her eyebrows up. Did Cardi B just conscript you? Kind of. We kept moving. 2 minutes later Quavo caught me near the entrance and told me the Migos had a record that just needed a verse to be finished and they wanted it to be mine. I told him I was in. He dapped me up and disappeared back into the crowd. Maddie had been watching. Do you just walk around and people give you verses to write? Apparently tonight I do. Inside, the Staples Center felt like a different planet. Every seat in the house full of people you had seen on screens your whole life, all of them dressed to a level that made the red carpet look casual. The stage was massive. The energy in the room before a single award had been given out was already something I had never felt in a building before, like anticipation had a physical weight. Then Alicia Keys walked out and the whole room changed. She opened with Kobe. We had heard about the crash before we left the hotel. It was all over every phone in the car on the way over. Nobody had known what to say. Now Alicia Keys was saying it for all of us, and Boyz II Men was there, and the whole arena was holding it together and not really managing to, and it was okay that they weren't. It was the right way to start. You acknowledge the thing first. Then you celebrate. I sat next to Maddie with our shoulders touching and I watched the whole opening and I thought about Kobe the way a person from LA thinks about Kobe, not like a fan thinks about a celebrity but like a city thinks about one of its own. Then the show started. Lizzo opened the telecast and she was everything. The performances kept coming. Lil Nas X brought out BTS and Billy Ray Cyrus and the Staples Center lost its mind. Tyler the Creator performed Igor stuff and the staging was unlike anything I had seen at an award show. Aerosmith closed their set with Run DMC and the arena turned into something that felt like a reunion nobody had planned but everybody needed. Then came the first category I was in. Best New Artist, and I had known it was coming and it still hit differently when the presenter walked out and said the words. Maddie reached over and grabbed my arm without looking at me. I put my hand over hers. The other nominees were real. Billie Eilish. Lizzo. Lil Nas X, Maggie Rogers. Any of them winning would have made sense. I knew that and I believed it, and I was still sitting there with my heart going faster than I would have admitted to anyone. The presenter opened the envelope. And the winner of Best New Artist is Boosted J. The sound hit me before the words fully processed and I stood up. Maddie made a sound that was half laugh, half something else entirely, and I grabbed her hand and she shook her head like she was not going up there, and I held on anyway and she went. The walk to the stage was maybe 30 seconds. It felt longer. The lights were bright and the room was loud and I had the Grammy in my hand and it was heavier than I expected it to be, not physically, just in every other way that I looked out at the room. Wow. I let that sit for a second. You know, whenever you start, you always tell yourself you're in this for the love of the music. You don't need awards. You don't need validation. You just want to make something real. I looked down at the trophy. But man, it feels good to be validated. I raised it. East Highland. This is for you. This is for everybody who came up the way I came up and kept going anyway. More coming. I handed the Grammy to Maddie when I got back to our seats. She held it in both hands and looked at it like she was trying to memorize it. The night kept going. Nipsey Hussle won posthumously for Racks in the Middle, and the tribute that followed it was the kind of thing that reminded you why music mattered. DJ Khaled and John Legend and Meek Mill all up there together for him. The room was quiet in a way a room that size almost never gets quiet. Then Rap Album of the Year. Tyler the Creator was nominated. 21 Savage. YBN Cordy. Meek Mill. And Till Death Do Us Part. Maddie handed me the first Grammy when they called the category. Like she already knew she would need both hands free in a minute. She was right. And the winner is Boosted J. Till Death Do Us Part. I stood up again. This time I did not pull Maddie with me. She squeezed my hand and let go, and I walked up alone. The second Grammy felt different in my hand. The first one had been shock. This one was something else. Confirmation. Thank you, I said into the mic, to the fans, to everybody who streamed it and sat with it and made it theirs. To my team, June, Maddie, everybody who built this with me. I paused. More is coming. That's all I got. Thank you. I walked back to my seat. Maddie was already smiling before I sat down. 2, she said quietly. 2. Album of the Year went to Billie Eilish. When they called her name, I stood up with everybody else and clapped. She had almost swept everything that mattered tonight. Record of the Year, Song of the Year, Album of the Year. 18 years old, and she had just done something nobody had done since 1981. I watched her walk up to that stage 4 times over the corso. The night, and every time she looked genuinely stunned, like the room kept doing something she had not prepared for. It was the right call. On a night like that, in a room like that, she was the artist of the moment, and everybody in the building knew it. I clapped and meant it. We went to dinner after. Private room, good food, the 2 Grammys sitting on the table next to the breadbasket because neither of us had a better place to put them. Maddie kept looking at them and then looking away like she was trying to act normal about it and could not quite get there. Stop pretending, I said. I'm not pretending anything. You keep looking at them. I'm looking at the bread. I looked at the bread. I looked at the Grammys. I looked at her. She broke first. She picked one up and held it and smiled at it like it had said something funny. Okay, she said. Fine. I'm obsessed with them. I know. They're so heavy. I know. She set it back down and looked across the table at me. The restaurant was quiet around us, low light, other people having their own versions of the same night somewhere in the same building. You did it, she said. We did it. She shook her head a little like she was going to argue and then did not. We ate. We talked. It was easy the way it had gotten easy between us over time, conversation that did not need to be about anything in particular to feel like something. I watched her laugh at her own joke before she finished it and thought about the girl from East Highland who had grown up 2 blocks from me and ended up here, in a restaurant in LA, holding a Grammy like she had earned it. She had, I thought. In every way that mattered. We got back to the hotel late. I had barely gotten the door closed behind us before her hands were in my locks and she was kissing me like she had been thinking about it since the car. Hi, I said against her mouth. Hi. She stepped back just enough to reach the zipper on her dress. Come here. I came. She pulled me down onto the bed and the Grammys were somewhere across the room on the dresser and neither of us was thinking about them anymore. She wrapped around me and pulled me in close and I could feel her heart going fast under my hand, and she made a sound low in her throat when I kissed her neck and said my name like it was the only word she had. We took our time. The whole night had been a sprint and this was the first moment that belonged only to us. No cameras, no speeches, no red carpet. Just her pulling me closer every time I tried to slow down, her nails dragging slow down my back, her voice in my ear telling me exactly what she wanted and not being quiet about it. She came with her back arched and her hands fisted in the sheets, and she was beautiful and unguarded in the way she only ever got when it was just the 2 of us, no performance in any of it. I kept going until she pulled my face down to hers and kissed me and said okay, okay, okay against my mouth like she was counting something. Afterward she lay half on top of me with her head on my chest, dressed somewhere on the floor, the room dark except for the city coming through the curtains. She was still breathing a little fast. 2 Grammys, she said. 2 Grammys. On the same night. On the same night. She was quiet for a while. Then she pressed her lips to my chest once, slow and settled in. More coming, she said, repeating what I had said on stage. More coming, I said. I lay there with her on my chest and the city outside the window and both Grammys sitting across the room in the dark, and I thought about the kid on the carpet in front of the TV watching this same show, and I did not have the words for what that felt like. I didn't need them. 86. Chapter 80. Clout Cardi sent the file 3 days after the Grammys. No message with it, just the audio attachment and a single line underneath. You said say less, so say less. Just need your verse. I played it in the car on the way to the studio. It was not long, which she had already said it would not be. Club record hard, the kind of thing that was built to be played loud in a room full of people. Cardi's energy on it was exactly what you expected from Cardi, which meant it was a lot and it worked. She was not trying to be subtle. The song was not asking for subtle. I listened to it twice through, and by the time I parked I already knew what I was going to do with it. I was not going to write anything down. The engineer had the session open when I got in. I told him I was going one take and he just nodded like that was a normal thing to say, which for me it basically was. By now I stood at the mic and let the beat run through my headphones twice. Felt the tempo. Found where I was going to come in. Cardi's hook was still in my head from the car. Clout Cardi B, do anything for clout. I had thoughts about that. About what it looked like from where I was standing now, 2 Grammys on my shelf, a label running, 2 artists climbing, all the people who had tried to use my name for something when I was nobody and were louder about it now that I was somebody. The song gave me a place to put all of it. I leaned into the mic. One take, I said. Bitch. The beat dropped. Diamonds on fleek, bitch. I ain't talking about the heat. Oh, put it on. Streets, we straight out the streets. We straight out the streets, straight out the streets to a penthouse, straight out the streets to a penthouse, Miami Beach. Yayo. Niggas talk crazy on tweets. Who? They don't want it 'cause I come to defeat. They don't wanna. I peep. These niggas all sweet weak. Bamboo sticks all in the Jeep. BRR BRR. There's a new weirdo every week, weirdo. Get the whip, put it up for my seats, put it up, no cure for the IG disease, no cure. Do anything for clout, anything. They do anything for clout, anything. Do anything for clout, anything. They do anything for clout, clout. Do anything for clout, clout. Do this, woo woo. They do anything for clout, anything. Do anything for clout. Hey, bitch, watch your mouth, watch it. Bitch, stay in your place, place. Bitch, get out the way, love. My bitch on your ass, Kim K. Yeah, no disrespect, nah. The nigga be tripping, but we love ye, he tripping, swapping our cars with my bitch. I bought her the Lumbo, she bought me the Wraith. Swap pin. Practice, practice, practice make perfect, nigga. It's n. Ever too late, never, never, never. I took the SSSS out of the snake. I took the soul out the snake. Did not see the bills up out of the bank racks. The blog and the media fake, they fake. Shorty DM me, I'm straight, I'm straight. I'm not gone, bite on the bait, nah. Sipping on toxic waste, look. On the low with your bitch and it's great on the low. Mask on her face, chase a run to the set. We in shape show. If I go broke, she gone, leave, escape, she gone. I put 2 mil in the safe just in case don't go my way. No cap. My kids gotta have money, not just me. Facts. That's selfish, it's selfish. Oh, I took the crown off the king like Mike did Elvis. Oh, I took it. Ooh, the world is wild. He dying, don't lie. That don't help him. World is wild. Ooh, your bitch wanna eat up the drip, and you cannot help it. Straight out the streets to a penthouse, Miami Beach. Yayo. Niggas talk crazy on tweets. Who? They don't want it 'cause I come to defeat. They don't wanna. I peep. These niggas all sweet weak. Bamboo sticks all in the Jeep. BRR BRR. There's a new weirdo every week, weirdo. Get the whip, put it up for my seats, put it up. No cure for the IG disease, no cure. Do anything for clout, anything. They do anything for clout, anything. Do anything for clout, anything. They do anything for clout, clout. Do anything for clout, clout. Do this, woo woo. They do anything for clout, anything. Do anything for clout. Hey, look. Whole lot of people need to hear this. Facts. It's a lot of names on my hit list. Bap bap, mouth still say what it wants to woo, pussy still wet like a big bitch. Facts, facts. I should run a whole blog at this rate. Phew. They using my name for clickbait, clickbait. Bitches even wanna start fake beef, fake beef. Just send a little weave in the mixtape, and know I'm the bomb. They ticking me off saying anything to get a response. I know that mean they traffic is low. Somebody just gotta practice to launch, so fuck being tame. I'd rather be wild. Bitches is brandy. They wanna be down soon as these bitches got something to sell. They say my name, Destiny Child. Everybody wanna be lit, everybody wanna be rich, everybody wanna be this. I was you, I'd hate me, bitch. Read my rhymes, nigga, suck my dick. All of that talk, and I'm calling it out. Public opinions from private accounts. You're not a check, then you gotta bounce. I got the drip, come get an ounce. I do anything for clout, clout. They do anything for clout. Who? Bitches is mad. Bitches is trash air. Oscar the Grouch, grouch. Seeing me win, they gotta hurt. Ooh, ouch. Said when they see me, what they gon' do? Bitch, not from the couch. Badu anything for clout, anything. They do anything for clout, anything. Do anything for clout, anything. They do anything for clout, clout. Do anything for clout, clout. Do this, woo woo. They do anything for clout, anything. Do anything for clout. When it ended, I pulled off the headphones and looked through the glass at the engineer. He had this expression like he was trying to stay professional and not quite managing it. That's the one, he said through the monitor. Yeah, I said. Send it. I sat back on the couch while he bounced the file. The booth was still warm from the session. I thought about Cardi on the red carpet 3 days ago, pointing at me across the whole carpet like she had already made the decision and was just informing me of it. She had not been wrong. I texted her while the file was uploading. One take. Just like I said, she texted back in under a minute. Bro. This is it. Dropping Friday. Don't argue with me. Forwarded it to June without saying anything. She called me back in 4 minutes. Friday is 4 days away, Jordan. I know. The rollout, June. A pause. Fine. Friday. I put my phone in my pocket and leaned back on the couch. Outside the studio, the city was moving like it always moved, indifferent to whatever was happening in here. In 4 days, a Grammy-winning rapper and a 2-time Grammy winner were going to drop a song that had taken me 1 take to record. I was not going to lose any sleep over it. 87. Chapter 81. Quavo had actually sent 2 songs. I opened the files the morning after the Cardi session, and they were both sitting in my inbox with a message that just said the names. Notice Me and Need It. He said for Notice Me they just needed the hook. For Need It he said do whatever you want with it, which in Quavo language meant he trusted me, which was not a small thing. I listened to both of them back to back at the kitchen table with a coffee. They were different. Notice Me was cleaner, more melodic, the kind of record that lived in clubs but could run on radio too. Need It was harder, all energy, the kind of beat that made you want to move before the first bar was even over. I had a feeling about both of them. I texted Quavo back. I end the studio at noon. Sending both back same day. He sent back a single emoji. That was enough. Notice Me first. The hook was what the song needed and I knew it fast. Melodic, smooth, the kind of thing that stuck without you realizing it was sticking. I went in the booth and did not overthink it. 3 passes, picked the best one, came back out. Got your hoe with me, pull her slowly, Saint Laurent on both my feet, all this jewelry, they gone notice me and you know I got that roll on me, put her slowly, Saint Laurent on both my feet, all this jewelry, they gone notice me, I wanna ride on it, keep my eyes on her, wanna grind on her, I wanna fly on it, can I vibe on it. Fox 5 on it, get live, yeah all this jewelry, they gone notice. Me, I birds in the trap singing like Jodeci, I tip a bitch just cause of my courtesy, tippin', then do a show, pick up my currency, back end, Versace slippers colored burgundy sace. Rappers be talkin', think they hittin' me, I took his hoe, make her come work for me, bitch. Keep the Draco case in emergency, gur grat, ridin', round the city sippin' a tea, packin' the heat, niggas that lookin' for me, lookin' for, comin' up watchin' them niggas on TV like they were what I wanted to be, wanted to. Now I'm the one gettin' paid for it, thank God, it's a blessing to see, nah for real, doin' shows, I'm on stage for it, Saint Laurent on. My feet, got your hoe with me, pull her slowly, Saint Laurent on both my feet, all this jewelry, they gone notice me and you know I got that roll on me, put her slowly, Saint Laurent on both my feet, all this jewelry, they gone notice me, I wanna ride on it, keep my eyes on her, wanna grind on her, I wanna fly on it, can I vibe on it, Fox 5 on it, get live. Yeah, I told that bitch to drop a 4 for me, drop a 4, drop my top, now I'm exposing me, SKRT. A lot of these rappers gettin' old to me, they kinda old, extortion publishin', you owe it to me, you know you owe, I'm droppin' the top and showin' the titties, drop top, run to the money, we tryna get fitted, run to the money, I clear my mind and I had a vision, and then I arrive with 25 bitches, then they arrive, we sell out the whole facility, not leaking. Your vibe, your energy vibe, I came from the pot with Kimberly, pot, she sniffin' the lines. Assembly lines, we had a good time in Italy time, yo these niggas be lyin' about loyalty, lyin', get on my knees, prayin' to God to cover me, got your hoe with me, pull her slowly, Saint Laurent on both my feet, all this jewelry, they gone notice me, and you know I got that roll on me, pull her slowly, Saint Laurent on both my feet, all this jewelry, they gone notice me, I wanna ride on it, keep my eyes on her, wanna grind on her, I wanna fly on it, can I vibe on it, Fox 5 on it, get live, yeah east side, yeah can we ride? Yeah the engineer played it back and I listened once standing up. It was right. Clean, sticky, exactly what that song needed without taking anything away from the Migos energy on their verses. I checked the time. I had been in the booth for less than 40 minutes that I grabbed a water and sat back down. One more to go. The harder one. Need it was different. It was the third session of the day, and by that point I was in a zone that I could not always manufacture but sometimes just arrived in on its own, where everything felt loose and sharp at the same time and the words came faster than thinking. I had not written anything down. I was not going to. I stood at the mic and let the beat run once through my headphones. It was hard and heavy and it had exactly the energy I needed. Let's go, I said. Surrounded by some real niggas, Lil Top, hey yes sir they won't do it. Buta bless this beat, I said I need it, this Draco undefeated, raw, hit your block and then I bleed it, yeah go long these bullets he receive it I can't see it, I can't, my wrist look like a snow cone make her eat it once I see her, I give her that dope dick just like it's ether then I leave her I can't get caught up. I can't be on cheaters there go them people, you know what it is go put the dope up for they breach us before. They breach us I'ma get out this bitch and I'm strikin', I'm throwin' my heater whole lot of money and steady keep comin' forever I'm livin' my life like a bleeder slime, dope boy dope, I'm straight out the east I came up sellin' hard heroin dog, I'm straight from the east I went and bought me a Dawn the east, I jumped off the porch and went bought me a gun, you boardin' the jet cause my dog got a warrant, you don't give a fuck. Bring the stick where we goin', I'm booted up off that molly I. Cover my gun this stick got a ELO my aim on point, shoot in that Glock give me pain in my joints pew pew, we shoot a 50-round drum honey bun bun, I want 2000 I want both of they tongues I know how to handle it, bust on my damages these niggas can't run, we gon' peel everyone you know where I'm from, give a fuck how you come got a stick in the car and it sound like a bomb boom. I came in this bitch with a mil worth of cash like Bandicoot, we bout to crash, no remorse. I put 5 through your dash bitch, off the porch bought a Porsche then I drag out the building them young niggas slide, put up 30 now you do the math fool, if you seek on my son I won't hide bullets rain we give him a bath I said I need it, this Draco undefeated raw hit your block and then I bleed it, yeah go long these bullets he receive it I can't see it my wrist look like a snow cone. Make her eat it once I see her I give her that dope dick just like it's ether then I. Leave her I can't get caught up I can't be on cheaters there go them people, you know what it is go put the dope up for they breach us before they breach us, I get out this bitch and I'm strikin', I'm throwin' my heater whole lot of money, and steady keep comin' forever I'm livin' my life like a bleeder from the bando to batten, we makin' it happen like a bitch bougie but keep me a ratchet twinnings fantastic. Cartier's straight out the plastic diamonds and all of my glasses chill I'm fuckin' more. Bitches than magic straight out the basket, they say them young niggas havin', hey the money too old it's growin' maggots nasty finger fuck it with the MADMA, I'm thinkin' they forgot the way we paved we been given too many niggas these passes too many, fuck it, drop a bag and cash it fuck it, who gonna press him the fastest? Who? Extendo barrel elastic new attachment, shit get tactical, they stole the flow go, now they tryna run off with the fashion my neck I freeze it ice, just give us the reason make that smoke look easy, ooh easy, couple blue hundreds with the stones it's bleedin', what's your issue? If you got a trigger just squeeze it, squeeze it, whole block outside, it's a street fest ain't no peace treaty these stones around my Jesus, they ain't treated they got me heated don't play with the gang, they know that we be undefeated I get to squeezin', when we talkin' beef, they say that they vegan just for no reason woo, we coppin' more ice ain't talkin' a freezer ice. I said I need it this Draco undefeated raw hit your block and then I bleed it, yeah go long these bullets he receive it oh I can't see it I can't, my wrist look like a snow cone make her eat it once I see her I give her the dope dick just like it's ether oh, then I leave her I can't get caught up I can't be on cheaters there go them people, you know what it is go put the dope up for they breach us before they breach us, I get out this bitch and I'm strikin', I'm throwin' my heater whole lot of money, and steady keep comin' forever I'm livin' my life like a bleeder slime. I pulled the headphones off and stood there for a second in the quiet of the booth. That one had taken something out of me. Not in a bad way. In the way that meant I had actually been in it, all the way, no part of my brain standing outside watching. The best takes always felt like that afterward, like you had used something up. I came out of the booth. The engineer was leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head staring at the ceiling. Third session today, I said. Yeah, he said. He did not move from the ceiling. You good? I'm good. He finally looked over at me. That last one was different. I sat on the couch and drank the rest of my water. My phone had a text from Quavo that had come in while I was in the booth. When you sending, I looked at the engineer. Bounce both and send them. Both? Both. He turned back to the board. I texted Quavo back. Already done. Check your inbox. 3 sessions. 3 records. All in one day. I sat there on the couch for a while after the engineer sent the files, not thinking about anything in particular, just letting the day settle. The Grammy week was the most visible thing that had happened to me, but this, 3 sessions back to back, hooking up with Cardi and the Migos in the same stretch, watching June's phone blow up every time I sent something out, this was the thing that felt most real. The work. The way it kept coming and kept being good. I was 23 years old with 2 Grammys and a label and 2 artists climbing and collaborations with people I had watched on television as a kid. East Highland had no idea what it had made. 89. Chapter 82. A year had passed and I was still working on the album. It was taking longer than I had planned. Longer than June wanted, longer than the label expected, longer than I had told anyone it would take when I first started talking about it publicly. But I was not going to rush it. Every time I got close to calling it done, I would sit with the sequencing for a day and find something that was not right yet, a transition that needed work or a track that was good but not good enough for where I wanted to put it. I had loved music my whole life, and this was the first time I had the resources to make exactly what I heard in my head. I was not going to waste that by being impatient. June had stopped asking about a timeline. That told me she understood. Everything else kept moving. The label was running. Claire and Imani both had projects building. The collaborations from the Grammy stretch had all come out and all of them had done something. Life had its own momentum at this point, which made it easy to forget to slow down and pay attention to the things that were not about work. Today was one of those things. Rue had been at UCLA for about 6 months when she called me and said she had gone to an audition. She had not made a big deal of it beforehand. That was Rue. She did things and then told you about them after, not because she was being secretive, but because she did not want the weight of expectation on something before she knew what it was going to become. She said she had been cast. She said it was a Disney show. She said it was a family thing, funny, not heavy, and that she thought I would like it. She did not say much else. I had not pushed her for details. That was also Rue. You got what she gave you and you waited for the rest. The show was called KC Undercover. Today was the premiere of the first episode. I had the whole family over. Mom, Rue, Gia, Maddie. We were all in the living room when it started, Gia already on her phone, Mom already sitting too close to the TV the way she always did, Maddie on the couch with her legs tucked under her. Rue was in the armchair in the corner with her arms crossed, trying to look like she was not nervous and not pulling it off. Rue was on the screen inside the first 2 minutes. The show was funny, not in a way I had expected. I had braced myself for something that would be fine, something I would watch supportively and find decent and move on from. But it was actually good. The writing had some real jokes in it and the cast had chemistry and Rue was clearly having the time of her life. She was loose and quick and she made it look easy, which I knew from watching her at the acting studio was not actually easy at all. Gia put her phone down after the first 10 minutes. That was the real review. Mom was laughing at things before the jokes fully landed, which was a thing she did, and Maddie was watching with that quiet focus she got when she was actually into something. Rue kept glancing around the room between scenes, checking faces, trying to read the room without being obvious about it. She was not being obvious about it at all, which meant she was being extremely obvious about it. When it ended, Mom was the first one to say something. "That's my baby," she said. To no one in particular. Just out loud into the room, Rue looked at me. "It was good," I said. "How good?" "Good, good." She uncrossed her arms. That was as much as she was going to give us. Mom grabbed her into a hug before she could stop it and Rue let it happen, which was its own kind of thing. I took everyone to dinner after. The restaurant was the kind of place that was loud enough to feel like a celebration without being so loud you couldn't hear each other. We had a big table in the back, all 5 of us, and the food was good and the conversation was easy the way it got sometimes when everyone was in the right mood at the same time. Mom kept turning to Rue every few minutes with a new question, most of which Rue answered in as few words as possible, which did not stop Mom from asking the next one. It was the most sustained conversation they had probably had in a year and Rue was tolerating it better than she usually would have. The show had softened something. Not permanently, just for tonight. Rue ate most of her food, which I noticed meant she was doing good. Maddie ordered something I had aura. Audie told her she would like and then acted surprised when she liked it. Gia was quiet through most of it, which for Gia meant something was on her mind. She was not the kind of person who was ever quiet. I waited. It came up near the end of the meal, when the food was mostly gone and the table had settled into that post-dinner slowness. Gia put her phone down and looked at me. "I want to be a content creator," she said. The table did not react dramatically. Mom looked at her. Rue looked at me. "Like what kind?" I said. "Vlogging mostly. Day in the life stuff, maybe some fashion. I've been thinking about it for a while." She was not asking permission exactly. She was presenting it. There was a difference and Gia knew the difference. "I have ideas." "You have a phone," I said. "I know. So use it. Post for a month, consistent, and if you're still doing it after a month I'll get you the equipment." She looked at me. "Real equipment?" "Camera, lighting, whatever you need. But a month first. Every day or close to it. If you stop after 2 weeks because it got boring I'm not buying anything." She thought about it for about 2 seconds. "Deal." She picked her phone back up and I watched her open the camera app and start looking around the restaurant like she was already framing shots. Maddie leaned over to me. "She's going to do it," she said quietly. "I know," I said. She smiled and went back to her drink. Mom was watching Gia with the camera and shaking her head slowly. On the drive home I had the album in my head again. I could not turn it off. It was always running somewhere in the background, the sequencing, the gaps, the things that were not finished. Maddie had fallen asleep in the passenger seat somewhere on the freeway, head against the window, and I drove with the music low and thought about what the album was still missing. There was a track that needed one more pass. I had known it for 2 weeks and kept putting it off because I was close to it and sometimes you needed distance to hear something clearly. I thought I had the distance now. I got home, got Maddie inside and into bed without fully waking her, and then I went to the home studio and sat down and opened the session. It was late. That was fine. The album was not going to finish itself.